My name is Louis Fei. Could you help me by acting as my shield for a moment? At Building A of the girls' dormitory at Donghai University, a tall, lanky young man, standing at the entrance of the dorm supervisor's office, was dozing off when a pure-looking girl with long hair, cascading over her shoulders, suddenly wrapped him in a tight embrace. The tall, thin young man was named Wang Ergu, 20 years old, a junior at the university. He had been waiting here for his girlfriend the entire afternoon, yet the girl clinging to him now was not his girlfriend. He remembered the first time a girl had hugged him was back in his second year of high school. Now, as he was embraced so tightly for the second time, a faint fragrance of her hair and subtle body scent seeped into his senses, making his heart involuntarily tremble. Was this some unexpected romantic encounter? Darling, you must have been waiting a long time, right? Wang Ergu lifted his gaze only to see a short-haired girl standing in front of the dormitory building, watching everything with cold, detached eyes. Ife, my brother truly likes you. You don't have to randomly find some guy to put on an act, do you? The short-haired girl was called Yang Biao and was in the same class as Louis Fei. She had originally planned to introduce Louis Fei to her elder brother, yet now it seemed that Louis Fei already had a boyfriend. Seeing the bouquet of fresh flowers cradled in Wang Ergu's hands, and the paper bag he carried, displeasure instantly clouded Yang Biao's face, her expression turning sullen and vexed. Yang Biao, this is my boyfriend, so please leave. And in future, don't try to introduce any other men to me. My boyfriend would be angry. Louis Fei spoke through gritted teeth. She knew that the so-called brother Yang Biao spoke of was a debauched playboy who frequented nightclubs, changed women as casually as changing clothes, and acted ruthlessly, often bullying others by relying on his background. Utterly unlike the kind of man she desired. I don't believe it. Just you wait, I'll have my brother come find you himself. Yang Biao bit down on her lip, then could only turn away and leave. I'm sorry. I used you. If we run into them again, next time I'll explain everything. I won't cause you trouble. Louis Fei let go of Wang Ergu, then looked up at him, her pretty face flushed crimson. Her heart fluttered wildly, for she had truly been tormented by Yang Biao's persistence, and had chosen Wang Ergu as her shield only out of sheer desperation. I understand, but please don't do this again. After all, we're strangers. Wang Ergu gave an awkward laugh. You don't know me? Louis Fei stared at Wang Ergu in sheer astonishment. Her slender Chang'e brows knitted together, and her refined, painting-like phoenix eyes regarded him with disbelief, as though she were looking at some alien creature. I don't know you. Did we meet before? Wang Ergu scratched his head. He truly did not recognize Louis Fei. You're not lying. Louis Fei's pretty face stiffened for a moment. She could tell that Wang Ergu truly did not know her. Then she let out a faint smile. Hello, my name is Louis Fei. What is your name? My name is Wang Ergu. Wang Ergu nodded, looking at Louis Fei with a strained, embarrassed expression. Aside from his own girlfriend, he had never spoken with such a beautiful girl before. She had an exquisite oval face, phoenix eyes, and Chang'e brows. Her skin was fair and jade-like, and her figure was tall and willowy with a pair of long legs that were especially mesmerizing. She wore a simple white lace blouse and white hot pants. Her crystal-like jade feet were set upon slender silver high heels. She appeared to be at least 1.68 meters tall, and with the high heels, she was nearly taller than him, while he was only 1.75 meters. Wang Ergu, your name is rather amusing. Louis Fei couldn't help but let out a soft laugh, and quickly covered her little mouth with a pale jade hand. Sorry, I couldn't hold it in. So are we considered friends now? Could we exchange WeChat contacts? That might not be appropriate. I already have a girlfriend, and if she misunderstands, that wouldn't be good. Wang Ergu shook his head. All right then. I didn't expect you to be so devoted. Louis Fei felt a faint sense of loss, waved her hand, and ran up the stairs. Wang Ergu watched Louis Fei's departing figure, wanting to say something, yet finding no words. Remembering that he was here to wait for his girlfriend Zhang Hui, he promptly pushed the whole episode to the back of his mind. Night slowly fell, and a torrential downpour began outside. The dorm supervisor's office was a cramped little room tucked beneath the first-floor staircase. Inside, a plump middle-aged auntie was glued to a soap opera, cracking melon seeds between her teeth. She glanced at Wang Ergu and called out, "Handsome boy, just come inside. Standing there you'll get drenched in." The doorway of the supervisor's office and the stairwell entrance were connected, so if the office door remained open, wind-driven rain would drift inside. The plump auntie couldn't fathom why this young man insisted on standing here at the door. She could tell that Wang Ergu was waiting for someone, yet even if he were waiting, he could sit and wait. Why insist on standing like this? Holding the little paper bag, Wang Ergu quickly turned his head and explained, "No need, auntie. Standing at the door is fine. Otherwise my girlfriend won't see me when she comes back." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a silver-gray BMW drove up to Building A, screeching to a halt and stopping precisely at the stairwell entrance. Wang Ergu narrowed his eyes in surprise. Damn, a BMW. Must be nice to have money. But in the next heartbeat his eyes flew open wide, for he saw his girlfriend Zhang Hui stepping out of the BMW. Zhang Huihui hurried onto the platform at the stairwell entrance, then turned back toward the young man in the driver's seat and spoke softly. Baoga, drive carefully on your way back. The rain is heavy. Moi love you. Wang Ergu's hand trembled, the bouquet slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground, and the paper bag slipped from his fingers as well. Snapping back to his senses, he quickly snatched the paper bag before it hit the floor. He straightened his back, fixing Zhang Huihui with a cold, unblinking stare, and shouted in a harsh voice, Zhang Hui, where have you been? Zhang Huihui flinched, turned her head, and upon seeing that it was her backup boyfriend Wang Ergu, her brows furrowed. Are you looking for trouble? As she snapped. What are you yelling for? If I go on a date with Baoga, do I need to report to you? Wang Ergu trembled all over, his arms shaking uncontrollably as he asked through clenched teeth, so you went to celebrate his birthday with him? Damn it. He had waited here for her all day, and she had gone to celebrate someone else's birthday. The handsome young man had originally intended to drive off immediately, but he had already noticed Wang Ergu. Hearing Wang Ergu's shouted words, he naturally felt no urgency to leave. He lowered the car window halfway, and with a mocking expression called out to Wang Ergu, Doggy, you're that delivery guy from before, right? Wang Ergu already recognized him. The man in the car was none other than the notorious playboy Jin Yuanbao. Previously, Wang Ergu had delivered takeout to the mountaintop of Bichuo Mountain for Jin Yuanbao and received a 500 yuan tip. Later, he had delivered condoms to Jin Yuanbao at the Dihao Hotel. At the time, Jin Yuanbao had specifically demanded a famous rubber brand from Thai country, so Wang Ergu's impression of him was particularly vivid. Seeing that Wang Ergu remained silent, Jin Yuanbao continued his ridicule. Don't recognize me anymore. I'm the one who asked for the condoms that time, had you deliver them to Dihao Hotel. That was me. Back then, I wanted Huihui to come out and scold you a bit, but she felt embarrassed and was too exhausted to even get out of bed. Many thanks for yielding her first time to me, and for delivering those condoms over such a long distance. Not bad, not bad. In truth, it hadn't been Zhang Huihui on that particular occasion, but Jin Yuanbao knew his mockery would cut all the deeper this way, and he saw Wang Ergu instantly clench his teeth, his face flushing with anger. What did you just say? Wang Ergu's eyes bulged wide. He had never imagined that on that occasion Jin Yuanbao had been planning to do such things with Zhang Huihui. So the two of them had already slept together. Looking at Zhang Huihui again, he felt an almost uncontrollable urge to smash a fist into that face of hers. He had poured his heart into loving this woman, yet never in his worst imaginings had he expected that she had already betrayed him. Women. Zhang Huihui saw the hatred blazing in Wang Ergu's eyes, and felt a flicker of panic, for she had never seen him look at her like this before. Yet with a sideways glance at Jin Yuanbao, she gritted her teeth, and suddenly lifted her hand, swinging it hard as a slap crashed toward Wang Ergu's left cheek. Why are you shouting? How dare you yell at Brother Bao? What do you think you are? Zhang Huihui snapped. Wang Ergu, I'm warning you, we already broke up. Stop clinging to me. From now on in life, I belong to Brother Bao, and in death, I'll be his ghost. If you dare keep pestering me, I'll call the police and say you're sexually harassing me. They'll haul you away. After shouting all this in one breath, Zhang Huihui wished she could kick Wang Ergu right out of her sight. Her eyes were full of disdain. To her, he was nothing more than a spare tire, someone who meant absolutely nothing. Wang Ergu was utterly dumbfounded. He had never imagined Zhang Huihui would strike him, nor that she would say such vicious words. After all, he had always treated her extraordinarily well. He let out a bitter smile, and said hoarsely, his face filled with grief, the Glory Magic vs. Fengyu Gold Ultimate Edition, phone you wanted, I bought it. I was going to give it to you as your birthday present, but I never thought. Before he could finish, Zhang Huihui snatched her hand free and yanked away the small paper bag clutched in his arms. She glanced at the brand new phone box inside, then picked it up and hurled it toward the campus road outside. You? Wang Ergu's brows furrowed, his fists clenched in an instant as he glared at Zhang Huihui with furious eyes. That was the phone he had painstakingly saved for 2 months to buy, and Zhang Huihui had simply thrown it away. She showed not the slightest regret, only cold ridicule on her face as she said, that crappy domestic phone of yours, what's so impressive about it? Brother Bao already gave me an iPhone 15 Pro, and he even bought me a gold chain, she continued. You're just a poor loser. Don't show off in front of me. Get out of my sight right now. Wang Ergu rushed out, picked up the phone box, and cradled it in his hands. The rain was coming down in sheets, soaking his upper clothes in an instant. He didn't care about the rain at all. Turning back toward Zhang Huihui, his gaze burned with anger and confusion. Because I'm poor, you chose him instead. Jin Yuanbao tapped the horn twice, then laughed loudly. It's not because you're poor, it's because you're a bootlicking dog. And a bootlicking dog thinks he deserves a girl. There's a huge letter B on that building across from you, but all you can do is stare at it, he added. Wang Ergu ignored Jin Yuanbao, his eyes blazing as he looked only at Zhang Huihui, the girl he had loved with all his heart. For her sake, he had once run barefoot through the night to several pharmacies to buy her fever medicine, and when she suffered from menstrual cramps, he personally cooked brown sugar water for her. Most of the time, he really had been a fawning bootlicker appearing at the first moment she needed anything. Yet he had never imagined that Zhang Huihui would betray him, crowning his head with a vast field of green. Even though Zhang Huihui was now pretending they had long since broken up, he still felt utterly humiliated, as if his very dignity had been trampled. Zhang Huihui's expression turned dark as she said coldly, "Stop bringing me birthday presents. I will never be with you again. I already have Brother Bao now, and I don't need some bootlicking dog." Jin Yuanbao waved to her and said, "Huihui, don't go back to the dorm. I'll take you somewhere fun. Don't worry, the bed there is big and soft." "All right." Zhang Huihui agreed without a second thought and dashed toward the BMW, swiftly climbing into the front passenger seat. Suddenly a peal of thunder exploded across the sky, a jagged bolt of lightning flashing above the dormitory building as though ready to strike, as if protesting on Wang Ergu's behalf. Wang Ergu's eyes widened round. Rain streamed down his cheeks in unbroken rivulets, and his clothes were already soaked through. He remained oblivious to it all, only glaring at the two smug faces inside the BMW as he roared, "May you die a miserable death." Jin Yuanbao merely raised his middle finger at Wang Ergu, then slammed his foot down on the accelerator. Wang Ergu lifted the phone box high, intending to hurl it at Jin Yuanbao's car. But he missed, and the box smashed onto the roadside instead. A bolt of lightning suddenly struck down, slamming into a nearby street lamp pole. The electric light flared, sparks scattering in all directions, and one streak of lightning shot toward the phone box. With a sharp crack, the box exploded apart. "My phone!" Wang Ergu first froze in shock, then cried out anxiously and sprinted forward to pick it up. It had cost over 10,000 yuan, and 1,000 of that was money his mother had scraped together for him. "Ergu, get back here!" The fat dorm supervisor aunt shouted loudly at him from the entrance. She had been watching their quarrel all along, but she never expected Wang Ergu would dare rush out to retrieve the phone. With lightning and thunder raging, was this youngster trying to get himself killed? Wang Ergu picked up the phone and discovered it hadn't been destroyed by the lightning at all. When he looked up again at the street lamp, the electric arcs had already vanished. Only then did he truly come to his senses and realize he had just been recklessly risking his life. Wiping the rain from his face, Wang Ergu hurriedly turned back toward the dormitory entrance. Noticing that water had seeped into the phone, he quickly picked up the small paper bag as well. Seeing that the receipt inside was still intact, he finally let out a sigh of relief. But a sudden jolt of current from the phone made his whole body shudder, and he collapsed onto the floor at the doorway. Whatever the fat dorm aunt was shouting behind him, he couldn't hear. All that reached him was a faint, cute-sounding girl's voice. "Finding host in progress. Please wait patiently, host," the soft girl's voice said. The fat dorm aunt jumped in fright, but when she saw Wang Ergu open his eyes again moments later, she finally breathed out in relief. As for dragging Wang Ergu into the small management room, that was out of the question. His whole body was soaking. Wang Ergu lay on the floor for half an hour before finally getting up and turning to look at the supervisor aunt, who had already sat back down. "Andy, could you lend me an umbrella? My phone should be covered by the warranty. If I go now, the shop will still be open," he said. As for that inexplicable girl's voice he had heard, Wang Ergu didn't pay it much mind. "Tomorrow, hey." The supervisor aunt began, but before she could finish, Wang Ergu had already grabbed the umbrella lying beside her desk and dashed out into the night. She stared after him in a daze and muttered under her breath, "Has this kid gone crazy?" Upstairs, Louis Fei, who had been leaning on the windowsill, watched Wang Ergu run off. Her delicate brows knotted at once. She never would have thought that Wang Ergu had been dumped. "Wang Ergu is actually pretty decent. That girl must be blind," Louis Fei murmured. In fact, Wang Ergu didn't leave the campus right away. Seeing the rain had eased, he ran back to the boys' dormitory room 605. Dorm room 605 housed 4 people in total. Besides Wang Ergu, of the other 3, 2 were out, leaving only Su Yuanli, whose hair was cropped in a crew cut inside. When Su Yuanli saw Wang Ergu walk in holding an umbrella while completely drenched, he was startled. "Whoa, Erguj, what on earth were you doing out there?" Wang Ergu didn't answer Su Yuanli. He placed the small paper bag on his bed, found a towel to wipe himself down, changed into dry clothes, and only then waved a hand at Su Yuanli. "I need to go out for a bit," he said. Su Yuanli frowned, feeling that Wang Ergu's behavior was rather strange. "You just came back and you're going out again. Weren't you supposed to celebrate Zhang Huihui's birthday today?" Su Yuanli asked. Wang Ergu picked up the small paper bag and umbrella coldly, saying, "Don't mention Zhang Huihui to me." Having said that, he walked out of the dormitory without looking back. Su Yuanli was utterly baffled and deeply vexed. Why would Wang Ergu, who is usually gentle and easygoing, become like this? Could it be that Zhang Huihui stirred up trouble with Urge again? Otherwise, someone as good-tempered as Urge wouldn't say something like that. Soon Su Yuanli learned the situation when a message from the class group popped up on his phone. Everyone. Zhang Huihui posted a photo in the class group showing herself sitting in Jin Yuanbao's BMW. When someone questioned her about Wang Ergu, she immediately denied it, claiming that Wang Ergu had been pestering her all along. Su Yuanli was furious. He finally understood why Wang Ergu was angry. It turned out that Zhang Huihui had dumped Wang Ergu. He had witnessed Wang Ergu's wholehearted devotion to Zhang Huihui, yet could not imagine that she would betray him for Jin Yuanbao. So he immediately entered the class group and furiously scolded Zhang Huihui. He regarded Wang Ergu as his brother and could not bear to see him insulted and slandered in such a manner. Unfortunately, after Zhang Huihui sent out a red envelope, Su Yuanli became the target of attacks from the entire class. Wave after wave of verbal abuse drowned him completely. In a fit of rage, he tossed his phone aside, unwilling to glance at the group chat any longer. Meanwhile, the news of Wang Ergu being dumped spread from the class group and became a joke across the entire school. Wang Ergu was unaware of what was happening in the class group. He was preoccupied with his new phone and wanted to get it fixed as soon as possible. It was just getting dark, so the Honor phone store was still open and there were repair technicians inside. Thus Wang Ergu's phone was quickly repaired. The phone was not broken from the fall, only water damaged, so it was not difficult to repair. After the phone was fixed, Wang Ergu headed straight back to school. However, just as he reached the school gate, a group of people stopped him. "Brother Daoyi's back." A tall crew-cut man reported into his phone, then coldly said to Wang Ergu, "Are you Wang Ergu?" Wang Ergu saw their hostile expressions and immediately asked cautiously, "Who are you?" The crew-cut man sneered, "Since you're Wang Ergu, we've got the right guy. Brothers, get him." As he spoke, the crew-cut man waved his hand, ordering two men to drag Wang Ergu into a black van. Wang Ergu was terrified and tried to shout, but someone quickly covered his mouth. A burlap sack was placed over his head, and they punched him several times in the chest.
陈叔摸了摸小箱子，一瓶特殊药剂的售价是200学分，加一个兑换资格，相当于500学分了。每种药剂的吞服上限是5瓶，也就是需要2500。
They drove away only after Wang Ergu lost consciousness and fell silent. Nobody cared whether he was alive or dead. The next day at 9 in the morning, Wang Ergu woke up. He found his head still covered by the burlap sack and quickly removed it. "Why am I here?" Wang Ergu scanned his surroundings and confirmed this was the abandoned park. Recalling the events, he was still shaken and immediately checked his arm. Yet he found that his arm was completely fine. He then touched his face, his chest, and other places that had been beaten, but found no injuries at all. "What the hell? I was clearly beaten last night." That guy on the phone called someone Brother Dao, probably the school bully Louis Dao. "I heard he knows Jin Yuanbao. Could it be that Jin Yuanbao ordered this?" As he pondered, a female voice echoed in his mind, "Binding successful. Congratulations to the host for binding the God-level reward system." Then Wang Ergu's vision darkened, and he found himself in a white space. In front of him stood an adorable long-legged girl. He hurriedly asked, "Who are you?" The long-legged girl said, "Hello, host. I am the administrator of the God-level rewards, Vivian. Welcome to the virtual space. A big lottery. A system." Wang Ergu's eyes widened in pleasant surprise. "Is this the legendary mythical system? It just fell on me." "System boss, I mean Vivian boss, where did you come from? Why did you bind to me?" "A big lottery. A system." Wang Ergu's eyes widened in pleasant surprise. "Is this the legendary mythical system? It just fell on me." "System boss, I mean Vivian boss, where did you come from? Why did you bind to me?" Vivian immediately replied, "I come from the distant white silver river created by Dr. Qiangxingyi of the Qianyuan Pavilion. Dr. Qiangxingyi exiled me into space, and I accidentally entered Earth. Through the attraction of lightning, I bound with you." Wang Ergu looked utterly puzzled. He knew nothing of the white silver river or Dr. Qiangxingyi. So he immediately asked, "By the way, I was clearly beaten and injured last night, but when I woke up, I was perfectly fine. How is that possible?" Vivian explained, "Because the host was in the binding process. Even if the host's physical body suffered a devastating blow, as long as there is no brain death, it would be immediately repaired." Wang Ergu nodded slightly. "So I was repaired by you. That's incredible. A broken arm restored to its original state. If only I could have this repair skill." Vivian said, "The host has made a request. Searching the free reward library. Please wait. Found a repair skill. Host, please receive it." "Even that works." Wang Ergu was astonished. He saw a book labeled repair skill floating before him, then it suddenly vanished, but his memory was implanted with knowledge of the repair skill. Can this repair skill fix all fractures? Thinking of his right arm being restored, Wang Ergu found it. Vivian said the repair skill is divided into 9 grades. The free reward library only provides a first-grade repair skill. A first-grade repair skill cannot fix fractures, only a 9th-grade skill can do that. The first grade can only repair simple wounds. Moreover, the repair skill is not limited to flesh. It can also be used on other objects depending on the level of the skill. Wang Ergu stared wide-eyed at Vivian, so 9th grade repair skill is the highest. "You mentioned a free reward library. Do you have a paid reward library as well?" The free reward library, also known as the complementary library. As long as you obtain mental energy points, you can receive a free reward. The paid reward library, also known as the premium library, requires the host to pay a certain cost. Are the items obtained from these 2 reward libraries the same? No. The free library generally provides first-grade items, while the paid library provides items of second grade and above. Wang Erge's face darkened as he muttered, "I'm already broke, and you're asking me to pay. Isn't that a joke?" The cost is not Earth's daily currency, it requires the host's mental energy points. The host needs to complete certain tasks to obtain mental energy points, then use them for equivalent exchange in the mall to acquire high-level items from the God-level reward system. Wang Ergu quickly nodded. "Complete certain tasks. That I can do. I'm not afraid of tasks. Whether you come from the White Silver River or the Black Silver River, as long as you can make me stronger, you are my benefactor." As he spoke, Wang Erge's eyes suddenly turned fierce, a cold glint flashing through them. "From now on, I will never let anyone look down on me again. By the way, Vivian, aside from equivalent exchanges in the marketplace, what else can I obtain?" Since this is the first time the host is bound to the God-tier reward system, the host is entitled to one round of a grand lucky draw. With a gentle wave of Vivian's slender hand, a massive roulette will instantly materialize before Wang Ergu. "Please press the draw button, host." Wang Ergu stepped forward without the slightest hesitation and pressed the draw button, and the giant wheel immediately began to spin. He noticed numbers inscribed along its rim, resembling those on a clock face, except that there were 72 of them. For a moment, Wang Ergu was deeply curious about what those numbers represented. When the pointer finally came to rest on the mark for number 12, Vivian spoke at once. "Congratulations, host, you have drawn 9999 trillion. What the heck? 9999 trillion. 9999 trillion of what exactly?" The moment Wang Ergu heard that figure, his heart instantly began to race. In truth, regardless of what those 9999 trillion units were, merely hearing the number was enough to make his heart pound wildly. Since the host is from Xia country on Earth, the 9999 trillion can only be in Xia country's RMB. 9999 trillion RMB. So the system is just giving me 9999 trillion. Oh my god. Wang Ergu felt as though his heart were about to leap out of his chest. Though he was still within a virtual space, countless stacks of banknotes were already appearing in his mind's eye, piled high around him. Something he would never have dared to imagine before yesterday. Yes, host. Because Xia country enforces strict capital surveillance, the system has automatically generated a Citibank account for you. Ding. 9999 trillion has been deposited into the host's Citibank account. The host may check the balance shortly. Now the host may review his personal profile. If there are any errors, Vivian can verify and amend them. If everything is correct, please confirm. Under Vivian's guidance, Wang Ergu soon saw a semi-transparent interface suspended in midair. Host profile. System God-tier reward system. Host Wang Ergu. Age 19. Reward level 1 reward value. Spirit energy points 101000. Gratuitous reward pool tier 1 repair skill. Paid reward pool none. Prize from the lucky draw 9999 trillion RMB. Wang Ergu glanced over it and immediately asked, "What is this reward level system about? Why is my reward value only level 1? The reward level system is an upgrade framework with 9 tiers in total. Since the host has not yet made any contribution, your reward value remains at level 1. Wang Ergu nodded slightly. "Then how do I upgrade this reward value?" Reward levels are upgraded by accumulating a certain amount of spirit energy points, so earning spirit energy points is the only path to advancement. Once you reach 1000 points, you can ascend by 1 level, and after promotion you will enjoy benefits corresponding to that tier. Furthermore, to perform equivalent exchanges in the marketplace, the host's spirit energy points must reach at least 100. Please note the host has not yet confirmed. Wang Ergu hurriedly selected the confirm option, then asked, "So when will missions be issued?" He had just learned that completing missions was the only way to gain spirit energy points, so he was now rather looking for. Missions are triggered by the host engaging in daily activities. Dr. Qinxing Yi created this system precisely to stimulate human initiative and encourage contributions to humanity. If the host merely sits idle and waits for death, no missions will ever be triggered. Sit idle and wait. Wang Ergu had genuinely been planning to do exactly that, for with 9999 trillion RMB in his possession, by his old way of thinking, he would not need to struggle for roughly 9999 lifetimes. Yet having his thoughts exposed so bluntly by Vivian, he could only offer a stiff, embarrassed smile. Thinking of the marketplace, he quickly added, "Could you let me browse the marketplace?" Vivian replied, "The system is already bound to the host, and the marketplace is an integral part of the system. According to the rules, the host may browse the marketplace freely, but equivalent exchanges require the host to provide sufficient spirit energy points." Overjoyed, Wang Ergu immediately asked Vivian to pull up the marketplace interface and began to browse it with great seriousness. After finishing his inspection, Wang Ergu was even more excited, for he had seen many skill manuals. Yet he was also deeply frustrated because most of the marketplace items required more than 100 spirit energy points. He currently had only 10 and had no idea when he would ever be able to make an equivalent exchange. Still, he could understand the rationale. After pondering for a moment, he asked hastily, "Right now, I am just an ordinary person, a child of workers and farmers. If I suddenly possess 9999 trillion, won't the state arrest me for investigation?" "Vivian, you must not get me into trouble," Vivian said. "Please rest assured, host. The prize funds issued by the system have already been processed. The source of funds in the Citibank account is perfectly clean and will not cause any disputes. However, due to the host's current status limitations, the system has automatically generated an ultimate black card linked to your Citibank account. The Citibank Ultimate Black Card was the pinnacle of international high-end credit cards. In the global arena, only the American Express Centurion Black Card, hailed as the king of cards, could rival it. The Ultimate Black Card was a distinctly cool product forged from special materials and designed specifically for high-net-worth affluent clients. Its credit limit could be adjusted intelligently without cap. Its annual fee was exceptionally steep, and issuance was strictly by invitation, making it nearly impossible to apply for. Every Ultimate Black Card holder was assigned a dedicated personal consultant. Thus, the Ultimate Black Card was an upper-class identity document that could not be purchased merely with money. "That is perfect." Wang Ergu let out a long breath of relief, then asked Vivian to exit the virtual space. Unexpectedly, as Wang Ergu exited, his phone was ringing non-stop. This actually made him feel a touch of relief. He had thought those thugs from last night might have stolen his phone. It was the first smartphone he had ever bought for over 10,000 yuan, with 16 GB, 512 GB of massive storage, and 5G full network connectivity. Though he no longer lacked money, the device still held sentimental value for him. Glancing at the incoming number on the screen, he saw it was unfamiliar. Wang Ergu was not inclined to answer, so he simply declined the call. He then checked his recent calls and saw that his roommates had all tried to reach him, as they were already aware he had been dumped. Right now, however, what interested Wang Ergu most was the black gold card in his hand. He immediately wanted to use his phone to check the Citibank account linked to it. But he did not know how to check the balance properly. After thinking for a while, he decided that since he had 9999 trillion anyway, he might as well try transferring 1 billion to his own construction bank card and see what happened. Converted from 9999 trillion RMB into US dollars, it would amount to only about 1569 trillion. Compared with those top foreign dynastic families, such as the Rockefellers, the Morgans, and the Rothschilds, he was not even sure whether his wealth would count as a mere fraction. Just as Wang Ergu finished the transfer, his phone rang again. The same unfamiliar number as before. He thought for a moment, then decided to answer this time. A melodious goddess-like female voice came through the line. "Hello, may I speak to Mr. Wang Ergu?" "Yes, this is Wang Ergu. May I ask what this is regarding?" "Here is the situation, Mr. Wang Ergu. I am the financial management representative stationed at the Donghai office of Citibank in Xia Country, serving as your client's exclusive private advisor, Hu Weiwei. If you have any questions about financial management or investments, you can always come to me. Oh, and this is my mobile number. By the way, I just noticed that 10 billion RMB was transferred out from your account. Is that correct?" "Yes." Wang Ergu let out a soft breath and chuckled. "Just now I even thought I had run into some kind of scam call. So aside from finances or investments, I can't come to you for anything else." "That's not the case, sir. As long as it falls within my capabilities, I can help you with other matters as well." Wang Ergu swept his gaze over the abandoned park. "I was ambushed and have no idea where I am right now. Add me on WeChat, I'll send you my location, and you can help me call a taxi here. I'll wait in this spot." After hanging up, Wang Ergu immediately began fiddling with WeChat. Last night, when he had his phone repaired, his own number was registered to it, and WeChat had already been logged in, so he could enter directly. Soon Wang Ergu received a friend request on WeChat. He opened it at once, only to find that the other party's profile picture was actually that of an unparalleled beauty. After he accepted the request, her information popped up immediately. "Mr. Wang Ergu, I am Hu Weiwei. Please add me as a friend." "Mr. Wang Ergu, would you like me to help you call the police?" Wang Ergu replied, "At once, no need to call the police. This is my location. Oh, just help me call a taxi over here. Oh, and you can just call me Ergu, no need to keep using my full name." "All right, Ergu, go. You wait there, I'll come over right away." "Come over right away." Wang Ergu was a little stunned. Was she actually going to come in person? Whatever the case, if she wants to come over, so be it. He was curious to see whether she was truly as beautiful as her photo. As for calling the police, that was far less satisfying than personally going to slap faces. Now that he had 9999 trillion, he wanted to see whose money was greater, his or Jin Yuanbao's. Damn it, he was going to use money to crush him to death. Lost in his daydreams, Wang Ergu suddenly noticed his phone ringing again. This time it was a call from the construction bank. After all, his card there had just received a sudden transfer of 1 billion, which instantly alarmed the bank. On one hand, they informed him that his bank card would be upgraded to the bank's Supreme Series Diamond VIP card. On the other, they urged him to consider purchasing the bank's cooperative financial products. Wang Ergu hung up the call directly. He had no patience to deal with the bank right now. At that moment, he suddenly heard Vivian's reminder, "Host, a new mission has appeared." At those words, Wang Erge's excitement surged. He immediately focused his mind, entered the virtual space, opened the mission panel, and checked what the new mission was. Mission description: save Jiang Hongi, the future heir of a trillion-level affluent clan. Mission status incomplete. A trillion-level clan. Wang Erge's breath hitched. He already had 9999 trillion. What was a mere trillion? Yet he possessed only money and no connections, so he had to build his own network of contacts and use them to establish his personal aristocratic family. However, the mission was only a notification. It did not reveal where this so-called Jiang Hongi actually was. As Wang Erge exited the virtual space, a burst of clamor suddenly reached his ears. Don't run, you can't escape. Wang Erge instantly rose to his feet and saw several vehicles stopping on the road outside the abandoned park. From the first black Mercedes stepped down a tall young man whose entire body was covered in wounds. As soon as he got out, he ran straight toward the abandoned park. The park's perimeter wall had long since collapsed, revealing a scene of total decay, so he easily dashed inside. Seeing the tall youth, Wang Erge's heart stirred. Could this person be Jiang Hongi? Looking up toward the road, he saw a white BMW and 2 silver vans from which people were also getting out. A total of 12 men climbed out of the vans while 2 more emerged from the BMW. 14 men chased the tall youth into the abandoned park, with a crew-cut man in a tailored suit walking at the rear. The tall youth saw that there was nowhere to hide in the ruined park, and his face instantly filled with despair. When he caught sight of Wang Erge, he froze for a moment, having never expected anyone else to be here. He strode quickly toward Wang Erge.
若是通知樱花国官方，那可就没有他们家族什么事了。如今抢占先机，才能得到最大的。
Wang Erge shook his head. I don't know you personally, but as a rich young master from an illustrious clan, I have heard of you. What on earth has happened to you now? Jiang Hongi glanced at the 14 men who had already caught up, clenched his teeth, and his expression instantly. I carelessly slept with a beautiful woman only to find out she was the girlfriend of a hall master from the Flying Eagle Chamber of Commerce. That hall master flew into a rage and is now hunting me down. My driver has already been captured by them. The 12 men rushed over and instantly surrounded Wang Erge and Jiang Hongi, forming a tight ring. The other 2 men walked up behind them. The crew-cut man snorted coldly. Kid, why don't you keep running? You dare lay hands on my woman. Jiang Hongi frowned and hurriedly said, Hall Master Liao, I can compensate you. The Mercedes outside. Hall Master Liao turned to glance at the black Mercedes, then fixed Jiang Hongi with a cold stare and sneered. You think a lousy Mercedes can buy me off? Everyone now knows I've been cuckolded, and you expect it to end just like that. Jiang Hongi's throat bobbed as he swallowed, his voice trembling. Then what do you want? Hall Master Liao sized Jiang Hongi up from head to toe. Do you have money? Jiang Hongi shook his head. I have no money. Liao's face darkened. In that case, you'd better obediently hand over your life. Do it. The 12 lackeys instantly drew the fruit knives from their waists, ready to hack toward Jiang Hongi. Wang Erge suddenly roared, waving toward Hall Master Liao. This man, I don't know him. Jiang Hongi's eyes widened. He had thought Wang Erge would save him, but never expected him to sever ties so abruptly. A trace of disappointment flickered in his eyes, then he turned back to Hall Master Liao, intending to reveal his own identity in a last attempt to preserve his life. Hall Master Liao merely glanced at Wang Erge and said coolly, anyone irrelevant, get out of my way at once. Wang Erge chuckled. You're planning to take his life, aren't you? Then can you sell his life to me? Hall Master Liao's brows knit together in confusion. Kid, you're trying to protect. One cries out upon witnessing injustice on the road. So if you say I'm trying to protect him, that works too. The corner of Wang Erge's mouth curled as he looked at Hall Master Liao with mocking eyes. I was dumped by a woman last night, and it made me realize Gulong had it right. Women are like clothing. He merely used one of your garments. It's not as if he tore your clothes to shreds. Boy, you're courting death. Hall Master Liao's face twisted with fury. He had never imagined this skinny student would dare provoke him so brazenly. Wang Erge merely lifted one index finger and called out calmly 1 million. Hall Master Liao's expression froze momentarily, unable to grasp his meaning. What do you mean by that? Wang Erge sighed and said, I believe everything in this world has a price. If you feel it's not enough, I can raise it. I want to buy this man's life, 2 million. Hall Master Liao ground his teeth and growled, I want him dead. The 12 underlings were just about to make a move when Wang Erge's indifferent voice sounded again. 3 million. The henchman stared at Wang Erge as though he were an idiot, unable to believe the rapidly rising. Jiang Hongi let out a long breath of relief. He had thought Wang Erge was unwilling to save him, never imagining he had only misunderstood, and his heart instantly loosened. Hall Master Liao remained silent. In truth, he was already tired of that woman. The key was that the local council elections were underway, and his reputation had likely been ruined by what happened the previous night. He feared it would affect his chances, and so he wanted to kill Jiang Hongi to vent his anger. Yet even Hall Master Liao was shaken by Wang Erge's sudden bidding. Although his annual income reached 3 million, there were countless expenses, so he never had much left each year. Now Wang Ergu was casually offering 3 million. Hall Master Liao couldn't help turning to look at Jiang Hongyi. Was this man really worth 3 million? He did not know Jiang Hongyi at all, and merely regarded him as the son of some ordinary rich man. Had he known Jiang Hongyi belonged to the Jiang family, he would never have dared to hunt him down, let alone extort money. Seeing Hall Master Liao remain silent, Wang Ergu could not read his thoughts, so he called out in an even voice again for million. The henchmen all turned their eyes to Hall Master Liao in unison, including a crew-cut man standing at his side. The crew-cut man looked at him excitedly and said, "Boss, it's 4 million now." Hall Master Liao said coldly, "Kid, I hate it most when people make fun of me." As soon as Wang Ergu heard this, his expression turned solemn. 5 million. Hall Master Liao's eyes bulged. "Kid, did you not hear what I just said?" Wang Ergu only let out a cold chuckle, raised all the fingers of his right hand, and continued in a chilly tone. 6 million. If you agree, just say the word. I'm not a very patient man. Hall Master Liao felt his breathing grow heavy. Seeing all his underlings staring at him, his old face flushed, and he snapped, "Do you think I've never seen money before? You dare try to overwhelm me with cash?" 7 million. Wang Ergu shook his head and continued to call out. Hall Master Liao was rendered speechless. 7 million was already more than 2 years of his profit share. If he tried to save it up, he had no idea in which year he would ever reach that sum. Wang Ergu did not stop and continued, 8 million. Hall Master Liao still did not speak. The crew-cut man at his side grew anxious and urged Hall Master Liao, "Boss, 8 million. Hurry up and agree." The 12 henchmen all put away their mocking looks. They understood that if Wang Ergu really had 8 million, he was not someone they could look down on. For punks like them, anyone with money was a grandmaster. Wang Ergu ignored the others. His eyes remained locked on Hall Master Liao as he went on, 9 million. Standing behind him, Jiang Hongyi was completely stunned. He could not believe Wang Ergu would throw so much money into saving him, but when his gaze swept over Wang Ergu's cheap street stall, clothing, worry crept in again. Could this kid in bargain bin clothes really come up with 9 million? Was this some kind of joke? "Brother, my name is Jiang Hongyi. What's yours?" Do you really have 9 million? Jiang Hongyi asked with an awkward smile. If Wang Ergu was only joking, then he was doomed today. Wang Ergu chuckled softly and murmured, "Pleasure to meet you. My name is Wang Ergu. As for the money," he spoke lightly, yet Jiang Hongyi still could not set his mind at ease. This was a matter of life and death. In truth, not only Jiang Hongyi doubted whether Wang Ergu had the funds, even Hall Master Liao thought the same, watching the two men who seemed to be mere strangers. Thus his confusion deepened, and he asked in a low voice, "Kid, can you really take out 9 million? Wang Ergu gazed at Hall Master Liao with cool eyes. He had originally intended to help a stranger in trouble by drawing his blade for justice, but unfortunately, he had neither a blade nor any martial skills, only money to throw. If Hall Master Liao is truly overflowing with money, and I'm making things difficult for you, then let's just forget it. Jiang Hongyi's brows knit slightly. Forget it. Was this kid about to abandon saving him? He prayed desperately that he wouldn't. If there really wasn't enough money, he could call home and ask his family for it. He had been chased relentlessly just now, and his phone had been snatched and smashed, which was the only reason he hadn't asked his family for money. I agree. Cold sweat had already seeped across Hall Master Liao's forehead. If he still refused now, he would be a fool. Just thinking about it made his heart race. This was 10 million, not a mere 1,000. To spend 10 million to buy one life. This kid was insane. Still, Hall Master Liao furrowed his brows and blurted out, "How are you going to take out 10 million? Wang Ergu replied mildly, "If you have a phone, I can transfer it to you right now. Otherwise, we'll have to go to the bank." Go to the bank? Who knew if he would call the police? Hall Master Liao glared at Wang Ergu, then pulled out a phone and motioned for the crew-cut man to bring it over, gritting out, "You'd better not be playing me." The crew-cut man dug out a bank card number and passed the phone to Wang Ergu. Wang Ergu immediately took out his own phone, opened his banking app, and sent 10 million to Hall Master Liao's account. Soon Hall Master Liao's phone received the notification of 10 million arriving. He and his henchmen were all stunned, and the way they looked at Wang Ergu changed completely. This kid was no simple character. Jiang Hongyi, on the other hand, finally relaxed completely. His life was saved. He gazed at Wang Ergu with eyes full of gratitude. This was a brother worth befriending. Wang Ergu said in a deep voice, "The money has arrived, hasn't it? That means his life now belongs to me. You can all leave." Hall Master Liao looked at Wang Ergu with satisfaction and gave him a thumbs up. "Kid, you're impressive. Brothers, let's go." "Wait." Wang Ergu abruptly stopped the underlings who had just started to step away. "Don't go yet. You've worked hard, so I'll give each of you 100,000. The henchmen were all dumbfounded. They turned to stare at Wang Ergu in unison. This kid wanted to hand out money. Jiang Hongyi also looked at him in confusion. Hadn't he already paid 10 million? Why give them more? Wang Ergu simply chuckled and said, "What's wrong? Don't you want the compensation I'm giving you for your trouble? If you want to take out your phones quickly. If you don't, then forget it." We want it, we want it. Someone reacted at once, pulled out his phone and handed it to Wang Ergu. Wang Ergu opened his app and instantly transferred 100,000. When the others caught on, they hurriedly stepped forward one after another to seek their share. Only after each of them received Wang Ergu's compensation did they finally breathe out in relief. In that moment, they all regarded Wang Ergu as a walking treasury. At that moment, Wang Ergu was too lazy to pay them any attention because the task rewards had been announced. Task status completed. Task reward option 1, strengthen bones, 10 mental energy points. Task reward option 2, bow down and receive the title of full dog. What the heck? This is truly a god-tier choice. Even a fool dog knows how to choose right. Option 1. Ding. The host has made a choice and the reward will be distributed immediately. Please check your account. Liao Tangzhu saw that Wang Ergu was silent and immediately laughed, saying, "Brother, don't worry, I won't trouble him again." Wang Ergu looked at Liao Tangzhu and smiled, saying, "As the saying goes, you don't know someone until you fight them. In the future, I will develop many businesses here in Biachuo District, and I hope your Flying Eagle Chamber of Commerce won't make things too difficult for me." In Biachuo District of Donghai City, there are two major organizations, the Mountain Leopard Chamber of Commerce and the Flying Eagle Chamber of Commerce. If Wang Ergu wants to develop in Biachuo District in the future, he naturally has to manage the relationships with these two organizations well. Liao Tangzhu did not respond. With matters still unsettled, he dared not casually agree to Wang Ergu, and he even entertained the thought of binding Wang Ergu. However, seeing Wang Ergu's powerful aura, he immediately dismissed that idea. As Liao Tangzhu and the others just got into the car and hadn't even started the engine, a red Ferrari 488 drove over and stopped by the roadside. A long-haired woman in a black casual suit opened the car door, extending her long legs, leaving the door. After scanning the surroundings, her gaze immediately fell on Wang Ergu in the abandoned park, and she raised her hand to call out, "Ergu, go. Weimei is here." The newcomer was Hu Weimei. Her gaze shifted to Liao Tangzhu and the others, and she coldly asked, "Ergu, good, did they ambush you? We can call the police to handle this. I have the phone number of Governor Su Yuliang of the Provincial Public Security Department." Liao Tangzhu's expression changed slightly, thinking to himself how dangerous it was. If he had really bound Wang Ergu just now, it would have been disastrous. Wang Ergu stepped out and shook his head at Hu Weimei, saying, "The ones who ambushed me are not them." Hu Weimei glanced at Liao Tangzhu and the others. "Then who is it?" "Money can't solve this. I must resolve my own issues personally," Wang Ergu said coldly, then waved his hand at Liao Tangzhu and the others. "You can leave now, or we shall meet again if fate allows." Liao Tangzhu and the others felt extremely uneasy, as if the money they had just received had turned their phones into the giant stone that trapped Sun Wukong in Journey to the West. Hu Weimei was a bit confused. Money can't solve this. Is there really something in this world that money can't solve? She didn't believe it, especially since Hu Weimei was a bit confused. Money can't solve this. Is there really something in this world that money can't solve? She didn't believe it, especially since for rich people, when money is thrown around, anything can be achieved. Jiang Hongyi saw that Liao Tangzhu and the others had left before he ran out, sighing, "Brother, thank you so much." "It's nothing." Wang Ergu chuckled, but glanced at Jiang Hongyi, who was still holding his abdomen, and quickly asked, "Are you okay? Do you need to go to the hospital? Or?" Jiang Hongyi shook his head, saying, "No need at all. I didn't expect to be in such a sorry state today. I originally wanted to throw money around, but my mom froze my bank card. It's not good for me to flaunt my Jiang family's name, otherwise I wouldn't have been chased to this extent. By the way, I haven't had them release my driver yet." Wang Ergu rubbed his forehead, saying, "Don't worry, they've already taken the money. Do you think they would still make things difficult for your driver?" "Jiang family." Hu Weimei stared at Jiang Hongyi, somewhat surprised, saying, "You are from the Jiang family in Donghai City?" "Yes." Jiang Hongyi nodded at Hu Weimei. Having always been immune to beautiful women, he immediately smiled. "May I ask what this beautiful lattice name is?" Hu Weimei rolled her eyes at Jiang Hongyi and looked at Wang Ergu, coldly huffing, "I am Mr. Wang's financial advisor." Jiang Hongyi grinned, saying, "I am Jiang Hongyi from the Jiang family in Donghai City. Nice to meet you." Hu Weimei glanced at Jiang Hongyi's disheveled appearance, saying, "The Jiang family is one of the 4 great families in Donghai City, and you are in such a state. Could it be that I am too ignorant?" Jiang Hongyi looked embarrassed, unable to explain. After all, he had stolen someone else's girl and was thus hunted down. Wang Ergu hurriedly waved his hand, trying to help Jiang Hongyi out, saying, "He just ran into a little trouble. By the way, didn't I ask you to call a taxi for me? Why did you come here by yourself?" Hu Weimei took a breath. "I heard you were ambushed, so I came right over. I have practiced Wing Chun, so dealing with ordinary thugs is no problem at all. I just wanted to see if I could help Ergu go with anything." Wang Ergu smiled. "I don't have any issues, I just wanted a car to take me out." "You've come for nothing." Hu Weimei quickly replied, No, it's not a wasted trip. Serving Ergu is what I should do. So Ergu, are we leaving now?" Zhang Hongyi was confused, serving Ergo. What kind of service is that? Why have I never enjoyed it? Wang Ergo glanced at Zhang Hongyi's black Benz and smiled faintly, saying, Your car must be out of gas. Without waiting for Zhang Hongyi to respond, he turned to Hu Weimei, saying, A Ferrari can't fit 3 people, so you probably need to call another car. Zhang Hongyi then remembered that his car was indeed out of gas. If Wang Ergo and the others left, he would likely have to walk out of this rundown place, because he didn't even have a phone. Hu Weimei didn't hesitate either. She nodded, took out her phone, and started dialing. Wang Ergo looked at Zhang Hongyi and asked seriously, Does your Zhang family's business have any presence in Bichuo district? Do you know anything about this area? Zhang Hongyi smiled awkwardly, saying, I'm not very familiar with my family's business, but the headquarters is in Tianhui district, and there should be very few in other areas. I rarely come here, so I can't say I know much. Wang Ergo smiled faintly. How do others usually address? Zhang Hongyi smiled, saying, Others usually call me young master E, but I should be older than you, right? Wang Ergo chuckled. Then I'll call you young master E from now on. Zhang Hongyi grinned, saying, Then I will call you Dog Xiao. Wang Ergo stopped smiling. Calling me Dog Xiao is fine, but calling me Ergo Gu sounds better. Zhang Hongyi quickly asked, Then why are you called Ergo? This should be a nickname, right? What is your real name? Wang Ergo sighed. Ergo is a nickname given to me by my grandfather. I almost didn't survive when I was born, but later I made it through. My grandfather named me Ergo, saying that a common name is easy to live. In fact, my original name was Wang Zhentian. Later, after being insulted by classmates, I changed it directly to Wang Ergo, so now I am called Wang Ergo. Zhang Hongyi nodded. So I should actually call you Tian Xiao. Just call me Ergo. Wang Ergo turned to look at the Ferrari, his gaze sharp as he said, You shouldn't be in a hurry now. If you're free, would you like to walk with me for a while? Zhang Hongyi frowned slightly. Where do you want to go? This place is great. I want to take a stroll around here first. Wang Ergo said with a deep gaze. He then turned to Hu Weiwei and smiled, saying, Sister Weiwei, may I borrow your Ferrari for a while? Give him the keys. We'll take a quick drive and be back. Hu Weiwei nodded at Wang Ergo with a smile, but her expression turned serious as she looked at Zhang Hongyi, directly tossing the car. Keys over here, take it. Zhang Hongyi awkwardly caught the car keys and then got into the Ferrari with Wang Ergo. Though he didn't know what Wang Ergo was planning, he was willing to be the driver since Wang Ergo had saved his life, and he didn't believe Wang Ergo would abandon the beauty from earlier. As the car cruised along, Wang Ergo casually asked, Young master, it seems like you're not having a good time lately. Zhang Hongyi nodded. Indeed, I'm not very capable, and my family doesn't really like me. They prefer my cousin Zhang Hongren or my sister Zhang Hongli. Wang Ergo said solemnly. Logically speaking, with such a wealthy family, how much pocket money do you get in a month? Zhang Hongyi felt even more embarrassed upon hearing this. He guessed that Wang Ergo was worried he wouldn't pay him back and quickly said, Originally, I had 5 million in pocket money each month, but my mother has frozen my bank card. Don't worry, once I go back I will have her unfreeze it, and then I can pay you back. You don't need to pay me back. Wang Ergo looked at Zhang Hongyi with disbelief. Besides, you don't have any money right now. We're friends now, right? Sure. Upon hearing that he didn't have to pay back the money, Zhang Hongyi immediately agreed. This was the first time he encountered someone who didn't require repayment. Wang Ergo squinted his eyes, glancing at the scenery around them, and said, From the sound of it, you have no standing in your family and no money. You must have traveled to many places, right? What do you think of this desolate place? Zhang Hongyi looked puzzled. Are you talking about here? This is just an abandoned. Further up is also an abandoned industrial zone. There are hardly any people around here anymore. Wang Ergo nodded and smiled lightly. This is the northeastern part of Bichuo district, the most economically developed area of Donghai City, along with the Dongpu district in the east, the Nanwan district in the southeast, and the Tianhui district in the central region, while the economy of the southern Songha district and the northern Bichuo district is barely acceptable. The worst is the northwestern Baoning district and the western Chang'an district. Zhang Hongyi frowned. What are you trying to say? The 7 districts of Donghai City are just like that. They rely on the sea for resources. Bichuo district has always developed slowly, and the northeastern part of Bichuo district is all mountains with hardly any industrial zones. The development here is inferior to the rural areas of other cities. Wang Ergo squinted his eyes and smiled. Even you, a rich playboy, know to rely on the sea for resources. Then you should also know there's a saying about relying on the mountains for resources, right? I want to invest 10 billion to develop this area. Zhang Hongyi abruptly slammed on the brakes, looking at Wang Ergo in disbelief. Brother Ergo, you must be joking, right? You're saying you want to invest 10 billion in this desolate place. That's too wasteful, isn't it? After a pause, noticing Wang Ergo's expression changed slightly, he quickly added, I mean, you could invest elsewhere. Though Zhang Hongyi didn't know who Wang Ergo truly was, the fact that Wang Ergo could take out $1 million to save him proved that he was at least not short on money. However, having money didn't mean he should waste it like this. He turned his head and glanced at the nearby dilapidated industrial zone, genuinely unable to see what was good about this place. I understand what you mean. Wang Ergu directly pushed open the car door and walked towards the entrance of the industrial zone. Jiang Hongyi, without hesitation, immediately followed him out of the car. Standing in front of the entrance to the industrial zone, Wang Ergu glanced around, confirming that there were still people here. However, he had no intention of entering. He was merely waiting for Jiang Hongyi, because he needed him. Jiang Hongyi stepped forward, standing to Wang Ergu's left side. Brother Ergu, you can't be serious about wanting to invest in this rundown place, can you? Wang Ergu sighed. Yesterday, I was abandoned by a woman. You are being hunted because of a woman. It's essentially the same principle. We are not strong enough. Of course your family is strong, but as you said, your family has your cousin and others, especially that Jiang Hongren. His abilities must far surpass yours, right? Jiang Hongyi's expression darkened, but he nodded because Jiang Hongren was indeed much stronger than him. Everyone in the family favored Jiang Hongren, while he had been muddling through life, looked down upon by others. Wang Ergu squinted his eyes again and turned as he said, so I say this is a good place. We can rely on the mountains for resources. Jiang Hongyi's brows furrowed. Brother Ergu, I currently have no money. I know. Wang Ergu shot him a glance. I didn't ask you for money. If possible, we can make use of each other. Make use of each other. Jiang Hongyi looked puzzled. How could they make use of each other in this rundown place? He had no capital. What could Wang Ergu use him for? As someone from a wealthy family, even if Jiang Hongyi was a playboy, he understood the principle of profit above all else. However, he truly couldn't think of what value he had that would make Wang Ergu regard him highly. Wang Ergu extended his right hand, pointing at everything nearby, and said lightly, I will provide the funds, and you will provide the effort. We will transform this place into a high-tech industrial zone, and we will also rebuild that abandoned park. Jiang Hongyi was astonished. In that case, this investment is quite substantial. No wonder you said you would throw in 10 billion earlier. Money is not an issue. Wang Ergu looked deeply at Jiang Hongyi, lightly patting his shoulder, and sighed. It's just that I don't want to be looked down upon anymore. Do you understand? This. Jiang Hongyi looked at Wang Ergu in surprise. A person who could casually spend $1 million like that still got abandoned and looked down upon. Were those people blind? Wang Ergu continued, so regardless of whether this place is truly desolate, I want to accomplish something. If we cooperate, it would be beneficial for both of us. Once this succeeds, do you think your family will still dare to underestimate you? After a pause, Wang Ergu suddenly said coldly, it's not about fearing others looking down on you, it's about fearing your own lack of ambition. Of course, if you plan to muddle through life forever, then just pretend I never mentioned this to you. No. Jiang Hongyi looked solemnly at Wang Ergu, seemingly holding his breath. No one wanted to drift through life, especially as a wealthy heir. After a moment of pause, Jiang Hongyi decisively nodded. Brother Ergu, I am willing to cooperate with you. Wang Ergu chuckled. Aren't you afraid that I might be trying to deceive you? Jiang Hongyi shook his head, saying, you definitely want to deceive me. Besides, I have no money. What could you possibly deceive me about? Wang Ergu sighed. I truly haven't thought about deceiving you. However, you are from the prominent Jiang family. Your connections in Donghai City are broader than mine, so I need your assistance. Jiang Hongyi nodded. That's completely fine. Brother Ergu, where are you from? Wang Ergu laughed heartily. Do you believe me if I say I'm from the countryside? Jiang Hongyi chuckled awkwardly. If Brother Ergu is from the countryside, then he must be a rural tycoon. I would be following a tycoon to divide the land. Wang Ergu's smile faded. I'm not joking with you. I am actually a farmer's son from a small county in Jiangnan province next to Donghai City. But rest assured, I am serious about the investment. Seeing that Wang Ergu didn't look like he was joking, Jiang Hongyi felt a bit confused. Could this guy really be from the countryside? Is he from the tycoon village in Jiangnan province? In Jiangnan province, there is a tycoon village that is famous nationwide. All of them have villas, and the residents are all wealthy from Jiangnan province. If this guy is from a tycoon village, then taking out 10 million is normal. However, Wang Ergu continued, both my parents are from the countryside. My hometown is Jiangjia village in Longtu Township, Huanglong County, Jiangnan province. If you don't believe me, you can check. However, my money has little to do with my family. As for where my money comes from, forgive me for not being able to disclose that, but I assure you my money is clean. Jiang Hongyi smiled awkwardly again. Brother Ergu, don't take it to heart. You saved my life, I trust you. However, Jiang Hongyi still felt that Wang Ergu's claim of being from the countryside was likely false, because he had heard that some members of super families often fabricate identities as rural folks to conceal their true backgrounds. On the wide road next to the abandoned park, Hu Huaimai stood quietly, her face showing no sign of. As for Wang Ergu asking Jiang Hongyi to drive her Ferrari away, she wasn't worried at all, because she believed that a wealthy young man like Wang Ergu wouldn't deceive her over a Ferrari. Initially, when she looked at Wang Ergu's information, Hu Huaimai was somewhat concerned about whether Wang Ergu's temper would be hard to please. But after interacting with him, she found Wang Ergu to be very approachable, which made her secretly breathe a sigh of relief. How can I win over a younger man 5 years my junior? Hu Huaimai frowned slightly. To be honest, when she first saw Wang Ergu, she thought his looks were average, even less handsome than Jiang Hongyi. However, Wang Ergu possessed a calm and composed demeanor that captivated her. She had dealt with many finances, but this was her first encounter with someone as young as Wang Ergu. If she could attach herself to a global top-tier rich man like Wang Ergu, she would never have to worry for the rest of her life. Just as she was lost in thought, Hu Huaimai saw a taxi approaching and immediately waved her hand at it. The driver of the taxi was a middle-aged man with a full beard. Upon seeing Hu Huaimai, he was instantly taken aback by her beauty. Especially when he saw that they were in a secluded area, he wished he could get out of the car and embrace Hu Huaimai, having a thrilling encounter with her. However, noticing the black luxury car next to Hu Huaimai, the middle-aged man realized that she might not be easy to deal with. So he smiled and got out of the car, bringing a can of gasoline to Hu Huaimai. "This young lady here is the gasoline you requested." At this moment, Jiang Hongyi also returned in the Ferrari, parking the car and looking at the middle-aged man with surprise. "You brought gasoline." "That's fine." Hu Huaimai nodded at the middle-aged man. "Help him refuel that black luxury car." The middle-aged man understood and immediately went to refuel the black luxury car, then scanned Hu Huaimai's WeChat for payment before driving away. As he left, he secretly felt fortunate that he still had his wits about him. These people had Ferraris, and they were not ones to provoke. But in reality, if the middle-aged man had provoked Hu Huaimai, the outcome would likely have been very grim, as Hu Huaimai practiced Wing Chun. Dealing with someone like him who lacked martial prowess would definitely be a swift defeat. However, Wang Ergu did not get out of the car. Instead, he smiled at Jiang Hongyi, saying, "Your car probably needs a major repair. You should go get it fixed first. If you're free tonight, let's arrange another time to meet. Let's go. I'm hungry and want to grab a bite to eat." Hu Huaimai came to her senses, quickly got in the car, and as they drove off, she asked, "Brother Ergu, what were you?" "Let's go. I'm hungry and want to grab a bite to eat." Hu Huaimai came to her senses, quickly got in the car, and as they drove off, she asked, "Brother Ergu, what were you doing just now?" Wang Ergu chuckled. "Do you believe me if I say we want to steal chickens and dogs?" Hu Huaimai rolled her eyes at Wang Ergu. "There aren't even any people here. Where would we find chickens and dogs? Moreover, with your wealth, why would you need to steal?" Wang Ergu smiled and sighed. "I just think this land is pretty good, so we went to inspect it. I'm planning to invest 1 billion to develop it here." 1 billion? Hu Huaimai was astonished. She felt her breath halt. This wealthy young man truly had guts, planning to invest 1 billion right away. Wang Ergu nodded. 1 billion is a bit low. Consider it a preliminary investment. I've agreed with Yishao, and we'll discuss the details tonight. Hu Huaimai, who had just found the abandoned park quite unsightly, suddenly felt that the park and the industrial parks along the road had become charming. Once this area is massively renovated, will the population surge and become prosperous? The answer is undoubtedly yes. After pondering for a moment, she spoke to Wang Ergu in a serious tone. "Brother Ergu, I wonder if I could be part of this." Wang Ergu was somewhat surprised. "You want to invest too? How much do you plan to invest?" Hu Huaimai smiled awkwardly. "I have 20 million, not much. Just give me shares as you see fit." "All right, I'll think about it." Wang Ergu replied calmly, but he was quite surprised because Hu Huaimai could afford a Ferrari and still had 20 million. This definitely makes her a millionaire. Upon hearing Wang Ergu say he would consider it, Hu Huaimai instantly knew there was a chance. If Wang Ergu agreed, he might quickly backtrack, so her mood became even more radiant. "No, I need to spend some time winning over this young man. After all, a billionaire so young is quite rare. No, it's almost one of a kind. Especially given that he managed to secure a 10 billion investment so easily without any team. His generosity was astounding. Let alone her knowing Wang Ergu's account balance. Even if she didn't know, any girl would be moved by Wang Ergu's extravagance. Therefore, Hu Huaimai planned to take Wang Ergu to a high-end restaurant and slowly flirt with him. However, as the car approached the main street of Biachuo district, Wang Ergu waved his hand. "Stop at that small food stall ahead." Hu Huaimai looked up and saw a rice noodle stall by the roadside, so she immediately drove over. The arrival of the Ferrari left the passers-by who were enjoying rice rolls utterly astonished. They gazed at the Ferrari and at Hu Huaimai, feeling as if they were still in a dream. Wang Ergu got out of the car and walked directly to the rice roll stall, saying to a plump boss, "Boss, give me 2 servings of rice rolls with eggs." The plump boss glanced at Wang Ergu, feeling puzzled. This kid looked filthy all over, yet he arrived. Of course, he wouldn't easily judge his customers, so he quickly forced a smile and said, "Okay, please wait a moment." There were still 2 people in line, and the plump boss hurriedly got to work. However, he treated everyone equally and didn't give Wang Ergu his order immediately. He prepared the other 2 first before finally attending to Wang Ergu. Wang Ergu wasn't in a hurry and found a spot to sit down. He was extremely hungry and his stomach was growling. Hu Huaimai also got out of the car and sat beside Wang Ergu, suddenly realizing that his clothes were quite dirty. Oh no, she had forgotten to bring a change of clothes for Wang Ergu. Perhaps he had guessed that she was taking him to a high-end restaurant and was afraid of embarrassing himself, which was why he chose to get out early to eat street food. Thinking of this, Hu Wei Wei felt a pang of regret. She was too careless. Wang Ergo wouldn't be mad. Wang Ergo took a sip of water, but soon realized his phone was ringing. He glanced at it and saw it was Jiang Hong calling, so he immediately answered the call. On the other end, Jiang Hong excitedly said, "Ergo, good news. You mentioned your hometown is Huanglong County, right? I heard they are planning to build a new high-speed railway that will pass through Huanglong County and also your hometown Jiangjia village. They're going to build a new high-speed railway." Wang Ergo exclaimed in surprise. "Is what you're saying true? You better not be spreading rumors." "Of course it's true, Ergo go. You're my benefactor, would I lie to you? I just contacted my mom to ask if there are any investment opportunities, and that's how I found out. I checked, and the route indeed passes through Jiangjia village unless your hometown isn't Jiangjia village. My hometown is indeed there. So are you saying the land prices are going to rise?" On the other end, Jiang Hong chuckled, "Haha, they will definitely rise. Moreover, this news hasn't been released, yet my mom heard it from a provincial bigwig in Jiangnan province. She has a project over there, and the new railway just happens to pass through one of her industrial zones. So if I have my parents buy the land, wouldn't we make a fortune?" Wang Ergo felt a rush of excitement. Although he had suddenly come into some money, he certainly couldn't tell his parents right away or let them use it, as they would definitely question the source. Having money but being unable to give it to his parents, and even if he did, they wouldn't be able to spend it worry-free. This was hardly different from being unfilial. But now it was different, with the new high-speed railway being built, and knowing Jiang Hong, he could openly give his parents some money, saying it was a reward for saving Jiang Hong. This way his parents would be more receptive, and then he could have them buy the land. When they made a profit, they could spend it freely. Jiang Hong's laughter continued. "Haha, that's for sure. Ergo, go hurry up and have your family buy that land. Otherwise, when the approval for the new high-speed railway comes through, the news will probably leak out. I've already sent you the related route images and satellite photos. Okay, I'm calling my dad right now. Thank you." After hanging up, Wang Ergo was incredibly excited and immediately dialed his dad Wang Qichong's number. Hu Wei Wei saw Wang Ergo so excited and quickly asked, "Ergo gu, are you buying land?" Other customers at the stall overheard Wang Ergo and Hu Wei Wei and were envious. Rich people really had it good, they could casually buy land. Wang Ergo nodded at Hu Wei Wei, and when he saw the plump boss bringing over 2 servings of rice rolls, he immediately dug in. Hu Wei Wei had a wry smile on her face. She had never eaten at a street stall before, but seeing Wang Ergo dressed so plainly, yet enjoying the food so much, she picked up a pair of disposable chopsticks and began to eat. As the call connected, Wang Ergo heard his dad Wang Qichong's voice. "What's up, Ergo? You're not asking for money again, are you? Didn't you borrow 1,000 from your mom yesterday? Have you spent it all so soon?" Wang Ergo put down his chopsticks and hurriedly said, "Dad, I'm not asking for money. Where are you right now?" "I'm at home. There's nothing to do at the construction site lately, so I came back to plow the fields. If you have something to say, hurry up." "Dad, are you still using that agricultural bank card?" "You're still asking for money." "I'm still using that agricultural bank card, but let me tell you, I'm out of money on it." Now that you have money, just wait. They'll send you 5 million. As he spoke, Wang Ergo quickly opened his mobile banking app and swiftly transferred 5 million to Wang Qichong's agricultural bank card. "Ergo, what are you saying? What 5 million? Wang Qichong's confused voice came from the other end. But soon his shocked voice followed. 5 million has been credited. Ergo, what on earth is going on?" Wang Qichong was utterly stunned. Suddenly receiving 5 million from his son, who had been asking for money just days before, was unbelievable. Could it be that his son had done something illegal? Wang Ergo chuckled. "That's what I transferred to you." "Hey, race, how it happened." Wang Ergo casually recounted how he saved Jiang Hong, omitting the part about 5. Once Wang Qichong learned that Wang Ergo had saved the scion of a wealthy family, he instantly understood that for such a family with billions, giving 5 million as a reward was a trivial matter. So he sighed. "You boy are quite lucky. This money you can tell your mom about, but don't tell any other relatives. They'll send you some pictures you buy up all the land along the route." Without waiting for Wang Qichong to respond, Wang Ergo hung up the phone and forwarded the images that Jiang Hong had sent. At this moment, Wang Ergo was somewhat surprised. Although Jiang Hong seemed a bit reckless, he was quite meticulous in his work. The maps were very clear, and he could even recognize some of the fields his family owned. Beside him, Hu Wei Wei was a bit dazed. Did Wang Ergo just transfer 5 million to his dad? So Wang Ergo was richer than his dad? Or was it that this dad on the phone wasn't his biological father? Confused, Hu Wei Wei didn't dare to ask further and just stared at Wang Ergo. Wang Ergo paused for a moment, squinted his eyes, and smiled. "What's wrong? Is my face dirty?" Hu Wei Wei quickly shook her head and chuckled. "No, I was just a bit surprised that you were planning to make another investment. I haven't had the chance to introduce you to some investment projects yet." Wang Ergo nodded. By the way, since you work at the bank, you should know better than I do which projects are worth investing in. I've had some extra funds lately, so when I have some free time, let's set up a meeting to discuss investment matters. Hu Wei Wei quickly smiled. How about this? Where are you two going tonight? They'll join you. Wang Ergo knew she was referring to him and Zhang Hongyi and immediately replied, sure, it's only right for you to come along. Now take me back to school, and I'll let you know where to go later tonight. With that, Wang Ergo hurriedly finished his rice rolls and immediately took out his phone to scan the code for payment. Hu Wei Wei drove her Ferrari and dropped Wang Ergo off at the entrance of Donghai University. However, the Ferrari was just too eye-catching. As Wang Ergo got out of the car, he felt the stares of everyone coming and going. Isn't this the weirdo who used a broken phone to chase girls as mentioned on the campus forum last night? It seems like him, but could it be a mistake? Weren't they saying he was a poor loser? How come he's back in a Ferrari? Wang Ergo quickly waved at Hu Wei Wei saying, you go ahead and get busy, you'll call you later tonight. Alright dog brother. Hu Wei Wei replied with a smile, surprised by Wang Ergo's identity as a university student. She noticed the gazes around her, but didn't understand what was going on. She thought she might have overlooked something causing Wang Ergo to come back to school dirty, so she awkwardly smiled and quickly drove away. Wang Ergo watched Hu Wei Wei drive away, then turned to enter the school gate when a red taxi pulled up beside him. Zhang Huihui opened the car door and stepped out, looking at Wang Ergo with disdain, glancing at his dirty appearance. She sneered. I wondered who looked so familiar. It's you, the poor loser again. Wang Ergo chuckled, but remained silent, knowing last night's ambush was definitely orchestrated by Jin Yuan Bao. As for whether Zhang Huihui was involved, it was hard to say it was possible. She whispered something to Jin Yuan Bao. Noticing Wang Ergo staring at her, Zhang Huihui immediately scoffed, looking very proud. What are you looking at? Poor loser, you really are a poor loser destined to be a failure. Don't bother me in the future, or I won't be polite to you. Wang Ergo still didn't say a word, but had already opened the camera on his phone, pointing it at Zhang Huihui. Zhang Huihui noticed, but looked even more disdainful, chuckling. Tonight I'm going to the Triumph Gate Hotel with Baogu, and Baogu has reserved a private room. Do you know the Triumph Gate Hotel? Do you know how much a private room costs? Talking to you is pointless, like playing a lute to a cow, because places like these 5-star hotels are somewhere you'll never be able to go in your life. After saying that, she walked straight into the school gate, seemingly indifferent to Wang Ergo's thoughts. Wang Ergo looked at Zhang Huihui's back and sighed. Alright, well, see who ends up being a failure in life. Then as Wang Ergo walked into the school, he took out his phone and dialed Zhang Hongyi's number, saying calmly, How do you know about the Triumph Gate Hotel? On the other end of the line, Zhang Hongyi immediately laughed. Ergo, you mean the Triumph Gate Hotel in Biachuo district, right? That's a property under the small, wealthy Kai family's Dongyang group. I still remember that. What's going on? Did the Triumph Gate Hotel offend you? No, I need a favor from you. Tonight we're going to the Triumph Gate Hotel. Can you help me reserve the best private room? The best private room? That would be the supreme room. I can do that, but Ergo, you must have something else going on, right? Exactly. There's someone named Jin Yuan Bao who is my enemy and has also reserved a private room there. Can you see if you can get him to cancel his reservation? I want him to be unable to enter the Triumph Gate Hotel tonight. Will that be difficult? Ergo, you must be joking. This is no problem at all. As long as he hasn't reserved the supreme room, it's on me. After hanging up, Wang Ergo felt a lot better. He could imagine the awkward expressions on Jin Yuan Bao and Zhang Huihui's faces when they couldn't enter the Triumph Gate Hotel. He would return the humiliation they had given him one by one. Back in the dormitory, Wang Ergo saw his roommate Chun Zhisheng playing on the computer while Su Yuan Li and Kai Jianming were absent. So he walked straight up to Chun Zhisheng and asked, Why are you the only one in the dorm? Chun Zhisheng turned and looked surprised. Why, what happened to you last night? We called you all night. Where did you run off? We were almost about to report you missing. Did you know that? Wang Ergo laughed. Did you report me? Chun Zhisheng shook his head. No, we didn't report you. Yuan Li said you might be feeling troubled, so you hid away. Jianming went out to have fun, and Yuan Li said he had something to do. Since you didn't come back, I was all alone in the dormitory. To be honest, you weren't thinking of jumping off a building, were you? Wang Ergo rolled his eyes at Chun Zhisheng. If I were going to jump off a building, would I still be standing in front of you? Chun Zhisheng chuckled. That's true. But it's good that you're feeling better. Don't be upset over a woman like Zhang Huihui. It's easy to find women with 2 legs. Don't hang yourself on this one tree. Don't worry, I've let it go. Wang Ergo smiled at Chun Zhisheng, then went to his bed to find a clean set of clothes and headed to the bathroom to take a shower. Since today is Sunday, there are no classes. After taking a shower, Wang Ergo came out in a fresh set of clothes. However, he found that Chun Zhisheng had also gone out, but Wang Ergo didn't go anywhere. Instead, he lay on the bed and started playing with his phone. As a result, when Wang Ergo entered the class group, he was instantly dumbfounded. Zhang Huihui was slandering him in the group, and not only that, his situation had spread throughout the entire school. A poor loser trying to chase girls with a broken phone had become the biggest joke in the school. Wang Ergo was not surprised by Zhang Huihu's actions, but he was shocked that Su Yuanli had supported him a few times in the group only to be viciously attacked by the class livestock. This made him extremely furious. When they heard him, he had no ability to retaliate and accepted his misfortune. But insulting his brother was unacceptable. So Wang Ergo immediately sent out a big red envelope. Instantly, the class group erupted, filled with Wang Ergo is in the group. I heard he didn't return to the dorm last night. Did he go to an internet cafe to stay up all night again? That's for sure. Where else could he go to heal his wounds? I don't care whether he gets hurt or not, but I always like to collect red envelopes. Should I take Wang Ergo's red envelope or not? As the lurking individuals surfaced, not a single one picked up Wang Ergo's red envelope. Is Wang Ergo out of his mind? He's sending a 1 yuan red envelope for us to grab. I bet there isn't even a single yuan inside. This guy must be doing it on purpose, and his words are clearly aimed at Zhang Huihue, right? Everyone scoffed, unable to believe that Wang Ergo had sent a big red envelope. If there's a red envelope and you don't pick it up, wouldn't that be against money? Soon someone grabbed the red envelope. Holy crap. Hurry up and grab the red envelope. Ergo sent 2,000 yuan. 2,000 yuan. Is that for real? WeChat red envelopes only go up to 2,000 yuan. How can he send so much? I got it. Haha, 260 yuan. Ergo is amazing. In an instant, the phrase, anyone who insults Su Yuanli is a beast, started to flood the chat. It's over. I was wrong. Ergo, please send another red envelope. Exactly. I didn't even get one. I'm heartbroken. Where is Ergo getting all this money? Students who hadn't grabbed the red envelope began to bubble up in the chat. Little did they know Wang Ergo had already pulled out his phone and called Huihue. Since the maximum limit for sending red envelopes in a WeChat group is 2,000 yuan, he needed Huihue's help to increase his limit to 2,000 yuan. Soon Huihue managed to help Wang Ergo update the WeChat red envelope limit all within 10 minutes. At this time, Zhang Huihue's friend Lin Ling had already chimed in. TCH. He probably just borrowed 2,000 yuan and is trying to show off in the class group. Such foolish dogs are a dime a dozen. As Lin Ling spoke, other students quickly believed her. I said it. How could someone who usually needs a part-time job suddenly send 2,000 yuan? So that's how it is. Exactly, it's just 2,000 yuan. What's the big deal? Poor people always remain poor. Being poor isn't a sin, but it's just that these poor people keep pretending to be rich. One by one, they resumed mocking Wang Ergo. Haha. Sending red envelopes is what poor people do, so what does that make you, who can't even send a red envelope? Wang Ergo immediately replied with this statement. The class group fell silent. After a while, Lin Ling continued to chime in. What are you pretending for, Wang Ergo? Sending a red envelope doesn't mean anything. If that's the case, then why don't you, Lin Ling, send one for everyone? As long as your red envelope is more than mine, I'll admit defeat today. But if your red envelope is less than mine, you must shout, Wang Ergo Appa 3 times. Wang Ergo retorted without reservation, this Lin Ling is truly despicable, thinking she can bully him just because she's Zhang Huihue's friend. Does she really think he's easy to push around? The limit for red envelopes is 2,000 yuan. You're doing this on purpose, right? The limit is 2,000 yuan per time, but there's no limit on the number of times. As long as your bank card has limits available, you can send as many 2,000 yuan red envelopes as you want. The question is, do you have money in your bank card? Wang Ergo continued to retort. He had no intention of being polite to Lin Ling. Previously, when he was with Zhang Huihue, he had been mocked by Lin Ling, often even insulted to his face. I wouldn't send you red envelopes to grab. Lin Ling sent several stuck-out tongue emojis, clearly looking down on Wang Ergo. Wang Ergo couldn't be bothered to argue. He continued to send red envelopes. Of course, it was still the phrase, anyone who insults Su Yuanli is a beast. In an instant, the entire class group flooded with this phrase again. Holy crap. I grabbed 320 yuan, haha, that's awesome. What's going on? 3,000 yuan, 4,000 yuan, 5,000 yuan. Has Ergo really struck it rich? This is incredible. Wang Ergo sent several red envelopes in succession before exiting the class group. Suddenly, a WeChat message came in from the class bell. Qin Ling. Ergo Appa, I will be live streaming on Shark Live tonight. You must come and support me, and if you help me take first place, I'll treat you to a midnight snack. Do you think I'm someone who lacks midnight snacks? Change it up. Wang Ergo snickered. Although he doesn't watch live streams, often he knew that taking first place would require at least 1,000,000 RMB. Am I going to throw money just to have a midnight snack with you? Hold hands. PFF. If you can help me take first place, then tonight you can have me. Oh, by the way, I still have my first time intact. On the other end, she sent 10 heart emojis. Wang Ergo was stunned. He never expected Qin Ling to be so crazy. She actually offered her first time to him in exchange for first place in the live stream. I agree. However, just as he finished replying, Wei Wan's voice echoed. Task description: help Qinling secure first place in tonight's live stream. Task status: incomplete. Did this just come with a task? Wang Ergu took a deep breath, his expression instantly darkening. Does this task include securing Qinling's first time? Just thinking about it made Wang Ergu feel excited. After all, he was single now. Suddenly his phone rang. Wang Ergu glanced and immediately frowned because it was a call from Zhang Huihui. He originally didn't want to answer, but the call kept coming, so he had no choice but to pick up. On the other end, Zhang Huihui's cold voice questioned, "Where did you get all this money? You're just a part-timer. There's no way you could save this much money. Hurry up and tell me. Where I got it has nothing to do with you. Is there anything else? If not, don't call me for the rest of your life. Hurry up and say, where did your money come from?" Zhang Huihui was still questioning on the other end. What a lunatic. Wang Ergu, feeling angry, directly hung up the phone. At this moment, the dormitory door was pushed open and Chun Jisheng rushed in with a panicked expression. "Ergu, go. What's wrong?" Wang Ergu glanced at Chun Jisheng and asked nonchalantly, "Have you gone mad? Why did you send so many red envelopes in the WeChat class group?" Chun Jisheng asked excitedly while catching his breath. "You should take a breather, drink some water, and then tell me slowly." Wang Ergu chuckled and gestured to Chun Jisheng. Chun Jisheng understood immediately, took a deep breath, and then poured 2 cups of water, handing one to Wang Ergu, who was sitting up on the bed. "I won 2 million. So this little money is nothing." Wang Ergu took a sip of water and smiled faintly. "What? You won 2 million? Wow. When did you get so lucky?" Chun Jisheng was astonished. No wonder Wang Ergu was so generous tonight. Once a person's luck is good, it can't be stopped. But you shouldn't spend recklessly. We're about to be seniors and your family isn't in a good place either. Chun Jisheng advised. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Wang Ergu smiled faintly, paused, and then squinted his eyes, saying, "By the way, help me send a message in the class group." In dormitory building A, within a room, Zhang Huihui was fuming. "This poor loser actually hung up on me. This is simply outrageous." A nearby short-haired girl saw Zhang Huihui's expression and frowned, saying, "Huihui, aren't you already with Jin Yuanbao? Why bother with that poor loser Wang Ergu? Why even pay attention to that poor loser?" The short-haired girl was Lin Ling. "I don't want to deal with that poor loser," Zhang Huihui replied. "But how did he suddenly have money? I felt a pang in my heart seeing him splurge so much in the group chat last night," Zhang Huihui explained. "What does that matter? It's just a few tens of thousands. I bet he borrowed high-interest loans just to show off in front of you, trying to win your favor and get back together. Don't fall for it," Lin Ling analyzed. Zhang Huihui was taken aback. High-interest loans? That seemed very likely. After all, Wang Ergu was a part-time poor loser spending all his money on her, and he had bought a phone last night. How could he possibly have tens of thousands? Lin Ling noticed Zhang Huihui was still in a daze and continued, "If you let Jin Yuanbao know you still have ties with Wang Ergu, he will definitely get angry." Upon hearing this, Zhang Huihui furrowed her brow, her expression turning grim. She certainly couldn't let Jin Yuanbao get angry because of Wang Ergu. After all, Jin Yuanbao was her cash cow. Nevertheless, she believed that even if she broke up with Wang Ergu, his money should still belong to her. He shouldn't be so ostentatious in the class group chat. "I almost got ruined by Wang Ergu. Thank goodness I have you as my best friend. But Ling Ling, you need to help me find out how much high-interest debt Wang Ergu really has, and then we will siphon off all his money. Leave this to me. You can count on me." Lin Ling nodded, her sparkling eyes suddenly revealing a hint of... She was confident in dealing with a backup boyfriend like Wang Ergu, easily taking the money he borrowed through high-interest loans. As for how he would repay them, she didn't care. Little did they know Wang Ergu had never borrowed any high-interest loans at all. Seeing Lin Ling say this, Zhang Huihui felt a wave of relief and waved her hand at Lin Ling before picking up her phone to call Jin Yuanbao. Zhang Huihui remembered that Jin Yuanbao had mentioned sending someone to deal with Wang Ergu last night, so why was Wang Ergu still fine now? Lin Ling, however, stepped back a few paces, sat down on a chair, and pulled out her phone to make a call. "Gugu, I need your help. Keep an eye on Wang Ergu and see where he borrowed high-interest loans from. I will send you Wang Ergu's information shortly." "No problem," came the rough voice of a burly man from the other end of the line. Just after hanging up, Lin Ling received a text message. Lin Ling turned to see Zhang Huihui still on the phone, so she didn't dare to interrupt, quietly waiting by the side, while continuing to check the class group messages. When Zhang Huihui finally hung up, Lin Ling said to her, Hui, Chun Jisheng mentioned in the group that Wang Ergu is going to buy a car tomorrow." "Buy a car? How could a poor bum like him possibly have money to buy a car?" Zhang Huihui looked at Lin Ling in shock and immediately pulled out her phone to check the class group messages, and sure enough, she saw Chun Jisheng mentioning Wang Ergu buying a car, which was hard for her to fathom. She knew Wang Ergu too well. He was just a rural person with hardly any money. He had to work part-time for 3 months just to buy her a phone, so he couldn't possibly have money to buy a car. Wang Ergu must have borrowed high-interest loans. "I bet he's trying to buy a car to win you back. Didn't you say Jin Yuanbao drove a BMW to take you away last night?" He must want to buy a car to look wealthy, Lin Ling scoffed. Zhang Huihui listened to Lin Ling's analysis and deeply agreed. After all, Wang Ergu had also seen her being brought back to the dormitory by Jin Yuanbao last night, and watching her leave with Jin Yuanbao must have stirred up some rebellious feelings in him. By the way, Hui, did anything happen between you and Jin Yuanbao last night? Lin Ling giggled as she had heard Zhang Huihui left with Jin Yuanbao, and assumed something must have happened. Of course not. My mom said I must wait until the wedding night to be with a man, and besides, I just so happened to have my period last night. Zhang Huihui shook her head. This? Lin Ling awkwardly chuckled, and didn't ask further. For her, whether Zhang Huihui had been with Jin Yuanbao or not was of no importance. What mattered was that if Zhang Huihui continued to be with Jin Yuanbao, she could also benefit from some of the money. However, she didn't realize that Zhang Huihui's luck seemed to be quite good, as Jin Yuanbao was notoriously a scumbag who would kick Zhang Huihui aside once he got bored. Until dark, Wang Ergu still hadn't seen Su Yuanli return to the dormitory. What is going on? Wang Ergu had originally planned to bring Su Yuanli and Chun Jisheng to the Victory Gate Hotel, but unexpectedly he had stayed in the dormitory all day without seeing Su Yuanli come back. Thus Wang Ergu made a call to Su Yuanli. Yuanli, where have you run off to? Why haven't I seen you all day? It's a bit inconvenient right now. Brother Ergu, let's talk later. What exactly is going on? It's nothing, just some family issues that I will resolve today. Since it was family matters, Su Yuanli clearly didn't want to discuss it further, so Wang Ergu didn't press the issue. But since Su Yuanli was busy and Kai Jianming was not around, Wang Ergu didn't invite Chen Jisheng to meet Zhang Hongyi to avoid his roommates thinking he was being unfair by inviting one and not the others. After sending a message to Zhang Hongyi, Wang Ergu waited for him to arrive. In just 5 minutes, Zhang Hongyi appeared at the boys' dormitory. While on the phone, Wang Ergu had already hinted to Zhang Hongyi that this was school, and it was inappropriate to drive a luxury car here, as it would draw too much attention. Thus, Zhang Hongyi had driven an ordinary van over. Brother Ergu. Zhang Hongyi nodded to Wang Ergu as he saw him coming down. Upstairs, Chen Jisheng saw Wang Ergu get into the car, and felt somewhat perplexed as he didn't know where Wang Ergu was going. However, he sensed that Wang Ergu had begun to move on from his heartbreak. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Ergu breaking free from Zhang Hui, this materialistic girl would surely lead to a better life ahead. Wang Ergu cast a glance at Chen Jisheng upstairs, then took out his phone and sent a message to Chen Jisheng. Old for you can eat in the cafeteria by yourself. He'll treat you and Yuanli to dinner some other time. Brother Ergu, is that Jin Yuanbao? Zhang Hongyi, seeing Wang Ergu's sullen expression, furrowed his brow and asked. Just a useless person. He stole my girlfriend. He's just a materialistic girl. Wang Ergu replied, putting away his phone as he spoke lightly to Zhang Hongyi. He stole your girlfriend? Zhang Hongyi looked at Wang Ergu in shock, as Wang Ergu had saved him over 10 million and was planning to invest billions. He had investigated Jin Yuanbao's family's assets, which at most were worth 1 or 2 billion. Yet Jin Yuanbao had the audacity to provoke Wang Ergu. He must be looking for trouble. In an instant, he also recalled the incident at the abandoned park today, speculating that Wang Ergu's appearance there was likely related to Jin Yuanbao. However, Zhang Hongyi felt relieved, believing that Jin Yuanbao was unaware of Wang Ergu's true identity as the heir of a super family, due to Wang's usually low profile at school. At this moment, Zhang Hongyi still thought that Wang Ergu came from a mysterious super family capable of easily taking out tens or even hundreds of billions. As for Jin Yuanbao, he was merely a second-generation rich kid from a small third-rate family, and a good-for-nothing at that, with abysmal academic performance and a penchant for womanizing. For a second-generation rich kid like Jin Yuanbao, Zhang Hongyi could easily settle things with a phone call, but he refrained from acting rashly, worried that Wang Ergu might have some thoughts or plans. He could not jeopardize Wang Ergu's affairs. For a second-generation rich kid like Jin Yuanbao, Zhang Hongyi could easily settle things with a phone call, but he refrained from acting rashly, worried that Wang Ergu might have some thoughts or Wang Ergu waved his hand dismissively at Zhang Hongyi, now holding 999 trillion. If he wanted to eliminate Jin Yuanbao, it would be an effortless task. But he had no interest in killing. Jin Yuanbao's humiliation was enough for him to retaliate. Yes, Brother Ergu. Zhang Hongyi nodded, seeing that Wang Ergu was indeed not letting him deal with Jin Yuanbao. The Arc de Triomphe Hotel was not far from Donghai University, but it was rush hour, causing severe traffic congestion on the road. As Zhang Hongyi parked the van, a silver-gray BMW suddenly stopped beside them. In the driver's seat of the BMW sat none other than Jin Yuanbao, with a heavily made-up woman beside him, Zhang Huihui. Oh, isn't this the little doggy delivering something to me? Where are you planning to go? Jin Yuanbao rolled down the car window, laughing heartily at Wang Ergu. Wang Ergu had his window open, so Zhang Hongyi heard Jin Yuanbao's words. This bastard. Zhang Hongyi wanted to angrily scold Jin Yuanbao, but was stopped by Wang Ergu's gesture. Don't pay attention to such trash. Some waste is even worse than a dog. Wang Ergu scoffed, looking at Jin Yuanbao with disdain. What did you say? Jin Yuanbao's face instantly flushed with anger. How dare this delivery boy say he was worse than a dog? Was he looking for death? Wang Ergu ignored Jin Yuanbao and rolled up the car window. You bastard. Jin Yuanbao exploded with rage. This kid actually dared to ignore him. Wait. Something's not right. Didn't he have Lu Yidao take care of Wang Ergu? Why was Wang Ergu still fine and not lying in the hospital? Previously, when Zhang Huihui called him, he thought she had made a mistake. That bastard Wang Ergu. Brother Bao, let's not pay attention to him lest it affects our mood. Oh, let's go eat first. Zhang Huihui was furious, feeling that she must have picked an unlucky day to encounter Wang Ergu. However, now that she had the rare opportunity to visit the Arc de Triomphe Hotel, she didn't want to lose this chance. Because of Wang Ergu, if she could take some photos and post them on social media, it would be quite impressive. As for Wang Ergu, he was merely showcasing his verbal prowess. She could slowly humiliate him back later. There would be plenty of opportunities. If I won't let him off. Jin Yuanbao coldly snorted, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Upon arriving at the Arc de Triomphe Hotel, both he and Zhang Huihui noticed that Wang Ergu's van had also pulled up at the hotel entrance. That bastard actually came to the hotel too. Jin Yuanbao was puzzled, but thought it was likely that Wang Ergu was there to make a delivery. After all, he had seen many poor kids like Wang Ergu doing various part-time jobs. Brother Bao, Wang Ergu must be acting out of pride, because I mentioned I would go to the Arc de Triomphe Hotel. Zhang Huihui scoffed, as she never expected Wang Ergu would come to the Arc de Triomphe Hotel just to catch her attention. But in her view, such a five-star hotel was simply beyond Wang Ergu's means. Unexpectedly, as Zhang Huihui entered with Jin Yuanbao, they were intercepted. Ladies, the main hall has been booked for the evening. Do you have a reservation for a private room? If not, you cannot enter, a stern-looking bald security guard said, coldly glaring at Jin Yuanbao. And Zhang, our brother Bao has reserved a private room. Let us through. Zhang Huihui saw Wang Ergu enter, but was stopped and hurriedly shouted. Jin Yuanbao immediately took out his phone to have the bald security guard check. You're Jin Yuanbao, right? Your reserved room has been cancelled. Please leave now. The bald security guard returned the phone to Jin Yuanbao, speaking without courtesy. Cancelled? What do you mean? Why was my reservation cancelled? Jin Yuanbao glared angrily at the bald security guard, demanding an explanation. He had encountered such situations before, but seeing Wang Ergu enter, he felt unwilling to accept that he could not go in. Cancelled means cancelled. You arrived too late. Please leave, and do not cause a scene here, or you will face the consequences. The bald security guard said sternly. You? Jin Yuanbao was stunned. He saw the bald security guard signal 6 other security guards to block the entrance, realizing he really could not get in. This infuriated Zhang Huihui. She pointed at Wang Ergu and Zhang Hongyi's back, saying, what does this mean? Why can they enter while we cannot? They were invited. If you also have an invitation, please show your electronic invitation card and scan here. The bald security guard explained expressionlessly, pulling out a card reader. That's not fair. We need to get in too. If you don't let us in, we'll file a complaint against you. Zhang Huihui coldly snorted, then turned to Jin Yuanbao. Brother Bao, we shouldn't be afraid of him. He's just a security guard. Why shouldn't we be allowed in? However, Jin Yuanbao hesitated. The Arc de Triomphe Hotel was not somewhere he could afford to offend, so he immediately shook his head at Zhang Huihui. You want to cause a scene? Think carefully. Our hotel manager has ordered that anyone causing trouble here will be placed on a blacklist. Not only will you not be allowed in our hotel, but also in other high-end hotels, inns, etc. Ever again. The bald security guard scoffed. Let's go. Hearing this, Jin Yuanbao immediately pulled Zhang Huihui. Wang Ergu did not look back at Jin Yuanbao and Zhang Huihui, as his gaze was already drawn to a familiar figure near the elevator. At the elevator, Lu Yifei was being held by a tall, stout man at her left arm. Long Shao, please let go. Lu Yifei glared at the stout man, unable to believe his audacity. You can let go, but you must accompany me for drinks tonight, and you must drink until I am satisfied. I don't drink, nor will I accompany you, so you'd better give up on that thought. Lu Yifei coldly snorted, deeply disliking this spoiled rich man Zhu Enlong. If you don't accompany me, then don't even think about getting the loan for the Lu family. Zhu Enlong's expression darkened, his eyes filled with malice. You filthy woman, thinking you can play hard to get with me. I don't believe I can't have you. Lu Yifei's expression froze, her heart trembling slightly, as she knew that if her family couldn't secure the loan, it would spell trouble. However, before she could retort, Zhu Enlong, a voice came from behind. Get your filthy hands off her. This statement stunned both Lu Yifei and Zhu Enlong. Lu Yifei turned her head and immediately recognized Wang Ergu. But this time she didn't use Wang Ergu as a shield, for the spoiled rich man on her side was Zhu Enlong. Zhu Enlong's family, the Zhu family, was a second-rate family in Donghai City with assets rumored to reach 800 million, while her Lu family was merely a third-rate family with assets of just over 100 million. Thus she believed she couldn't afford to provoke the Zhu family. As for Wang Ergu, he couldn't even provoke a gold ingot. If he offended Zhu Enlong, he might not even know how he died. After all, Wang Ergu had previously served as a shield for her. She didn't want anything to happen to him, so she immediately shook her head at him, signaling him not to come over. "Dare you talking to me?" Zhu Enlong looked at Wang Ergu with displeasure, and upon seeing Wang Ergu's ordinary attire, his gaze turned frosty. A mere pauper dares to shout in front of him, trying to be a hero. Task description: help Lu Yifei out of her predicament and drive Zhu Enlong away from the hotel. Task status incomplete. As Wang Ergu approached, he suddenly received a task, and his heart leaped with joy. As for who Zhu Enlong was, it mattered not to him. "I am a young master. Just you. A man who only knows how to bully women is nothing to me." Zhu Enlong raised an eyebrow, astonished that this pauper dared to insult him, and a surge of anger rose with, "Insult you? You're overthinking it. You're not worthy of my insults. This is my girlfriend. If you dare to continue bothering her, I will truly insult you." Wang Ergu shot Zhu Enlong a glare before walking up to Lu Yifei, wrapping his left arm around her slender waist. Lu Yifei looked bewildered. She never expected Wang Ergu would dare to act this way, but now that she was caught in a predicament, she couldn't push him away and could only lean in to remind him. "Be careful with your words. He's from the second-rate Zhu family, and he's not someone to be trifled with." "Just," Wang Ergu snorted, narrowing his eyes at Zhu Enlong. "So you're from the Zhu family? I've always heard that people from the Zhu family are polite and civilized. Is there a misunderstanding here with you bothering my girlfriend?" "Your girlfriend? Kid, don't try to impersonate someone. I've already checked, she doesn't have a boyfriend. You're probably just a hired actor she paid to pretend, right?" Zhu Enlong smirked, but his heart was seething with anger. A mere temporary actor daring to publicly humiliate him. "Umph." At that moment, Jiang Hongyi, who had just finished a phone call, walked over. "He is not a temporary actor. He is my Zhu Enlong turned to look and immediately recognized Jiang Hongyi. Moreover, as Jiang Hongyi approached, several bodyguards from the Jiang family followed him. This imposing aura instantly weakened Zhu Enlong's momentum. After all, the Jiang family was one of the 4 major families in Donghai City, while the Zhu family was merely a second-rate family. Naturally, they had to bow their heads in the face of a first-rate family. Previously, Jiang Hongyi had been chased because he went out with just a driver. But now he had arranged for over 10 bodyguards, so he wasn't afraid of Zhu Enlong. Moreover, Zhu Enlong had only 2 bodyguards. If a fight broke out, Zhu Enlong would be the one at a disadvantage. Wang Ergu gestured to Jiang Hongyi. "Young master, I can handle this myself. There's no need for you to intervene." "Yes, Brother Ergu, but Brother Ergu, about the 10 billion investment." Jiang Hongyi said this intentionally, knowing that if he didn't mention a figure, Zhu Enlong might still suspect Wang Ergu. After all, he himself was a spoiled rich kid and understood the psychology of the spoiled rich. 10 billion investment. Zhu Enlong was somewhat taken aback as he saw Wang Ergu's ordinary clothing, which likely cost less than 300. How could he possibly be involved in a 10 billion investment? For a moment, he began to doubt whether Wang Ergu was a young master from a prominent family deliberately playing the fool to deceive him. Thus, he dared not continue to boast, for he wouldn't act recklessly without knowing Wang Ergu's background, especially with Jiang Hongyi present. "Let's discuss the investment later. Right now, we need to deal with this person who is harassing my girlfriend." Wang Ergu waved his hand at Jiang Hongyi, casting a cold glance at Zhu Enlong. Zhu Enlong's face stiffened, unsure of what to say, feeling stuck in an awkward position. He couldn't leave or stay. "Apologize to my girlfriend, and you can leave." Wang Ergu noticed the other party's awkwardness and offered him an escape. "I'm sorry." Zhu Enlong gritted his teeth and reluctantly apologized to Lu Yifei, but his heart was filled with resentment. Seeing that he was about to win over this goddess, only to have the swan meat fly away at the last moment was an immense humiliation in his life. Lu Yifei pursed her lips and nodded slightly, not making it difficult for Zhu Enlong. What she was curious about now was how this Wang Ergu, clearly a poor student, was connected to the second young master of the Jiang family. Moreover, why did Jiang Hongyi affectionately call him Brother Ergu? Zhu Enlong was about to leave when he saw a large group of burly men in black suits approaching. Then a young man with a punk hairstyle hurriedly walked up, grinning at Jiang Hongyi. The newcomer was Kai Jianhui, the eldest son of the Kai family. Upon learning that something had happened in the lobby, he received Jiang Hongyi's call and rushed over immediately. "Young master, I wonder what happened here." Jiang Hongyi glanced at Kai Jianhui, then turned to Zhu Enlong. Kai Jianhui followed his gaze and immediately recognized Zhu Enlong. After all, Zhu Enlong was the eldest son of the Zhu family and was well known. Oh, how could he not recognize him? However, he could not believe that Zhu Enlong would dare to offend Jiang Hongyi. He thought, "Have you lost your mind? Do you really think the Zhu family can offend the Jiang family?" Wang Ergu didn't expect Jiang Hongyi to call someone over, but he didn't know Kai Jianhui and felt it unnecessary to pursue the matter further, so he immediately gestured to Jiang Hongyi. Upon seeing this, Jiang Hongyi waved his hand to his bodyguards, signaling them to step aside. Seeing the Jiang family's bodyguards move aside, Kai Jianhui naturally instructed the security personnel of his hotel to clear a path. Zhu Enlong walked out dejectedly. After all, staying any longer would not benefit him and only lead to more. However, as he got into a black Mercedes, he cast a glance at the people standing in the lobby, feeling deep resentment towards Wang Ergu. You little brat dare to humiliate me and steal my woman. With Jiang Hongyi backing you, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Just wait, I will make you regret this forever. So what if Jiang Hongyi is here? You all better watch out. My Zhu family is not to be trifled with. I swear I will make you all pay the price. At the elevator, Wang Ergu's gaze was still directed towards the exit, but he was already listening to the system's voice. Task status completed. Task reward option 1, advanced hacking skill 10 spiritual energy points. Task reward option 2, self-indulgence, enjoy the reward of being slapped by a beautiful woman and receive a good guy card. Option 1, ding. The host has made a choice and the reward will be immediately distributed. Please check the reward. The moment Wang Ergu received the system reward, he snapped back to reality, letting go of Liu Yifei with a faint smile. So how was it? I didn't scare you earlier, did I, eh? Liu Yifei immediately shook her head, but then asked. Wang Ergu glanced at Jiang Hongyi and nodded, admitting, that's right, young master, he got drunk last night, and I helped him out so I got to know him. By the way, what about you? What's going on? Liu Yifei wanted to explain, but didn't know how to reveal her family matters. I was just being pursued by him, it's nothing. Since you have something to do, you can go ahead, and he'll treat you to a meal later. Alright. Wang Ergu nodded. Having a beautiful girl make plans with him was certainly a good thing. Liu Yifei smiled slightly, and nodded to Jiang Hongyi and the others before preparing to leave. However, after taking a few steps, she turned back to Wang Ergu. By the way, Ergo, my birthday is in a few days. You have to come to my birthday party. Definitely. Wang Ergu nodded again, feeling extremely pleased. In the past, when he was with Zhang Huihui, he was the one who actively celebrated for her, and she never invited him like this. Now being invited by Liu Yifei, who was many times more beautiful than Zhang Huihui, he was overjoyed, unable to contain his smile. Liu Yifei, blushing, hurriedly turned and walked away. It should be noted that this was actually her first time inviting a stranger. Jiang Hongyi chuckled and moved closer to Wang Ergu, immediately cupping his hands and saying, Congratulations, Ergo, on winning the favor of the beauty. Although he had no resistance to beautiful women, he also knew his place and naturally wouldn't compete with Wang Ergu for any woman. For him, as long as he waved his hand, there was no woman he couldn't have. It would be even easier for Wang Ergu, but he could tell that Wang Ergu had just revealed his true feelings. Kai Jianhui approached, looking at Wang Ergu with a flattering expression. I didn't realize the young master was here. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Kai Jianhui from the Kai family. Oh, just call me, shall we? After all, he was now the manager of the Kaixin Hotel, and having met many people, he naturally knew that Wang Ergu was not someone to offend, especially since Jiang Hongyi was also trying to please him. Wang Ergu glanced at Kai Jianhui and chuckled, Shall we? You're being too polite. Let's not linger here to avoid disturbing the hotel guests. Young master, let's go up and talk. Jiang Hongyi nodded quickly and followed Wang Ergu towards the elevator. Kai Jianhui followed the two into the elevator and escorted them to the door of the supreme box on the 9th floor, even bowing at a 90-degree angle. Esteemed guests, you have arrived. Of course, without Jiang Hongyi's orders, Kai Jianhui naturally wouldn't dare to enter and disturb the gathering of Jiang Hongyi and Wang Ergu. However, Kai Jianhui immediately delegated other tasks and stood guard at the door, because he knew this might. Though he didn't know Wang Ergu's background, he guessed that he must be wealthy or of high status to warrant Jiang Hongyi. Setting aside Wang Ergu, just Jiang Hongyi's presence here was worth his close attention. If he could establish a relationship with Jiang Hongyi and secure some project collaborations, it would elevate his status in the family. In fact, the Kai family was a second-tier family ranked alongside the Zhu Zhang and Fan families as the four young aristocrats, although slightly weaker than the Zhu family with family assets exceeding 70 billion. The family was rich in talent. Among the elders, including his father, there were 4 brothers, while his father's branch only had him and his younger brother. When it comes to dividing the family assets, if it's based on headcount, his father's share would be less since other uncles had more children. So now he had to work hard to improve performance to bring honor to his father. Kai Jianhui had just instructed the floor manager and the staff when he noticed his phone ringing. He glanced at it and saw it was his younger brother Kai Jiaming calling. Somewhat impatient, he still answered the call. On the other end of the line, Kai Jiaming's laughter came through. Bro, can you lend me some money? I have an urgent matter. This made Kai Jianhui scoff. I told you, Kai Jiaming, you're already a junior in college. Stop wasting money and focus on your studies. Bro, I really have an urgent matter, please. If I had a job, I wouldn't have to beg you, but it's just because I haven't graduated. Kai Jiaming continued to plead. Fine, I'm scared of you now. They'll transfer you 30,000. I don't have more. If you have time, why not come to the hotel to learn the business early and get familiar with how to manage things? Kai Jianhui suggested. No bro, those management skills are easy to learn. There's no challenge. It would be better to meet more friends and broaden my horizons. Friends, huh? Zhang Hongyi is qualified enough, right? I just personally escorted him into our Supreme box. Kai Jianwei snorted. Wow bro, you're impressive. That's a big shot, hold on tight, and then introduce me when you can. Kai Jianming laughed. Get lost. Kai Jianwei spat lightly, and then hung up the phone. Afterward, he transferred 30,000 to Kai Jianming and reminded him once again not to waste money, as this younger brother had always been a source of worry for him. It would be great to befriend Zhang Hongyi, and that heir go. However, Kai Jianwei didn't know that Wang Ergu was actually Kai Jianming's college roommate. In the private room, Wang Ergu and Zhang Hongyi discussed and decided to establish an investment company named Tianyi Investment Co., Ltd. Then the two began to talk about the new high-speed rail mentioned earlier. After a lengthy discussion, Zhang Hongyi suggested, Ergu, we must expedite matters regarding the new high-speed railway. Otherwise, once the documents are issued, it will be too late. Wang Ergu nodded, his expression instantly becoming serious. Let me give my dad a call and see how things are. Wang Ergu took out his phone and dialed Wang Qiqiang's number. At that moment, Kai Jianwei walked in and personally reported to Zhang Hongyi. Young master, there is a woman named Hu Hui outside, who says she is here to see Ergu. Should we let her in? Upon hearing this, Zhang Hongyi immediately looked at Wang Ergu. When he saw Wang Ergu nodding, he waved his hand at Kai Jianwei. Let her in, and you can join us for dinner later. Kai Jianwei was overjoyed being invited to dinner by Zhang Hongyi indicated his recognition. However, he suppressed his excitement and respectfully stepped back. At this point, Wang Ergu connected the call and directly asked his father Wang Qiqiang about the purchase of the land. To his surprise, Wang Qiqiang had spent the entire day without securing a piece of land. Several plots he had been interested in were dismissed because of his wife's objections, leaving him empty-handed. Dad, 500,000 isn't much. Don't be afraid to spend. If you need more, I can borrow money from Zhang Heir Xiaoya. Do you know what kind of land this is? It's guaranteed to be profitable. It's the land designated for the new high-speed railway. If you don't act now, once the documents are issued, everyone will know. Even if you have money, you won't be able to buy much then. If you secure those plots now and the government decides to acquire them later, it would be like a forced relocation and the compensation could reach hundreds of billions. Wang Ergu's words immediately opened Wang Qiqiang's eyes. Right, the government is planning a new high-speed railway. If they acquire the land, some areas will need to be relocated. Recently, relocations have been significant and the compensation is extraordinarily high. Many have become wealthy because of it. However, before Wang Qiqiang could respond, his wife, Zhang Yuzhu, snatched the phone away. Ergu, what is going on? Is this information reliable? Zhang Yuzhu, who had been listening nearby, felt that this matter seemed untrustworthy and worried that her son might be deceived. Mom, these are people from the Zhang family. Do you know the Zhang family? They are one of the 4 great families in Donghai City with assets in the tens of billions. Would they deceive a poor kid like me? Moreover, this is because I saved Zhang Heir Xiaoya. He hopes I can help him, which counts as offering me a pathway to wealth. His parents only learned about the new high-speed railway during a provincial meeting. If you think there is too much money involved, then don't buy the land. Just watch others make 500 billion while you hold on to 500,000 for retirement. Is that how it should be? Wang Ergu finished speaking in one breath, then took a deep breath, listening for his parents' reactions. Zhang Yuzhu was stunned. 500,000 was beyond her imagination, let alone 500 billion. At this moment, Wang Qiqiang was completely moved. He had been worried about the risks, but after Wang Ergu's words, he no longer felt anxious. Moreover, this was clearly an opportunity, a chance to get rich. How could he watch others make 500 billion without acting? Not making money when one has the chance is foolish. Ergu, just tell me what needs to be done. At that moment, Hu Hui walked in, noticing Wang Ergu on the phone, and quietly took a seat. Wang Ergu nodded at Hu Hui before responding to Wang Qiqiang. Dad, let's do this. I see you don't believe it, but young master E is right here with me. Let's do a video call. Wang Ergu hung up and initiated a video call. Soon he saw his parents on the other end. Wang Qiqiang and Zhang Yuzhu were both surprised to see Wang Ergu as they noticed the luxurious private room. Dad, Mom, see this. This is young master E Zhang family's second young master. This is Miss Hu Hui, the financial management representative from the bank. We are at the Kaikshuamin Hotel in Bichuo District, Donghai City, a famous 5-star hotel. This is the supreme private room. You can't enter without spending at least 10 million. Hearing Wang Ergu's introduction, Wang Qiqiang and Zhang Yuzhu were dumbfounded. You can't enter without 10 million. Supreme private room. My goodness, it costs 10 million just to have a meal in here. Zhang Hongyi and Hu Hui followed Wang Ergu's cue to greet Wang Qiqiang and Zhang Yuzhu. Wang Qiqiang and Zhang Yuzhu awkwardly responded, but beyond saying hello, they had nothing more to say. Yet both knew that their son Wang Ergu was fortunate. If he had a friend like Zhang Hongyi, his future achievements would certainly not be low. Dad, Mom, listen to me. Tomorrow, make sure to secure the nearby plots of land, even if there are houses on them. Just say you are preparing to start a company and build a factory. Wang Ergu continued to advise. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hongyi immediately nodded in agreement. Yes, quickly set up a company. If it's a company run by rural people, the compensation for forced relocations will be the highest. Wang Ergu was taken aback. He truly didn't know about this aspect. But since Jiang Hongyi said so, he believed it must be right. Dad, Mom, did you hear that? Hurry and set up the company, acquire those plots of land, and then wait for the relocation officials to arrive. But don't rush, I will return to arrange how to claim the compensation. Okay, we will follow your lead. Wang Qiqiang quickly nodded in agreement, no longer harboring any. He had been feeling very constrained lately, as his fourth brother and sixth brother had already bought small cars, and the lives of his eldest, second, and third sisters were all better than his. As for his wife, her two older brothers and three younger sisters were also living quite well, thriving in colorful lives. If they became rich, he and his wife would finally be envied by others. After hanging up, Wang Qiqiang hurriedly left with Jiang Yuzhu. Regardless of anything, he had already decided to secure the plots of land along the new high-speed railway that passed through their village. In the private room, Wang Ergu breathed a sigh of relief, finally persuading his parents. If they hadn't agreed to acquire the land, he would have had to return home personally. All right, Ergu, let's eat while we chat. Jiang Hongyi waved his hand, signaling Wang Ergu to come over and sit at the dining table. Since he had notified them that the meal was ready, Jiang Hongyi called Kai Jianwei in as well. Kai Jianwei was extremely excited. The thought of having the opportunity to connect with Jiang Hongyi kept him grinning from ear to ear. Wang Ergu settled in and glanced at Kai Jianwei, then turned his gaze to Jiang Hongyi. So Huishao, are you planning to let Huishao join us as well? Jiang Hongyi nodded. That's right. After all, Huishao is from the Kai family, which is a second-rate family with some reputation. If there are matters we cannot handle, we can have him step in to deal with them. No problem. Wang Ergu waved his hand, completely unconcerned about adding one more person. Hu Hui's heart soared with joy, as if she saw an endless bright. After listening, Hu Hui immediately looked at Wang Ergu with a pleading expression. Ergu, you promised me to let me join Tianyi Investment, right? No problem. Wang Ergu waved his hand, completely unconcerned about adding one more person. Hu Hui's heart soared with joy, as if she saw an endless bright future. After all, Wang Ergu was a super rich man. Investing alongside him would surely lead to immense profits akin to climbing a money tree. With Wang Ergu having no objections, Jiang Hongyi naturally had none either. As for Kai Jianwei, he was ecstatic, realizing he could actually participate in Jiang Hongyi and Wang Ergu's investment company. At this moment, he became a partner of Jiang Hongyi and Wang Ergu. Truly, his ancestors must be smiling in their graves. After dinner, Wang Ergu had no intention of going anywhere else and insisted on returning to school. Kai Jianwei then realized that Wang Ergu was a student at Donghai University. However, Wang Ergu had invested a staggering 10 billion in Tianyi Investment, a fortune that left him in disbelief. What kind of family's disciple could possibly come up with 10 billion? As for the fact that Wang Ergu came from a rural background, he, like Jiang Hongyi, didn't believe it, convinced that Wang Ergu's adoptive parents were merely a cover and his real parents might belong to some top-tier family. Thus, Kai Jianwei immediately called Kai Jiaming, wanting to ask if he knew Wang Ergu, but found that he could not get through to Kai Jiaming. Since Wang Ergu had drunk quite a bit, Hu Hui personally drove him back to the boys' dormitory at Donghai. It should be noted that Hu Hui was driving a Ferrari 488, which had a market price exceeding. Thus, when the boys' dormitory saw a sports car arrive, many leaned over to watch. But when they saw Wang Ergu being helped out of the car, they all wore incredulous expressions. On the way back, Wang Ergu sobered up a bit, signaled for Hu Hui to leave, and then returned to his dormitory. In the dormitory, there was still only Chen Jisheng, who was playing a game and did not notice Wang Ergu arriving in a luxury car. Seeing Wang Ergu come in looking quite drunk, he couldn't help but frown and covered his nose. I say, Ergu, why did you go drown your sorrows? You shouldn't torment yourself like this for Zhang Huihui. Oh, I think Qin Ling from our class is far better than her. Upon hearing Chen Jisheng mention Qin Ling, Wang Ergu suddenly remembered that he almost forgot about the task. So Wang Ergu decisively washed his face and then drank a cup of green tea that Chen Jisheng hadn't opened yet. I say, Ergu, I still have a battle to fight tonight. Why did you drink my green tea? Chen Jisheng said, somewhat disgruntled. It's just a cup of green tea. It will help me sober up. Hurry up and log into Shark Live. I almost forgot Qin Ling is live tonight. Wang Ergu waved his hand. Hearing this, Chen Jisheng immediately gave up gaming and picked up his phone to watch Qin Ling's live broadcast. When he opened Shark Live, Wang Ergu realized that Qin Ling's broadcast had already started. Fortunately, it was still timely, and there was still a team battle ongoing. Thus, Wang Ergu quickly registered an account named Supreme Howling Dog and started to recharge Shark's platform to exchange for star coins. Soon, Wang Ergu discovered that Chen Jisheng had already started giving gifts. Chen Jisheng's account was named General Daqin Jisheng, and as soon as he entered, he donated 100 star coins in the form of love rockets to Qin Ling. This 100,000 star coins cost 1000 RMB. Wang Erge did not expect Chen Jisheng to be this generous, but he knew that Chen Jisheng's family was not well off, and after donating 100 RMB, he would probably be eating instant noodles from now on. This guy could it be that he likes Qin Ling? After all, Qin Ling was the class beauty of their economics class, and it would indeed be quite something if Chen Jisheng liked her. Thank you General Qin Jisheng for the love rockets, love you. During the live broadcast, Qin Ling blew a kiss, directly filled with excitement. Outside the live stream, Chen Jisheng jumped up excitedly shouting yay. However, Wang Erge noticed that this amount of gifts did not significantly help Qin Ling, as the opponent's team score had already surpassed Qin Ling's teams. Just then Qin Ling connected to a PK, and the person on the other end of the video turned out to be Zhang Huihui. Seeing Qin Ling, Zhang Huihui immediately smirked and ignored her, directly addressing the wealthy viewers on her side begging for gifts. It must be said that this tactic was very effective, and Zhang Huihui quickly received many gifts, instantly filling her red bar. As for Qin Ling's side, since she was not begging and was just focused on singing, she received very few gifts. However, Zhang Huihui maliciously logged in on her phone and began to disrupt Qin Ling's live stream. Oh, just this little bit of gifts. And you call yourself General Qin Jisheng. You're actually just our class poor loser Chen Jisheng. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere on Qin Ling's side changed. Everyone began to mock Chen Jisheng, believing he was just a frog trying to eat swan meat. This made Qin Ling feel embarrassed, but she still composed herself and advised. To everyone who has donated to me, you are all my big brothers. I have no way to repay you. I only hope that everyone can pay attention to my singing, and that my singing can relieve the earthly troubles and sorrows of my big brothers. Then without hesitation, Qin Ling kicked Zhang Huihui out of her live stream room. On the other side, Zhang Huihui was furious about being kicked and immediately sent a message to Jin Yuangbao, asking him to help donate. Jin Yuangbao directly donated 100 worth of love rockets, which amounted to 100 shots, instantly flooding the screen. Thank you to my Bao Yugo for the 100 love rockets. Love you. Zhang Huihui screamed, jumped up, and then began dancing and twirling with joy, of course not forgetting to give Qin Ling a disdainful gesture. Seeing this, Chen Jisheng suddenly felt very dispirited and typed a message in Qin Ling's chat area apology. Unexpectedly, at that moment, someone donated 200 worth of space love, which was also 100 shots, and naturally flooded the screen. Qin Ling was stunned. What was going on? Who had donated to her? Qin Ling looked and found that the account registered was Supreme Howling Dog, and she was taken aback, thinking, could this be Wang Erge? Zhang Huihui, since something was amiss, hurriedly stopped dancing and noticed her red bar was being compressed, instantly filled with rage. Who on earth has supported that wretched Qin Ling? Thus Zhang Huihui stealthily used a secondary account to infiltrate Qin Ling's livestream. With a high star rating and over 200,000 fans, she held significant influence. On the other hand, Qin Ling's livestream, having just recently started, had a low star rating and only over 10,000 fans. However, due to an influx of extravagant gifts, it quickly caught the attention of the Shark livestream officials. Subsequently, the Shark livestream officials opened up fan channels for Qin Ling, leading to a surge of unfamiliar fans flooding into the stream as Zhang Huihui was lurking. Despite Zhang Huihui's deliberate insults aimed at Qin Ling under the guise of innocence, she was soon overwhelmed by the curious questions from fans. However, Zhang Huihui discovered that the person giving gifts was the so-called Supreme Howling Dog. Wang Erge, is that you? Haha, you really are something, borrowing high-interest loans just to support Qin Ling, all to provoke me. Once these words were spoken, the fans erupted with outrage. After all, using borrowed money to gift a female streamer was an easy target for criticism. As a result, Wang Erge faced unwarranted condemnation from a large number of fans, which also implicated Qin Ling in the backlash. Qin Ling was suddenly flustered. She was not greedy for money. Although she had jokingly teased Wang Erge with those words earlier, she had her own principles. Of course, she wouldn't side with Qin Ling, nor acknowledge anyone in the livestream. Could the esteemed Supreme Howling Dog please come forward to explain? Explain what? I don't know that account, and as for the money, it's all clean. My money has nothing to do with high-interest loans, as she must have mistaken me for someone else. Wang Erge clarified, and then continued gifting. The custom battleship in the 100 gift privilege area cost 131400 star coins each. The sword opening the heavenly gate in the 100 gift privilege area cost 100 star coins each. The fire Qilin in the 100 gift privilege area cost 166600 star coins each. The cosmic love in the 100 gift privilege area cost 131400 star coins each. The private island in the 100 gift privilege area cost 100 star coins each. The divine summoning in the 100 gift privilege area cost 100 star coins each. The love of a lifetime in the 100 gift privilege area cost 300 star coins each. As Wang Erge continued his generous gifting, Qin Ling's livestream was inundated with messages. The sounds of fireworks echoed throughout the stream, leaving countless fans in awe. Qin Ling was also left stunned. She never expected that a wealthy supporter would appear in her livestream, gifting over 1 million RMB, plus the previous love rocket totaling over 1.2 million renminbi. Her delicate hands covered her cherry blossom lips as she wanted to say something, but found herself at a loss for words, tears welling in her eyes. In the girls' dormitory 505, besides Qin Ling, there were 2 other female roommates named Su Haiyan and Lin Xuanxiang. Upon seeing Qin Ling cry, they were both taken aback, thinking she had been bullied. However, upon looking at the live stream, they were instantly dumbfounded. Heavens! Is this a flood of gifts? So many gifts. What beautiful gifts. My goodness, who is this person flooding the stream? How much money did this cost? Qin Ling snapped back to reality, quickly signaling Su Haiyan and Lin Xuanxiang to leave, then adjusted her emotions to express her gratitude. Thank you, esteemed Supreme Howling Dog, for gifting me the custom battleship. Thank you, esteemed Supreme Howling Dog. A string of gratitude made Qin Ling feel it was still not enough. On the other side, Zhang Huihui was furious. She never imagined that Qin Ling's livestream would attract such a wealthy supporter. However, she couldn't bear to lose to Qin Ling so easily, hurriedly leaving her room to call Jin Yuanbao, begging for a gift to surpass Qin Ling. Unexpectedly, Jin Yuanbao refused, stating that his allowance was merely over 3,000, and he wouldn't be willing to gift over 1.2 million to Zhang Huihui. Thus, with no massive gifts coming from Zhang Huihui's side, she naturally lost to Qin Ling. Infuriated, Zhang Huihui abruptly closed the livestream. Meanwhile, Qin Ling promptly sent a private message to Supreme Howling Dog through the backend, sharing her WeChat ID and asking for his WeChat ID, hoping for an opportunity to meet. Of course, the meeting was to negotiate returning half of the platform's gifted money to the Supreme Howling Dog. Unbeknownst to her, Supreme Howling Dog merely replied with "not available" and then went silent. No matter what Qin Ling sent, Supreme Howling Dog did not respond. Following this flood of gifts, Qin Ling not only won the team battle, but also secured first place in the livestream that night, instantly skyrocketing her popularity with over 100,000 new fans. Wow! Supreme Howling Dog is truly amazing. Brother Qin Ling won. Inside the dormitory, Chen Jisheng was immensely excited and rushed to Wang Ergu's bed to share the good news. However, Wang Ergu tossed his phone to Chen Jisheng, lying sprawled on the bed with a look of despair. Damn! If I had known, I would have let you do it yourself. Oh, flooding the stream is too exhausting. What did you say? Chen Jisheng, sensed something was off, picked up Wang Ergu's phone, glanced at it, and was instantly dumbfounded. The Supreme Howling Dog was actually Wang Ergu. Suddenly, Chen Jisheng turned to Wang Ergu, his brows furrowing. Brother Ergu, it was you. You are the Supreme Howling Dog. Am I seeing things? Where did you get the money? You didn't seriously borrow high-interest loans, did you? Wang Ergu shot Chen Jisheng a glare. Didn't I tell you? I won 200,000 in a lottery. Why do you keep thinking I borrowed high-interest loans? Right, you did win 200,000 in a lottery. Chen Jisheng let out a sigh of relief. However, after a moment, his expression darkened again. But you gifted so much at once. That must be over 100,000, right? 100,000. You must be joking. I gifted over 120,000 for you. Wang Ergu countered directly. Chen Jisheng's face froze, utterly astonished. He never imagined that Wang Ergu would gift over 120,000 all for him. Task status complete. Task reward option 1, advanced music skill, 10 mental energy points. Task reward option 2, make a wedding dress for someone else, receive a wedding dress worth 3,000. Option 1. Ding. The host has made a choice. The reward will be issued immediately. Please check host. Wang Ergu received the reward and then proposed to Chen Jisheng. What are you still doing in a daze? Hurry and go buy me a cup of green tea. Upon hearing this, Chen Jisheng eagerly nodded like a chick pecking at rice and then ran out of the dorm. The next morning, Wang Ergu discovered that Chen Jisheng had already woken up and packed breakfast to bring back to. As Wang Ergu ate his breakfast, he asked, Xiao Xingzi, why are you suddenly being so attentive for no reason? Of course. Brother Ergu, you were so impressive last night. If it weren't for your intervention, we would have lost to Qin Ling. Chen Jisheng chuckled, looking at Wang Ergu with excitement. Looks like you really like Qin Ling, huh? But does Qin Ling like you? Wang Ergu hinted. Well, I haven't confessed to Qin Ling yet. Not confessed yet. You really are too shy? If you like her, you should act quickly and not wait until it's too late. Got it? Wang Ergu said, earnestly tossing a vegetable bun to Chen Jisheng. But I lack confidence. What if I confess and end up losing a friend instead? Wouldn't that be? Chen Jisheng shook his head. You're foolish. Who cares about friendship? How can you be just ordinary friends with the woman you like? What you need is a girlfriend, someone to date, a future wife. You must pursue her first. Wang Ergu rolled his eyes at Chen Jisheng. Chen Jisheng scratched his head, unsure of what to say. However, after Wang Ergu's words, he felt it was time to prepare for his confession. Otherwise, if he didn't pursue her, he might really miss out on Qin Ling. As they were heading to the classroom, Chen Jisheng kept asking Wang Ergu for advice. Wang Ergu didn't hold back and shared some key tips with Qin Jisheng. However, he was puzzled that Kai Jianming and Su Yuanli didn't come to class and had taken leave. However, when school let out at noon, Wang Ergu received a call from Su Yuanli learning that Su Yuanli, General, whoever you know, gather some people, let's go. Yuanli has been beaten. Wang Ergu waved his hand at Qin Jisheng, his expression darkening. Qin Jisheng's eyes widened in shock, his expression also darkening. They are seeking death, daring to touch our brother. They'll find someone right away. Saying this, Qin Jisheng took out his phone and began dialing. Task description: rescue roommate Su Yuanli and resolve his predicament. Task status incomplete. Wang Ergu was stunned, not expecting this to trigger a task. He had already planned to go rescue Su Yuanli, and now it was even more of a duty. So he immediately picked up his phone and dialed Zhang Hongyi. Yishao, my roommate has been beaten. Prepare 2 groups of people for me, just like this. On the other end, Zhang Hongyi listened to Wang Ergu's account and quickly agreed. Give me 5 minutes, they'll have people ready right away. Wang Ergu hung up, then waved his hand at Qin Jisheng. Let's go, otherwise Yuanli might get hurt, and that would be troublesome. Qin Jisheng nodded, and then walked out of the classroom with Wang Ergu. Unbeknownst to them, a girl with long, light purple hair quietly followed them. This girl was Qin Ling, who felt that the supreme howling celestial dog from last night was indeed Wang Ergu. One must admit, a girl's intuition is truly remarkable. Where are they going? Qin Ling followed them out of the school gate, and upon seeing Wang Ergu and the others getting into a taxi, she immediately called for a taxi to follow. At this moment, not far from Donghai University, in the basement of a shop on Tuoluo Old Street, Su Yuanli was being held by 2 burly men with his head pressed against a table. Across from him sat a bald, muscular man, raising his right hand to pick his nose with his pinky, looking disdainfully at Su Yuanli. If they don't come, do you know how we will deal with you? Su Yuanli rolled his eyes. They will definitely come. I only lost more than 50,000. Do you really need to go this far? The bald man, named Wang Taishuan, scoffed. But you borrowed 30,000 from us. Do you know what our interest? If you don't pay back today, it won't just be 30,000 tomorrow. You'll owe 40,000 plus the 50,000 you lost, making it 90,000. Su Yuanli's eyes widened, instantly gritting his teeth. This is robbery. Borrowing 30,000, and the interest is 1,000 a day. Yes, we're robbing you. In any case, I didn't force you. You borrowed it yourself, didn't you? Wang Taishan laughed. You? Su Yuanli was momentarily speechless, glaring at Wang Taishan with resentment, but he felt an immense regret in his heart. Originally, he had heard that one could borrow money here, so he came to try it out, but he never expected to end up owing 90,000 after gambling all night. At this moment, he felt as if he wanted to die because his mother was still in the hospital waiting for money for surgery, yet he had done such a foolish thing. So you'd better think clearly about how to repay this debt. Don't even think about defaulting on my debts are not so easy to evade, Wang Taishan sneered. Su Yuanli gritted his teeth, his face filled with despair. Although he had notified Wang Ergu and the others to come, he knew that their families were average, and they probably couldn't scrape together 90,000. This way he would only have to sell himself or donate blood. After 10 minutes, a man in a floral shirt came in and nodded at Wang Taishan. Brother Shun, 2 people have come outside, one named Wang Ergu and the other named Qin Jisheng. They are said to be Su Yuanli's roommates. Let them in. Wang Taishan waved his hand, his eyes flashing with a strange light. Soon Wang Ergu and Qin Jisheng were let in by the man in the floral shirt. Qin Jisheng saw Su Yuanli being restrained, and his face changed. Looking at Wang Taishan and the others, he felt a surge of panic. Wang Taishan raised an eyebrow, a sinister grin spreading across his face, and then gave Wang Ergu a thumbs up. Kid, impressive. Only you would dare to be so arrogant in front of me, Wang Taishan. What's your name? I don't change my name or my surname, I'm Wang Ergu. Now tell me what's going on. Wang Ergu gestured for Wang Taishan to explain. Su Yuanli immediately tugged at Wang Ergu's arm. Ergu, you shouldn't. Don't worry. Leave it to me. No matter who hit you today, I will make sure they pay the price. Wang Ergu nodded seriously at Su Yuanli, who chose not to ask any further questions. Wang Taishan snorted lightly and began recounting the story of Su Yuanli's loan, along with the fact that Su Yuanli owed a debt of 90,000. Without looking back, Wang Ergu asked Su Yuanli, "Is that true?" Su Yuanli tightened his throat, guilt evident on his face as he nodded. "It's true." Damn! Qin Jisheng exclaimed in shock, staring incredulously at Su Yuanli. Yuanli, are you crazy? If you're out of money, you can borrow from your brothers. Why are you being so foolish? Su Yuanli's expression darkened as he revealed that his mother urgently needed 100,000 for a surgery. Finally, he sighed. I was afraid of dragging you down, so I didn't dare to tell you. Qin Jisheng furrowed his brows, angrily rebuking. What the hell? Do you not consider us brothers anymore? It's just 100,000. Would we not help you? Brothers would sell everything to help you. Just then a phone rang. Wang Taishan sneered and said disdainfully, it's just 100,000. If that's the case, then let's pay off the 90,000 debt. Chen Jisheng's face froze. How could he possibly come up with 90,000 now? Besides, he had already tipped his last 1,000 yuan of living expenses to a streamer last night. So for a moment Chen Jisheng dared not speak. 90,000, huh? He'll pay. Just give me a bank account. Wang Ergu replied casually. Upon hearing that Wang Ergu would cover the 90,000, Chen Jisheng immediately breathed a sigh of relief and answered the phone. Wang Taishun glanced at Wang Ergu and then opened his phone to retrieve a bank account number. Wang Ergu took a quick look and opened his mobile banking app to transfer 90,000 to Wang Taishun's account. Done. Now that your debts are settled, it's time for us to settle the score. Wang Taishun's expression froze as he quickly grabbed his phone to check his bank account. Indeed, 90,000 had arrived. This kid actually managed to come up with 90,000 all at once. What a wealthy person. Suddenly Wang Taishun had a crooked idea to kidnap Wang Ergu. However, Wang Ergu did not overthink it and sternly shouted, "Who hit him? Step forward." A slightly plump man standing behind Wang Taishun stepped forward. "I did it, so what?" This slightly plump man was Wang Taishun's confidant named Heir Bao, nicknamed Fat Bao. "You did it. Which hand did you use?" Wang Ergu shot a sharp glare at Heir Bao, appearing as if he was ready to hold him accountable. Heir Bao was taken aback, feeling the imposing aura from Wang Ergu. He glanced at Wang Taishun and immediately dared not speak. Wang Taishun, of course, wanted to protect Heir Bao and snorted coldly. "Kid, what do you mean by this? You want to touch my people? But your people hurt my brother, so you need to compensate. However, this compensation isn't as simple as 90,000. Wang Ergu sneered. Wang Taishun was taken aback. This kid was truly arrogant, thinking that just the two of them could establish authority here. Before Wang Taishun could respond, the man in the floral shirt who had brought Wang Ergu in returned, accompanied by a youth with a straw-like hairstyle. This straw-haired youth was from the same place as Chen Jisheng, named Chen Ge. Upon hearing that something had happened, he naturally rushed over immediately. As soon as Chen Ge entered, he scanned the basement and immediately frowned. "What's going on here?" Seeing Chen Ge, Chen Jisheng quickly explained the situation. Upon hearing this, Chen Ge's expression darkened as he angrily scolded Wang Taishun and his group. "Damn it! Who dares to touch my brother? It's just 90,000, give me the account number, and I'll pay." Chen Ge's family was not too bad off, having built 2 buildings in a newly developed area, and generally had a bit of extra cash. Chen Jisheng quickly grabbed Chen Ge's right arm, saying, "Don't cause a scene. Ergu has already given them 90,000, now we need to settle the score with them." Chen Ge looked at Wang Ergu, instantly finding it hard to believe. He had heard that Wang Ergu had been abandoned by Zhang Huihui, clearly indicating that the gold digger Zhang Huihui looked down on Wang Ergu for being too poor. But now Wang Ergu unexpectedly provided 90,000 to cover the costs. What on earth was going on? Wang Ergu waved a hand without looking back at Chen Ge, signaling him to be quiet. He then continued to stare at Heir Bao, giving Wang Taishun a cold smile. "So you intend to protect this guy? I advise you not to engage in such a fruitless endeavor. If you hurt my brother, you must pay the price." Wang Taishun's expression darkened as he gritted his teeth, retorting to Wang Ergu, "Kid, this isn't a place where you can be arrogant." Wang Ergu smirked, revealing a mocking smile. "Oh really? Then let's see if I, Wang Ergu, can be arrogant or not. If you do not deal with him and do not hand him over to me, I guarantee you will spend the rest of your life in prison. Moreover, before you enter prison, I can assure you that you will have a miserable time. Because outside, all my people are already there." These words left Wang Taishun and his group stunned. "All your people are outside? What kind of international joke is this?" Wang Taishun naturally did not believe it, and immediately made a gesture to the man in the floral shirt. However, as soon as the man in the floral shirt approached, he was seized by 2 bodyguards in black suits, directly dragged back into the basement. Then a large number of black-suited bodyguards streamed in, instantly filling the 60-square-meter basement. However, the bodyguards then made way. Wang Taishun looked over and saw a tall young man dressed in luxurious attire walking in, his brow furrowing. Where did this young master come from? The newcomer was Jiang Hongi, who walked straight up to Wang Ergu and nodded. "Ergu." Chen Ge's expression turned to shock and disbelief upon seeing Jiang Hongi. "You are the second young master of the Jiang family. I must be seeing things." Jiang Hongi turned to look at Chen Ge, appearing puzzled. "Who are you?" "I am Chen Ge," he chuckled, awkwardly, feeling extremely embarrassed as he quickly explained. "I had inquired about the wealthy families around Donghai City, so I know you are the second young master of the Jiang family." Upon hearing this, Chen Jisheng was shocked, as well, having heard of the Jiang family, but never expecting the second young master to appear here. However, remembering what Chen Ge had just said, his expression quickly darkened. "You little brat. How could you come up with 90,000? If you have 90,000, why do you come to my dorm every day to play poor?" Chen Ge turned his head and smiled at Chen Jisheng, waving his hand, before continuing to gaze at Jiang Hongi. Jiang Hongi blinked, looking somewhat confused. "So they are all under Brother Ergo." Brother Ergo waved his hand at Jiang Hongi, then fixed his sharp gaze on Wang Taishun. He is someone my brother called over, which means he is one of us. The real issue is that the people here have beaten my brother Su Yuanli. I have already paid off their debt of 90,000, yet they refuse to give my brother an explanation. Young master, please have your men ensure the safety of my brothers while we leave. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hongyi immediately waved at several bodyguards, signaling them to escort Su Yuanli and the others out safely. Su Yuanli and his companions glanced at Wang Ergo before turning and walking out. Jiang Hongyi watched them leave, then turned to survey Wang Taishan and the others before his gaze settled on the seated Wang Taishuan, letting out a soft hum. You really are quite arrogant, daring to lay hands on our brother Ergo's men. You must have some audacity. Wang Taishan trembled all over and quickly stood up trembling. Young master, this is all a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. Jiang Hongyi let out a sneer, his expression turning extremely grim. With the person beaten to such a state, you dare tell me it's a misunderstanding? Debts are debts, and that's all well and good, but what gives you the right to touch our brother? Do you know who he is? He is a student from Donghai University and will be our group's future director with an annual salary of 50 million. Damn it. Owing 90,000, and you beat him up. If you injure his brain, what the hell will you use to take responsibility? After this statement, Wang Taishan and the others all turned pale, their eyes flickering, afraid to look at Jiang Hongyi. However, Jiang Hongyi did not hold back and continued. Not only did you beat our brother, but you also dared to offend brother Ergo. You actually dared to provoke us. Wang Taishan was taken aback. Who exactly was brother Ergo? Jiang Hongyi noticed Wang Taishan's silence and understood that he was harboring doubts. I had to plead and beg before I got brother Ergo's approval to develop the Bichuo district planning to invest 10 billion. Even I wouldn't dare offend brother Ergo. You actually dared to offend him. You really are something. If I remember correctly, your territory is under the jurisdiction of the Flying Eagle Chamber of Commerce, right? Alright, I will give Master Liao a call right now. I want to see how you handle this situation. With that, Jiang Hongyi picked up his phone and dialed a number. Investing 10 billion. Wang Taishan's eyes widened in shock. He truly had no idea brother Ergo was so wealthy. Just a moment ago, he had thought of kidnapping brother Ergo, but if brother Ergo was wealthier than Jiang Hongyi, he was not someone he could just kidnap. Soon the call connected, and Jiang Hongyi immediately explained the situation. Brother Ergo took the phone from Jiang Hongyi and said casually, "You don't need to involve yourself in this matter, just state your position." After speaking, brother Ergo handed the phone to Wang Taishan. Wang Taishan trembled as he took the phone with both hands and stammered, "Master Liao. This is Xiao Shunzi from the Spinning Top, Old Street." Wang Taishuan, oh Wang Taishuan, you really have some. You dared to offend young master and even brother Ergo. If you want to die, just go ahead and drown yourself in your own urine. Don't bring disaster upon me. Master Liao roared on the other end. Although he didn't know who brother Ergo was, he knew Jiang Hongyi's identity and had learned about brother Ergo from Jiang Hongyi. Thus, he had already regarded brother Ergo as an heir of a super family, and he believed that brother Ergo's rural identity was merely a facade he had created. No, Master Liao, I didn't mean to offend them. I don't care if you did it intentionally or not, you handle it yourself. If you can't deal with this, you will be doomed today. After Master Liao finished yelling, he hung up the phone. Wang Taishan's expression stiffened as he trembled while walking towards brother Ergo, presenting the phone with both hands. Young master, this time it's really a disaster. Please give me a chance. With that, Wang Taishan immediately bowed deeply to brother Ergo. Brother Ergo took back the phone and tossed it to Jiang Hongyi before waving his hand at Wang Taishan. Speak, what exactly happened? Who made you bring Su Yuanli here to lose money? As long as you tell me the truth, I won't hold it against you. As for him, just a beating will suffice. Jiang Hongyi was taken aback. Could there be more to this matter? No wonder brother Ergo sent Su Yuanli and the others away. He must have feared they would sense something amiss. Upon hearing this, Wang Taishan furrowed his brow and made a gesture to a few burly men behind him, signaling them to deal with He Shirbao. In an instant, He Shirbao was knocked to the ground, howling in pain. Subsequently, Wang Taishan recounted how he had lured Su Yuanli into this mess. After hearing this, Jiang Hongyi was furious because he never expected this matter to involve Jin Yuanbao. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "It's Jin Yuanbao again." Brother Ergo remained silent, but his expression darkened, a surge of anger igniting within him. He never imagined that this incident could be related to Jin Yuanbao. Oh, it was surely because Jin Yuanbao wanted to deal with him, hence the attack on Su Yuanli. If that's the case, then I've implicated Su Yuanli. Jiang Hongyi immediately waved his hand. Brother Ergo, this is not your fault. That Jin Yuanbao sent people to deal with you means he's not taking you seriously. We must retaliate. Brother Ergo nodded, his eyes turning sharp as arrows. Of course we must retaliate. And in the most painful way possible. Here's the plan, young master. Think of a way to bring down the Jin family. I want to see how arrogant Jin Yuanbao can be after they go bankrupt. This statement caused Wang Taishan's expression to change drastically. He never expected brother Ergo to attempt to bring down the Jin family. The Jin family was a third-rate family in Donghai City with assets of over 30 billion. It was precisely because Jin Yuanbao personally made the call that he was wary of the Jin family's connections, which is why he set this trap to lure Su Yuanli into it. He just didn't expect that although Su Yuanli came from an ordinary family, he had such an extraordinary young master, like brother Heir as a roommate. Now Jin Yuanbao had kicked the steel plate. Jiang Hongyi upon hearing this immediately grinned with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Don't worry brother Heir, this matter is on me. Unexpectedly brother Heir shook his head looking deeply at Jiang Hongyi before patting him on the shoulder. I know the Jiang family won't provide you with any money. So here's the deal, I will give you 300 million, you just need to do as I say. As long as you bring the Jin family to bankruptcy within a fixed time, don't kill Jin Yuanbao. Later we can use the tactic of bullying Su Yuanli to capture Jin Yuanbao. If 300 million isn't enough, you can ask me for more. Money is not an issue, just make sure to handle this. 300 billion. Wang Taishan's eyes widened in disbelief, his face filled with shock as his body trembled again, nearly causing him to fall to the ground. 300 billion right off the bat. Jiang Hongyi shook his head at Wang Ergu, saying there's no need for 300 billion, 100 billion is already sufficient. With 100 billion, he could easily assemble a stock market strike team to take down the Jin family's publicly listed company. Good. Wang Ergu nodded, then turned to look at Wang Taishan again. Thud. Wang Taishan knelt before Wang Ergu, terrified by the overwhelming aura emanating from him. Forget about 300 billion, even throwing a casual 1 billion could leave Wang Taishan in ruins. Regardless, he had previously sided with Jin Yuanbao, and that was a mistake. Esteemed young master, I was wrong. Wang Ergu looked down at Wang Taishan, a cold smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Now that you realize your mistake, tell me, where did you go wrong? Wang Taishan immediately raised his hands, slapping his own face left and right. It was wrong of me to covet others' wealth and mislead your roommate, Su Yuanli. It was wrong of me to lack discernment, causing Su Yuanli to suffer in this incident. It was wrong of me to be short-sighted, offending you esteemed young masters, much like floodwaters overflowing the Dragon King's temple. Wang Ergu furrowed his brow at Wang Taishan's words. Enough. What are you acting out a sob story for? Get up quickly. Wang Taishan immediately scrambled to his feet, nervously looking at Wang Ergu. But he was genuinely scared and his face was already swelling. I've said it before, I won't hold this against you. However, dealing with Jin Yuanbao might give you a chance to show your skills. Wang Taishan's face brightened immediately, and he quickly nodded. Xiao Shunzi is willing to serve you, esteemed young master. Wang Ergu narrowed his eyes and asked nonchalantly, in this line of work, have you ever harmed anyone? And what is your annual revenue? Tell me. Wang Taishan's expression froze, and he quickly shook his head. No. We absolutely have no debts here. As for revenue, it's not much, around 6 million a year. To be honest, we've been at a loss because there are too many brothers, and it's becoming hard to manage. Jiang Hongyi was a bit stunned and frowned at Wang Ergu, asking why are you asking this? You're not thinking of taking this guy in, are you? Wang Taishan's throat tightened, and he looked at Wang Ergu with eager eyes. After all, a benefactor who could casually throw out 100 billion like Wang Ergu was astonishing. If he could follow Wang Ergu, even making 1 billion in a year would be akin to soaring to the heavens. It's alright, although he hit my brother, he still has loyalty. Of course, if he were the kind of two-faced person, he'd be in for it, as I would end him with one palm. Wang Ergu said this lightly, but suddenly swung out his right palm. Slap. The tea table in front of Wang Taishan was instantly imprinted with his hand. Everyone's expression changed, including Jiang Hongyi. No one expected that Wang Ergu, who looked so frail, possessed such astonishing strength. Jiang Hongyi's shock turned into delight as he turned to a burly man with a buzz cut, saying sternly, "Do cheer, you try it." Immediately, everyone's gaze except for Wang Ergu turned to Du Cheer. Du Cheer frowned and shook his head at Jiang Hongyi. I can give it a try, but I can't reach the level of young Master Wang. After stepping forward, Du Cheer immediately struck out a palm, but it only left a shallow handprint nowhere near as deep or neat as Wang Ergu's. In an instant, everyone's gaze towards Wang Ergu was filled with admiration. Wang Taishan snapped back to reality and hurriedly bowed his head to Wang Ergu. Young Master Wang, from now on, if you tell me to go east, I will never go west. Whatever you ask me to do, I will do. He had a follow-up. If you ask me to chase away dogs, I will never hit a chicken, but recalling the name Wang Ergu had introduced himself with, he quickly altered the latter part. In that case, let's smash all of this. Wang Ergu said casually. Huh. Wang Taishan was momentarily bewildered. Smash this place. What else? Wang Ergu shot Wang Taishan a glance before slowly revealing his plan. I plan to acquire the area around the old street, and naturally you need to make some adjustments here. Moreover, I will not allow anyone to engage in any illegal activities here, as this investment is definitely not less than 300 billion. As for your job, it should change. Are you going to be the head of an underground bank for your entire life? You can't even feed yourself, let alone your brothers. How about a different job? Supervising projects or helping with rent collection is fine. You can also assist in managing hotels, clubs, bars, etc., arranging personnel, and overseeing normal operations with an annual salary of 5 million and other benefits calculated separately. Upon hearing these words, Wang Taishan and the others instantly lit up. Holy cow! They had encountered a god of wealth today. Immediately Wang Taishan and his followers knelt before Wang Ergu. Wang Ergu, however, took out his phone and transferred 50,000 to Wang Taishan's previous bank account. Since I hit your guy today, let's compensate him for 50,000 in medical expenses. Make sure to transfer this money to him and don't pocket it. Everyone immediately looked up at He Bao. He Bao was incredibly excited, not expecting to receive compensation after being beaten. Hurry, hit me again. Compensating me an extra 50,000 would be great. Wang Taishan quickly nodded, realizing he no longer cared about that 50,000. In the past, he might have pocketed 45,000 and only given 5,000. Outside the shop, Su Yuanli and the others were waiting after coming out. Then they saw a large group of people approaching. Su Yuanli realized that Chun Jisheng had brought a lot of classmates. At the same time, his roommate Kai Jiaming's call came through on Su Yuanli's phone. Yuanli, I'm out of town now. How are you doing? Chun Jisheng snatched Su Yuanli's phone, angrily shouting into the phone at Kai Jiaming, where the hell have you? Damn it. Yuanli got hit, and you didn't even come. Kai Jiaming was shocked to hear Chun Jisheng's voice, exclaiming, did they really hit Yuanli? To hell with it, who dares to touch my brother? Should I send someone over right now? No need. Chun Jisheng roared, feeling disappointed in Kai Jiaming. He thought he was even worse than Chun Ge, as he didn't show up after something happened which was too disloyal. It's not like that, Jisheng. I'm injured too. It's not that I don't want to come, just listen to me. Kai Jiaming desperately tried to explain, but Chun Jisheng hung up directly and returned the phone to Su Yuanli. Su Yuanli pressed his lips together, saying nothing. He was only worried about Wang Ergu. Although Zhang Hongyi had brought people down if Wang Taishan and the others became ruthless, and if anything happened to Wang Ergu in this incident, he felt he would owe Wang Ergu an apology. What's going on? Why hasn't Ergu come out yet? Qin Ling squeezed through the crowd and waved at Chun Jisheng. Chun Jisheng, what exactly is going on? Seeing Qin Ling approaching, Chun Jisheng was momentarily stunned, as he had not notified her to come, and all those present were boys. With Wang Ergu still not out, how could he explain to Qin Ling? Upon seeing Chun Jisheng shake his head, Qin Ling's expression darkened, sensing that things were not looking good, especially since she had already seen Su Yuanli's face was bruised. Where is Wang Ergu? Chun Jisheng shook his head again. Qin Ling, seeing this, tried to rush into the shop, but was intercepted by Chun Jisheng. Qin Ling, you can't go in. Chun Jisheng sighed. Qin Ling frowned, looking at him in confusion. What do you mean by that? What have you done? Su Yuanli waved his hand at Qin Ling, saying, wait until Ergu comes out, and I will explain everything. For now, just wait here. Qin Ling looked bewildered, but had no choice but to wait with them. However, she glanced at Chun Jisheng, her gaze tinged with a hint of sorrow. Chun Jisheng, thank you for your support last night. They'll treat you to dinner sometime. Chun Jisheng's face instantly brightened, eagerly nodding like a chicken pecking at rice. So the supreme howling celestial dog is Wang Ergu, right? Don't lie to me. I hate liars the most. Qin Ling pressed on, looking seriously at Chun Jisheng. This? Chun Jisheng's expression froze, unsure whether to reveal Wang Ergu's identity. Su Yuanli was taken aback, and then asked Chun Jisheng, what happened to Ergu? Chun Jisheng sighed, and explained to Su Yuanli, because I have always liked Qin Ling. Ergu supported her with over 1.2 million last night, helping her achieve the top of the livestream rankings. 1.2 million? No way. Su Yuanli exclaimed, genuinely surprised that Wang Ergu could come up with such a large sum. Suddenly, he recalled the 900 Wang Ergu had paid off for him. Where did Wang Ergu get so much money? Qin Ling's face flushed, as she hadn't expected Chun Jisheng to confess his feelings for her this way. Although many boys had confessed before, those were insincere. But she could sense that Chun Jisheng truly liked her. She just couldn't believe that such an unassuming boy like Wang Ergu would spend over 1.2 million for Chun Jisheng. So she was curious where Wang Ergu's money was coming from. Chun Jisheng, what's the deal with Wang Ergu? Wasn't Zhang Huihui saying he was very poor? How could he suddenly spend so much in the group, and then give me so much? Where is all his money coming from? Upon hearing this, Su Yuanli was puzzled. What do you mean he spent so much in the group? Qin Ling immediately took out her phone and pulled up the class group. Only then did Su Yuanli realize that Wang Ergu had actually spent money in the group for him. In that instant, he was deeply moved. From that moment on, he completely regarded Wang Ergu as a brother for life. Chun Jisheng shook his head at Qin Ling. I'm not too sure. When I asked him, he said he won 2 million. As for what kind of prize it was, or if it was even true, I didn't inquire further. Qin Ling's brows furrowed tightly. She felt Wang Ergu was spending money too recklessly. Winning 2 million, and then spending so much in the class group and giving her over 1.2 million. Wang Ergu probably didn't have much left. Shen Jisheng, how about this? When I receive half of the revenue from the livestream company, I'll return 600 to Wang Ergu. Shen Jisheng was taken aback. He hadn't expected Qin Ling to have such an idea, but he shook his head. I can't make decisions for Wang Ergu. You should wait until he comes out to discuss it with him. Qin Ling let out a light sigh, biting her delicate lip, and had no choice but to patiently wait here. But before long, Wang Ergu and Jiang Hongyi came out. Seeing this, Su Yuanli immediately approached Wang Ergu and asked, Ergu, are you okay? They didn't hit you, did they, eh? Wang Ergu shook his head. How could that be? We are all civilized people. Of course we resolve this matter civilly. Resolved, eh? Everyone's expression brightened. Oh, after all, resolving it is a good thing. Although Jiang Hongyi had brought people over, they did not want to escalate the matter, as the king of hell is easy to meet, but the little devils are hard to deal with. If they were saved this time, next time they would be entangled by Wang Taishan and others, which would be very troublesome. Su Yuanli quickly shook his head, gritting his teeth. No matter what, it was my own lack of determination that led to enough of the self-blame. You did this for your mother. If you want to thank someone, thank Yishao. If it weren't for Yishao scaring them off, you would have been in serious trouble. Wang Ergu chuckled and gestured for Su Yuanli to look at Jiang Hongyi. Su Yuanli immediately bowed to Jiang Hongyi, saying, Thank you, Yishao. Jiang Hongyi waved his hand at Su Yuanli, saying, Wang Ergu saved me once. I'm here to repay the favor. Just be careful from now on. Alright, I have things to do, so I'll be leaving now. After saying that, Jiang Hongyi led a large group of bodyguards. Qin Ling saw Jiang Hongyi leave and exclaimed, You guys are impressive. You actually know the young master of the Jiang family. Wang Ergu then recounted how he knew Jiang Hongyi and what had happened this time. However, he did not reveal his acquisition of the system, and instead changed the story of saving Jiang Hongyi with money to one of escaping with Jiang Hongyi. Qin Ling and Su Yuanli and the others all suddenly understood. It turned out that Wang Ergu had called Jiang Hongyi to handle this crisis. After finishing, Wang Ergu patted Su Yuanli on the shoulder. From now on, don't do anything foolish like borrowing high-interest loans. If you're out of money, just tell your brothers right away. We are all college students. We should have integrity and not resort to tricks. Su Yuanli looked guilty and burst into tears. I'm sorry. I've caused everyone trouble. Oh, I'm so Enough. Stop crying, you man. Stand tall. Wang Ergu glared at Su Yuanli. Unexpectedly, Qin Ling started crying too. So you all are doing these things for each other. One for family, one for friends. It's so touching. Wang Ergu looked at Qin Ling, and his expression suddenly turned serious. Wait a minute, Qin Ling, why are you here? Did Jisheng send you? Shen Jisheng quickly shook his head. Qin Ling shot him an angry glance and smiled with her pearly white teeth. I followed you guys here. I saw you sneaking around, so I wanted to know what you were up to. If I had known you were in trouble, I would have called the police. Wang Ergu waved his hand and sighed. If you call the police, this grudge will be established. They would still be harassed afterward. Now that Yishao has intervened to resolve the matter, we should not provoke them again. Yes, Brother Ergu. Su Yuanli wiped away his tears and nodded solemnly at Wang Ergu. In the future, even if he had 100 more guts, he wouldn't dare to go near that underground money house. At that moment in a bedroom, Jin Yuanbao crawled out of his mattress and took out a pack of cigarettes, promptly lighting one for himself. His phone rang, and Jin Yuanbao picked it up without even looking, swiping to answer, still half asleep, and began to exhale smoke. On the other end of the line, a young man's voice came through. Young Master Bao, Wang Ergu went to class today. It's strange, wasn't he supposed to be dealt with by Lu Yidao and the others? Hearing this, Jin Yuanbao's expression instantly hardened, and he put down his cigarette. What did you say? Wang Ergu went to class. That scoundrel. He had been rejected entry when he tried to go to the Arc de Triomphe Hotel yesterday, while that poor Wang Ergu got in just fine. Thus his heart was filled with anger towards Wang Ergu, as if that person owed him something. More importantly, he had forgotten to call Lu Yidao to inquire. So Jin Yuanbao immediately hung up and dialed Lu Yidao's number. Soon the call connected and Lu Yidao's hearty laughter echoed. Young Master Bao, what do you need? You bastard. Lu Yidao, what the hell is going on? Why is Wang Ergu still fine? Jin Yuanbao. On the other end, Lu Yidao was taken aback. What do you mean Wang Ergu is fine? Young Master Bao, are you mistaken? We already dealt with him. Deal with him. I saw him yesterday, and today he's back at school attending classes perfectly fine. Jin Yuanbao was furious. Had Lu Yidao been there, he would have slapped him. That's impossible. We had several people beat him up together. How could we not fulfill your orders, young master? Besides, you have access to the school's surveillance. If you don't believe me, you can check the footage. We abducted him and gave him a good beating. Lu Yidao hurriedly defended himself. This made Jin Yuanbao pause. After all, Lu Yidao had no reason to lie to him. However, if Lu Yidao had indeed attacked Wang Ergu, then why was Wang Ergu still unharmed back at school? This just didn't add up. Regardless, since Wang Ergu is fine, it proves you haven't completed your task right. Find Wang Ergu and deal with him again. Upon hearing this, Lu Yidao immediately agreed. Don't worry, young Master Bao, I will make him regret it forever. Jin Yuanbao hung up the phone, still feeling somewhat frustrated. Initially thinking Wang Ergo was taking care of it was infuriating to see him still doing well. Suddenly his phone rang again. Jin Yuanbao glanced at it, then picked it up and answered. On the other end, Zhang Weihui's aggrieved voice came through. Young master, I really wasn't feeling well last night. When I have some free time, I will definitely accompany you, okay? Zhang Hui. I'm really annoyed right now, especially with that Wang Ergo. Just hearing about him irritates me, so don't call me for now. Jin Yuanbao snorted coldly and hung up on Zhang Hui. Although they had been together for a while, he still hadn't managed to have a proper relationship with her, which left him with some resentment. Beside him, a purple-haired woman wrapped a long leg around Jin Yuanbao's arm. Young master, why are you so? If you want to vent, you can take it out on me. Jin Yuanbao glanced at the purple-haired woman, instantly feeling a tightness in his throat, having tasted the sweetness of indulgence. He then turned around and resumed his passionate endeavors with the purple-haired woman. The room filled with sultry sounds completely entrancing Jin Yuanbao. The phone kept ringing, but Jin Yuanbao no longer answered it. At Donghai University, in the girls' dormitory room, 404, Zhang Hui stared at the hung-up call in shock. She never imagined that Jin Yuanbao would be the first to hang up on her. In a panic, Zhang Hui hurriedly redialed Jin Yuanbao. However, after ringing for a long time and calling several times, Jin Yuanbao still did not answer. In an instant, Zhang Hui felt flustered, sensing she might lose this wealthy benefactor, and felt wronged. However, thinking about what Jin Yuanbao had said regarding Wang Ergo, her expression darkened. You Wang Ergo? You must have said something bad about young Master Bao. What did I do to provoke you? How dare you treat me like this? No, I can't swallow this anger. If it weren't for that scoundrel Wang Ergo, how could young master have treated me like this? Since you want to play the first card, then I will call in the big guns. I will make sure you don't have it easy. With that, Zhang Hui opened her laptop and began posting on the university forum. Soon a post garnered over 5,000 likes and comments. Of course, this post targeted Wang Ergo, depicting him as a scumbag and accusing him of the harm he inflicted on her. Even if she didn't accept Wang Ergo, he still continuously hurt and attacked her. Instantly, countless keyboard warriors angrily scolded Wang Ergo, claiming to seek justice for Zhang Hui. This kind of scumbag is too despicable. If he can't have her, hell destroy her. What a piece of trash. Don't worry, miss, I will protect you from now on. I know Wang Ergo, he's just a poor loser, really clingy. Meanwhile, Zhang Hui instructed her friends and roommates to all help speak ill of Wang Ergo. Thus, in the eyes of the students, Wang Ergo had become a rat running across the street, with everyone wanting to beat him up. However, at that moment, Wang Ergo was still with Su Yuanli and the others on the old street. Having just sent Qin Ling away, Wang Ergo intended to discuss some matters with Chen Jisheng, but found Qin Ling running back. Brother Ergo, there's trouble. Zhang Hui is spreading rumors everywhere speaking ill of you. Check out the campus forum. Wang Ergo took the phone from Qin Ling and glanced at it, his expression immediately darkening, exuding a sense of rage. He never expected that even after deciding not to hold a grudge against Zhang Hui, she would still slander him. It was truly a woman's heart that could be the most vicious. He even suspected that the incident where Lu Yidao and the others broke his arms and legs might not be unrelated to Zhang Weihui's involvement. This woman has gone mad. Chen Jisheng chimed in, glancing at the phone before angrily scolding. He was growing increasingly displeased with Zhang Hui. He thought to himself, thank goodness Brother Ergo had separated from that woman, otherwise with Zhang Weihui's venomous nature, just thinking about it makes me nauseous. Su Yuanli remained silent, gazing at Wang Ergo. Wang Ergo returned the phone to Qin Ling and instructed Chen Jisheng, you take care of this matter. You and Qin Ling help me resolve it. I trust you can handle it. Don't worry, leave it to me. Chen Jisheng nodded. He would never go easy on a woman like Zhang Hui. Once he returned to school, he would mobilize people to expose Zhang Hui, making this gold-digging woman regret her current actions. Wang Ergo, after letting Chen Jisheng and the others disperse, asked Su Yuanli to take him to the Bichuo District People's Hospital, as Yuanli's mother Hong Fen was currently in that hospital. Upon arriving, Wang Ergo roughly understood Hong Fen's condition and the details of her surgery. Suddenly, a doctor in a white coat who had been discovered in the Mediterranean walked into the ward. This was a 3-person ward, and the doctor in the white coat was looking at a young woman sleeping on the middle bed. He glanced at Hong Fen, who was sleeping on the bed by the window, then looked at Wang Ergo and Su Yuanli, sneering contemptuously. You haven't paid the hospitalization fee, right? You people must be from the countryside. If you have no money, don't stay in the hospital. Su Yuanli's face darkened at once, and he angrily rebuked the doctor. Do you even know how to speak? Are you a doctor? What do you mean by saying we are from the countryside? What's wrong with being from the countryside? The doctor in the white coat was enraged by Su Yuanli's rebuttal. Damn, you poor rural folks dare to shout at me. What do you think you are? If you have money, hurry up and pay the hospitalization fee. If you don't have money, what are you doing here? Moreover, you occupy these beds without paying. Do you think our hospital is a charity? Our hospital is not a charity. Hurry up and get out. We don't welcome unrefined people like you from the countryside here. Wang Ergus' expression darkened like clouds upon hearing the doctor's words. Go on, keep talking. I'm recording you. The doctor in the white coat's eyes widened in shock at the sight of Wang Ergu raising his phone. Damn, you little brat, you dare to record a video. Delete it right now. Seeing Wang Ergu remain unfazed, the doctor rushed towards him, attempting to snatch the phone from his hand. Wang Ergu naturally would not hand his phone to the doctor in the white coat and directly pushed him down to the ground. The doctor fell and felt as if his backside had been crushed. Ouch. You little brat, this is attempted murder. I'm going to sue you. Trying to snatch my phone. Zhang Weijie, right? I remember your name. Don't think you can sue me. Ooh, I will definitely sue you today. Wang Ergu retorted, looking coldly at Zhang Weijie's furious expression. Zhang Weijie got up, pointing at Wang Ergu. You just wait. After leaving that harsh remark, he immediately turned and walked out of the ward. Suddenly, everyone in the ward stared at Wang Ergu, unable to believe that he dared to hit a doctor. Seeing this, Su Yuanli quickly pulled Wang Ergu out of the ward. Wang Ergu followed Su Yuanli out, but smiled lightly. Don't worry, I won't be in trouble. Someone like him isn't worth your concern. Ergu, he won't let this go easily. Why don't you leave here first? I will handle it here, Su Yuanli hastily suggested. You handle it. How are you going to handle it? Do you think just giving me the video will suffice? If he were easy to talk to, he wouldn't have said such things. Wang Ergu shook his head. So what do we do now? Su Yuanli frowned, looking at Wang Ergu, worried that Zhang Weijie might call the police. If the police got involved, Wang Ergu could end up detained for a few days for assault. Someone like him won't do anything to me. Just stay here with your mom. He'll go find the director, Wang Ergu instructed sternly before turning and walking away. Su Yuanli furrowed his brows, but there was nothing he could do now, so he could only let Wang Ergu handle it. However, 5 minutes later, Zhang Weijie returned with 2 hospital security guards. Where is he? Where did that little brat run off to? Zhang Weijie questioned Su Yuanli, knowing he must be acquainted with Wang Ergu. Su Yuanli remained silent, choosing to ignore Zhang Weijie. Zhang Weijie's expression darkened immediately, his lips curling into a sinister smirk. Do you think hiding him will work? Get him out here. Otherwise he will be in big trouble. Su Yuanli lost his composure, standing up and angrily rebuking Zhang Weijie. I advise you not to act recklessly. You are a doctor after all, and should save lives, not nitpick with us poor. Zhang Weijie sneered, looking down at Su Yuanli with arrogance. I will nitpick with you, so what? You poor people dare to oppose me. Then he turned to the 2 hospital security guards and waved. What are you waiting for? Go grab him and bring that little brat back here. Upon hearing this, the 2 hospital security guards immediately approached and restrained Su Yuanli. Su Yuanli quickly hissed, let go of me. You can't just arrest people like this. Although he didn't dare to argue while in the underground bank, he wasn't afraid of someone like Zhang Weijie here. Of course, the most important reason was that his mother was sleeping in the bed here, so he didn't want to disturb her. Breaking the law. Here, I am the law. Vice President Huang Lixing is my uncle. Oh, do you dare to offend me? That's simply looking for death. Su Yuanli's expression changed. He never expected Zhang Weijie to have such connections. In that case, going to find the director would probably be useless. You can't just act recklessly. We are only behind on the hospitalization fee. We're not refusing to pay. Besides, we have no grudges against you. Why do this? Zhang Weijie coldly snorted, glaring resentfully at Su Yuanli. You recorded a video, so you must have intended to slander me. Naturally, I won't be polite with you. From now on, you must get out of here. Su Yuanli furrowed his brows, glanced at his mother, and gritted his teeth. My mom is here for treatment. You can't treatment my foot. You poor ghost should die and be reborn early. Oh, don't waste air in our hospital. Zhang Weijie sneered coldly, then waved to the 2 hospital security guards, signaling them to drag Su Yuanli out. Thus, Su Yuanli was dragged out of the corridor by the 2 hospital security guards. Just then, Wang Ergu returned with several people. Stop right there. Upon seeing Wang Ergu and his group, the 2 hospital security guards immediately released Su Yuanli. Both of them noticed an elderly man following Wang Ergu. He was the hospital director, Su Jiaoyang. Su Jiaoyang, nearing 60 with a short buzz cut, was shocked to see Su Yuanli treated this way. Wang Ergu rushed over, supporting Su Yuanli to the side, then coldly glared at the 2 hospital security guards. You really have some nerve. Who allowed you to treat my brother this way? The 2 hospital security guards ignored Wang Ergu and instead focused on Su Jiaoyang and the others. One of the bald security guards immediately explained to Su Jiaoyang. Director Su, this is what Dr. Zhang Weijie instructed us to do. We had no choice in the matter. After all, Vice Director Huang Lixing is Dr. Zhang Weijie's uncle. Director Su, this is what Dr. Zhang Weijie instructed us to do. We had no choice in the matter. After all, Vice Director Huang Lixing is Dr. Zhang Weijie's uncle. If he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that the security guards under his jurisdiction could be so rude to the family of a patient. However, Wang Ergu waved his hand at Su Jiaoyang and coldly snorted, Director Su, the facts are right in front of us. I'm not just speaking nonsense. If you don't believe me, let's go in and take a look. So Su Jiaoyang and the others followed Wang Ergu and Su Yuanli into the ward. Upon seeing the situation, Su Yuanli's anger surged instantly, and he clenched his fists. This was because Zhang Weijia was humiliating Hong Fen on the hospital bed, who not only had he removed the patient's clothing, but he had also written numerous insulting phrases on her arm. Unable to contain himself, Su Yuanli rushed forward and directly knocked Zhang Weijia flying. Zhang Weijia crashed into a nearby cabinet and awkwardly fell to the ground, knocking over all the thermoses beside it. Some warm water spilled out of the thermoses, instantly soaking the area. Zhang Weijia got up and immediately shouted angrily at Su Yuanli. "You bastard, dare to push me. I'll kill you." But as soon as he finished speaking, he noticed Su Jiaoyang and the others approaching. Director Su, you arrived just in time. These family members of the patients are simply insane. They must be immediately expelled from the hospital. Su Jiaoyang's face turned pale with anger. He couldn't believe that in front of so many witnesses Zhang Weijia still had the audacity to play the victim. Zhang Weijia, you have gone too far. You are simply unworthy of being a doctor. Upon hearing this, Zhang Weijia's face darkened, and he looked at Su Jiaoyang with arrogance. Su Jiaoyang, what are you trying to say? I am a doctor at this hospital. I'm being bullied here, and instead of helping me, you side with outsiders. If you keep this up, who will dare to come here to be a doctor in the future? Doctor? Su Jiaoyang scoffed, shaking his head. You may have been a doctor before, but from now on you are no longer a doctor, at least not at our hospital. Zhang Weijia's eyes narrowed, and his expression became incredibly gloomy. What do you mean? Su Jiaoyang gritted his teeth, stating, what do I mean? I, the director, have decided to expel you, this disgrace. Get out of our hospital immediately. Expel me. Zhang Weijia's lips twitched, then he coldly laughed. My uncle is Huang Lixing, you can't expel me like this. Are you trying to go against my uncle? Your uncle? Su Jiaoyang chuckled disdainfully at Zhang Weijia. Huang Lixing has been taken away today for bribery. If you think he can help you, I advise you to stop daydreaming. As for you, you have been a parasite in the hospital, causing trouble everywhere. Because Huang Lixing protected you, you never repented. Starting today, our hospital resolutely does not want someone like you, because people like you are simply unworthy of being doctors. After saying this, Su Jiaoyang turned to the two hospital security guards. Guards, come here. Arrest Zhang Weijia and hand him over to the police for a thorough investigation. Upon hearing this, the two hospital security guards immediately stepped forward, each taking hold of Zhang Weijia's arms. Zhang Weijia was instantly thrown into a panic. He had called the two security guards to arrest Wang Ergu, but he never expected they would arrest him instead. Then upon seeing Wang Ergu standing behind Su Jiaoyang, he immediately yelled at him in anger. You little brat, did you bring Su Jiaoyang to deal with me? Do you think that makes you impressive? Wang Ergu chuckled. I'm not impressive, or just go and say those words at the police station. I hope you'll be impressive then. Zhang Weijia glared at Wang Ergu fiercely. What if I record a video? I know people at the police station too. Once I get out, you'll be dead. Upon hearing this, Su Jiaoyang pointed at Zhang Weijia and scolded. You are outrageous. You are simply malicious and unrepentant. Wang Ergu then walked over to the cabinet by the wall, took out a mobile phone, and turned to Zhang Weijia. Who said I only have one mobile phone? This one has already recorded evidence of your humiliation towards the patient. If you think you can just walk out so easily, dream on. You? Zhang Weijia's face froze. He never expected Wang Ergu to have prepared another phone. Of course, this phone belonged to Su Yuanli. Wang Ergu was worried that if Su Jiaoyang didn't stand by him, he would also need evidence. Wang Ergu never expected to have captured the scene of Zhang Weijia humiliating the patient. He immediately sent the video to his own WeChat, then returned the phone to Su Yuanli, and quickly sent it via his WeChat to Jiang Hongyi for assistance. Su Jiaoyang's face changed dramatically, and he quickly pleaded with Wang Ergu. Mr. Wang, I beg you, can we resolve this matter privately? If this matter escalates, it would be a huge loss for our hospital and utterly unfair to the other diligent medical staff. Saying this, Su Jiaoyang immediately gestured for the two hospital security guards to drag Zhang Weijia out. After hearing Zhang Weijia's furious shouts, and when there was no sound outside, Wang Ergu began to talk with Su Jiaoyang. Then, according to Wang Ergu's instructions, Su Jiaoyang prepared a single VIP room for Hong Fen. After sending Su Jiaoyang away, Wang Ergu and Su Yuanli stood in the corridor. Su Yuanli looked dejected as he explained his family situation. Brother Ergu, I'm out of options. After my father was hit, he injured his right leg and has become an alcoholic back home, basically with no income. So all these years my mother has been holding the family together, but I didn't expect her to have a stomach illness and to have hidden it from me for so long. If my mother hadn't come here to see me and suddenly fainted and was sent to the hospital, I wouldn't have known how serious her condition is now. But I have no money. Those relatives are now afraid of our family and are even less likely to lend me money. In a moment of impulse, I went to an underground moneylender. Wang Ergu patted Su Yuanli on the shoulder and sighed. Life won't crush a man with ambition, so you must persevere. As for the money issue, I'll handle it, but I need to prepare some cash for you. When the time comes, tell your mother this is from classmates. It will be easier for her to accept. So for now, just stay here and comfort your mother, but don't wander around, okay? Yes, Brother Ergu. Su Yunli nodded vigorously. The person he trusted most now was Wang Ergu. Wang Ergu then went to the director's office before leaving the hospital. After entering Donghai University, Wang Ergu opened a bank account with China Merchants Bank, so apart from his regular bank account, he also used the China Merchants Bank card. He pondered that it should be much easier to withdraw cash with a card from the same bank, especially since he had already transferred 1 billion into this card. Upon entering the bank, Wang Ergu followed the security guard's instructions and took a number to queue. To his surprise, his number was A077, but the LCD TV on the wall was currently calling A027, which made him feel overwhelmed. There were actually 50 people between these two numbers, and it was already 4 in the afternoon. He wondered how long he would have to wait. Wang Ergu, however, did not realize that with his financial capacity, he could simply go to the VIP room. He noticed an empty counter and rushed over, handing his bank card over. Could you please assist me first? I haven't. The young bank teller at the counter was named Mao Yujia. Upon seeing Wang Ergu's incorrect queue number, she immediately, Sir, please queue up first. If everyone were to cut in line like you, this society would be chaotic. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I'm here to withdraw money to save someone. Please, just give me 10,000 in cash. Wang Ergu quickly pleaded with Mao Yujia, believing that since his bank card had sufficient funds, withdrawing a mere 10,000 should be easy. Mao Yujia, however, was taken aback. Since she started working, she had rarely seen anyone withdraw 10,000 in cash, even if they were usually elderly or corporate clients. Moreover, for a withdrawal of 10,000, one could go to the VIP room. Oh, what was he doing here? Thus she assumed that Wang Ergu was deliberately trying to tease her. Sir, please stop joking. If you leave now, I can overlook this, but if I have to call security, you'll be thrown out. Wang Ergu was completely confused. I'm not joking. I really want to withdraw 10,000. Does the bank not even have 10,000? You. Mao Yujia furrowed her brows, her face flushed with anger as she patted her chest a few times to calm her. Sir, your joke has gone too far. If you want to withdraw 10,000, you need to make an appointment in advance. Besides, do you even have 10,000? Even if you want to pursue me, you should at least tidy yourself up first. Do you think I would like someone like you just because you interrupt my work? You might as well save it. Even if I randomly picked someone off the street to be my partner, I wouldn't choose you. Wang Ergu was stunned. Only then did he carefully observe Mao Yujia, realizing that she was quite pretty with a small round face, delicately drawn eyebrows, captivating phoenix eyes, and a slender figure. Mao Yujia noticed that Wang Ergu was staring at her and was even more convinced that he was trying to tease her. Please leave this place. Unexpectedly, Wang Ergu shook his head upon hearing this. No, I'm not leaving. If you give me 10,000 today, I will absolutely not leave here. Mao Yujia was immediately furious at Wang Ergu's firmness. A male colleague nearby noticed the situation and quickly approached, pointing at Wang Ergu. Kid trying to cause trouble. The other people in the waiting area noticed something was off with Wang Ergu and turned their gaze. However, Wang Ergu ignored the male colleague and looked at Mao Yujia with a mocking expression. So you are definitely refusing to give me my money. Mao Yujia immediately shook her head at Wang Ergu. If you want to withdraw money, you need to queue. Wang Ergu nodded. All right. He'll go queue up. However, even if I queue, I will only withdraw money from you. Mao Yujia frowned, feeling that Wang Ergu was challenging her, but she did not believe he had 10,000. Wait a minute, why does this person look familiar? The more she looked at Wang Ergu, the more she felt she had seen him somewhere. The male colleague named Yin Yongchuan thought he had successfully chased away Wang Ergu and eagerly took credit. Judge, are you free after work today? I would like to treat you to dinner. Mao Yujia glanced at Yin Yongchun and immediately shook her head. Sorry, I have something on tonight. Yin Yongchun quickly waved his hand. That's fine, tomorrow night works too. Mao Yujia said nothing as she was too lazy to respond to Yin Yongchun because she would not easily agree to dinner with him. If they did, who knew what rumors might spread? Yin Yongchun smiled and returned to his counter, but there was a trace of malice in his eyes as he looked at Mao Yujia. So you, Mao Yujia, can't even have a meal with me? Do you really think you're a goddess? In the end, you'll just be a worthless shrimp to the bank president. When that time comes, let's see how you maintain your composure. Mao Yujia was unaware of Yin Yongchun's thoughts. She was now focused on Wang Ergu, thinking he was deliberate. After all, with her innate beauty, any normal man would be attracted to her. Thus Wang Ergu, this poor fellow, must be dreaming about a toad, wanting to eat swan meat upon seeing her. But to come and disturb her work during her office hours, Wang Ergu was truly the first person to do so. Wang Ergu found a spot to sit down and noticed Mao Yujia looking at him oddly. He thought she still misunderstood him and said nothing. However, thinking about his queue number, he felt that waiting like this was not a solution. Although he already knew he should have the qualification to go to the VIP room, he didn't want to go there at all. Hey brother, it's your turn next. Can you swap your number with me? He'll give you 10,000. Wang Ergu aimed at a buzz cut. You thinking of the number exchange? The buzzcut youth was pleasantly surprised at such a good deal and immediately agreed to exchange queue numbers with Wang Ergu. Soon Wang Ergu was back at Mao Yujia's counter. Mao Yujia's expression darkened instantly upon seeing Wang Ergu. Why are you back again? How can you be so insensible? Do you really think I let you queue? Wang Ergu, however, was nonchalant. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm here to withdraw. I want cash, so please withdraw it for me immediately. Mao Yujia, upon seeing this, was so enraged that she trembled, stood up, took Wang Ergu's bank card, and threw it away. Wang Ergu realized that Mao Yujia was furious. Watching the bank card land on the floor, he did not reach out to pick it up, but stared at Mao Yujia with a mocking expression. What kind of attitude is this? I said I came to withdraw money. What does throwing away my bank card mean? You want to withdraw money? 100,000, right? Wang Ergu, do you really think someone like you could have that much money? You're just trying to waste my time. Mao Yujia disdainfully stared at Wang Ergu. She detested men who sought to attract her attention through such antics the most. Wang Ergu chuckled at her words. You're overthinking it. I already have someone I like. I'm not interested. Mao Yujia was taken aback. She did not expect Wang Ergu to say that. However, she believed he was intentionally belittling her, surely a ploy to pursue her. Sir, please leave. Otherwise I will call security. Wang Ergu waved his hand, signaling Mao Yujia. You haven't withdrawn the money for me yet, and you threw my bank card away. So you have to come out and pick it up for me. Oh, by the way, I have a phobia of germs, so you'd better wipe it clean with disinfectant. Mao Yujia grinned, realizing that Wang Ergu was just a fool sent by the heavens to amuse her. She couldn't be bothered to argue with him and directly summoned a bank security guard. This person is causing trouble. Please escort him out, security brother. The guard immediately grabbed Wang Ergu's right arm and brandished a baton against his back. Wang Ergu's expression changed. I advise you to let go of me. Out. The guard was not polite with Wang Ergu and directly shoved him outside, as he was convinced that Wang Ergu was causing a scene to pursue Mao Yujia. After all, Mao Yujia was the flower of their bank. Who wouldn't like her? Mao Yujia glanced over, and a cunning smile crossed her face. Let's see how you can handle this. Wang Ergu was furious. He merely wanted to withdraw 100,000, yet Mao Yujia actually had the security chase him out. Onlookers were surprised to see Wang Ergu being dragged out by security, and they all moved aside. What did this guy do to get dragged out? I watched the whole thing. This kid tried to pursue the bank's beauty and disturbed her work, so he got dragged out. This brother is really bold. He was generous enough to offer me 10,000 to change my number. The guard threw Wang Ergu out the door. Wang Ergu landed on the ground looking quite disheveled, but he quickly got back up. Is this your bank's attitude? The guard spat and looked at Wang Ergu with disdain. Pa, with a toad like you, what attitude do you expect? You think you have the right to pursue our newly arrived god? Wang Ergu's mouth twitched as he smiled bitterly. Did this guard really think he was here to pursue Mao Yujia? Just wait, I will make you regret it. I regret it. The guard chuckled, but his eyes were teasing, clearly thinking Wang Ergu was joking. With a toad like you, why would I regret anything? Unexpectedly, Wang Ergu took out his phone and dialed the police. The guard looked puzzled. He had only pushed this kid a bit, and now he wanted to call the police. Calling the police, huh? Go ahead, I'm just following bank regulations. Is this really how you follow bank regulations? You threw out a customer, is this regulation? Wang Ergu scoffed, unwilling to argue further with this guard, and continued dialing. After finishing the call, he stood still. The guard looked at Wang Ergu, who was full of determination, and felt it. After all, if the police really came, it would alarm the branch manager, and the manager would definitely blame him. Kid, don't think I'm afraid just because you called the police. I advise you not to make a big deal out of this, otherwise I will sue you too. Wang Ergu chuckled softly and dialed Jiang Hongyi's number. Inside the bank, Mao Yujia continued to serve other customers, feeling quite pleased. She thought that someone like Wang Ergu, who clung on relentlessly, should be chased away. Only then could she find peace and avoid embarrassment. Suddenly her phone rang, just as she finished with a customer. She quickly took her phone and left the counter, heading to the women's restroom. Glancing at the caller ID, she saw it was her mother. Reluctantly, she pressed the answer button. Her mother's cheerful voice came through. Jia, do you have a day off tomorrow? Since that's the case, you should come home tomorrow. Your aunt has set you up with a guy for a blind date. Another blind date. Mao Yujia frowned, immediately pleading, please. Mom, please spare your daughter. I just graduated not long ago, and my job isn't stable yet. What do you mean by pushing me into blind dates every day? Do you think your daughter can't get married? Marriage is a significant matter in life, and with your impulsive nature, do you think you can just get married? You don't even have a boyfriend, her mother chuckled coldly. Mom, I really don't like blind dates. So please don't pressure me any further and don't arrange any more blind dates for me. Mao Yujia pleaded desperately. In truth, she knew her mother was worried she wouldn't get married. Plus, since her aunt and younger aunt liked to compare, her mother must have heard something from them, leading her to act as if she needed to get married. But she was only 22 years old and hadn't even experienced life freely yet. Getting married so early would surely make her classmates laugh at her, leaving her with psychological scars. Alright. If you don't want me to arrange blind dates for you, then next week you should bring a boyfriend home. If you have a boyfriend that satisfies both your father and me, I definitely won't arrange any more blind dates for you. Her mother snorted coldly. Without waiting for Mao Yujia to retort, she hung up the phone. Wait, Mao Yujia wanted to say something, but looking at the hung-up phone her face froze with frustration. Where am I supposed to find a boyfriend to bring home? My mom is trying to drive me crazy. But even if I go back, I will insist on not finding a partner through these blind dates. It's too embarrassing. Thus Mao Yujia resolved to pursue her own love and find the true soulmate meant for her. At that moment a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed outside, accompanied by a woman's anxious voice. Mao Yujia, stop squatting and hurry out. The man you attended to has called the police. The police. Mao Yujia pushed open the side door and looked at a female colleague urging her to leave, feeling utterly shocked. Yes, hurry up and check it out. The police want you to cooperate with the investigation immediately. The colleague anxiously explained, gesturing for Mao Yujia to hurry outside while she rushed into the restroom. Mao Yujia frowned, quickly washed her hands, tidied herself up, and returned to the main hall. Before she could reach her workstation, she saw Wang Ergu being brought in by the police, standing nearby with a look of indignation, seemingly accusing someone. This man is really too petty. Not only did he disturb my work, but he even called the police. Is he deliberately trying to escalate this? Wang Ergu saw Mao Yujia returning and immediately pointed at her. Comrade police, it's her. She broke my bank card, refused to serve me, and had me thrown out. If my lumbar spine is injured, she must bear half the responsibility. Mao Yujia scoffed, looking at Wang Ergu with an air of arrogance, still believing he was deliberately making a fuss about this matter, so she was not afraid of him reporting her. You want me to take responsibility? You caused a scene at our bank, and I haven't made you take responsibility yet. Wang Ergu snorted and explained to a nearby bald man. I didn't cause a scene, as she never respected me from the beginning. The bald man waved at Mao Yujia, sternly reprimanding her. Comrade, as a bank clerk treating customers so rudely, does your superior know? Upon hearing this, Mao Yujia immediately looked aggrieved, saying, Uncle police, don't listen to him. He came to the bank just to pursue me. He is deliberately making me uncomfortable. However, the bald man insisted, Nonsense. We have already investigated. This gentleman came from the People's Hospital. He is here to withdraw money from medical treatment. Mao Yujia looked disbelieving, saying, How is that possible? If he had money, he could just transfer it at the hospital. The bald man, slightly annoyed, replied, How someone chooses to use their money is their own business. Not allowing him to withdraw money is simply wrong. I think we need to have a serious talk with your superior. Mao Yujia's heart sank. Although she guessed this matter would definitely be reported to her superior, reporting it herself was different from him seeking her superior. Of course, she still held a grudge against Wang Ergu, convinced that he was doing this on purpose. His bank card definitely doesn't have 100,000. This was a thought-out statement, as she was sure Wang Ergu's bank card must be empty. As long as he had no money, he was the one in the wrong. Wang Ergu scoffed and pointed to the bank card that the bald man was already holding. When I came into the bank, you never swiped my card. Why do you say my card has no 100,000? Mao Yujia frowned, lifting her chin, and arrogantly stated, With someone like you, how could you possibly have 100,000? What kind of person? Wang Ergu asked lightly. You? Mao Yujia didn't dare to insult Wang Ergu in front of the bald man, gritting her teeth and continuing, I just believe you don't have 100,000. Wang Ergu surprisingly nodded. This made Mao Yujia's face brighten, feeling that Wang Ergu finally admitted it. Unexpectedly, Wang Ergu turned to the bald man and gestured, Let her superior come. I want to withdraw money. Seeing that Wang Ergu actually wanted to find her superior, Mao Yujia's face instantly turned furious. You have no money in your card. It's useless to find my superior. Wang Ergu chuckled lightly. If I had no money in my card, how could I withdraw money? Moreover, if I had no money, your bank would be in trouble. This made Mao Yujia look puzzled. If you have no money, what does it have to do with our bank? If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too poor. The bald man immediately arranged for someone to notify Mao Yujia's superior. The onlookers were all curious. Although the police wouldn't let them approach, they had already heard the conversation between Wang Ergu and Mao Yujia. This young man actually called the police. That seems there is an inside story. I feel like this female clerk is too despicable. People come to withdraw money, and you won't let them. What else is there to do at a bank? Some people come to the bank not to withdraw money. Perhaps they just want to see beautiful women and have a good eye feast. Yin Yongshuan, hearing the onlooker's words, immediately went to comfort Mao Yujia. Jijia, don't be afraid of him. Just this poor loser, he must be deliberately causing trouble. He'll help you explain to the superior later. Mao Yujia glanced at Yin Yongchun without responding, as she had a vague feeling that something was off. Why was Wang Ergu so calm? Before long, a long-haired woman in a black professional outfit was brought over by two police officers. The long-haired woman was Mao Yujia's superior, Feng Bingqing, who was already 43 years old, but still maintained a graceful figure. Feng Bingqing saw Mao Yujia and immediately inquired about the situation. Mao Yujia did not dare to hide anything and recounted everything in detail. After listening, Feng Bingqing became extremely angry and reprimanded on the spot. Nonsense. Someone comes to withdraw money and you actually threw away their bank card. What kind of attitude is that? Do you know your professional ethics? Mao Yujia, looking aggrieved, quickly defended herself. Sister Feng, I was provoked by him. I didn't mean it. Feng Bingqing shot a glance at Mao Yujia and then turned to Wang Ergu with an awkward smile, saying, Sir, may I personally serve you? Wang Ergu waved his hand, fixing a sharp gaze on Mao Yujia. Today she must serve me, otherwise I will not hold back. Mao Yujia felt displeased, sensing that Wang Ergu was deliberately trying to humiliate her in front of her superior. Feng Bingqing immediately scolded Mao Yujia, why aren't you quickly serving him? Reluctantly, Mao Yujia returned to her workstation, then, with visible reluctance, asked Wang Ergu, Sir, what service do you require? Wang Ergu replied blandly, withdraw money. Mao Yujia pouted but continued to feign a smile, and asked, how much would you like to withdraw? Oh, 100,000. Wang Ergu grinned. I did indeed want to withdraw 100,000 earlier, but now seeing that your bank should be quite wealthy, I'll withdraw 1 billion instead. Mao Yujia frowned, filled with disdain. 1 billion? You really have some big talk. Do you think 1 billion is just anything? What's wrong? Wang Ergu laughed mockingly, narrowing his eyes into slits, worried that I don't have money. Whether I have money or not, just swipe my bank card and count it clearly, won't that do? Mao Yujia's expression darkened, feeling that Wang Ergu was courting disaster. So she took the bank card handed to her by the bald man, which was the very card she had thrown away. Upon swiping it, she was instantly stunned by the long string of numbers displayed. Units, tens, hundreds. When Mao Yujia finished counting the numbers, she felt her whole body tremble. Because she could never have imagined that this ordinary bank card actually contained 1 billion. No wonder this man had the audacity to say he wanted to withdraw 1 billion earlier. He really had the confidence. Oh no. She had completely kicked against an iron plate. Wang Ergu saw Mao Yujia's dazed expression and asked lightly, hurry up. I'm busy, but it's just 1 billion. Feng Bingqing thought of something, immediately rushed in and glanced at the computer. When she saw the deposit number on the computer, her expression changed instantly. Sir, are you the heavenly level supreme client our bank intends to seek? It is important to know that their bank has annual performance targets, and failing to meet these could impact their year-end. Customers are categorized into different tiers, and a super client like Wang Ergu can easily transfer 1 billion with a simple gesture, making him akin to a god of wealth. The 1 billion transferred yesterday is still under investigation by their bank to verify the legitimacy of the funds. Once cleared, she must immediately upgrade Wang Ergu's account and issue a new bank card. Not long ago, Feng Bingqing received news that the source of the funds was legitimate, meaning that Wang Ergu's money was completely trouble-free. She immediately called Wang Ergu, but to her surprise, his phone was unreachable. She never expected that Wang Ergu would personally visit the bank, leaving her feeling immensely awkward. Wang Ergu chuckled, if you haven't made a mistake, then it must be me. However, I'm sorry, taking away 1 billion the service from your bank is truly beyond words. No. Feng Bingqing quickly waved her hands, her face filled with terror. That 1 billion had not even been in their bank for 24 hours. If Wang Ergu withdrew it all at once, their bank would undoubtedly become the biggest joke, and her future would be in jeopardy. Sir, even if you want to withdraw, our bank does not have 1 billion in cash available. Please, I beg you, do not transfer it away. Give me a chance. As she spoke, Feng Bingqing immediately knelt before Wang Ergu. Mao Yujia's eyes widened in disbelief, but she never imagined the previously aloof Feng Bingqing would kneel before Wang Ergu. However, thinking of the amount of money Wang Ergu had, she felt a deep shock. Seeing Mao Yujia still standing foolishly, Feng Bingqing angrily scolded, Mao Yujia, why aren't you kneeling to apologize? Upon hearing this, Mao Yujia hurriedly left her seat and knelt down before Wang Ergu. Yin Yongchun and the other colleagues were all stunned. The onlookers outside were also dumbfounded. Only the bald uncle understood that Wang Ergu was a person who could not be offended, as he had received special instructions from Jiang Hongyi. Wang Ergu yawned, pretending to look confused as he stared at Feng Bingqing and Mao Yujia. What is going on here? Why are you all kneeling? Feng Bingqing did not dare to stand up. Sir, I beg you to forgive us. Forgive? Wang Ergu chuckled, waving his hand with a teasing expression. There's nothing to forgive, just bring me 1 billion. It's not much, just 1 billion. No, we know we were wrong. Please give us another chance. Whatever you require, I will fulfill it. Is that okay? Wang Ergu's smile faded as he looked coldly at Mao Yujia. She provided no service to me, insulted me, and even had me thrown out of the bank. Tell me, how can I trust your bank now? Feng Bingqing immediately gritted her teeth. I'm sorry, sir. This is our bank's fault. I will fire her right away. Oh, please give us another chance. Fire. Feng Bingqing's words caused Mao Yujia's expression to change, as she never expected this situation would lead to her dismissal. Once fired, she would essentially be blacklisted. Who would dare employ her again? Manager, I'm sorry. Please don't fire me. But Feng Bingqing had no time to pay attention to Mao Yujia. Besides, if she didn't fire Mao Yujia now to appease Wang Ergu, when would she? Unexpectedly, the security guard who had been nearby heard that Mao Yujia was to be fired. His expression changed instantly, and he knelt before Wang Ergu. Sir, this is all my fault. Please forgive me. The colleagues all turned their gazes towards security guard Yang Daping, as he was the one who had thrown Wang Ergu out. This was the god of wealth worth 1 billion. You just threw him out. No wonder the police were called. Seeing Wang Ergu unresponsive, Yang Daping immediately slapped himself twice. Wang Ergu pressed a hand on his back, looking astonished. Oh no, I feel like my spine is about to break. Seeing this, Yang Daping forced a smile and quickly pleaded, Sir, I really know I was wrong. Please forgive me. Wang Ergu widened his eyes at Yang Daping with a sigh. Oh, isn't this the security guard who threw me out before? Didn't you say you were acting according to bank regulations when you threw me out? You even threatened me, saying if I called the police you would sue me. Upon hearing this, Feng Bingqing's forehead twitched with black lines. What kind of oddball did her bank hire? Even if you threw someone out, don't threaten them. Now they had truly angered the god of wealth. Yang Daping quickly waved his hands. No, I was just talking nonsense. Sir, this is all because of Mao Yujia. If it weren't for her, I would never have thrown you out. Mao Yujia didn't expect Yang Daping to shift the blame onto her, but she had indeed hinted for him to throw Wang Ergu out. Thus she did not refute him, but looked at Wang Ergu with a face full of despair. I'm sorry. I truly thought you were here to. Her following words were stuck in her throat. How could a wealthy person like Wang Ergu possibly be interested in a mere employee like her? Feng Bingqing wanted to say something, but just then her phone rang. Seeing it was a call from the bank president, she naturally received a scolding from the president. She hurriedly calmed him down, then hung up the phone and looked at Wang. Sir, our president is on his way. He feels very sorry about today's incident. In this matter, it is the fault of our bank, and I asked for a chance to remedy it. How about we move to the VIP room first? Is that all right? I will personally serve you today, and I assure you will be satisfied. Wang Ergu saw Feng Bingqing saying this while still kneeling, and he couldn't be bothered to keep arguing. He waved his hand. Lead the way. All right. Feng Bingqing excitedly stood up and quickly guided Wang Ergu. However, as Wang Ergu attempted to leave, he found his left leg was being held by Mao Yujia. Please don't let my manager fire me. Mao Yujia pleaded with a trembling voice. After all, this job was hard to come by. Oh, if her family found out she was fired, who knows how they would treat her. They might even beat her to death. Oh, so you know to beg me. I thought you were the type to only know how to mock me. Wang Ergu scoffed. At that moment, hurried footsteps approached. Clear the way. Everyone step aside. As the crowd parted, a slightly plump, middle-aged man hurried over with a terrified expression. This middle-aged man was Zhao Taishan, the branch manager of the China Merchants Bank. Upon seeing Wang Ergu still present, Zhao Taishan's expression brightened with joy, and he immediately approached Wang Ergu, performing a deep 90-degree bow. Honorable sir, I am Zhao Taishan, the branch manager of this bank. I deeply regret the events that transpired today and hope to gain your forgiveness. However, Wang Ergu appeared unfazed, merely waving his hand. Seeing this, Feng Bingqing quickly stepped forward to whisper a few words to Zhao Taishan. Hearing this, Zhao Taishan felt a surge of self-reproach, wishing he had arrived just a moment later. If only he had waited for Feng Bingqing to invite Wang Ergu to the VIP room, it would have been more conducive to negotiations. However, seeing Mao Yujia clinging to Wang Ergu's left leg, he suddenly frowned. Mao Yujia, what are you doing? Let go immediately. Startled by Zhao Taishan's shout, Mao Yujia quickly released Wang Ergu, instinctively feeling intimidated by a figure as important as the branch manager. Wang Ergu witnessed this scene and suddenly had an idea. All right, bring her along too. Feng Bingqing immediately took Mao Yujia by the hand and led her toward a VIP room. Zhao Taishan followed Wang Ergu with a forced smile, moving only when Wang Ergu moved, as he dared not make any sudden movements. As for Yang Daping, he watched Wang Ergu leave with a face full of despair, trembling all over, covering his face with his hands and bursting into tears. He feared that since Wang Ergu had not called him over, he would surely be fired. He had come to work happily today, only to find himself in a desperate situation of unemployment. Impulsiveness is indeed a devil. In the VIP room, as Wang Ergu sat down, Feng Bingqing immediately began to pour tea. He had come to work happily today, only to find himself in a desperate situation of unemployment. Impulsiveness is indeed a devil. In the VIP room, as could it be that this man wanted her to make compensation? Zhao Taishan entered and did not dare to sit, standing nervously opposite Wang Ergu. Mr. Wang, this is entirely my fault. I have failed to educate my subordinates properly. If you wish to blame someone, blame me. Please don't take away 100 million. Wang Ergu waved his hand, visibly impatient. Don't mention taking away 100 million. I almost called someone to dismantle the bank just now. For such a small branch, how could they be so arrogant? How much time did it waste me to withdraw just 100,000? I'm sorry. Zhao Taishan and the others all bowed their heads, in unison, their expressions fearful. Because a supreme client of the heavenly level was someone they could not afford to offend, the financial resources and connections of such a person were beyond their imagination. Furthermore, let alone a heavenly level client, even an ordinary supreme client was someone they could not afford to offend. Wang Erge frowned, then fixed his gaze on Mao Yujia. Do you know why I called you in? I've already decided that not only will you lose this job, but I will also ruin your reputation. Mao Yujia was taken aback by his words, her delicate body trembling, and she fell to her knees before Wang Erge again. I'm sorry, sir, it's all my fault. I beg you, please forgive me. This time her plea was sincere. After all, Wang Erge's financial power was... Moreover, according to Wang Erge's previous intentions, he even wanted to dismantle the bank, so it wouldn't be difficult for him to ruin her reputation as well. Now when else could she seek forgiveness? You can stay on your knees for now. Wang Erge scoffed lightly, then turned to Feng Bingqing and said, prepare 100,000 in cash for me. Make sure it's used bills from the market, not your unused new bills stacked in the bank. Oh, and pack it in a canvas bag, do not use a safe. Understood, sir. Feng Bingqing nodded hurriedly, and then turned to leave. Only then did Wang Erge look at Zhao Taishan, motioning for him to sit. Zhao Taishan sat down with a tense expression, but he felt considerably relieved as he could tell from Wang Erge's instructions to Feng Bingqing that Wang Erge was not going to hold him accountable. If Wang Erge continued to press the matter, he would surely face consequences, possibly even dismissal. Right now, just a word from Wang Erge could determine his fate. Whatever you need, sir, just say the word, and I will wholeheartedly serve you. Just as Wang Erge was about to speak he glanced at the screen and saw it was Jiang Hongyi calling. He immediately answered the call and switched to speaker mode. On the other end, Jiang Hongyi's anxious voice came through. Brother Erge, how's it going? Has the issue with the bank been resolved? Are they seeking death by daring to throw you out? Tell me which bank it is, and I'll take people to dismantle it right now. Wang Erge sighed. All right. I'm currently working on it. By the way, does your Jiang family have any money in China? Jiang Hongyi paused for a moment before replying. Our Jiang family has about 1 or 200 million. I've heard of it, but I'm not very clear on the details. What's wrong? Did someone from China Merchants Bank offend you? It wouldn't be that Lin Jianwei, would it? Upon hearing this, Zhao Taishan's face changed dramatically, because Lin Jianwei was the president of their China Merchants Bank. He never expected that Wang Erge actually knew Jiang Hongyi, the young master of the Jiang family. However, Wang Erge shook his head and continued to respond to Jiang Hongyi. No, it's fine. I'm busy now, let's talk later. After hanging up, he chuckled. What do you think? Should I let the Jiang family withdraw 200 million as well? Zhao Taishan trembled all over, completely unable to remain seated, and continued to kneel before Wang Erge. No matter whether Wang Erge could actually make the Jiang family withdraw 200 million, he dared not test this matter with him. Because if the Jiang family withdrew all their funds, he would be doomed. Wang Erge patted his thigh, clicking his tongue. Oh dear, look at you. Just speak properly, why are you kneeling? Zhao Taishan was on the verge of tears. Sir, please don't scare me. I'm a coward. Mao Yujia found it amusing, but could only stifle her laughter, fearing Wang Erge might say something to her as well. Feng Bingqing returned, and seeing Zhao Taishan kneeling again, felt a surge of anxiety. Sir, the 100,000 you requested is ready. She placed a canvas bag in front of Wang Erge, then stepped back, obediently awaiting further instructions from him. However, Wang Erge did not move, but instead looked at Mao Yujia and waved his hand. Didn't you say I didn't have 100,000? Well, now I do. Can you count it for me? Mao Yujia forced a smile, trembling as she accepted the canvas bag and began to count the money. After counting to 100,000, she reported back to Wang Erge. Sir, there is no mistake. This is exactly 100,000. Wang Erge nodded. Can I take 100,000 now? Mao Yujia lowered her head, not daring to say a word, for she felt utterly ashamed of her previous actions. As for now, handling 100,000 was not a big deal. Even if Wang Erge wanted to withdraw 10 billion, the bank would have to comply. Wang Erge snorted lightly and waved to Feng Bingqing. Bring me some paper and a pen. Feng Bingqing received the order and immediately brought a notebook and a signature pen. Wang Erge wrote something down, then turned the notebook around, directing the pen towards Mao Yujia. Sign here. As long as you agree, you won't be fired. Mao Yujia glanced at what Wang Erge had written, her brows furrowing instantly. Sir, I agree to everything, just please don't fire me. After saying this, Mao Yujia picked up the pen and immediately signed her name along with her fingerprint. Wang Erge accepted the notebook, looking at Mao Yujia with disdain. He had made it clear to her that no matter the time, she must be at his beck and call, otherwise she would be fired. Zhao Taishan, upon learning this situation, felt that Wang Erge was punishing Mao Yujia and was quite pleased. For him, sacrificing an ordinary bank clerk was not a big deal. As long as he was unharmed, everything was. Moreover, he could see that Wang Erge's so-called punishment was more of an opportunity for Mao Yujia to atone. Feng Bingqing sighed in relief. No matter what was written, she would agree to Wang Erge. Since Wang Ergo did not plan to fire Mao Yujia, she naturally complied with his arrangements and was reassigned as his personal financial consultant. Having resolved this matter, Wang Ergo was satisfied. However, as he was about to leave, Zhao Taishan discovered that Wang Ergo had actually walked here. "Sir, this is the car I got last month. If you don't mind, I'll give it to you." Zhao Taishan took out a key for an Audi R8 and respectfully handed it to Wang Ergo. One should know that this was a sports car he purchased for over 2 million, and it was a limited edition that had already been. Now giving it away seemed too good to be true, but he wouldn't hesitate as it was more important to keep this fortune than to worry about a mere car. Wang Ergo gave Mao Yujia a glance, urging her to accept it. It would be foolish to pass up such an opportunity, especially when it was so generously offered. Mao Yujia caught the key to the Audi R8, feeling quite complicated. She had thought she was going to be fired and disgraced, yet unexpectedly, she had become Wang Ergo's personal financial consultant. No, to be precise, she had become Wang Ergo's loyal subordinate. Wherever he needed her to run, she had to go. Zhao Taishan and Feng Bingqing personally saw Wang Ergo off. Unexpectedly, as they reached the lobby, security guard Yang Dapeng rushed out to block Wang Ergo's path. "Sir, I was wrong. Please don't fire me." Yang Dapeng's face was filled with tears, crying as if he was a newlywed wife who had suffered a great injustice. Wang Ergo frowned and waved his hand. "Go away. When did I say I would fire you? You're doing well, keep it up." Seeing this, Zhao Taishan immediately had someone pull Yang Dapeng away. Yang Dapeng's face instantly lit up with joy, as if he had been rescued from the edge of a cliff, constantly nodding and thanking Wang Ergo. Wang Ergo walked out of the bank, escorted by Mao Yujia. Mao Yujia pressed the key fob for the Audi R8A, and a yellow sports car parked in front of the bank beeped in response. The two of them got into the Audi sports car together. However, Mao Yujia did not start driving right away. It wasn't that she lacked a license, but rather that she was too excited. Normally, the branch manager wouldn't let anyone touch this sports car, yet now, it was given to Wang Ergo, who in turn handed it to her. "What are you waiting for? Drive." Wang Ergo shot a glance at Mao Yujia, signaling her to hurry up. Mao Yujia slowly drove the Audi R8 away from the bank. Once back at the hospital, Mao Yujia closely followed Wang Ergo. Su Yuanli was surprised to see Wang Ergo return with a woman. "Ergo, who is she?" "A bank employee." Wang Ergo replied while handing a canvas bag to Su Yuanli. Su Yuanli caught the canvas bag and looked inside, immediately astonished. "Ergo, did you bring so much?" Wang Ergo patted Su Yuanli's shoulder, saying, "It's nothing. We are brothers. What does a little money matter? By the way, you should hire someone to take care of your mother so it doesn't interfere with your studies." Mao Yujia witnessed this and realized that Wang Ergo had taken the money for Su Yuanli's mother. Moreover, she felt that Wang Ergo was very generous, not only helping to pay the medical bills, but also thoughtfully retrieving 100,000 to ensure Su Yuanli's mother could rest easy. For a moment, she felt that she had really misunderstood Wang Ergo at the bank, and she was filled with guilt, wishing she could slap herself. Su Yuanli complied with Wang Ergo's arrangements and arranged for a caregiver, while also making a phone call to his father asking him to come over from their hometown to help take care of his mother. However, he had only suggested it a couple of times before Wang Ergo took his phone away. He had no idea what Wang Ergo discussed with his father in the hallway, but when he got his phone back, his father promised. As for his younger sister, since she was still in middle school, it was naturally impossible to have her come over to take care. Task status completed. Task reward option 1, advanced skill in card tricks, 30 mental energy points. Task reward option 2, generosity, earning the title of great benefactor to be praised for generations. Wang Ergo felt a sense of relief upon hearing Vivian's voice. Option 1. Ding, the host has made a choice and the reward is immediately distributed. Please check the rewards host. Wang Ergo immediately checked and indeed found that card tricks had been added to his rewards section, though he was somewhat puzzled as to why Vivian had rewarded him with this skill. After some inquiries, he finally understood that it was related to Su Yuanli. The task was triggered because of Su Yuanli, who had been deceived by the opponent's card tricks. Thus, upon completing the task, he could randomly obtain one of the skills resulting from this incident. Regardless of whether it was Su Yuanli's skill or Wang Taishan's skill, as long as it belonged to one of the parties involved, it could become a skill reward for Wang Ergo. For example, Wang Taishan's skills included card tricks, business acumen, psychology, combat, and investment. The system would randomly select one of these to copy and upgrade to an advanced skill as a reward. Although Wang Ergo appeared young due to the large sum of money he was withdrawing, she assumed he was already a member of society, not realizing that Wang Ergo was actually a student. How could a student possibly deposit 100 billion at their bank? Wang Ergo must be the heir of some top-tier. For a moment, Wang Ergo's status elevated significantly in Mao Yujia's eyes. She decided that no matter what, she had to win Wang Ergo's favor. "Sir, how about I treat you to a meal? I truly misunderstood you today. Please give me a chance to atone for my..." Wang Ergo frowned slightly. It was only 3 in the afternoon, and he hadn't even had lunch yet. He was indeed a bit. "Alright, I'll give you a chance to treat me to a meal. Mao Yujia was ecstatic and immediately revved the Audi R8, planning to take Wang Ergu to her favorite restaurant, Chui Bamboo Private Kitchen. However, as soon as the Audi R8 left the main road, Wang Ergu noticed that someone was following them. He promptly warned Mao Yujia, "Someone is tracking us. Oh, let's skip the meal for now and just drive around until we find a secluded place." Mao Yujia's expression changed slightly as she noticed a black van trailing them from behind. "Sir, should we call the police?" "What if they—" "No need." Wang Ergu interrupted her, waving his hand. "They haven't done anything yet. Even if we call the police, they won't file a report, and those guys won't admit to anything." Mao Yujia felt he had a point, but she sensed that the situation could be very dangerous. What if the other party decided to act against her and Wang Ergu? Wang Ergu noticed Mao Yujia's concern and chuckled, "Don't worry, I know martial arts. Even if they catch up, I'm not afraid. I can take on 10 of them. You just need to find a place to hide, and I promise I won't let them harm you." Mao Yujia was astonished. Seeing Wang Ergu's slender physique, she never expected him to be skilled in martial arts. Since he wasn't worried, what else did she have to fear? Moreover, she thought that since Wang Ergu was the heir of a top-tier family, he would surely have bodyguards secretly protecting him. But in reality, he did not. Wang Ergu hadn't considered getting bodyguards yet. After all, he was still a student, and having bodyguards would draw. Before they even reached Chui Bamboo Private Kitchen, the black van suddenly swerved around a corner, blocking the. As the van came to a stop, a group of men in plaid shirts poured out quickly, surrounding the Audi R8. "What are you doing? Step aside immediately, or I'll call the police." A crew-cut man stepped out of the van, and upon seeing Wang Ergu in the passenger seat, "What are you doing? Step aside immediately, or I'll call the police." A crew-cut man stepped out of the van, and upon seeing Wang Ergu in the passenger seat, his expression soured instantly. This crew-cut man was none other than Louis Dao, who had previously beaten up Wang Ergu. He never expected Wang Ergu to be unscathed. He had clearly crippled Wang Ergu. Wang Ergu should have been lying in a hospital bed for a month. How could he be sitting in a car with a beautiful girl now? This was truly outrageous. Wang Ergu attempted to push the door open to get out, only to find that Mao Yujia had locked the car. "Open the door." Upon hearing this, Mao Yujia immediately shook her head. "Sir, don't get out. It will be dangerous if you do." "Dangerous?" Wang Ergu scoffed. If this were before, he would undoubtedly be in danger. After all, he didn't have any skills and couldn't fight against so many people. But now he had been rewarded by the system. With enhanced muscles and bones, his body had changed. Now if Louis Dao dared to come and intercept him, he was simply courting death. Mao Yujia nodded slightly and hurriedly suggested, "Sir, should I call the police now?" Wang Ergu shook his head immediately and smiled lightly. "There's no need to trouble the police for this. Even if you call the police, they'll still come looking for me next time." Mao Yujia was taken aback, not understanding why Wang Ergu said this, but she could sense that he had a grudge against the people outside. Wang Ergu gestured for Mao Yujia to open the car door. Seeing that Wang Ergu wasn't getting out, Louis Dao made a hand gesture towards him. "You little brat, don't think that hiding in a woman's car means I won't dare to touch you. Get out of the car now." Mao Yujia was even more terrified by Lu Yidio's aggressive demeanor. "Sir, should we call the police?" Wang Ergu shook his head again. "No need to call the police. Hurry and open the door, or they'll smash the car windows. This is a new car. If the windows get smashed, we'll have to replace them, and that would be a waste of money." Mao Yujia was at a loss for words. At a time like this, he was still concerned about the cost of replacing the windows. He was a billionaire after all. However, seeing Wang Ergu's determination to get out, she didn't dare to continue opposing him and could only unlock. Wang Ergu then pushed the door open and made a gesture to the approaching men in plaid shirts, signaling them to back off. Louis Dao snorted lightly, intending to scold Wang Ergu, but suddenly his phone rang. He glanced at the screen and saw it was Jin Yuangbao calling. He stepped aside and answered the call. A cold voice came from the other end. "Louis Dao, have you dealt with Wang Ergu yet?" Louis Dao laughed awkwardly and replied, "Young Master Bao, I'm just intercepting him now. Just tell me how you want to deal with him." "Just intercepted him," Jin Yuangbao said excitedly, his voice turning vicious. "Then catch him for me and break both his legs so he won't be able to walk for the rest of his life. I want him to be like a beggar, forever crawling on the ground." Lu Yidio's expression stiffened. He turned to glance at Mao Yujia in the Audi R8 and frowned. "But young Master Bao, he's with a beautiful girl. If we break his legs directly, that girl might call the police." Jin Yuangbao snorted. "True, it's still daytime. If you make it too obvious, it will be troublesome if the police— in that case, just rough him up a bit and deal with him at night." "Understood, young Master Bao." Louis Dao sighed in relief. He was genuinely worried Jin Yuangbao would order him to kill Wang Ergu right there on the street. Louis Dao looked at his phone and hung up, his eyes instantly sparkling. After dealing with Wang Ergu, he would take this beautiful woman out for a good time, especially with Jin Yuangbao backing him up. Wang Ergu saw Louis Dao on the phone but didn't rush him. Instead, he patiently waited until Louis Dao— "Louis Dao, you finished your call so quickly. Then shall we settle the score now?" Upon hearing this, Louis Dao looked at Wang Ergu with disdain and burst out laughing. With a useless person like you, do you really think you can settle scores with me? Of course. Wang Ergu nodded, his gaze suddenly turning cold. As he continued, I have always believed in repaying kindness with kindness and vengeance with vengeance. Bah! Louis Dao spat out a mouthful of phlegm, then waved his hand at his group of little brothers. Grab him. Show him some color right now. The little brothers received the order and immediately lunged at Wang Ergu, attempting to pin his arms. Wang Ergu smirked, striking out with both palms. In an instant, 2 little brothers were sent flying. Little Dragon asked for directions. Wang Ergu turned around, kicking one of the little brothers behind him, continuing to scold, Big Dragon, sweep your tail. Louis Dao was dumbfounded. He never expected Wang Ergu to dare to fight back. At that moment, he confirmed that Wang Ergu was truly fine. However, he was very puzzled. He had clearly broken Wang Ergu's right arm, so how could Wang Ergu still fight so freely? Could it be that Wang Ergu had obtained some miraculous ointment from a martial arts novel, instantly healing his arm? While Louis Dao was lost in thought, the little brothers dared not move and took a few steps back. No one could have imagined that in just 2 days Wang Ergu had become this formidable. This made Louis Dao feel embarrassed, and since he had promised Jin Yuangbao to deal with Wang Ergu, failing to complete this task would mean he would no longer be valued by Jin Yuangbao. Thus Louis Dao immediately waved his hand, harshly shouting, draw your knives. Everyone come on. In an instant, all the little brothers drew their knives. Mao Yujia in the car was instantly filled with dread. She couldn't believe Louis Dao was so ruthless. If they all stabbed Wang Ergu like this, even if he didn't die, he would certainly be maimed. So she immediately pushed the door open and got out, rushing towards Louis Dao while shouting, stop. You can't do this. Bullying the weak with your numbers, is that what makes you a hero? Wang Ergu glanced at Mao Yujia and couldn't help but smirk. This woman wasn't completely useless, at least she had the courage to stand up for him. Louis Dao looked at Mao Yujia, his eyes suddenly lighting up. He leered at her delicate figure, her exquisite round face, and tall stature, especially in her black business attire, which made it hard for him to look away. Beautiful lady, what do you mean? Are you going to stand up for this guy? Mao Yujia wanted to say more, but Wang Ergu waved his hand to stop her. You step aside. This is a personal matter between him and me. Wang Ergu said coldly, his gaze fixed on Lu Yidio's body trembled. He felt that Wang Ergu seemed a bit different. However, with so many little brothers present, he didn't want to back down. Just a broke loser. Even if he had climbed up the social ladder with a rich woman today, he was still just a broke loser, not comparable to someone like Jin Yuangbao. Attack! Just as the little brothers moved, a figure rushed over. With a loud smack, 2 little brothers were kicked. Mao Yujia stepped aside, momentarily stunned to see a young man with a buzz cut rushing over. The young man looked short, seemingly even shorter than Wang Ergu, but his strikes were precise and powerful. Seeing the young man strike so fiercely, Lu Yidio's expression darkened as he raised a small knife, aiming for the opponent's back. Watch out! Wang Ergu kicked away 2 little brothers, noticing Lu Yidio's sneak attack, and rushed over. With a hand strike, he knocked the small knife from Lu Yidio's hand. He then delivered another hand strike, right to Lu Yidio's chest, sending him flying. The young man with the buzz cut turned to Wang Ergu and nodded thanks. Wang Ergu smiled faintly, looking around at the little brothers sprawled on the ground. The one who should be thanked is me. Thank you for your help. Let's be friends. May I ask your name? My name is Luo Ming. The young man with the buzz cut nodded, but upon hearing a cough, he immediately turned to look. Louis Dao, who was on the ground, spat angrily and gritted his teeth as he got up, shouting at Wang Ergu, you bastard. How dare you hit me? Wang Ergu turned to Louis Dao and scoffed, hit you. So what? Should I just stand here and let you stab me, then spend months in the hospital? You. Louis Dao was instantly speechless. He never expected Wang Ergu to have really changed. Not only was he impressive in combat, but he also had such audacity. Now with Luo Ming added to the mix and his little brothers all taken down, Lu Yidao naturally couldn't handle both Wang Ergu and Luo Ming. You're tough. Let me tell you, Wang Ergu, I will never let this go, just you wait. After dropping his threat, Lu Yidao waved his hand at the little brothers and took off. Seeing this, the little brothers hurriedly scrambled after him. Should we chase them? Luo Ming quickly asked. Wang Ergu shook his head, chuckling, what for? If they run, they run. They'll definitely come looking for me again later. By the way, what do you do? Luo Ming laughed awkwardly. I'm unemployed. I just returned from my service at the border of Xinjiang, and I don't have any work at the moment. Wang Ergu's eyes widened. You're a veteran. No wonder you're so capable. Luo Ming waved his hand. You seem pretty skilled yourself. Wang Ergu quickly shook his head. It's not the same. You soldiers undergo rigorous training. I just practiced a few moves in a fighting class imitating what I saw. Luo Ming scratched his head, suddenly unsure of what to say. Wang Ergu's mind sparked. How about this? I plan to start a business soon. I've just partnered with a wealthy young man to set up an investment company. If you're looking for work, how about being my bodyguard? Luo Ming's face brightened instantly. Sir, are you serious? Wang Ergu nodded. Of course I am. Moreover, being my bodyguard is quite easy for now. I'm still a student, and when I need to go out of school you just need to Luo Ming's throat tightened as he nodded resolutely at Wang Ergo. Wang Ergo grinned. How does a monthly salary of 30,000 sound? Luo Ming was utterly astonished. He knew that after retiring his colleagues found jobs with salaries up to only 20,000. How could he suddenly get 30,000? Sir, isn't that too much? Wang Ergo gently shook his head. Not at all. It's just 30,000 a month. Since you have no job you probably don't have much money, right? Here, add me on WeChat, and I'll transfer you 3 months' salary in advance. Luo Ming's mouth gaped wide enough to fit 3 duck eggs. He never expected that a moment of heroism would lead him to a job, and even 3 months' salary in advance. At that moment Luo Ming was overwhelmed with gratitude towards Wang Ergo. One could hardly survive on a pittance, and he had been without money for some time, even sleeping on the overpass. Then Luo Ming took the initiative to drive the Audi R8. Wang Ergo and Mao Yujia sat in the back. Upon arriving at Chuizhu private kitchen, Wang Ergo invited Luo Ming to join them for a meal. In a small private room, as soon as Mao Yujia sat down she inquired about the earlier incident. Wang Ergo did not conceal anything and recounted the grudge he held against Jin Yuan Bao and Louis Dao. After hearing this, Mao Yujia was indignant, saying, "Isn't Jin Yuan Bao too wicked? Doesn't he fear the law?" Wang Ergo shook his head. Some people, once they think they are wealthy, feel above the law. Luo Ming immediately patted his chest, saying, "Mr. Wang, don't worry. If they dare to harm you again, I will definitely protect you with all my might." Wang Ergo glanced at Luo Ming and chuckled. "With you around I can rest easy. After all, I have seen your skills. If only there were more like you." Wang Ergo glanced at Luo Ming and chuckled. "With you around I can rest easy. After all, I have seen your skills." "Really?" Wang Ergo was overjoyed and nodded. "Then let them come, but the salary can only be 20,000 for now, and you will be their head bodyguard." Upon hearing this, Luo Ming immediately took out his phone, saying he'll contact them right away. Wang Ergo grinned. "No rush. Let's finish our meal first, then we can reach out." Mao Yujia, however, was taken aback. She never expected Wang Ergo to hire Luo Ming, and was even recruiting more people. Moreover, the salary was 20,000, which was higher than her own. At that moment, many thoughts crossed her mind. After finishing the meal, both Mao Yujia and Luo Ming exchanged phone numbers with Wang Ergo and added each other on WeChat. Luo Ming left first to contact his comrades. Wang Ergo arranged to meet him at the school gate at 9 o'clock the next morning. Mao Yujia drove Wang Ergo back to Donghai University. However, she did not rush to leave. It was only 5 in the afternoon, and returning to her rental place meant lying around there. Mao Yujia drove Wang Ergo back to Donghai University. However, she did not rush to leave. It was only 5 in the afternoon, and returning to "Excuse me, sir, I am from Beiyang Finance University. This is my first time at Donghai University. Could you show?" Wang Ergo glanced at Mao Yujia, hesitating, as his first impression of her was not very good. Suddenly, he heard Wei An's voice ringing in his ears. Task description: show Mao Yujia around Donghai University. Task status incomplete. Wang Ergo sighed internally, and could only nod at Mao Yujia, saying, "You treat me to the next meal, and I will take you around." "No problem." Mao Yujia was overjoyed and nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grain. Spending time with a super wealthy person would increase her chances. After parking the car, Mao Yujia immediately followed Wang Ergo excitedly. Wang Ergo, however, walked toward the small shop nearby, letting out a sigh. "I don't know why, but I'm a bit thirsty. I'll buy." Mao Yujia volunteered immediately. "What flavor of drink? Chilled or iced? With sugar or without?" Wang Ergo shook his head. "Just get me a bottle of plain no. After all, someone like me, a farmer, is only fit to drink this." Upon hearing this, Mao Yujia's face turned awkward. "Sir, please don't belittle me. It was my fault at the bank. I misjudged you." Wang Ergo waved his hand. "All right. Hurry up and buy it. I'm really thirsty." Mao Yujia immediately ran to the small shop. Soon she returned with 2 bottles of Nongfu Spring and opened one for Wang Ergo. Wang Ergo did not hold back, catching the Nongfu Spring and drinking it straight away. Then he took Mao Yujia on a stroll around Donghai University. In the girls' dormitory building A, room 404, Zhang Hui stayed in the dormitory today, spreading rumors online. Because Chun Jisheng and the others were busy defending Wang Ergo on the campus forum, she decided not to go out today. Since the morning, she had been continuously refuting their statements online, trying to blacken Wang Ergo's name. Lin Ling was also here helping out. Suddenly Lin Ling's phone rang, and her expression changed instantly. "Hui, something's happened. Wang Ergo has returned to school, and apparently he was brought back by a beautiful girl driving an Audi R8. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hui frowned and shook her head. Impossible. With someone like Wang Ergo, how could anyone drive an Audi R8 to pick him up? Lin Ling's face darkened as she opened a photo just received on her phone and turned it towards Zhang Hui. It's true. Many people saw it. This is a bit strange. Previously, someone saw a woman driving a Ferrari to drop him off, and now another woman drives an Audi R8. Could it be that he has turned to prostitution? Zhang Huihui scoffed, her lips curling up slightly. Him. Doing that. He's not worthy of it with that little frame of his. Lin Ling chuckled awkwardly. So what should we do now? Now that he is back at school, shouldn't we go and scold him? Zhang Huihui paused, then her expression turned playful and a glint of mischief flashed in her eyes. Then you find out where he is, and let's go over there. Lin Ling nodded and picked up her phone to make a call. At this moment, Wang Ergo and Mao Yujia arrived at an artificial lake on campus. Mao Yujia quickly approached a pavilion, and Wang Ergo waved his hand. Ergo, could you help me take a picture? Please. Wang Ergo snorted lightly and shot a glance at Mao Yujia. Now that's a bit much, isn't it? I was your tour guide last night, and what did I get? Now you want me to take your picture? Mao Yujia feigned a pitiful look. Wang Ergo reluctantly took the phone and snapped a few pictures for her, then handed it back. Mao Yujia took back her phone but did not look at the photos. Instead, she leaned closer to Wang Ergo, and after wandering around Donghai University with Wang Ergo, Mao Yujia felt that he was not as hard to get along with as she had thought, and naturally became bolder. I was just taking pictures of the scenery and accidentally included you in the shot. Besides, I admire you. How about I become your loyal servant from now on? Wang Ergo was about to refute when he heard Wei Wine's voice rise. Task status completed. Task reward option 1, advanced financial management skill, a pack of itchy powder, 10 spiritual gathering points. Wang Ergo found a pack of something in his pocket. However, before he could check, he noticed two familiar figures. It was Zhang Huihui and Lin Ling. As soon as Zhang Huihui approached, she began to scold Wang Ergo. Wang Ergo, you scoundrel. You won $1 million, yet you won't compensate me for the breakup fee. But after she said this, she noticed Mao Yujia sitting on Wang Ergo's right side and froze. Cousin, what are you doing here? Mao Yujia was also taken aback to see Zhang Huihui. She never expected to encounter Zhang Huihui here, nor did she anticipate that Zhang Huihui was actually Wang Ergo's ex-girlfriend. Wang Ergo chuckled dismissively, his gaze contemptuously fixed on Zhang Huihui. Compensate you for the breakup fee. You already cheated with that rich second-generation Jin Yuangbao, and still have the nerve to ask me for a breakup fee. Don't you have any shame? Mao Yujia was dumbfounded. She never expected to hear such explosive news. Although she was somewhat snobbish, she would never engage in such an affair as it would be too embarrassing for her. That wasn't the main point. The main point was that her cousin actually abandoned Wang Ergo, a super rich man. Foolish. Simply foolish. She had already checked on Jin Yuangbao, and the Jin family was merely a third-rate family in Donghai City with assets of just over 3 billion. Moreover, with so many heirs in the Jin family, once they divided the inheritance, what Jin Yuangbao would actually get wouldn't even amount to 5 billion. In contrast, a single bank card of Wang Ergo was worth billions. How could someone like Jin Yuangbao come? Furthermore, knowing that Jin Yuangbao was insidious and cruel, having sent Lu Yidao to attack Wang Ergo, she felt even less fond of Jin Yuangbao. Now learning that Zhang Huihui had abandoned Wang Ergo to climb up to Jin Yuangbao, she couldn't help but feel amused, as if she had lost a watermelon to pick up sesame seeds. Of course, this discovery made her secretly delighted, proving that Wang Ergo, this rich man, was genuinely single, and she still had a chance to pursue him. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Zhang Huihui, with a face full of anger, continued to scold Wang Ergo. What I do with Bao Xiao is my business, you have no say in it. But now that we have broken up, you must give me the breakup fee. I have heard that you won 2 million and already gave that foul woman Qin Ling 1 million. Hurry up and give me the remaining 1 million. This counts as my youth loss fee, otherwise I will let the entire school know, the whole Donghai City know that you are a scumbag. Mao Yujia was astonished upon hearing these words. She never expected Zhang Huihui to have such an ugly side. It was completely different from the Zhang Huihui she knew as a child. It seems that people really can change. What a pity, Zhang Huihui, you are blind. A 1 million is nothing to Wang Ergo at all. Mao Yujia thought to herself, but didn't dare to intervene in Wang Ergo's affairs, so she remained silent and watched quietly. Wang Ergo laughed heartily, then pointed towards the pavilion corridor and coldly said, "Get lost." What did you say? Zhang Huihui was furious, her body trembling as she stomped her feet repeatedly. She knew that Wang Ergo had never dared to speak to her like this before. How dare Wang Ergo actually tell her to get lost now? Lin Ling, seeing this, raised her hand and pointed at Wang Ergo's nose. Wang Ergo, do you think you're something? Hurry up and hand over the money. Wang Ergo's expression turned stern, his eyes sharp as he looked at Lin Ling. The thing I dislike the most in my life is someone pointing at my nose. Lin Ling scoffed, her expression haughty. I like pointing at your nose, what can you do about it? With a swift motion, Wang Ergo slapped Lin Ling's hand away and then swung back, striking her on the right cheek. Lin Ling staggered back a few steps, nearly falling to the ground. She steadied herself, looking at Wang Ergo in disbelief, her anger rising. You dare hit me? Wang Ergo raised his head, snorting coldly, his gaze still fierce. I hit you so well. A woman like you deserves a beating. You? Lin Ling was momentarily speechless. She never expected Wang Ergo to become so bold after their breakup. She immediately covered her swollen right cheek, feeling aggrieved as she began to cry to Zhang Huihui. Hui, you must stand up for me. Zhang Huihui looked at Lin Ling's state, then turned her head to glare at Wang Ergu, shouting angrily, Wang Ergu, you scoundrel, you dare hit people. You right now apologize to Ling Ling. However, just as she finished speaking, Wang Ergu slapped her across the face. With a loud smack, Zhang Huihui was left dizzy and staggered back a few steps. Lin Ling quickly helped Zhang Huihui steady herself, her face filled with shock as she looked at Wang Ergu, wondering if she was seeing things. Wang Ergu, this lickspittle, actually dared to strike her and Zhang Huihui. Mao Yujia was extremely anxious. She never expected the relationship between Zhang Huihui and Wang Ergu to be so tense. Hui, what exactly is going on here? Zhang Huihui then continued to look at Mao Yujia, her brows furrowing. Cousin, how come you are here? Mao Yujia wanted to explain something, but Wang Ergu waved his hand and spoke first. Zhang Huihui and Lin Ling exchanged a glance, then looked at Wang Ergu with disdain, both spreading their arms wide. Wang Ergu produced a packet of itching powder, sprinkled it over their bodies, and swiftly retreated a few steps. Zhang Huihui and Lin Ling were both stunned, never expecting Wang Ergu to strike at them. Coming to their senses, Zhang Huihui immediately pointed at Wang Ergu and berated him. You bastard, what have you done to us? Wang Ergu chuckled. I suggest you stop wasting words and either step aside right now or run back to your dormitory. That would be best for you. Not far away, Mao Yujia, hiding beside an old tree, saw Wang Ergu sprinkle the powder and felt puzzled. What is Wang Ergu doing? Huihui is such an idiot to have abandoned Wang Ergu. Wang Ergu is an ultra tycoon. Since they've broken up, it should be fine for me to pursue him, right? No, what are you thinking, Mao Yujia? Wang Ergu is younger than you. Wouldn't that be like an old cow eating young grass? In an instant, Mao Yujia, muttering to herself, blushed deeply. But the next second, Mao Yujia was dumbfounded. She saw Zhang Huihui and Lin Ling both scratching themselves frantically. In just a moment, their already flimsy clothes tore apart from the scratching. Some students passing by quickly pulled out their phones to record videos of Zhang Huihui and Lin Ling. Wang Ergu had already fled the pavilion while the two were scratching, so he wasn't captured on video. Seeing people recording Zhang Huihui was overwhelmed with shame. Yet with an air of arrogance, she shouted at the recording students. What the hell are you filming? Delete it immediately. Seeing how aggressive Zhang Huihui was, the students promptly uploaded the videos to the campus forum, criticizing the two for indecent behavior. At the same time, they shared the videos on their social media circles, sparking a wave of heated discussion. The two women dared not linger in the pavilion any longer and hastily fled back to the female dormitory. Mao Yujia saw Wang Ergu watching from the side and immediately ran over. Brother Ergu, what did you do to them just now? Wang Ergu was taken aback to see Mao Yujia still there. Why are you still here? Mao Yujia giggled. Didn't you ask me to cooperate earlier? It's not like I was really supposed to leave. By the way, did you really break up with my cousin? Wang Ergu frowned, scrutinizing Mao Yujia carefully. Is she really your cousin? Then your family's lineage is truly remarkable. All of you have a habit of looking down on others. Mao Yujia's face stiffened, and she gave a bitter smile, widening her eyes to appear innocent. Brother Ergu, I truly regret what happened at the bank. Won't you forgive me? Wang Ergu snorted softly, then curled his lips into a mocking smile. You want my forgiveness? Fine. Treat me to a meal the day after tomorrow as compensation. If you can do that, I'll forgive you. Mao Yujia's face lit up. Really? Then it's settled. Wang Ergu quickly waved his hand. Don't get too excited. You're paying, but I'm choosing the place. So you'd better prepare some money. What if I decide to have a meal that costs 300,000? Can you afford it? Mao Yujia frowned, not having considered this. She had thought that treating him to a meal would calm his anger, but she hadn't expected him to still be upset. She believed it must be because of Zhang Huihui and that Wang Ergu was taking his anger out on her. Seeing Mao Yujia silent, Wang Ergu sighed. Fine, if you're unwilling, forget it. Mao Yujia quickly waved her hands. No, I'm willing. I'm willing. Should I contact you then? Wang Ergu grinned. Then it's settled. With that, he turned and walked toward the dormitory building. Mao Yujia watched his retreating figure, her brows furrowed. 300,000. Well, he is an ultra tycoon. What's a 300,000 meal to him? So as she walked toward the school gate, Mao Yujia pulled out her phone and made a call. Mom, lend me 300,000. A middle-aged woman's shocked voice came through the phone. 300,000. What's going on? Have you been roped into a pyramid scheme? Mao Yujia's face darkened. Mom, what are you thinking? I offended someone today and almost got fired from the bank. I need 300,000 to treat someone to a meal and make amends. The middle-aged woman clearly didn't believe her. Is that so? Even for making amends, 300,000 is too much. Mao Yujia, are you trying to swindle your mother's retirement fund? Mao Yujia stomped her foot in frustration, her face full of grievance. Mom, are you going to lend it to me or not? If not, I'll borrow from someone else. The call was hung up. Mao Yujia was stunned. What a useless mother. She must not be her biological daughter. Otherwise, how could she refuse such a small request? Forget it, she would find another way. No matter what, she had to win over Wang Ergu. Taking a deep breath, Mao Yujia continued making calls. But by the time she left Donghai University after dozens of calls, no one was willing to lend her a single cent. Hailing a ride-sharing car, Mao Yujia felt heavy-hearted. Although the meal was the day after tomorrow, giving her enough time to prepare, failing to do so would surely make Wang Ergu distance himself from her. It's over. What should she do? Why was her network so poor? Wasn't there anyone with money? Leaning back against the headrest, Mao Yujia filtered through everyone she knew in her mind. Finally, she settled on Feng Bingqing, her superior. Picking up her phone, Mao Yujia explained the situation to Feng Bingqing. After listening, Feng Bingqing sighed. I just bought a house, so I can't lend you 300,000 for now. How about you try calling President Zhao? Mao Yujia then called Zhao Taishan and explained the situation to him as well. Zhao Taishan was silent for a moment before saying, All right, I can lend you the 300,000, but you must promise to satisfy Mr. Wang and ensure he keeps his money in our bank. Can you do that? Mao Yujia bit her lip, then her face turned resolute. I can do it. Leave it to me. Determined to eat the young grass, she decided to take the risk. Returning to her rented apartment in Sunshine Community, Mao Yujia saw that 300,000 had been deposited into her China merchant's bank account. Instantly, she felt relieved. Without even bothering to remove her makeup, she took a beautiful selfie and sent it to Wang Ergu on WeChat along with a message. Brother Ergu, I just got back. Today was all my fault. I hope every day brings you happiness and smooth. Wang Ergu initially intended to return to the dormitory, but was pulled by Chun Jisheng to play a game of basketball at the outdoor court. It wasn't until the sky turned completely dark that Wang Ergu rested beneath the basketball hoop. Chun Jisheng had already been lying on a nearby bench. When he saw Wang Ergu approaching, his face registered shock. I said, Brother Ergu, it truly has been 3 days since we last met, and I'm about to explode with energy. How did you manage that? Normally you'd be gasping for breath after 2 games. Wang Ergu rolled his eyes at Chun Jisheng. What's the matter? Do you look down on me? My stamina is still quite strong, but it's just that I lack technical skills. Otherwise, I could easily dominate them all by myself. On the other side, the other classmates who played basketball with Wang Ergu were taken aback by his arrogant words. One classmate with a buzz cut gave Wang Ergu a thumbs up. You really move fast. Wang Ergu smiled widely at being recognized by others was indeed something to be happy about. Chun Jisheng waved at Wang Ergu. Brother Ergu, I can't move anymore. Could you buy me a bottle of water? You dare ask me to go buy water? Wang Ergu glanced at Chun Jisheng and frowned. He didn't refuse and decided to go buy a bottle of water for Chun Jisheng, as such brothers were rare. But just a few steps away, he saw a girl in a white sports outfit with long hair running towards them. Ergu. It was Lu Yifei who handed Wang Ergu a bottle of Nongfu Spring. Wang Ergu was taken aback. What are you doing here? Lu Yifei smiled slightly at Wang Ergu, gestured for him to take the Nongfu Spring, and gently explained. I passed by here earlier, saw you playing ball, and stood outside watching you the whole time. By the way, you haven't added me on WeChat yet, and I don't have your number, so I can't reach you. This is my birthday invitation card for you. Chun Jisheng and the others were all stunned upon seeing Lu Yifei. Someone pointed at Lu Yifei and suddenly exclaimed, I remember now. You are this year's new campus flower, Lu Yifei. Almost sharing the same name as that big star. The fact that the campus flower brought water to Wang Ergu was simply unbelievable. Wang Ergu caught the Nongfu Spring and the invitation card, then picked up his phone from beneath the basketball hoop to scan Lu Yifei's WeChat ID. Actually, you could have just sent someone to bring it to me. There was no need for you to come all this way yourself. Lu Yifei's pretty face tightened, and she immediately shook her head. That won't do. That would only make it seem like I wasn't sincere. Besides, you've helped me twice already. Oh, I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. Wang Ergu nodded. Go handle your matters. You absolutely must attend my birthday. By the way, your friends can come along too. Lu Yifei waved, and seeing this, Chun Jisheng immediately got up from the bench. Brother Ergu, what's going on? When did you get to know the campus flower, Lu? Wang Ergu sighed. I met her the day I got dumped by Zhang Huihui. Chun Jisheng, hearing this, stepped forward and patted Wang Ergu on the shoulder. Wow, you're lucky. After saying that, he snatched the invitation card to take a look. The other classmates, seeing this, also gathered around. That's amazing. You actually received a birthday invitation card from the campus flower. It's simply envy, jealousy, and hatred. If only the campus flower had invited me, why doesn't she notice me? I've decided. I'll come back to play ball tomorrow. What if other campus flowers take a fancy to me? Seeing the envious expressions of the other classmates, Wang Ergu couldn't help but feel a bit intoxicated. He unscrewed the Nongfu Spring and handed it to Chun Jisheng. Chun Jisheng was taken aback and quickly waved his hand. No way. The campus flower gave you this. How can I? Just drink it. Why so many words? Wang Ergu snorted. Chun Jisheng accepted the Nongfu Spring, then raised his head and took a sip before handing it back to Wang Ergu. Brothers, we have matters to attend to, so we're leaving now. After waving at the other classmates, Chun Jisheng pulled Wang Ergu away. Not far away, a buzzcut boy took out his phone and dialed a number. Deshao, I just saw the campus flower. Lu brought water to a guy. What? Are you sure you're not joking with me? A shocked voice of a young man came from the other end of the line. The buzzcut boy quickly explained, it's true. We're at the basketball court and many people saw it. That guy is called Wang Ergu, a junior from the economics department class 2. He's usually just a loser. Wang Ergu. My sister mentioned that name to me before, but I didn't think much of it at the time. I didn't expect someone could get Lu Yifei to bring them water. Keep an eye on him for me. I'm out of town, but I'll return in a couple of days. Yes, Deshao. The buzzcut boy quickly replied. After hanging up the phone, he immediately chased after Wang Ergu and Chun Jisheng. Chun Jisheng was pulling Wang Ergu back to the dormitory to take a shower. Brother Ergu, are you going to attend this birthday party? Can you take us along? Wang Ergu nodded, of course. Taking you and Yuanli along is no trouble at all. By the way, when is Jianming coming back? I don't know. That guy's been busy with Waknose, almost a week since he left school. Then let's not worry about him. Tomorrow you and Yuanli come out with me. I need to buy a car. It's inconvenient to go anywhere without one. You're buying a car? Chun Jisheng was taken aback, but then recalling Wang Ergu's lottery winnings, he nodded. You should have bought a car a long time ago. After showering, the two went to the No. 3 cafeteria, which was open even in the evenings. Wang Ergu told Chun Jisheng to order whatever he wanted while he found a seat and sat down. However, just as he settled in, Wang Ergu noticed a buzzcut boy sitting at a nearby table. It was only a little past 7, and there were still quite a few people coming in to eat. Wang Ergu glanced at the buzzcut boy and felt a bit puzzled, thinking to himself, there's something off about this guy's gaze. I don't know him. Could it be that he resents me for Lu Yifei bringing me water earlier? After all, Lu Yifei is the new campus flower, and many admire her. It's normal for someone to be jealous of me suddenly receiving water from her. Thus Wang Ergu didn't think too much about it. Soon Chun Jisheng returned with the meal and sat down beside Wang Ergu. Brother Ergu, what kind of car do you plan to buy tomorrow? By the way, how much money do you have left? I remember you won 2 million in the lottery, gave Qinling 2 million, and you probably spent quite a bit going out with Yuanli, right? That means you should still have around 5,000 left. How about a BMW Z4? Wang Ergu rolled his eyes at Chun Jisheng. Don't worry about whether I have enough money. Just come with me tomorrow. Originally, I wanted to wait for Jianming to come back, so we could all go together, but I don't know when Jianming and Yuan Li's mother has also had an incident, so I don't know when he will be free. I might as well buy a car casually for now and wait for everyone to return before going together. Chun Jisheng was taken aback, his throat tightening as he hurriedly asked, You aren't planning to buy each of us a car, are you? Wang Ergu chuckled. What do you think? Chun Jisheng shook his head, feeling it was impossible. Wang Ergu only had 500,000 left. He couldn't possibly buy a car for everyone unless they were secondhand. At that moment, Chun Jisheng's phone rang, and he quickly answered the call. After listening to the call, he instantly became excited. Ergu, I won't join you for dinner. My sister has come. Your sister? Wang Ergu wanted to ask something, but Chun Jisheng had already stood up and dashed out of the cafe. This kid really is. Wang Ergu sighed and continued to focus on his meal, then noticed a message from Mao Yujia. After hesitating for a moment, Wang Ergu smirked and replied to Mao Yujia. Alright, since this is all your fault, remember to treat me to dinner the day after tomorrow. Unexpectedly, Mao Yujia replied almost immediately. Don't worry, Ergu, I will definitely treat you to dinner. Wang Ergu wanted to tease Mao Yujia some more, but a young man with a mohawk sat down across from him. Then a large group of youths in black hoodies surrounded him. The mohawk youth named Yang Gang was a loyal follower. Upon learning that Wang Ergu had received water from Lu Yifei, and even a birthday invitation card, he rushed over to teach Wang Ergu a lesson. Kid, you are Wang Ergu. What kind of tricks did you use on our sister-in-law? What sister-in-law? Wang Ergu looked coldly at Yang Gang, showing no sign of fear. He could tell at a glance that someone like Yang Gang was similar to Lu Yidao, just a lackey. If he didn't want to make a move, he could let Luo Ming come over, but considering this was school, he wouldn't allow Luo Ming to stir up trouble here. Yang Gang frowned, his expression darkening. Kid, are you pretending to be confused? I'm talking about sister-in-law Lu Yifei, this year's new campus flower. Wang Ergu shook his head, a mocking expression on his face. But I heard that Lu Yifei is still single. When did she become your sister-in-law? I wasn't aware of that. You? Yang Gang was speechless, unable to believe that Wang Ergu could be so articulate. It was the first time someone had managed to infuriate him like this. However, he was here to back Yang Tingda, so he wouldn't give up on punishing Wang Ergu just because of this. Kid, Lu Yifei is a woman that Artist Xiao has his eyes on. You'd better be smart and keep your distance from her, otherwise you're as good as dead. Wang Ergu sneered. What if I don't want to be smart? Yang Gang paused, then his face turned furious, saying sternly, Then you're seeking death. Don't blame me for this. Wang Ergu shook his head. Step aside. Don't disturb me while I'm eating. Still eating. Yang Gang scoffed, waving his right hand, and sending Wang Erge's plate flying to the side. With a loud crash, the plate hit the floor, and food spilled everywhere. Wang Erge frowned, and immediately stood up. Apologize. Yang Gang's lips curled in disdain. A poor kid like Wang Erge would never make him lower his head to apologize. You want me to apologize? You're not worthy. Now you should kneel and apologize to me. Suddenly a voice came from nearby. You want my brother to kneel and apologize? Not a chance. Wang Erge was taken aback, looking toward the entrance of the cafeteria, where he saw Su Yuanli coming over. Yang Gang turned his head, his expression instantly darkening. Who do you think you are? How dare you come here? Su Yuanli snorted lightly and walked up to Wang Erge's side. I am Wang Erge's brother. If you want to touch my brother, then you have to ask me if I agree. Yang Gang's face froze. It was one thing for Wang Erge to shout at him, but now Su Yuanli was coming over to do the same. It was simply a slap in the face. Wang Erge sighed and patted Su Yuanli's shoulder. How come you're back? Su Yuanli nodded and smiled at Wang Erge. I've handled my mother's situation, so I came back. Besides, we are brothers. How could I watch you get bullied? Wang Erge smiled faintly and then fixed his sharp gaze on Yang Gang. That's right. We are brothers. But with these soft-shell crabs, they can't harm me, Wang Erge. Damn it. Yang Gang shouted angrily and then waved his hand at the youths in black hoodies around him. The youths in black hoodies obeyed the order, all clenching their fists and charging at Wang Erge and Su Yuanli. Su Yuanli kicked one of the black hoodie youths away and then lunged at Yang Gang. Seeing this, Wang Erge immediately rushed up to assist, Su Yuanli sending all the surrounding black hoodie youths flying. Suddenly the cafeteria was in an uproar. The students sitting near Wang Erge hurriedly dodged, but they were instantly captivated by Wang Erge's skills. Su Yuanli and Yang Gang were grappling with each other, which was quite ordinary, since typical boys fighting just wrestled with each other, resembling girls pulling hair. However, Wang Erge's every move was incredibly swift with astonishing power. He knocked out one person with each strike, as if performing in a martial arts film, taking down all the dozen or so brought by Yang Gang single-handedly. In the moment Wang Erge stabilized his stance, everyone was left dumbfounded. Even Yang Gang and Su Yuanli, who were still entangled, were in shock. No one expected Wang Erge to be so fierce, completely resembling a king of martial arts, leaving them in disbelief. Let go, Wang Erge shouted at Yang Gang. Yang Gang trembled and quickly released Su Yuanli's clothing that he had been grabbing, suddenly at a loss for what to do. Wang Erge, however, reached out and pulled Su Yuanli aside. I told you with these soft-shell crabs they can't bully me. You didn't believe me. Su Yuanli was incredibly excited, not knowing Wang Erge was capable of such skills. For a moment, he was filled with curiosity, wondering how Wang Erge had suddenly become so powerful. Wang Erge pointed at the black hoodie youths on the ground and then made a gesture at Yang Gang. Aren't you going to take your people and get lost? Do you want to stick around to get beaten up? If that's the case, I can certainly oblige you. Yang Gang's expression changed. Naturally, he didn't dare to stay and immediately waved at the black hoodie youths hurriedly fleeing the cafeteria. Su Yuanli watched Yang Gang and the others leave, then sighed in relief and turned to Wang Erge, asking, What happened to you? How did you become so strong? Wang Erge smiled lightly, glanced at the crowd of onlookers, and quickly suggested, Let's go back to the dormitory and talk. Su Yuanli nodded at Wang Erge, and then they both left the cafeteria. In a corner outside the cafeteria, Yang Gang watched their figures, his expression darkening. Damn, a poor loser actually beat me. I must get revenge for this. With that, Yang Gang pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Brother, who I've been beaten up by someone. That brat is so arrogant, you must help me with this. After Yang Gang finished the call, a deep voice from the other end responded, All right. Tomorrow you will follow him and see where he goes, then call me. Yes, brother who. Yang Gang grinned, feeling hopeful about getting revenge on Wang Erge. After hanging up, Yang Gang was about to leave when his phone rang. He glanced at it and saw it was a call from Yang Biao, promptly answering it. A cold voice from the other end said, Is he still at the cafeteria? Has it been taken care of? I'm on my way. Yang Gang's mouth twitched. I'm sorry, second miss, I messed up. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Yang Biao arrive with a group of people at the entrance of the third cafeteria. Immediately, Yang Gang sprinted over. Second miss. Yang Biao's face darkened as she saw Yang Gang approaching from a corner. What on earth? Yang Gang, not daring to hide anything, quickly explained the situation. After hearing it, Yang Biao raised her right hand and slapped him. With a loud smack, a mark was left on Yang Gang's left cheek. Useless. Yang Biao scolded angrily, not expecting Yang Gang to be this incompetent, bringing so many people, yet still unable to beat Wang Erge. As for Yang Gang's claim about Wang Erge, she had not seen it, and naturally did not believe it. If that brat looks so weak, I don't believe he is that formidable. Keep an eye on him. Tomorrow see where he goes, and then tell me. Hearing this, Yang Gang quickly proposed. Second miss, he should be returning to the dormitory. How about I take people to the dormitory to lure him out? Lure my ass. Yang Biao shot Yang Gang a disdainful glance and coldly said, You lost to him and still want to provoke him. What will people think of the Yang family? Do they think members of the Yang family are only fit for causing trouble at school? Yang Gang immediately dared not make a sound. Yang Biao, not wanting to bother with him anymore, turned and left with her group. Yang Gang looked towards the dormitory building, his face instantly turning cold. Damn it. That little brat caused me to get slapped by the second miss. Just wait, I will make sure you regret this. Back at the dormitory, Wang Ergu claimed that he practiced martial arts regularly and had recently received guidance from a retired soldier. Upon hearing this, Su Yuanli was instantly envious. Ergu, can you introduce me? I also want to learn a few moves. Wang Ergu immediately nodded, of course. Tomorrow I will have him come over, and you can learn as many moves as you want. Really? Su Yuanli was overjoyed. After all, being a man, knowing a move or two would make it easier to flirt with girls. Wang Ergu grinned. Of course it's true, would I lie to you? Su Yuanli nodded and suddenly remembered something, hurriedly asking, by the way, about the money. Wang Ergu patted Su Yuanli on the shoulder. I told Jisheng I won 200,000, but it's actually more than that. My family is also going through a renovation, so don't worry about the money. Su Yuanli's eyes widened in surprise. What the hell? How are you so lucky to have a renovation? Wang Ergu chuckled. Just go wash up and sleep. Don't worry too much, you will receive a surprise. Su Yuanli looked astonished, believing that Wang Ergu wouldn't joke about this, but what could the surprise be? After showering, Wang Ergu lay down to rest. After all, he was a bit tired after playing basketball. However, he still picked up his phone, planning to check out a live stream. At that moment, Qin Ling sent a WeChat message. Ergu, help. I'm getting beaten in my live stream here, can you help me? If you do, I'll introduce you to an extraordinary beauty. This statement surprised Wang Ergu. He thought Qin Ling was quite attractive, but he never expected her to mention an extraordinary beauty. Suddenly, he became curious about who could be more beautiful than Qin Ling. So Wang Ergu opened Shark Live and entered Qin Ling's live stream room. Seeing Wang Ergu enter, Qin Ling was instantly delighted. Welcome, Supreme Howling Dog Brother. Immediately, the fans erupted in excitement. They flooded the screen with comments about what Qin Ling had just said. Wang Ergu then began to recharge. However, while Wang Ergu was recharging, someone named First Jieshao started mocking him. What is this? Just a dog thinks it can turn the tables. Don't think that because you borrowed 200,000 for a tip you are some big shot. You are nothing. With First Jieshao starting the mockery, a large group of trolls appeared ridiculing Wang Ergu. Seeing this, Qin Ling's expression changed, and she quickly tried to advise everyone. Everyone, please do not slander Supreme Howling Dog Brother. Let's maintain civility and politeness, okay? Unfortunately, these trolls were clearly hired by First Jieshao and paid no attention to Qin Ling. First Jieshao then directly proposed to Qin Ling, come to the hotel for a meal with me, and he'll let him off this time. Wang Ergu, having finished recharging, was dumbfounded. But he knew that First Jieshao targeting him had to have a reason. However, he couldn't be bothered to engage with such people. Looking at the barrage of insults on the screen, he immediately began tipping. This time he tipped 100 of the God's Call privilege. Suddenly the live stream room was filled with flashing tips. Unexpectedly, First Jieshao was still not satisfied. 10,000 is nothing. You lousy streamer, if you refuse to agree to dinner, I will make sure you regret it today. Then a PK challenge came up on Qin Ling's side. Qin Ling hesitated, unsure whether to accept this PK. Seeing this, Wang Ergu simply typed one word. Seeing this, Qin Ling gained confidence and directly accepted the PK. Opposite her was a long-haired girl in a black low-cut outfit named Blue Demonis, exuding an aura of seduction. When she saw Qin Ling, she chose to ignore her and continued chatting with her fans. This made Qin Ling a bit annoyed. She called out several times, but received no response. After finishing her chat, the Blue Demonis finally addressed Qin Ling regarding the PK penalty. If you lose, you have to draw 2 turtles on your face, not a single one less. Qin Ling pressed her lips tightly together, her face turning red with anger. If I lose, I'll do it, but if you lose, you have to write Howling Dog on your forehead instead of drawing turtles. However, Qin Ling was immediately overwhelmed by a flood of messages. Every time the Privilege Zone's Divine Summon was activated, the live stream chat was filled with fireworks of messages. Qin Ling was stunned. Countless netizens were also dumbfounded. The general of the Great Qin suddenly appeared and directly shouted, Dog Brother is mighty. Then those netizens started spamming Dog Brother is mighty. On the side of the Blue Demonis, the first outstanding young man also quickly began to give rewards. However, without special props, naturally whoever rewards faster has a greater chance of winning the PK. What was unexpected was that the Supreme Howling Celestial Dog did not stop at all. The messages of rewards kept popping up, causing the screen to shine continuously. My goodness, Dog Brother is really impressive. How much money has he spent? Who was just slandering my Dog Brother? Get out immediately. Exactly. The host is quite good looking. How can they draw a turtle? Everyone follow me for a wave. Then netizens also started sending small gifts. Qin Ling's live stream room instantly became popular and more people poured in. However, everyone was dazzled by the flood of messages. The PK time was 10 minutes followed by 2 minutes of punishment time totaling 12 minutes. When the PK time ended, the fireworks in the chat still did not stop. Qinling saw that she won the PK and was immediately stunned. Then she became extremely excited and shouted, "We won! We won!" Netizens were all shocked. My gosh, how much money was spent. I heard that last time over $1 million was spent, and now the live stream is actually in a low period with far fewer rich people. Even if there are rich people, they are rewarding those top streamers. This host is just a newcomer. 1 million could secure the regional hourly ranking first, but now it seems it should be more than just the regional hourly ranking, right? As Qinling's fans continuously congratulated her, other netizens also began to flatter Wang Air Dog. Dog brother, is your thigh still missing parts? Can I join? Dog brother, I am the #1 beauty in the world, sweet and salty, and very good at warming the bed. Dog brother, I want to bear your puppies, please marry me, I am easy to take care of. However, Wang Air Dog did not respond to these netizens and was taking a break. This time he directly rewarded 5 million and kept an eye on the situation with the blue demoness. But on the side of the blue demoness, she only spent a little over 2 million and then stopped. Meanwhile, on Qinling's side, in addition to Wang Air Dog's 5 million, there were over 100,000 from numerous netizens, easily beating the blue demoness. It should be known that in the last team battle, Wang Air Dog only spent a little over $1 million to help Qinling secure first place and win the battle. But this time it was just a regular PK, yet Wang Air Dog spent 5 million. Everyone was shocked. General of the Great Qin, just now the first outstanding young man, said that our dog brother borrowed 2 million to reward. Now tell me, what kind of person can borrow 5 million? Supreme Howling Celestial Dog, what first outstanding young man? General of the Great Qin, ha. Dog brother, what kind of person is he? Now that they lost, it's time for their punishment. Supreme Howling Celestial Dog punishment. Then let's do as the host said before. The netizens immediately flooded the chat with the word punishment. As for the first outstanding young man, no one cared anymore. The blue demoness on the opposing side was in tears, as she had thought the first outstanding young man would support her to the end, but he only stopped at a reward of 2 million. Now that she lost the PK, she could only follow Qinling's suggestion and write Howling Celestial Dog on her forehead with lipstick. Qinling kept expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Supreme Howling Celestial Dog, and thank you to all the supporting fans. Without you, I might have had to draw a turtle. I really thank you all. Meanwhile, Qinling's fans directly skyrocketed to over 2 million. In addition to fans, many other streamers from different rooms rushed in asking for Wang Air Dog's contact information. At this moment, Wang Air Dog's back-end private messages were constantly increasing. Wang Air Dog collapsed back onto the bed again, as the rewards for the live stream were limited, with the highest reward being 30,000 star coins for one's lifelong love. However, Qinling was not his one's lifelong love, so this time, he only rewarded Divine Summon. Divine Summon costs 10,000 star coins per shot. 100 shots cost 100,000. He rewarded 5 million, which means he had to send 100 shots 50 times per minute. Because Shark Live had not yet introduced a custom quantity, the maximum was only 100 shots. Even though it was 100 shots at a time, he still had to do it 50 times. So Wang Air Dog took a short break and did not watch Qinling's live stream. Instead, he directly called Shark Live's customer service hotline to suggest increasing the custom quantity. Customer service could not handle such matters, so they promptly escalated Wang Air Dog's suggestion. Shortly after, Wang Air Dog received a call from Jiang, the general manager of Shark Live. Hello, dog brother, I am Jiang, the general manager of Shark Live. You can call me Xiao Jiang. Regarding your suggestion, we will consider it seriously, but we need to wait for our urgent meeting to conclude. So I apologize for the delay, please hold on. Oh, I see. That's fine, I will wait. To be honest, your reward functions and gifts are too monotonous and the reward amounts are too low. It would be great if you could increase the amounts to 1314, 6666, 8888, 9999, and so on. If I could directly reward 100 million, that would be even better. Wang Air Dog complained a bit. This was his honest thought, after all his hand was hurting from sending so many rewards. Dog brother, the country has been opposing money laundering, so there are still restrictions in this area. The limit for rewarding is 10 million once a day, which is already the maximum. But don't worry, we will actively address this, and see if we can come up with a reasonable plan in line with policies. Upon hearing Jiang's was say this, Wang Air Dog suddenly understood. After all, since some people like money laundering, the rewards were limited for a reason. In that case, you can handle it as you see fit. I rest assured, I will still reward in the future. Thank you for your support, dog brother. I won't disturb you any longer. Wish you a pleasant life. The call was hung up by Jiang Zhua. Wang Air Dog glanced at his phone messages and found that Qinling had sent him many WeChat messages. Besides expressions of gratitude, there was also a photo. Dog brother, this is my roommate. When she has free time, I will introduce her to you. Wang Air Dog quickly replied, sure. But about tonight's rewards, you must not tell anyone. You can't say it's me, understand? Understood, dog brother. Then next time if there's a team battle, can I still ask for your help? Of course. It's just that boosting the rankings is too exhausting. I have already discussed with Jiang's with a general manager of Shark Life. If I can't boost 100 million at once, being able to boost 10 million at once would also be good. What the heck? Boosting 100 million at once. Dog brother, don't go overboard. I am just an ordinary small streamer. You are forcing me to the peak. In the girls' dormitory room, 505, Xin Ling was filled with excitement. If Wang Ergo were to give her 100 million, she would truly reach the pinnacle of her life. Although she was unsure if Wang Ergo could really give her 100 million, she was convinced that he was definitely a super rich second generation. From now on, no matter what, Wang Ergo would be her financial benefactor. Therefore, she immediately sent a WeChat message to her roommate Qin Xingyue. Xingyue, where have you gone? When are you coming back? When you return, I will treat you. Let me introduce you to a treasure. Qin Xingyue, one of the 4 campus beauties at Donghai University, was stunningly beautiful, exuding a cold elegance, and her identity was mysterious like an orchid in a secluded valley. Although Qin Xingyue was from the finance department, not the economics department, she had become familiar with Qin Ling and managed to move to this dormitory through connections. Of course, Qin Xingyue rarely came back here, only occasionally visiting once or twice a month. As soon as the WeChat was sent, she received a reply almost immediately, just 2 words: no time. Qin Ling frowned. Why no time? I just made 5 million in my live stream. I really want to treat you, I'm not lying. She quickly received a reply. Got it. He'll resolve my matters here in a few days, and then return to school to find you. Qin Ling wanted to ask something more, but Su Haiyan and Lin Chuanxiang hurried in. Seeing Qin Ling, the two immediately rushed forward and hugged her. Linger, you are so amazing. I truly did not misjudge you. Su Haiyan laughed heartily. Qin Ling, we all saw it. What happened? How much did that Xiao Tian Quan reward you tonight? Lin Chuanxiang asked nervously. Let go of me. Qin Ling broke free from the two, glaring at them fiercely. Are you plotting to murder your husband? Su Haiyan giggled. I want you to treat us. Lin Chuanxiang had a pleading expression. Ling, you should just tell us how much. Qin Ling proudly lifted her head and extended a palm. The two were instantly stunned. Lin Chuanxiang was even more dramatic, directly kneeling in front of Qin Ling. My dear concubine, my living expenses will depend on you from now on. Qin Ling pouted, holding Lin Chengxiang's chin. Such a small living expense, and you are so servile. Do you know my benefactor just told me that next time he will reward me with 100 million. 100 million. Lin Chuanxiang pretended to faint. Su Haiyan also knelt in front of Qin Ling. I truly did not misjudge you. You did not disappoint my earnest efforts. But is this true or false? He wants to reward 100 million. Lin Chuanxiang immediately straightened up, looking excitedly at Qin Ling. Qin Ling shook her head. I'm not a verification tool. How would I know if he's serious? That's what he said. Su Haiyan trembled all over. So awesome. Truly awesome. 100 million, just like that. I believe it's true. My concubine, you have indeed encountered a noble person this time. Isn't that right? Qin Ling giggled, her eyes narrowing slightly. So I sold the queen. The queen also promised me that she would come back in a few days. In dormitory 505, Qin Ling and the others gave themselves titles. Qin Xingyue was the queen. Qin Ling was the noble concubine. Su Haiyan was the emperor. Lin Chuanxiang was the fragrant concubine. Su Haiyan and Lin Chuanxiang both looked astonished, as they hadn't seen Qin Xingyue in a long time, but they never imagined what Qin Xingyue had agreed to Qin Ling. So that Xiao Tian Quan is really Wang Ergo? Su Haiyan asked tremulously. Upon hearing this, Qin Ling immediately made a shushing gesture to Su Haiyan. Don't say it anymore. He said that the matter of the reward cannot be disclosed. I estimate he must be some hidden super rich second generation. Lin Chuanxiang giggled. We promise we won't say anything. But are you introducing the queen to him? Why don't you go yourself? Qin Ling immediately shook her head. I wanna, but I feel like he wouldn't be interested in me. Lin Chuanxiang looked puzzled. That doesn't make sense. If he likes Zhang Huihue, how could he not like you? Su Haiyan immediately embraced Lin Chengxiang's shoulder. Some boys are like this. They are somewhat obsessed with their first love. However, after being abandoned, their standards become higher. Then she turned to Qin Ling and said, but will the queen be interested in Wang Ergo? I'm afraid. Qin Ling hurriedly waved her hand. All right. Let's take it step by step. Anyway, you two don't go around spreading that dog brother is him. The two immediately nodded like chickens pecking at rice. They certainly wouldn't casually disclose this matter. If they offended the financial benefactor, how could they let Qin Ling arrange for their living expenses? Su Haiyan thought of Qin Xingyue and quickly asked, noble concubine, you're arranging for the queen to be single. It wouldn't be that you want to be single yourself, right? Could it be that you really got together with Qin Jisheng? Upon hearing this, Lin Chuanxiang immediately perked up. Qin Ling snorted lightly. If he can withstand the test, I wouldn't mind giving him a chance then. Su Haiyan smiled sweetly. In that case, you can't compete with me for Su Yuanli, as I have my eyes on him. Lin Chuanxiang was dumbfounded. You all have targets. What about me? Qin Ling and Su Haiyan exchanged glances, and both smiled playfully, not responding to Lin Chuanxiang. The next morning, as soon as Su Yuanli woke up, he quickly washed up, changed his clothes neatly, and planned to bring breakfast to Wang Ergo. Unexpectedly, as soon as he exited the dormitory, he saw Su Haiyan standing in the corridor. This surprised him. What was Su Haiyan doing here? The boys coming in and out couldn't help but be curious upon seeing Su Haiyan. Su Haiyan was slightly plump with a pretty face. Her small round face, paired with long flowing hair, made her a definite little beauty. More importantly, she wore a white sweater with shorts, looking particularly youthful and lively. Su Haiyan, what? Although confused, Su Yuanli still greeted her. Su Haiyan smiled. I'm waiting for you. Are you going to the cafeteria? He'll treat you. Su Yuanli was stunned. What was going on? Was his springtime arriving? Seeing Su Yuanli in a daze, Su Haiyan waved her hand. Come on, I'm serious. I can still afford a breakfast. I heard from Qin Ling that you had an accident. You haven't recovered yet, right? No, we aren't that familiar. Su Yuanli awkwardly smiled, accidentally saying the truth. But he regretted it as soon as he said it. Saying that to a girl was too discouraging. Unexpectedly, Su Haiyan didn't care at all. We weren't familiar before, but it's not too late to get to know each other now. Besides, Chun Jisheng from your dorm has been pursuing our Qin Ling, so we will have more chances to meet. Su Yuanli was once again dumbfounded. Did Su Haiyan just confess to me? This must be a dream. I must still be asleep, otherwise how could it be that a girl would confess to me? However, Su Haiyan saw Su Yuanli remain silent, and immediately took his left hand, walking. Su Yuanli felt extremely awkward. He only wanted to buy breakfast for Wang Ergu, never expecting to have such a romantic encounter. But he still shook Su Haiyan off, as he wasn't used to being held by a girl like that, especially since he had no relationship with Su Haiyan. Su Haiyan was taken aback, not expecting to be shaken off. I'm sorry, Su Yuanli, I just wanted to invite you for breakfast. Su Yuanli frowned, and said as he walked, Su Haiyan, you really want to know about Ergu, right? I advise you to give up on that. Do I want betray Ergu? Su Haiyan hurriedly caught up with Su Yuanli, waving her hands in explanation. I'm not. I really just want to be friends with you. Can't we even be friends? Su Yuanli looked at Su Haiyan in confusion. He thought she seemed pretty nice, so he finally nodded. After returning to the dormitory from the canteen, Su Yuanli wanted to tell Wang Ergu about Su Haiyan, but saw Wang Ergu still sound asleep. He didn't dare to wake him, so he just waited nearby. Wang Ergu was awakened by the alarm clock. Upon seeing Su Yuanli sitting next to him, he was startled. Yuanli, what are you doing sitting beside me? Su Yuanli quickly recounted the events. Wang Ergu laughed heartily. Yuanli, you're on a lucky streak. I think Su Haiyan is great, as she's not only beautiful, but also lively, the complete opposite of you, making your personalities complementary. Su Yuanli smiled awkwardly. Ergu, please don't joke with me. How could I be worthy of her? Wang Ergu's smile faded as he shot Su Yuanli a disapproving glance. I don't like hearing that a worthiness doesn't matter. Girls are pursued, you have to try harder, I believe in you. Su Yuanli suddenly didn't know what to say. Since Wang Ergu was supportive of him pursuing Su Haiyan, he naturally chose to follow his advice and give it a try. At noon, and after class, Wang Ergu and Su Yuanli casually ate at the canteen, and then left the school together. Wang Ergu had decided to buy a car today. Although Zhao Taishan had given him an Audi R8, he wanted to buy an even more expensive sports car. After all, he and Jiang Hongyi had established an investment company, and he needed a more eye-catching car to uphold their image. Soon the two arrived at the famous New Era Auto Commercial Center in Biachuo District. This mall had all kinds of cars. As soon as they entered, they noticed that there were particularly many consumers today, so no one came to attend to them. Su Yuanli looked at the cars in the showroom, feeling dazzled. He quickly grabbed Wang Ergu's right arm and asked, Ergu, what kind of car are you planning to buy? Wang Ergu raised his hand and put it around Su Yuanli's shoulder. I have a driver's license, do you have one? Su Yuanli nodded. I got my license after graduating high school. Why? Are you planning to buy the car and lend it to me for a few days? Wang Ergu rolled his eyes at Su Yuanli. Lend. Today is not just me buying a car, it's us buying a car. You can look at all the cars here, but you must choose a sports car that costs over 2 million. If it's cheaper than the Audi R8, then don't bother looking. Su Yuanli was taken aback. Over 2 million. Wang Ergu nodded, of course. But don't look for the salespeople yet, just pick one. If you like it, I'll pay for it. Su Yuanli felt his throat tighten, trembling slightly. You're serious? You're giving me a sports car? Wang Ergu sighed. Originally, I planned for everyone in the dorm to come and buy one, but unfortunately Chen Jisheng and Kai Jiaming were busy. Forget it, I'll let them pick their cars next time. After saying that, Wang Ergu patted Su Yuanli on the shoulder and turned to leave, leaving Su Yuanli standing there in a daze. Soon Wang Ergu walked over to a bright orange Lamborghini Huracan in the showroom. There were quite a few consumers gathered around, all holding their phones and constantly taking pictures of the Lamborghini. This car is nice, Wang Ergu exclaimed, and then waved at a slightly plump female salesperson nearby. Come here, I want to ask how much this car costs out the door. Unexpectedly, the female salesperson glanced at Wang Ergu, but ignored him, turning to approach a bald, middle-aged man in a silver gray suit. Wang Ergu frowned, intending to find another salesperson, but as he turned around, he bumped into a shapely female salesperson. The female salesperson, named Chu Caihong, fell to the ground looking quite disheveled. The surrounding crowd gasped, all eyes on Wang Ergu. Wang Ergu immediately reached out to help Chu Caihong up, apologizing with an awkward smile. "Sorry, I did." Chu Caihong smiled faintly. "It's okay. I ran too fast and didn't see." But as she turned to leave, Wang Ergu blocked her. "Is your name Chu Caihong?" Wang Ergu pointed to her name tag and smiled. "If so, could you introduce me to this sports car?" Chu Caihong was taken aback, carefully scrutinizing Wang Ergu. "Sorry, I have other customers to attend to, so please find someone else." Wang Ergu chuckled. "I think other customers' matters can't be more important than mine, right? If I end up buying this sports car, your commission should be quite substantial, right?" Chu Caihong was somewhat surprised, but she still felt that Wang Ergu was joking, as he looked too ordinary and didn't seem like someone who could afford a sports car. In fact, she thought Wang Ergu looked more like a student. "You wouldn't happen to be a student, would you?" Wang Ergu nodded. "That's right. I'm a student at Donghai University. You don't have a policy against students buying cars, do you? That would be a waste of—" Chu Caihong chuckled lightly. She didn't have time to waste with Wang Ergu, because her family had introduced a wealthy businessman to buy a car, boosting her sales. At that moment, the previously unresponsive female salesperson approached Wang Ergu. She glanced at him and then disdainfully looked at Chu Caihong. "I say, Chu Caihong, are you really mingling with this kind of poor loser while at work? With this, do you really think you can surpass my sales?" Jean Xinmei squinted her eyes, slightly sneering. "I'm just kindly reminding you, if your performance this month doesn't meet the standards, you'll lose your bonus and could even get fired. Tell me, how will you gather the money for your sick father's surgery?" Chu Caihong's expression darkened. "Jean Xinmei, I warn you, you can say what you want, but don't involve my father. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." "Okay." Jean Xinmei raised her hands in a mock surrender, but her face was full of mockery. "You think that by finding this poor loser you can surpass me in performance? Don't be so naive. Just now, Manager Zheng has already reserved its apophyline Mercedes-Benz S-Class with me, worth over 2 million when it hits the road. And you don't expect to have any performance this month. I will make sure you lose everything." Chu Caihong's face flushed with anger, momentarily unsure how to retort Jean Xinmei. But after glancing at Wang Ergu, she immediately waved her hand, signaling him to leave. At this moment, the bald, middle-aged man from before walked over. He glanced at Chu Caihong, and then smirked, his face appearing exceedingly lewd. "Jean, this is the colleague who's been opposing you, Chu Caihong. She looks quite good with that slim waist and hips, and those long legs, tsk. Jean Xinmei immediately stepped forward, flattering the middle-aged man. "Manager Zheng, you can't favor her. I'm the one truly serving you." The middle-aged man was indeed Zheng Jifu, a client Jean Xinmei was hosting. Seeing Chu Caihong's indignant expression, his heart couldn't help but stir. What would happen if this woman ended up in my bed? Chu Caihong snorted coldly. "Jean Xinmei, any client you covet, I will find them unappealing." Hearing this, Jean Xinmei instantly frowned. "Chu Caihong, what do you mean by that? You not interested in Manager Zheng? Do you really think that this poor loser can be better than Manager Zheng?" Wang Ergu, who found himself caught in the crossfire again, couldn't help but scoff and shake his head at Jean Xinmei. Jean Xinmei noticed Wang Ergu's scoffing and immediately became displeased, pointing her finger at his nose. "You filthy loser, what are you laughing at? What do you have to compare with Manager Zheng? A person like you probably can't even afford a tire." Chu Caihong quickly defended Wang Ergu. "Jean Xinmei, that's enough. If you want to target me, I have no objections. But he is a consumer, you can't treat him like this." Jean Xinmei laughed, looking down on Wang Ergu with disdain. "A consumer? Chu Caihong, you really are foolish. Do you think he can buy a car? He's just a poor loser, a filthy nobody. Can a nobody buy a car? Don't be ridiculous. If he could buy a car, I, Jean Xinmei, would twist my head off and use it as a chamber pot and kneel down to call him." Wang Ergu remained calm. "I don't like others pointing at me like that, and you are not worthy to point at me. Besides, what's wrong with being a loser? What's wrong with being poor? Is there a rule in this car city that everyone must have a certain amount of money to come and buy a car? If that's the case, then you should post a notice and I guarantee I won't come back again." Jean Xinmei was taken aback. She didn't expect Wang Ergu to be so sharp-tongued. Naturally, this car city wouldn't have such a notice. If it did, it would probably have closed down long ago. However, being mocked by a poor loser like Wang Ergu, she was naturally unwilling to accept it. "You filthy boy, you're just a loser. Do you think you can afford a Lamborghini Huracan? You came here just to take a look, take some photos, and then go back to brag about it. You probably have already taken your photos, so hurry up and leave. Don't disturb us here." Zheng Jifu grinned. "Exactly, just a poor loser, and he dares to come see a Lamborghini sports car. Can you afford a car?" Wang Ergu's expression turned serious, and he turned his gaze to Zheng Jifu, saying with arrogance, "What's wrong with a poor loser wanting to buy a car? Do you dare not even think about it? If you can, then come on." Zheng Jifu was taken aback, his face turning awkward in an instant. Come on, he couldn't even afford a Lamborghini Huracan as he didn't have over $4 million on him. Recently, aside from paying off his car and mortgage, he was also supporting 2 mistresses and was about to drown in debt. He came here this time because one mistress insisted he buy a new car or she would have an abortion. He was the only son in the family, and since his wife couldn't give birth to a son and this mistress baby had already been confirmed to be a son, he naturally wanted to comply with her and ensure the birth of a son. So he curled his lips pretending to be disdained. Of course I can afford it. But whether I come or not is none of your business. You a poor loser think you can compare with me. Seeing that Zheng Jifu was about to lose his temper, Jin Xinmei quickly comforted. Manager Zheng, why bother with a poor loser like him? How could he afford a sports car? Wang Ergu was about to tell Chu Kaihong about buying a car when he saw Su Yuanli excitedly walking over. As soon as Su Yuanli approached, he excitedly said to Wang Ergu, "Brother Ergu, I have my eyes on a red Ferrari 488 sports car. But it costs $8 million. Wang Ergu was somewhat surprised. Ferrari 488. Isn't it supposed to cost over $5 million? Hearing this, Chu Kaihong immediately explained, "Sir, the Ferrari 488 has already been discontinued. The one left here in our car city is someone else's consignment, so it only costs $8 million. Wang Ergu frowned. "Isn't that a second-hand car? Are you sure you want the Ferrari 488? Su Yuanli nodded vigorously. Wang Ergu smirked and waved at Chu Caihong. "You confirm the details of that sports car with my brother, sign the contract directly, and then I'll make the payment." Chu Kaihong was taken aback, a bit shocked that this person wanted to buy a sports car for his brother. That's quite extravagant. Unexpectedly, when Jin Xinmei heard Wang Ergu, she immediately covered her abdomen and laughed heartily. "You crack me up. So it's not just one poor loser, but two. You can't afford a sports car yourself, and you want to buy one for another poor loser." Su Yuanli's expression instantly tightened as he pointed at Jin Xinmei, sternly scolding. "Which poor loser are you talking about, woman?" Wang Ergu waved his hand. "Yuanli, go over and sign the car purchase contract with this saleswoman, then bring the card reader over. He'll make the payment." Su Yuanli immediately nodded. "Yes, brother Ergu." Chu Kaihong felt a bit dazed as she couldn't quite figure out Wang Ergu, but seeing Jin Xinmei's reaction, she decided to take a gamble this time. So Chu Kaihong walked away with Su Yuanli. Jin Xinmei once again pointed her finger at Wang Ergu's nose. "If you can afford a Ferrari 488, I want just kneel down and call you dad. He'll also bark like a dog on the ground." Wang Ergu smirked. "Remember your words, you'd better keep your promise." At this moment, a loud exclamation came from over here. What happened here? The melodious voice of a young woman echoed, causing Wang Ergu's mind to momentarily sway. The onlookers parted and two tall beauties approached Wang Ergu. The leading beauty had wavy chestnut-colored long hair and a delicate oval face, as if sculpted by the hands of the divine. Her skin was fairer than snow, and her figure was voluptuous and enchanting. She wore a cream-colored casual outfit, a deep V neckline top that sparked the imagination, and her delicate feet were adorned with a pair of silver stiletto heels. The beauty behind her had shoulder-length black hair, and also possessed an oval face, looking quite charming with fair skin and a slender figure. She was dressed in a black OL professional suit with a high-collared blouse that concealed the details underneath, while her beautiful feet were captivating, clad in black stockings and high heels. Zheng Jifu, upon seeing the chestnut-haired beauty, instantly became mesmerized, revealing a look of longing. He immediately stepped forward wearing a flattering smile and said, "President Zhao, I didn't expect to see you here." Someone immediately exclaimed, "That's the business goddess, Zhao Mengting." I can't believe even Zhao Mengting came to see the cars. Zhao Mengting is a renowned business goddess in the Bichuo district. Just 3 years after graduating from university, she established the 2 billion yuan valued Xinyao Pharmaceutical Group. Hence many people admired Zhao Mengting and held her in high regard. Zhao Mengting remained calm, glanced at Zheng Jifu, and shook her head, saying, "Sorry, I don't know you." Zheng Zifu's expression froze, and he awkwardly chuckled, quickly explaining, "I am Zheng Jifu, the deputy manager of the sales department at Tianlu Group. I have previously discussed cooperation with your company." Zhao Mengting ignored Zheng Jifu and turned to Wang Ergu, asking casually, "What happened here?" Wang Ergu smiled slightly. "Nothing. It's just someone wanting to kneel and call me father and mimicking a dog on the ground." Jin Xinmei's face darkened upon hearing this. "Bastard, do you think you can make me kneel?" Wang Ergu fixed an arrogant gaze on Jin Xinmei. "If you say it, you should be able to do it." Zheng Jifu scoffed and stepped forward disdainfully. "Kid, if a poor loser like you can buy a Ferrari 488, I will kneel down before you." Wang Ergu grinned. "All right. You said it yourself." Zheng Jifu nodded. "That's right, I said it. However, for a poor loser like you, even if you worked for 100 years, you still couldn't afford a Ferrari 488. Wang Ergu remained calm. "Well, I have to swipe my card to see if I can afford it." Zhao Mengting understood what was happening and quickly asked Wang Ergu, "Do you really want to buy a Ferrari 488? Wang Ergu shook his head. Zhao Mengting looked puzzled, wondering whether he was buying or not. Seeing this, Zhang Jifu immediately laughed awkwardly at Zhao Mingting. President Zhao, this poor loser, is just trying to attract attention. How could he possibly afford a Ferrari 488? Wang Ergu then explained to Zhao Mingting, I am indeed planning to buy a Ferrari 488, but not for myself, it's for my brother. The reason is that the Ferrari 488 is a second-hand car now, and I don't like second-hand cars. He continued, also the number 488 sounds unpleasant as it resembles a dead father, which is unacceptable. My father is still alive. Zhao Mingting chuckled. Then what car do you plan to buy? Wang Ergu waved his hand. Zhao Mingting looked over and saw the Lamborghini Huracan on display nearby, momentarily taken aback. Lamborghini Huracan. Are you sure you want to buy this one? Zhang Jifu felt a twinge of jealousy. He was the deputy manager of a listed company, and here was just a poor loser, yet the goddess was curious about this poor loser instead of him. President Zhao, you shouldn't believe him. He's just a poor loser trying to come over to join the fun and take pictures to show. Jin Xinmei quickly chimed in, exactly, I've seen plenty of people like him. However, Zhao Mingting did not heed Zhang Jifu and Jin Xinmei's words, for she noticed Wang Ergu remained extremely composed, exuding a unique aura. At that moment, Wang Ergu's phone rang. He took it out and answered the call. The voice on the other end was Zhang Hongyi. Ergu, are you free today? Do you want to go out and have some fun? Wang Ergu sighed, I don't have time. I'm buying a car here at the Auto City, and I have to attend a class reunion tonight. Buying a car? Zhang Hongyi was taken aback. Which Auto City are you at? I'm coming over right now. Wang Ergu immediately told him the name of the Auto City. Zhao Mingting noticed the phone Wang Ergu was holding and was momentarily startled. Although she didn't know the brand, she sensed it was an expensive phone, so she waved to her secretary Lin Peishan. Then she leaned close to Lin Peishan's ear and whispered, what brand is that phone he's holding? How much does it cost? Find out for me. Lin Peishan glanced at the phone Wang Ergu was holding and immediately replied softly, that's the Honor Magic vs. Fengyu Gold Premium Edition, priced over 10,000 yuan. Zhao Mingting was taken aback, her rosy lips curling slightly. Dressed ordinarily, but using a phone that costs over 10,000 yuan, he must not be simple. Lin Peishan furrowed her brows slightly, but did not dare to comment. Zhang Jifu could not contain himself and immediately pointed at Wang Ergu, get lost now. President Zhao is here to see the Lamborghini, so don't block the way. Zhao Mingting's expression darkened as she shot a glare at Zhang Jifu. What I want to do is none of your business, and what you want to do doesn't involve me. Zhang Jifu forced a smile. Yes, President Zhao, you're right. Zhao Mingting continued to look at Wang Ergu, smiling gently. May I ask where this gentleman works? Wang Ergu shook his head, about to say something when he saw Su Yuanli returning with an excited expression. Ergu, it's settled. It's that Ferrari 488. Jin Xinmei noticed Chu Kaihong following Su Yuanli and immediately looked disdainful. Oh, the Ferrari 488 is sold. Chu Kaihong ignored Jin Xinmei and, holding a card reader, quickly walked up to Wang Ergu. Sir, are you paying now, or is it a down payment or full payment? Wang Ergu nodded. Of course it's full payment. Once these words were spoken, everyone around turned to look at Wang Ergu, because Wang Ergu said he would pay in full for the Ferrari 488, and it is known that very few people in Donghai City can afford to pay in full. Given that Wang Ergu was dressed ordinarily, how could he afford a Ferrari 488? Zhao Mingting was shocked. She never expected Wang Ergu would actually want to purchase the Ferrari 488 outright. Even if Wang Ergu had previously said that the Ferrari 488 was a second-hand car, its price would still not. She knew that even those wealthy young masters who bought luxury cars often did not choose to pay in full, but rather opted for installment payments. If someone could produce the full amount at once, that would imply they had a wealthy background. So, who exactly was this guy? At that moment, Zhao Mingting was filled with curiosity about Wang Ergu. Wang Ergu presented his China Merchant's Bank card to Chu Kaihong. Upon seeing the premium black card, a pleased expression lit up her face. Until that moment, she had harbored doubts about Wang Ergu's genuine intention to purchase a car, but the sight of the black card dispelled all her concerns. Beep. Witnessing the successful transaction, she was ecstatic. Sir, you have successfully paid 8 million. The onlookers were all astonished, never expecting Wang Ergu to complete the payment. Even Su Yuanli was taken aback, trembling slightly. Though he trusted Wang Ergu, he had assumed a payment plan was in order, never anticipating a full cash purchase of the Ferrari 488. Did this mean the Ferrari 488 was truly his from now on? Zhao Mingting narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Wang Ergu with growing curiosity. Just which wealthy family did this man hail from? Wang Ergu turned his gaze to Zhang Jifu and Jin Xinmei. You two kneel down and call me daddy. Zhang Zifu's mouth twitched, his face etched with reluctance. He had no desire to kneel publicly, let alone bark like a dog. Jin Xinmei, however, shuddered, realizing she had picked a fight with the wrong person. This young man was far from the penniless loser she had imagined. Yet she too was unwilling to kneel in public, feeling deceived by Wang Ergu. Why dress so plainly if he was so wealthy? Wasn't that deliberately misleading? So neither of you intends to honor the bet. Wang Ergu frowned as he observed their hesitation, then gestured to Chu Kaihong. Two things: first, summon your general manager. Second, I wish to purchase this Lamborghini Huracan. Chu Caihong, overjoyed, nodded eagerly. Zhao Mengting waved at Wang Ergu. I know the owner of this auto mall, Xiongpei. Shall I call him now? Wang Ergu glanced at Zhao Mengting and nodded. Call him over. Tell him I need his assistance with something. Zhao Mengting nodded, borrowed a phone from Lin Peishan, and deftly dialed a number. Jin Xinmei was stunned. She never imagined Wang Ergu would summon Xiongpei. If Xiongpei learned she had insulted a customer, she would surely be fired. She immediately bowed to Wang Ergu. Sir, I was wrong. Please don't call our boss. Seeing Wang Ergu unmoved, Zhao Mengting continued with the call. Chu Kaihong also dialed the manager. Zheng Jifu stood awkwardly unsure whether to stay or leave. But hearing Wang Ergu mention buying a Lamborghini Huracan, curiosity gnawed at him. Could this kid really? If he couldn't, then he could renege on their previous agreement. Jin Xinmei, seeing Wang Ergu silent, turned to Zheng Jifu. President Zheng, please plead for me. Zheng Jifu shot her a dismissive glance. Plead? He just bought one car. Do you really think he can afford a Lamborghini? Jin Xinmei was puzzled. But he already bought the Ferrari. Can't he afford a Lamborghini? Zheng Jifu sneered. That's your question to answer. The Ferrari was secondhand. This Lamborghini costs over 4 million. Who can casually drop that kind of money? He can't afford it. Jin Xinmei suddenly understood. So that too. 8 million was probably his entire savings. Zheng Jifu nodded. Exactly. So we have nothing to fear from him. Buying a second-hand car means nothing. Jin Xinmei found this reasoning sound and breathed a sigh of relief. Su Yuanli leaned closer to Wang Ergu, asking excitedly, Brother Ergu, you're buying a Lamborghini. And why did you ask that beauty to call the auto mall owner? Wang Ergu smiled faintly. What's so special about a mere Lamborghini? Su Yuanli was speechless, unable to comprehend. He could no longer see through Wang Ergu. Though unsure where his money came from, he trusted it was earned legally. Since it was lawful, he naturally supported Wang Ergu in whatever he did. Soon a middle-aged man in a black suit, Chu Kaihong, nodded at him. Manager Chun. The man was Chun Haihua, the general manager of the auto mall. Chun Haihua's face lit up when he saw Chu Kaihong. Chu Caihong, who wants to buy the Lamborghini Huracan. Chu Kaihong pointed to Wang Ergu. This gentleman. He also bought the Ferrari as a gift for his friend Su Yuanli, so the contract bears Su Yuanli's signature. Chun Haihua was stunned by Wang Ergu's generosity. Even a second-hand Ferrari worth 2.8 million was given away so freely, a rare sight. Hello, I'm Chun Haihua. How should I address you? Wang Ergu smiled faintly. Wang Ergu. Just. Chun Haihua's expression stiffened. Wang Ergu. What a name. But his composure was impeccable, so he refrained from mocking it. That won't do. They'll call you Mr. Wang. Wang Ergu didn't mind. He pointed at the Lamborghini. I want this car. Swipe the card now, I'll give her the commission. Also, I need you to handle something. Chun Haihua nodded eagerly. Please tell me. He'll do whatever you say. Wang Ergu pointed sternly at Jin Xinmei. This woman has insulted me since I arrived. I hope I never see her here when I come to buy cars again. Jin Xinmei's face paled, and she glared at Wang Ergu. What do you mean? Chu Kaihong immediately retorted, Mr. Wang means he doesn't want to see you. Someone as uncouth as you doesn't belong in the service industry. Chun Haihua nodded and turned to Jin Xinmei with a stern expression. You're fired. Go to finance, collect your wages, and get out. Jin Xinmei panicked. No, please. I can't lose this. Give me one more chance. Chun Haihua showed no mercy, signaling the two bodyguards behind him. Jin Xinmei turned to Wang Ergu, begging. Sir, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me. Wang Ergu shook his head. I gave you a chance, but you refused to kneel. Jin Xinmei immediately tried to kneel. He'll kneel now. Wang Ergu waved dismissively. If only you had realized sooner. Don't be an eyesore here. Jin Xinmei shook her head frantically. I was wrong. I shouldn't have judged by appearances. Give me an... Seeing Wang Ergu unmoved, she turned to Zheng Jifu. President Zheng, help me. Didn't you say he couldn't afford the Lamborghini? Zheng Jifu was dumbfounded. Woman, you got yourself fired. Don't drag me into this. Wang Ergu waved his hand impatiently at Chun Haihua. I still want 2 sports cars, but I don't know if you can help. As for this woman, you can deal with her yourself. In any case, I don't want to see her here again. Jin Xinmei heard this and hurriedly wanted to kneel and beg Wang Ergu for mercy, but her arms were seized by 2 bodyguards, preventing her from kneeling. Sir, I was wrong. Please, spare me. Zheng Zifu's expression changed, and he immediately turned to try and sneak away. That big bald head, and you haven't knelt before me yet. I don't want to argue with women, but you. Zheng Jifu paused, his face awkwardly turning to Wang Ergu. Sir, I was wrong just now. Just treat it as if I didn't exist, and let me go. Wang Ergu stepped forward and slapped Zheng Zifu's face. Zheng Jifu couldn't dodge and naturally took the slap, leaving 5 clear fingerprints on his face. You dare to hit me? Wang Ergu chuckled and gestured to Chun Haihua. President Chun, throw them both out, is that okay? No problem. Chen Haihua quickly agreed and waved to one of the bodyguards. The bodyguard rushed over and seized Zheng Zifa's arm. Zheng Zifa's face darkened. He was a deputy manager. If he were thrown out of the car city like this, how would he face the world? You can't throw me out. Just as Wang Erguo was about to speak, he noticed someone rushing over. Who was causing trouble here? Everyone turned to see a tall and slender young man approaching. This was the owner of the car city, Xiong Pei. Chen Haihua quickly stepped forward to explain briefly. Upon hearing this, Xiong Pei looked at Wang Erguo in shock. He couldn't believe that Wang Erguo had bought 2 sports cars in a row and wanted to order 2 more. How rich could he be? What kind of young master from a powerful family was here shopping? Mr. Wang, hello? I am Xiong Pei, the president of the car city. You can call me Little Xiong. Zhao Mingting stepped forward and smiled at Xiong Pei, saying, President Xiong, it's been a long time. Xiong Pei saw Zhao Mingting and was somewhat surprised. President Zhao, I'm sorry for the trouble. Zhao Mingting waved her hand and looked at Wang Erguo with a teasing expression. I don't mind, but if you can't take care of Mr. Wang, who is such a top-tier client, I might introduce him to someone else at another car city. Xiong Pei quickly clasped his hands together and pleaded, President Zhao, please spare me. I really didn't know the situation here. I've always been urging them to improve their service. After saying this, he shot an angry glance at Chen Haihua. Chen Haihua's expression changed abruptly, and he nervously approached Wang Erguo to apologize. I'm sorry, Mr. Wang. This is entirely my fault. I failed to manage properly, which led to this problem. Wang Erguo didn't dwell on it, and signaled for Chen Haihua to have the bodyguards take Zheng Zifu and Jin Ximei away. Zheng Zifu quickly shouted, Kid him from Tianlu Group, and Tianlu Group belongs to the Ji family. Are you trying to offend the Ji family? The Ji family. Wang Erguo was taken aback and frowned. The Ji family, one of the 4 great families in Donghai City. I'm not afraid of you. A mere Ji family doesn't concern me at all. His words surprised everyone present. They couldn't believe that Wang Erguo didn't even take the Ji family seriously. Zhao Mingting raised her eyebrows. This guy was really arrogant. Was he joking? Xiong Pei's phone rang, and he answered it while glancing at Wang Erguo. Then he gestured to the bodyguards holding Zheng Zifu and Jin Ximei. The bodyguards immediately dragged Zheng Zifu and Jin Ximei out. Jin Ximei dared not make a sound, but Zheng Zifu shouted, Kid, wait for me. Chu Kaihong was delighted to see Jin Ximei being dragged away. Because Jin Ximei had always opposed her, now that Jin Ximei was fired, no one would oppose her here in the future. However, Chu Kaihong noticed that Su Yuanli was staring at her, making her feel quite awkward. But knowing that Su Yuanli was Wang Erguo's person, she naturally didn't dare to scold him publicly. Wang Erguo pointed at Chu Kaihong and suggested to Chen Haihua, This saleswoman's service is good, she can be promoted. Of course, this is just my small suggestion. Whether she can be promoted should be assessed by your company. Chen Haihua thought Wang Erguo was interested in Chu Kaihong and nodded immediately. Mr. Wang, don't worry. We have performance evaluations at the end of the month, and the one with the best performance will naturally be promoted. Xiong Pei chuckled and quickly suggested to Wang Erguo, Mr. Wang, if you don't mind, shall we go upstairs for a gathering? Zhao Mingting immediately asked Wang Erguo, Can I join too? Lin Peishan was surprised, as she had never seen Zhao Mingting so actively approach a man. Of course, with someone like Wang Erguo, who was young and wealthy, even she was moved. Wang Erguo smiled, Of course, no problem. Let's go together. Thus Wang Erguo and his group followed Xiong Pei to a reception room on the 3rd floor. Xiong Pei confirmed that Wang Erguo wanted to continue purchasing 2 sports cars and immediately had someone bring over the introduction book for the sports cars. However, as soon as they sat down, Wang Erguo didn't look at the introduction book, but turned to Zhao Mingting, who had come with them. I wonder what business President Zhao is involved in. Just call me Tingjie. Zhao Mingting smiled, her face slightly flushed like an enticing peach that wasn't quite ripe yet. Tingjie. Wang Erguo was not polite and directly called out, as he thought Zhao Mingting seemed a bit older than ideal in medicinal herbs. It was originally a small family business, but now it's barely doing well. The company is called Xinyao Pharmaceutical Group. Su Yuanli was surprised and exclaimed, Xinyao Pharmaceutical Group. I think I've heard of it. So you're the legendary business goddess, Zhao Mingting. Wang Erguo glanced at Su Yuanli. How do you know her? Why didn't you say earlier? No. Su Yuanli shook his head, feeling awkward. I don't know her. I've just heard of her. Zhao Mingting is our senior from previous years. This? Wang Erguo was stunned and looked at Zhao Mingting with embarrassment, not expecting her to be from Donghai University. Zhao Mingting was also somewhat surprised. You are my juniors. You aren't still students, are you? Wang Erguo was about to say something when Su Yuanli interrupted. Yes, we are 3rd-year students from the economics department of Donghai University. You have a photo on the alumni wall at school. We admire you a lot, and Erguo here really admires you too. After saying this, Su Yuanli winked at Wang Erguo. For Su Yuanli, Wang Erguo had just broken up with Zhang Huey, and the best way for a man to recover from emotional wounds is to quickly enter the next stage. He thought this Zhao Mingting was stunning, a president, and quite suitable for Wang Erguo. Wang Ergu was stunned. Did you just try to set me up? Zhao Mengting was deeply shocked, for Wang Ergu was indeed too young. She never expected him to be a university. If he were a young master from the upper class of Donghai City, she would have heard of him, or even met him, but she had never heard of Wang Ergu. Thus she speculated that Wang Ergu was likely not a local of Donghai City. Mr. Wang, your name. Upon hearing Zhao Mengting's inquiry, Wang Ergu immediately recited what he had told Jiang Hongyi. Everyone present suddenly realized, believing Wang Ergu to be quite loyal. Zhao Mengting smiled sweetly. In that case, I should call you Brother Jintian. Or should I call you Xiao Tian? You wouldn't mind, would you? Wang Ergu shook his head. Of course not, a name is merely a code. As long as we are friends, you can call me whatever you like. Then shall we add each other on WeChat? Zhao Mengting waved to Lin Peishan, asking for her phone to add Wang Ergu on WeChat. Lin Peishan looked astonished, as she had never seen Zhao Mengting actively add a man's WeChat. It seemed the CEO was interested in this Wang Ergu. Despite her doubts, Lin Peishan dared not delay and promptly handed her phone to Zhao Mengting. Zhao Mengting received the phone and quickly opened the WeChat interface. You scan me. Wang Ergu nodded and took out his phone to scan Zhao Mengting's WeChat. Seeing this, Chu Kaihong quickly opened her WeChat and extended her hands towards Wang Ergu. Mr. Wang, could you please add my WeChat? After all, you are my major client. It would be convenient for me to assist you if any issues arise. Suddenly Vivian's voice echoed in Wang Ergu's mind. Task description: help Chu Kaihong get rid of the old man's entanglement. Task status: incomplete. This thrilled Wang Ergu, as having a task meant he had a chance to earn a reward. Thus Wang Ergu immediately scanned Chu Kaihong's WeChat. Zhao Mengting's expression slightly darkened. Did she feel that Wang Ergu looked down on her? He just scanned her WeChat and was now adding a mere car saleswoman. Just then Jiang Hongyi was brought in by someone. Zhao Mengting recognized Jiang Hongyi at a glance. Aren't you Jiang Hongyi, the second young master of the Jiang family? Jiang Hongyi was instantly captivated upon seeing Zhao Mengting. This sister is so beautiful, may I know your name? Zhao Mengting smiled awkwardly. Young master, I have long heard of your name. But your approach is quite cliched, isn't it? Also, being from the Jiang family, what brings you here? Jiang Hongyi pointed at Wang Ergu and explained, of course I came for my brother Ergu. I heard brother Ergu was being bullied here. Xiong Pei quickly waved his hands. Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Shen Haihua and Chu Kaihong immediately echoed Xiong Pei's words. Just then Chu Kaihong's phone rang, and she felt embarrassed as she stepped aside to answer the call. Confirming that a wealthy businessman introduced by her family was coming, she could only awkwardly look at Wang Ergu and hurriedly explain. Mr. Wang, someone wants to buy a card. If you don't need anything, I can head out now. Wang Ergu waved his hand. Seeing this, Chu Kaihong felt as if she had been granted a reprieve and immediately left. She sensed Zhao Mengting's considerable interest in Wang Ergu and naturally did not dare disturb their good fortune, nor did she want to be resented by Zhao Mengting. With Jiang Hongyi's arrival, she wisely chose to leave, not daring to participate in the conversation among these wealthy second-generation individuals. Zhao Mengting looked at Jiang Hongyi with some surprise. She noticed that Jiang Hongyi seemed familiar with Wang Ergu, yet there was clearly a hint of respect in his demeanor. Why was Jiang Hongyi so respectful towards Wang Ergu? Wang Ergu, however, did not think much of it, and introduced Jiang Hongyi to Su Yuanli. Yuanli, this is young master E. Young master, this is Yuanli, my roommate and good brother. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hongyi approached with a friendly demeanor and immediately added Su Yuanli's phone number and WeChat. Zhao Mengting seized the opportunity to ask, young master, may I add your WeChat? Jiang Hongyi did not respond immediately to Zhao Mengting, instead staring at Wang Ergu with a frown. Brother Ergu, is this your friend? Although Zhao Mengting recognized him upon entering, he did not know her, so he did not say much, as many people were familiar with him. Wang Ergu nodded. A friend I just met. Jiang Hongyi smiled broadly. Since she's brother Ergu's friend, she is also my friend. Let's add each other on WeChat. Zhao Mengting was somewhat dumbfounded. After all, Jiang Hongyi was from the prestigious Jiang family, and people like her had to curry favor for a long time just to have the chance to approach young masters and ladies like him. But now Jiang Hongyi was adding WeChat, and he still needed to consider Wang Ergu's feelings. Who exactly was Wang Ergu? Coming back to her senses, Zhao Mengting quickly added Jiang Hongyi on WeChat. Young master, please take care of me. Jiang Hongyi waved his hand with a playful expression. You want me to take care of you? Why not let brother Ergu take care of you instead? He must be spending quite a bit of money on this car, right? Zhao Mengting nodded, looking curiously at Wang Ergu. Of course, if Xiao Tian agrees, I hope Xiao Tian can take care of me as well. Wang Ergu smiled silently. If Zhao Mengting needed his help later, she would certainly seek it. After all, no man could refuse a stunning beauty. On the other side, after leaving the reception room, Chu Kaihong returned to the showroom, where she encountered a middle-aged man introduced by her family. This man was the wealthy businessman named Wang Yong, who was fairly tall, bald, and slightly plump in the face. Upon seeing Chu Kaihong approach, Wang Yong's eyes widened, staring at her intently. He instantly found himself at, "Hello, my name is Wang Yong. May I know your name?" "I am Chu Kaihong, Mr. Wang. I apologize for keeping you waiting. Shall I take you to see the cars in the showroom? Do you have any particular car in mind?" However, Wang Yong leered at Chu Kaihong, saying, "I have. Your name sounds beautiful. Ooh, I've loved rainbows since childhood. How about you become my girlfriend now?" Without waiting for Chu Kaihong to react, he directly stepped forward and grabbed her hands. Chu Kaihong gasped and tried to shake Wang Yong off, only to find she couldn't escape as he had already grasped. "Let go of me." Wang Yong chuckled mockingly. "Chu Kaihong, I've heard you haven't made a sale in a long time. If you don't want to be fired, you should comply with me. If you comply, I can help you make a sale and boost your performance. Oh, otherwise you can forget about keeping this job." Chu Kaihong looked at him with disdain, her gaze piercing as she scolded, "Old lecher, let go of me now, or I'll call for help." Seeing Chu Kaihong's firm attitude, Wang Yong was quite displeased. "Fine, go ahead and shout. Oh, I want everyone to see how you usually flirt." Just when Chu Kaihong felt helpless, a figure rushed over. "You bald bastard, let her go." With a bang, Wang Yong was kicked away by Su Yuanli. Wang Ergu and the others walking behind naturally witnessed this scene. Wang Yong, who was sent flying, looked quite disheveled. "You little brat, dare to kick my waist. I tell you, you're dead meat, you're fired." Wang Ergu charged forward and delivered a kick directly to Wang Yong's face. Wang Yong couldn't dodge in time and was immediately sent rolling several times. After steadying himself, he had rolled to the wall. Wang Ergu signaled to Su Yuanli. Su Yuanli immediately stepped forward, pulling Chu Kaihong to the side. Wang Yong got back up, covering his face where Wang Ergu had kicked him, filled with rage. "You little brat, dare to kick me. You're finished." Wang Ergu scoffed, mocking, "Finished? You don't have that capability. What are you even? Dare to shout here?" Wang Yong snorted coldly, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized Wang Ergu. Since Jiang Hongyi and the others hadn't approached, he assumed Wang Ergu was just an ordinary person, not part of Jiang Hongyi's group. "Kid, I run a company. If you dare to hurt me, I will make sure you go bankrupt." Chu Kaihong frowned at Wang Ergu, feeling guilty for getting him involved. Su Yuanli hurriedly asked, "Are you okay?" Chu Kaihong shook her head. "I'm fine. It's just that this person is too much trying to assault me." Su Yuanli's expression darkened as he suggested to Wang Ergu, "Brother Ergu, people like this bald donkey are not worth letting go." Hearing Su Yuanli call him Brother Ergu, Wang Yong concluded that both of them were from the countryside, as city folks wouldn't address each other like that. Now that he knew they were both rural, he felt even less intimidated. "You two brats kneel down and apologize right now, and maybe you'll forgive you." Wang Ergu laughed heartily. "What if we—" Wang Yong frowned, unable to believe Wang Ergu's audacity. "If you don't kneel, don't think you can leave here. I have money and can buy a car here. The owner will definitely give me face. You probably came here to work. Don't you think the owner will offend me for you?" Jiang Hongyi and the others smirked at these words. However, Wang Ergu didn't laugh, but instead looked at Chu Kaihong. "Do you know him?" Chu Kaihong shook her head and explained, "I don't know him, but my stepmother might. She's been desperately trying to introduce me to older men so she can get a betrothal gift." Wang Ergu understood, realizing this old man dared to lay hands on Chu Kaihong, thinking she was an easy target. "In that case, I'll help you with this matter." Wang Yong scoffed. "Kid, you haven't even grown all your hair, and you want to— I'm telling you, she's my promised wife. Even if you help her here, she'll still have to be my wife when she goes back. What can you do about it then?" He then glared at Chu Kaihong, coldly stating, "You can't escape. Your stepmother has already taken 100 from me." Chu Kaihong's expression changed. She hadn't expected her stepmother to actually sell her out, and her heart filled with anger. "This world is governed by law. Even if you took money from my stepmother, so what? I won't be with someone like you." Wang Yong's expression darkened upon hearing Chu Kaihong's words. "Fine, since you don't give me face, I won't give you face either. So you two kids are helping her. I'll call the police and have you arrested." Chu Kaihong frowned at Wang Ergu. At that moment, Jiang Hongyi walked over. "I've already called the police." Zhao Mengting sneered, "This person is truly disgusting." Lin Peishan squinted her eyes and coldly laughed. "He doesn't look like someone from a prominent family." Xiong Pei remained silent, worried that such an incident on his turf would upset Wang Ergu. Wang Yong's face changed when he saw so many people coming out. "You?" Jiang Hongyi didn't bother explaining to Wang Yong and waved for two bodyguards from the Jiang family to grab him. Wang Yong turned to run, but he was kicked by both Su Yuanli and Wang Ergu, making it impossible for him to escape the Jiang family bodyguards, who quickly captured him. "Let me go!" Wang Yong shouted loudly. The two Jiang family bodyguards tightened their grip on him even more. Wang Ergu glanced at Wang Yong, then looked up at the surveillance camera above, saying to Xiong Pei, "President Xiong, could you check if your surveillance is still usable? When the police arrive, we'll hand it over to them." Xiong Pei nodded and immediately waved at Chun Haihua, who was following behind. Chun Haihua understood and took out his phone to contact the surveillance room. "The video is fine." Wang Yong's face changed upon hearing this, and he glared at Wang Ergu, demanding, "What do you mean by this?" Wang Ergu sighed and replied casually, since someone wants to harass Chu Caihong, I naturally have to help her get rid of it. Otherwise it would be troublesome for me to come here to buy a car and not find anyone. You? Wang Yong wanted to refute, but didn't know what to say. Previously he thought Wang Ergu as a rural person couldn't afford a car. However, now that there were so many people and bodyguards involved, he realized they were not someone he could look down upon. Chu Caihong was filled with joy. If Wang Yong could be caught, she would no longer have to be threatened by him. If she hadn't known Wang Ergu, she might have been bullied to death by this old man Wang Yong. At that moment, Chu Caihong was filled with gratitude towards Wang Ergu and bowed to him. Mr. Wang, thank you. Wang Ergu quickly waved his hand. It's just a small matter. You should thank my brother. That kick he delivered was quite impressive. Chu Caihong immediately turned to Su Yuanli and bowed to him as well. Thank you too. By the way, I haven't added you on WeChat yet. May I add you? Su Yuanli smiled awkwardly, but still took out his phone and added Chu Caihong on WeChat. Wang Yong watched this scene, filled with jealousy. Let me go, or I will definitely sue you. Jiang Hongyi rolled his eyes at Wang Yong and coldly replied, go ahead and sue. My Jiang family isn't afraid of you. Let's see how you plan to sue my brother Ergu. Jiang family. Wang Yong's face changed. He hadn't expected Jiang Hongyi to be from the Jiang family. After all, the Jiang family is a prominent family in Donghai City, while he was just a small nouveau riche with assets of only 1 or 2 million. How could he offend the Jiang family? This is bad. He realized he had truly kicked a metal plate. Zhao Mingting stepped forward and coldly said, my Zhao family fully supports Mr. Wang. People like him should just rot in prison. Xiong Pei immediately expressed, Mr. Wang, rest assured our Auto City will fully support you. Wang Yong was taken aback to see so many people speaking up for Wang Ergu. He noticed that Zhao Mingting and her companions were all dressed exquisitely, clearly not ordinary people, and he felt he had offended someone he couldn't afford to. I was wrong, please let me go. Wang Ergu scoffed coldly, looking at Wang Yong with disdain. Now you know your mistake. It's too late. Soon the police arrived at the scene. The bodyguards of the Jiang family handed Wang Yong over to the police. Wang Yong cried out for mercy, but Wang Ergu and the others had no intention of letting him off. When they arrived at the police station and took their statements, Wang Yong was naturally detained temporarily and awaited sentencing. Once sentenced, he would be handed over to the prison. As Wang Yong was confirmed to be temporarily detained, Wei Wan's voice echoed in his mind. Task status completed. Task reward option 1, advanced skills in enterprise management, 10 spiritual energy points. Task reward option 2, overwhelming kindness, earning the title of a soft-hearted person selflessly helping others with the potential to become a philanthropist. Option 1. Wang Ergu considered becoming a philanthropist, but he did not want to be that kind of soft-hearted person. Ding, the host has made a choice. The reward will be distributed immediately. Please check host. Suddenly Wang Ergu's mind was flooded with advanced management knowledge about enterprise management. Many of these were classic practical cases and professional skills far superior to what he had learned in school about basic economics. It could be said that Wang Ergu could graduate with a doctorate directly now. After leaving the police station, Xiong Pei and Chun Haihua, along with Chu Caihong, returned to the car city. Wang Ergu and his companions did not return to the car city, but drove to the Victory Gate Hotel. Zhao Mingting also brought Lin Peishan along. Entering the supreme private room, the group sat down on the sofa. Previously in the reception area of the car city, Zhao Mingting had many questions she didn't have time to ask, so she immediately started asking as soon as she sat down. Xiaoyan, what kind of family are you from? Also, what is your relationship with Yi Xiao? Jiang Hongyi, upon hearing this, recounted how he was rescued by Wang Ergu. Of course, he felt embarrassed to say he had crossed paths with Liao Tangzhu. Instead, he mentioned he had been in a car accident. Wang Ergu waved his hand. I'm just a rural person, so I couldn't stand that Wang Yong and acted. By the way, Yi Xiao, is it okay to keep him locked up for a few years? Also make sure his family doesn't bully Chu. Of course, don't misunderstand, I have no interest in Chu Caihong. I simply can't stand people like Wang Yong. Jiang Hongyi understood that Wang Ergu was not interested in Chu Caihong, especially with Zhao Mingting present. Chu Caihong could only be described as somewhat beautiful, but Zhao Mingting was a stunning beauty like a flower. Don't worry, brother Ergu, I will definitely make it hard for people like Wang Yong and won't let him act recklessly. Starting today, I will be the embodiment of justice. Fine, I should change my online name to Justice Brother. Jiang Hongyi said as he picked up his phone and started fiddling with it. Zhao Mingting, however, frowned at Wang Ergu, looking somewhat displeased. You've bought 2 sports cars consecutively, and even reserved 2 more, and you tell me you're a rural person. Do rural people have such overwhelming purchasing power? Wang Ergu noticed Zhao Mingting staring at him, and awkwardly smiled. I really am a rural person. Su Yuanli also looked curiously at Wang Ergu, not understanding how he could be so wealthy. Jiang Hongyi put down his phone, chuckling, and quickly explained to Zhao Mingting. Sister Ting, my brother Ergu is really a rural person, but I suspect he was just recently recognized by his family. You know how it is. Oh, so he's a bastard child. Zhao Mingting suddenly realized, but wait, if he were just an ordinary family's illegitimate child, it wouldn't explain why Jiang Hongi, a young master of a prominent family, respected him so much. In other words, Wang Ergus' original family might be more powerful than the Jiang family. For a moment, Zhao Mingting began to speculate. Jiang Hongi glanced at Wang Ergus, seeing that he didn't mind, but still picked up his phone and sent Zhao Mingting a WeChat message. After finishing the statement at the police station, he casually added Zhao Mingting on WeChat. Sister Ting, regarding Brother Ergu being the heir of a top-tier family, you must not spread this around. After all, he has never disclosed it. This time I let it slip. Upon seeing this message, Zhao Mingting's eyes widened in shock. What the heck? The heir of a top-tier family. She had tried to imagine him as a second-class or even first-class family member, but couldn't have guessed that Wang Ergu was actually from a top-tier family. Top-tier families, she didn't know much about them, but she had heard that there were 7 prominent families in the capital, each with assets exceeding $1 trillion. Suddenly, Zhao Mingting felt she had truly come to the right place this time. If she had left right after the police station, she would have missed out on this information. For her, being able to get to know an heir of a top-tier family, even if he was a bastard, was a very worthwhile thing. Jiang Hongi began discussing the acquisition of land in the industrial area with Wang Ergu. That land over there is now all owned by our Tianyi investment. Zhao Mingting immediately pressed on, asking, what is Tianyi investment? Jiang Hongi didn't dare to speak, awkwardly looking at Wang Ergu. Wang Ergu waved his hand. Since we're here, we're all family. Only then did Jiang Hongi explain to Zhao Mingting about the establishment of a high-tech industrial zone and the creation of Tianyi Investment Co., Ltd. Upon learning that Wang Ergu had already invested 10 billion in Tianyi investment, she was shocked, her legs tightly crossed, as if she could crush a watermelon. 10 billion, that had always been her dream, and she was referring to assets, not cash flow. Wang Ergu's 10 billion was like a red envelope from family, available for any use. If she had 10 billion, let alone a 20 billion market value, like Xinyao Pharmaceutical Group, she could easily create a group with a market value of 100 billion. Xiaoyan, since you're planning to invest, why not invest in my Xinyao Pharmaceutical Group? If you invest 10 billion, just reserve 20 of the shares for me. Jiang Hongi was stunned. He didn't expect Zhao Mingting to directly ask for investment, but he thought that investing 10 billion in a small group was somewhat inconsistent with Wang Ergu's intentions. Su Yuanli didn't dare to speak. He had already guessed that Wang Ergu was wealthy, but he didn't expect it to be in the... Wang Ergu frowned slightly, looking at Zhao Mingting in surprise, as he hadn't anticipated that she would invite him to invest in Xinyao Pharmaceutical Group. Did this beauty trust him so much? Zhao Mingting noticed Wang Ergu's silence, and her expression suddenly changed. She wondered if she had been too hasty. Xiaoyan, I was rash. How about this? Whenever you're free, let's schedule a time for you to visit my group and see it, then you can consider whether to invest. How does that sound? Wang Ergu nodded, sure. After all, Tianyi investment isn't just mine, Yi Xiao and the others also. Jiang Hongi looked awkward. I can't contribute much money. I mentioned it to my mom, and she only gave me 1 billion. Zhao Mingting nearly spat out a mouthful of blood upon hearing this. Damn it. You rich second generation only have 1 billion. Wang Ergu patted Jiang Hongi's shoulder and smiled. He had not expected Jiang Hongi to contribute much money. Rather, he intended to leverage the influence of the Jiang family. Thus, it was already a great blessing that Jiang Hongi could invest 1 billion. Regarding the investment amount, Jiang Hongi had mentioned it in the WeChat group. To his surprise, Hu Huwei had initially said it was 20 million, but it turned out to be 200 million. He did not know if Hu Huwei had borrowed money from someone. After all, such matters were not easy to inquire about. As for Kai Jianwei, he contributed 500 million, which was also substantial. After all, he had just met Kai Jianwei, and the fact that the latter could invest so much money was a testament to his trust in him. Therefore, Wang Ergu did not want to monopolize the investment decision, as that would only create tension in their relationships, which would be undesirable. Jiang Hongi thought Wang Ergu would blame him for contributing too little, but he was surprised to find that Wang Ergu did not care about such trivial matters. At this moment, his admiration for Wang Ergu deepened, believing him to be a person of great vision. He also decided that if there was an opportunity in the future, he would continue to invest in Tianyi. Then Jiang Hongi continued discussing the industrial park construction with Wang Ergu. Originally, he did not expect Wang Ergu to provide much advice. As long as Wang Ergu grasped the general direction, he would leave the details to the professional teams. However, this time Wang Ergu began to speak eloquently about how to construct the industrial park and establish a stable and efficient enterprise. Su Yuanli was dumbfounded. He had been Wang Ergu's roommate for 3 years, but had never seen him articulate such high-level discussions about economics and enterprises. This time, seeing Wang Ergu possess so much expertise, he realized he hardly recognized him anymore. Wang Ergu usually performed averagely in academics, not failing, but not excelling. Zhao Mingting was also astonished. She was completely captivated by Wang Ergu. Many rich second-generation individuals had pursued her, but most of them were spoiled, lacking ambition and knowledge about business management. She never imagined that Wang Ergu understood so much, and every example he provided was so classic. Compared to those rich second-generation individuals, even the present Jiang Hongyi Wang Ergu was truly a dragon among men. I didn't expect Wang Ergu to be so formidable. I must seize the opportunity to bring him into my group. As long as he is with me, I need not fear anyone who could undermine my group. Just as they were enjoying their conversation, Kai Jianwei barged in. Brother Ergu, you didn't say a word when you arrived. I didn't greet you properly. A casual investment company directly pouring in 100 billion made Kai Jianwei see Wang Ergu as a god of wealth. Upon learning that Wang Ergu and Jiang Hongyi had returned to his hotel, he hurried over. Wang Ergu waved his hand at Kai Jianwei. All right, we are all friends, no need for such formality. By the way, this is my roommate Su Yuanli. Kai Jianwei stepped forward to shake hands, saying, Hello, I am Kai Jianwei, just call me by my name. Su Yuanli immediately shook his head and replied, You seem to be a bit older than me, so I'll call you Brother Hui. That works. Kai Jianwei chuckled, then turned to Zhao Mingting somewhat surprised. Isn't this the renowned Zhao Mingting from the Zhao family? Zhao Mingting nodded and smiled, saying, I don't dare to call myself a goddess. I am Zhao Mingting, nice to meet you, young Master Hui. After seeing Kai Jianwei sit down, Jiang Hongyi immediately recounted Wang Ergu's earlier performance. Upon hearing this, Kai Jianwei began discussing business issues with Wang Ergu. He found that Wang Ergu not only responded fluently, but also had more insightful perspectives on many matters. Brother Ergu, I truly admire you. With your level of understanding, you could already graduate. Wang Ergu was somewhat surprised, realizing that Jiang Hongyi was indeed spoiled, but Kai Jianwei was different. All right, young Master Hui, there's no point in flattering me. The land for the industrial park has already been secured, so this project will be under your leadership. You will also be responsible for the bidding process, so you'll need to work hard from here on out. Of course, if there are any funding issues later, feel free to come to me. As long as it's about money, it won't be a problem. Seeing Wang Ergu's generous demeanor, Kai Jianwei immediately agreed. For him, even though it was just a small industrial park with 10 billion, it was a good trial. As long as he handled this matter well and gained Wang Ergu's recognition, future projects worth hundreds of billions would not be a problem. Zhao Mingting watched this scene and naturally felt very envious. Not wanting to miss such an opportunity, she immediately suggested that Kai Jianwei reserve 1 or 2 factory buildings in the industrial park for her pharmaceutical company. With Wang Ergu and Jiang Hongyi present, Kai Jianwei naturally agreed without hesitation. After discussing work matters, Wang Ergu and Su Yuanli returned to school, leaving their sports cars at the hotel for Kai Jianwei to look after. Kai Jianwei naturally agreed, but in reality, with Wang Ergu and Su Yuanli's sports cars, even if left anywhere, no one would dare to scratch them. Back in the dormitory, Wang Ergu found that Chun Jisheng had not yet returned. He looked at the suppressed Su Yuanli and smiled slightly. If you have any questions, just ask. Su Yuanli looked embarrassed, but eventually asked, Brother Ergu, how much money do you actually have? Wang Ergu smiled mysteriously, his lips curling up, countless. In short, I could say I am the richest person in the world, though that might be a bit exaggerated. After all, compared to foreign tycoons like Rockefeller, Morgan, and Rothschild, I still have a long way to go. Compared to domestic families, I should be able to compete for a place among them. I should be in the top 10, as I don't really know how much they have, which is also uncertain. Su Yuanli frowned and hurriedly asked, Bro, let's just say, how many billions do you have now? Unexpectedly, Wang Ergu shook his head and chuckled. It's not billions, it's trillions. Or perhaps I should say it's tens of trillions, but trillions sounds nicer. Just consider that I have 1 trillion. In any case, if there are any issues in the future, I'll take care of you. Su Yuanli was dumbfounded. When he was in the hotel box, he thought that since Wang Ergu mingled with the young masters of a prominent family like the Jiang family, then Wang Ergu's family background should be impressive. After all, he had heard of the Jiang family's 100 billion groups, so he thought Wang Ergu might have at least 100 billion, but he never expected that Wang Ergu would claim to have 1 trillion, and judging by Wang Ergu's tone, it seemed he might have even more than that. Forget about a trillion. Even if it's just 1 billion, if he were to earn it as an ordinary person, he wouldn't know how many lifetimes it would take. Brother Ergu, your family is incredible, just casually giving you 1 trillion. Is this for you to spend freely? Wang Ergu shook his head. Of course not, 10 billion is for my investment. Didn't you see? I have already formed Tianyi investment with Yishao. Su Yuanli nodded. So this 1 billion investment in the industrial zone is just a small play. Wang Ergu smiled. Indeed, 1 billion was just a small play. He still hadn't decided what to do. 100 billion had already been poured into Tianyi investment, and even if he messed around in the industrial zone, it wouldn't matter. Now that he had money, there was no rush to turn himself into a workhorse. It was better to develop connections and strive for talent. Su Yuanli took a deep breath and suddenly proposed, Ergu, what if you were to defeat families like Rockefeller, Morgan, and Rothschild? What would happen? Wang Ergu narrowed his eyes slightly. He hadn't thought of such things. But if he truly went into an economic battle with those families, it would undoubtedly be a case of harming the people and wasting resources. Don't think about those things. To make money, we should focus on how to achieve win-win cooperation. That's what we should be doing. He added, moreover, making money is secondary. We are still young and not meant to become workhorses. I need to fulfill my dreams, to realize all my dreams, not just mine, but yours as well. Su Yuanli nodded. I understand. But what if that day really comes? Wang Ergu frowned and said coldly, if that day really comes, we will naturally trample those foreign devils underfoot. Su Yuanli smiled knowingly and stopped asking Wang Ergu any more questions. It was getting dark. The two didn't go anywhere and just rested in the dormitory, as they still had to attend a class reunion that night. However, Su Yuanli glanced at the class group and saw that Zhang Huihui was still slandering Wang Ergu in the group. Zhang Huihui is going too far. Wang Ergu sighed and frowned. Forget her. Su Yuanli frowned. I'm not asking you to reconcile with her, but we are good people and shouldn't let her tarnish our reputation like this. Wang Ergu was taken aback and then looked at the class group. He saw Zhang Huihui spreading rumors. Let me tell you, Wang Ergu previously borrowed from loan sharks to show off in the group. It wasn't money from winning the lottery. Everyone who took his red envelope still has to pay back the loan sharks. Suddenly, everyone began to speak up, accusing Wang Ergu. Isn't this Wang Ergu sick? If you have money, then just give it away. If you don't have money, why give it away? Exactly. We picked up the red envelope, and now we have to help you pay back the loan sharks. Why? If we don't return the money to Wang Ergu, there shouldn't be any problems, right? I remember that red envelopes are gifts and shouldn't carry any legal liability. Wang Ergu's expression darkened, and he immediately sent a message. You all believe whatever Zhang Huihui says. Is she your mother? Moreover, Zhang Huihui spreading rumors is illegal, and I reserve the right to hold you accountable. In the girls' dormitory, Zhang Huihui was furious upon seeing Wang Ergu's words. That bastard Wang Ergu actually wants to sue me. Lin Ling looked at this and felt awkward. She had dared to speak ill of Wang Ergu in the group before, but now that he had money, she didn't dare to say anything. Moreover, they hadn't even found out if Wang Ergu had borrowed from loan sharks or why he had money. Huihui cursing in the class group won't help, but I have a few plans that can embarrass Wang Ergu. Zhang Huihui looked at Lin Ling with curiosity. What plans? Lin Ling immediately lowered her voice and said, aren't we going to the class dinner tonight? In that case, let's make Wang Ergu embarrass himself at the dinner. Zhang Huihui raised an eyebrow. Right, the class dinner tonight. This is a good opportunity. Lin Ling nodded and continued to analyze. I received news that Wang Ergu won 2 million. Previously, he sent red envelopes in the group, and then Qin Ling did a live stream, and he was the one who tipped her. So, I estimate that he doesn't have much money left. If a man runs out of money, it would be easy to deal with him. At that time, you can let Jin Yuanbao come over to drink with him. When he cannot pay for the drinks, what do you think will happen? Zhang Huihui's eyes flickered with a charming smile. Exactly. Wang Ergu should be out of money now, so tonight at the class dinner we can make him embarrass himself. So Zhang Huihui picked up her phone and immediately called Jin Yuanbao, inviting him to come over to their class dinner. After learning that Wang Ergu would also be attending, Jin Yuanbao readily agreed that he would make time to come and deal with Wang Ergu. After hanging up, Zhang Huihui was very happy, as she imagined Wang Ergu being trampled underfoot by her. Lin Ling was also extremely happy. She felt that Wang Ergu had humiliated them yesterday, causing them to feel itchy all over, and this time they would definitely take revenge. By 7 o'clock in the evening, the two immediately dressed up and arrived at the Hunglong Hotel on Tualuo New Street. Upon entering the large private room they found that Wang Ergu had not yet arrived. Zhang Huihui frowned and asked Lin Ling, could it be that Wang Ergu isn't coming? Lin Ling's face showed a hint of disappointment as she sighed. If he doesn't come, then our plan for the night will be ruined. Zhang Huihui gritted her teeth and said coldly, no matter what, he has to come. You go find class leader Feng Shibua and have him notify Wang Ergu to come. Lin Ling received the order and immediately ran to find Feng Shibua. Zhang Huihui then exited the large private room. She first called Jin Yuanbao and then looked for the security at the hotel. You are the security here, right? Young Master Jin Yuanbao from the Jin family, you all have heard of him. Later, just stand at the door of the private room and follow my lead. The security guard saw Zhang Huihui mention Jin Yuanbao and did not dare to underestimate her. After all, the Jin family is a third-tier family in Donghai City, reportedly worth over 30 billion. This year they have taken on a lot of big projects and are about to double their assets, rising to a second-tier family. Moreover, Jin Yuanbao is also a golden VIP at their hotel, so they naturally wouldn't dare to neglect Zhang Huihui. After Zhang Huihui arranged the security, she waited outside for Wang Ergu's arrival instead of going into the large private room. Wang Ergu and Su Yuanli had Ming Luo drive them over in an Audi R8. Zhang Huihui was surprised when she saw the Audi R8. What's going on? Wang Ergu actually arrived in an Audi R8. Impossible, an Audi R8 costs over 2 million. Wang Ergu had already tipped Qin Ling so much money, how could he afford an Audi R8? This must be an Audi R8 borrowed by Wang Ergu to show off tonight. This guy is truly ridiculous, borrowed things will never be his. As Wang Ergu got out of the car, he immediately spotted Zhang Huihui. He thought to himself that Zhang Huihui lurking at the door could only spell trouble. Su Yuanli also noticed Zhang Huihui and couldn't help but change his expression. Ergu, is Zhang Huihui waiting for someone here? Wang Ergu nodded, probably waiting for her golden yuan bao. Let's ignore her. However, as the two were about to enter the hotel, they were intercepted by Zhang Huihui. What are you doing? Wang Ergu said coldly. Wang Ergu, you two are just the poor dogs of the class. Do you even have the face to come here to eat? Zhang Huihui, what do you mean by that? This is a class gathering. Did the class funds not pay for it? Why can't we come? Su Yuanli retorted angrily. Zhang Huihui rolled her eyes at Su Yuanli, a hint of a smirk on her lips. No, it's the new class funds. Don't you see where this is? This is the Honglong Hotel. Even at the lowest tier, the average cost per person is 500 yuan. This time the class leader booked a big private room, and many classmates paid the new class fees in advance starting at 2,000 yuan per person. You guys from the dorm are all poor, and no one even bothered to respond. How can you have the face to eat here? If you can't pay later, it will be a disaster. Wang Ergu chuckled. He had seen through Zhang Huihui's intentions. This time the four of them from the dormitory, Kai Jianming and Chun Jisheng, were absent, and neither he nor Su Yuanli had responded to the new class fees. So Zhang Huihui probably thought that he and Su Yuanli couldn't afford this meal, hoping they would back off. Zhang Huihui, you don't think I, Wang Ergu, am out of money, do you? I won 2 million before, how could I be broke? While saying this, Wang Ergu intentionally picked up his phone and opened his WeChat wallet. Oh, I still have 1,000 yuan here, eating a meal is no problem. Su Yuanli instantly understood and chimed in, I also have 1,000 yuan left, so it should be fine. Zhang Huihui was taken aback, but still wore a sarcastic expression. So you two poor things think 1,000 yuan is enough to come here? Zhang Huihui, how much money we have is none of your business. Besides, this hotel is not yours, so why do you get to judge us? You aren't exactly a rich person either. Su Yuanli retorted coldly. You? Zhang Huihui was immediately speechless, her eyes filled with resentment as she glanced at Su Yuanli, then turned to Wang Ergu. She believed that Wang Ergu must have deliberately brought Su Yuanli to mock her. If she had a golden yuan bao by her side, she could create a scene all she wanted. But without the golden yuan bao here, she was just another poor soul. What do you mean? You don't have money yourself, yet you dare to criticize us. We bought a car, so we only have this 1,000 left. Who says 1,000 can't get in? Su Yuanli said sharply. Fine, then you two go ahead. Zhang Huihui spat angrily. Su Yuanli wanted to say something, but was stopped by Wang Ergu. Enough, Yuanli. There's no reasoning with people like her. Let's just go in. So the two immediately pushed past Zhang Huihui and walked in. Zhang Huihui nearly stumbled, watching the backs of the two, her face suddenly filled with resentment, her eyes flashing a hint of malice. Just you two poor souls. Winning 2 million, so what? You're still poor. Tonight, I won't let you have it. Picking up her phone, Zhang Huihui immediately called Golden Yuan Bao and recounted Wang Ergu's arrival. That bastard Wang Ergu went. Is he not disabled? What are Louis Dao and the others up to? Golden Yuan Bao sounded a bit annoyed. I don't know, but Wang Ergu looks completely fine. Brother Bao, you have to come and slap him hard, Zhang Huihui suggested. Alright, I got it. I'm on my way. Golden Yuan Bao said coldly. Meanwhile, in the elevator, Su Yuanli noticed Zhang Huihui hadn't followed them and breathed a sigh of relief. Ergu, that crazy woman didn't come after us, so it's fine. Unexpectedly, Wang Ergu shook his head and sighed deeply. Su Yuanli was taken aback and quickly asked, Ergu, why the sigh? Is there something else? Wang Ergu nodded and said in a deep voice, where there's smoke, there's fire. She probably set up a trap for us. A trap? No way, Su Yuanli said with a puzzled expression. Soon the two arrived on the 5th floor and were about to enter the large private room reserved for the class, but found security guards blocking their way in the hallway. You two please show us your invitation, a crew-cut security guard said coldly. We don't have an invitation. We are here for the class gathering in the large private room, 503 ahead. Su Yuanli explained. No invitation. Then you can't enter. If you want to go in, you must show proof of your app. The crew-cut guard sneered. Su Yuanli frowned and looked at Wang Ergu. Wang Ergu knew that if he took out his bank card, these two guards would definitely let him in. But he also knew that Zhang Huihui would not let it go. So he shook his head at Su Yuanli and pulled him aside. Don't argue with them. They clearly don't want us to go in. Let's just play on our phones over here and wait for Zhang Huihui to come up. Su Yuanli had initially planned to call Qin Ling to bring people out, but upon hearing Wang Ergu's words, he immediately followed suit and took out his phone to play games. After 10 minutes, Zhang Huihui came out of the elevator linking arms with Golden Yuan Bao. Seeing Wang Ergu and Su Yuanli still in the hallway, Zhang Huihui immediately mocked them. Oh, you two poor souls still not inside. Golden Yuan Bao looked at the two with a face full of disdain, saying them. They actually have the nerve to join the class gathering. Upon hearing this, Wang Ergu immediately retorted, why can't we come? You're just an outsider, and you still made it here. Zhang Huihui huffed. Hurry up, Wang Ergu, don't get your dog eyes blinded. If you two poor souls can come, Brother Bao can come too. I can tell you Brother Bao is a golden member of this hotel. Zhang Huihui said proudly. Golden member? Su Yuanli pretended to be surprised. Wang Ergu scoffed. He didn't care what kind of member the other party was, it had nothing to do with him. Seeing Wang Ergu silent, Zhang Huihui thought he was afraid. Wang Ergu, a person like you won 2 million, and now you've spent it all right. Golden Yuan Bao sneered, so quickly back to being poor. He then wrapped his arm around Zhang Huihui and walked straight up to the security guard raising a gold card. This is my golden membership card, you can verify it. The crew cut guard took the gold card, checked it, and immediately used his walkie-talkie to notify the floor manager. Soon a woman in a black OL uniform approached. She was the floor manager Wu Jingxue. The security guard with a flat top saw Wu Jingxue approaching and immediately reported the situation to her. Wu Jingxue frowned slightly after listening and stepped forward to check the gold card of the golden ingot. This gentleman, your gold card is genuine and effective. You may enter the private room at any time. Then she turned her attention to Wang Ergu and his companion, frowning as she asked, I don't know who you are, but do you also want to enter the 503 grand room? Wang Ergu nodded, saying, yes, but we don't have a membership card. Does that mean we can't go in? Wu Jingxue quickly shook her head. Of course not, you're welcome to. But the golden ingot interrupted her, saying, wait, I am a gold card member, and I order you to prohibit them from entering. It would be best to drive them out of the hotel and not disturb my elegance. Wu Zhengshu's expression changed, and she could only frown at Wang Ergu and his companions, saying, gentlemen, without a membership, I'm afraid you won't be able to enter as members with gold cards, and above, have special privileges. Wang Ergu, I told you this isn't a place for poor folks like you, Zhang Huihui mocked. She then wrapped her arm around the golden ingot and entered the grand room. Su Yuanli looked displeased and suggested to Wang Ergu, why don't we also get a membership? But Wang Ergu shook his head, saying, forget it, let's just leave. However, just as they were about to leave, a very familiar figure appeared by the elevator. Wang Ergu immediately recognized her. It was Lu Yifei. Lu Yifei was surprised to see Wang Ergu, saying, it's you. What are you doing here? Wang Ergu chuckled and recounted the situation to her. Upon hearing this, Lu Yifei was furious, saying, that Zhang Huihui is too despicable. She actually had the golden ingot prevent you from entering. Come with me. Su Yuanli's eyes lit up, and he pulled Wang Ergu to turn back. Wu Jingxue and the two security guards changed their expressions upon seeing Lu Yifei. Miss Lu. Lu Yifei pulled out a diamond membership card and handed it to Wu Jingxue. You may verify it. Wu Jingxue hurriedly waved her hand, smiling awkwardly. No need. Miss Lu, you have always been our client. I recognize you. However, Lu Yifei shook her head, saying, that won't do. Rules are rules, you should verify it quickly. Wu Jingxue felt embarrassed and could only comply with Lu Yifei's request. Miss Lu, your diamond membership card is genuine and effective, Wu Jingxue said, her voice trembling. Lu Yifei nodded and glanced at Wang Ergu and Su Yuanli, continuing, if that's the case, I can take them in route. Wu Jingxue quickly waved her hand, saying, no problem at all. Lu Yifei looked at the two security guards coldly, asking, and you? The two security guards hurriedly shook their heads. Now that even Wu Jingxue had no problem, they dared not object. Lu Yifei nodded in satisfaction and then looked at Wang Ergu. Ergu, you can go in now. If you have any issues, feel free to call me. Wang Ergu smiled lightly, saying, thank you. Lu Yifei waved her hand, saying, I'm in the 501 grand room next door. My relatives are over there, so I'll head over first. Wang Ergu nodded, saying, go ahead and be busy. Then he immediately walked into the 503 grand room with Su Yuanli. Lu Yifei watched their figures disappear before leaving. Inside the grand room, most of their classmates had already gathered, chatting in groups. When they saw Wang Ergu and Su Yuanli enter, they all froze. Wait, Wang Ergu is here too. Am I seeing You're not seeing things, he really is here. Besides, Wang Ergu won a few million, isn't his arrival a good thing? That's right, with him here we can have some fun. The crowd buzzed with conversation. Zhang Huihui, however, wore a gloomy expression and spat in anger. Teach, how could this bastard come in? It's truly strange. She immediately walked up to Wang Ergu and Su Yuanli, taunting, oh, you actually made it in. Did you bribe? Wang Ergu squinted and sneered, saying, whether we bribed the security or not is none of your business. You? Zhang Huihui was momentarily at a loss for words. Her question seemed inappropriate since she couldn't disclose that she had arranged for the security. Otherwise, her classmates would think she was up to something. The golden ingot approached and wrapped his arm around Zhang Huihui's waist. Maybe if they got in, so be it. What's the big deal? No matter where they go, they're still just poor folks. Zhang Huihui's eyes lit up with a plan, and she immediately pulled the golden ingot aside. Babe, I brought you over to mess with Wang Ergu. Hey, race, what you should do next. She rapidly laid out several plans to the golden ingot. The golden ingot immediately kissed Zhang Huihui and revealed a wicked smile saying, "Very well. Since Wang Ergu has come here to seek death, let's fulfill that, we'll do it your way." After saying that, the golden ingot dragged Zhang Huihui to sit down. However, he deliberately chose a table close to Wang Ergu and their group. "Wang Ergu, I've heard you want a prize. Since that's the case, why not treat us tonight?" Wang Ergu snorted coldly saying, "I don't mind treating, but aren't you not from our class?" Qin Ling and the others immediately chimed in saying, "Exactly. You're not even from our class. Isn't your presence a bit out of place?" "I feel the same way. Oh, how could someone not from our class come to our class gathering?" This was intentionally brought in by Zhang Huihui. Really, she brings anyone here. Seeing this, Zhang Huihui quickly shot a glance at Lin Ling. Lin Ling snorted lightly saying, "This gathering was actually organized by the class president and young Master Jean. Young Master Jean has already contributed 20,000, besides he is Zhang Huihui's boyfriend, so he counts his family." Qin Ling rolled her eyes at Lin Ling, but didn't refute her. Wang Ergu nodded saying, "If he counts his family, that works. Since young Master Jean has already spent money, I can't drive anyone away. Thanks to young Master Jean." The golden ingot frowned saying sternly, "Wang Ergu, even though I paid you a prize, don't you want to show some appreciation?" Wang Ergu chuckled saying, "What kind of appreciation does young Master Jean expect?" The golden ingot made a gesture to Zhang Huihui and looked at Wang Ergu with a mocking expression, sneering. "Of course you should treat us to some nice food and drinks. In other words, whatever you order you have to pay for it. You wouldn't be broke, would you?" Wang Ergu nodded saying, "No problem. You order whatever you like, and I'll cover it all." Jin Yuanbao was taken aback, staring at Wang Ergu in disbelief, never expecting that the latter would actually dare to follow his lead. Something was off. Wang Ergu was nothing but a penniless loser. Even if he had won the lottery, he had already spent a fortune on live streaming tips, and by now most of his winnings should have been exhausted. In that case, he decided to ruin Wang Ergu this time. "Fine. Since you're following me, you'll go ahead and order." Soon Jin Yuanbao called the waiter and ordered an array of Western delicacies. Caviar, Kobe beef, black truffle, blue lobster, king crab, foie gras. Each item was ordered in a single serving. Wang Ergu shook his head upon seeing this. Young Master Jean ordering just one serving of each means only your table gets to eat. Actually, only you get to eat, right? Are we just supposed to stare? How stingy. Su Yuanli immediately chimed in. "Exactly, you cheapskate. There are 4 tables here, you should at least cover 2 of them." Mocked by Wang Ergu and Su Yuanli, Jin Yuanbao grew irritated. "Fine. I'll order for 2 tables, and you cover the other 2. Thus Jin Yuanbao promptly added a full set of dishes for 2 tables. Wang Ergu followed suit, ordering the same for 2 tables. The classmates witnessing the two flaunting their wealth were thrilled. A single serving of each dish cost over 300 yuan, and with 10 people per table, that amounted to over 300 yuan. That was without drinks. Even if they didn't order a bottle per person, adding alcohol would push the total to nearly 500 yuan. A meal costing 500 yuan would give them stories to boast about for a long time. However, this wasn't what Zhang Huihui wanted. A mere 500 yuan was too simple. What if Wang Ergu happened to have exactly 500 left from his 2 million prize? Wouldn't that let Wang Ergu steal the spotlight? So Zhang Huihui whispered into Jin Yuanbao's ear, "Bao, don't order cheap wine in the tens of thousands. Go for something over 100,000. Wang Ergu is out of money." Jin Yuanbao nodded and immediately ordered 10 bottles of Lafite. Wang Ergu followed suit. Both Jin Yuanbao and Zhang Huihui were stunned. Each bottle of Lafite cost over 600 yuan. 10 bottles would be over 600 yuan. How could Wang Ergu still afford that? The total had quickly exceeded 1.2 million yuan. And Jin Yuanbao dared not escalate further. If he did, he'd be broke for the next month. Yet Jin Yuanbao didn't realize this might be the most extravagant moment of his life. The meal was savored. Everyone took photos, posted them on their social circles, and boasted about the gathering, igniting a heated discussion online. After the feast, it was time for the floor manager Wu Zhengxue to present the bill. All eyes turned to Jin Yuanbao. Knowing his status and that he possessed a gold card, they assumed settling the bill would be effortless for him. However, Jin Yuanbao's card was declined. Wu Zhengxue, noticing the failure, promptly suggested he try another. He switched to another card, but it too was declined. Frustrated, he immediately called the bank to inquire. After the call, he recalled having spent a significant amount recently. His card now held only 100 yuan, far from enough to cover the 1.2 million. Even with a discount on the gold card after deducting the 100, he would still need to pay over 1 million. So he called his father for financial support. Su Yuanli sneered, "Oh, young Master Jean, can't even settle a mere 1.2 million. Wang Ergu waved his hand at Su Yuanli, feigning reproach. "Yuanli, don't be rude. Young Master Jean is a wealthy second generation. How could he not afford the bill?" Zhang Huihui pouted and snapped, "Stop mocking Bao. He's the eldest son of the Jin family, of course he can. But Wu Zhengxue frowned, her keen observation catching the change in Jin Yuanbao's expression. He put down his phone, shot a furious glare at Zhang Huihui, and then turned a cold gaze toward Wang Ergu. It's just 2 million. Oh, of course I can pay. You haven't paid yet, so why mock me? Wang Ergu chuckled and waved at Wu Zhengxue. Manager, it seems young Master Jin is busy for now. How about settling the bill for my 2 tables first? Wu Zhengxue hurried over to Wang Ergu upon hearing this. Taking the China Merchants Bank card from Wang Ergu, her eyes lit up. The card he handed over was a supreme beep. Payment successful. You have paid 24 million. The crowd was dumbfounded. No one expected Wang Ergu to complete the payment. Sir, please keep your card. Wu Zhengxue respectfully returned the supreme black card with both hands. Now she realized that the true potential super VIP here tonight was Wang Ergu. Thinking of the 2 bribed security guards, her heart was filled with anxiety. If Wang Ergu pursued the matter, she too could be held accountable. Thus, as Wang Ergu pocketed the supreme black card, she immediately begged for mercy. Honorable sir, I knew nothing about the incident at the entrance earlier. Please don't blame me. The others were surprised by Wu Zhengxue's deference to Wang Ergu. Unaware that he and Su Yuanli had been stopped at the door, they assumed she was merely currying favor after seeing him pay. Wang Ergu naturally understood that Wu Zhengxue was speculating about his identity. He waved his hand casually. It's nothing. I won't hold it against you. You should go settle the bill with young Master Jin now. Don't keep him waiting. Wu Zhengxue immediately turned and walked toward Jin Yuanbao. Young Master Jin, please settle the bill. Thank you. Jin Yuanbao's expression darkened. He hadn't expected Wang Ergu to have already paid. He turned to Zhang Huihui and hissed, didn't you say he was almost out of money? Zhang Huihui, flustered, shook her head. I don't know either. He clearly won 2 million. Logically, he should have spent it all. Who knew he still had so much? You? Jin Yuanbao grabbed her arm in fury. You weren't sure, and now you're telling me you don't know. Lin Ling quickly intervened to explain. Young Master Jin, we must have been deceived. Wang Ergu probably won 5 million, not 2. Jin Yuanbao shot Lin Ling a glare, his face darkening. It was no longer about how much Wang Ergu had won. The problem was that Wang Ergu had paid while he couldn't. When his father learned he had spent over 2 million on a single meal, he flew into a rage and refused to transfer any money. Of course, Jin Yuanbao couldn't bear the humiliation of failing to settle the bill. It would ruin his reputation and he'd never be able to hold his head up again. Thus, Jin Yuanbao picked up his phone and immediately contacted his friends, hoping to borrow 1 million directly. However, to Jin Yuanbao's surprise, all those friends he usually had a good relationship with refused his plea for help. As a result, Jin Yuanbao was unable to borrow the money and couldn't settle the bill. In this day and age, those who lend money are the ones in power, and no one would dare to lend out 1 million so easily. Wang Ergu and Su Yuanli exchanged glances and shared a knowing smile. Zhang Huihui noticed that Jin Yuanbao hadn't settled the bill for a while and felt slightly puzzled. Could it be that Jin Yuanbao can't settle the bill? Is he worse off than Wang Ergu? That can't be possible. Jin's family is a wealthy clan with assets in the hundreds of billions. Jin Yuanbao certainly wouldn't be outdone by Wang Ergu. Wang Ergu is only relying on the remaining prize money from his lottery win. How could he compare to Jin Yuanbao? With that, Zhang Huihui wrapped her arm around Jin Yuanbao's and sweetly asked, Baoga, shall we settle the bill and leave? Unexpectedly, Jin Yuanbao shrugged Zhang Huihui off with force. She stumbled, confused and unaware of why Jin Yuanbao had suddenly lost his temper. But once she steadied herself, she quickly apologized to Jin Yuanbao. I'm sorry, Baoga. However, Lin Ling sensed something was off, as Jin Yuanbao usually settled the bill without hesitation. How could it be that at this point, even Wang Ergu had settled the bill, yet Jin Yuanbao still hadn't? There was only one possibility: Jin Yuanbao might be out of money. Therefore, Lin Ling wanted to pretend she had something to do and leave. Huey, someone is looking for me downstairs. The excuse of needing to go to the restroom wouldn't work, as there was a restroom in the private room, so she deliberately said someone was looking for her. Zhang Huihui thought Lin Ling really had something to attend to, so she didn't pay much attention. However, when Lin Ling reached the door, she found 4 tall security guards blocking her way, not allowing her to exit. Helpless Lin Ling could only return to her seat. Wu Zhengxue shot a glance at Lin Ling and continued to Jin Yuanbao. Young Master Jin, please settle the bill. At this moment, the classmates also urged him. Hurry up and settle the bill. Oh, what's going on? Young Master Jin can't really be out of money, can he? I can't tell at all. Don't talk nonsense. The Jin family has assets in the hundreds of billions. How could they not settle the bill? Who said that? If you have money, just settle it quickly. Stop dragging this out. Jin Yuanbao, feeling flustered, continued to call his family. In the end, he could only borrow 2,000 from his mother, but his bill totaled over 1 million, still leaving him short by over 8,000. In a fit of anger, he directed his fury at the incessantly chattering classmates. What are you all yelling about? Tonight we're splitting the bill. I'll settle 3000, the rest you all pay for yourselves. As soon as he said this, the entire private room fell silent. Jin Yuanbao ignored everyone else and directly settled 300 with Wu Jingxue. Zhang Huihui was shocked and immediately asked, "Wait, Baoga, doesn't your gold card have any money left?" The gold card can indeed be preloaded, but Jin Yuanbao had spent quite a bit previously, and now there wasn't even 100 left on it. Seeing this, Su Yuanli burst into laughter. So it turns out young Master Jin doesn't even have enough to settle the bill and needs your help to cover it. Hearing this, the classmates all changed their expressions. However, those at the two tables with Zhang Huihui became anxious, while those at the two tables with Wang Ergu looked gratefully at him. Because Wang Ergu had already settled the bill, it meant that the classmates on his side didn't have to pay at all, relieving them of any pressure. But the classmates at Zhang Huihui's tables were instantly furious. Even though Jin Yuanbao had settled 300 and it was discounted with his gold card, there was still over 800 left, meaning each of them would have to pay at least over 400. Damn it, what kind of big shot are you pretending to be without money? Over 400. My living expenses are only 400. How can I pay over 400? Exactly, you are the eldest son of the Jin family. Can't you settle this small amount of 800? Hearing the classmates say this, Zhang Huihui immediately tried to grab Jin Yuanbao. "Baoga, you can't leave us hanging." But Jin Yuanbao waved his right hand and slapped her away. "You all have eaten the food here, you must pay." Then, disregarding Zhang Huihui and the others, he directly walked out of the private room. Some wanted to chase after Jin Yuanbao, but they were stopped by the hotel security. "If you don't settle the bill, don't even think about leaving," the security guard scolded. Suddenly, Zhang Huihui and the others were dumbfounded. However, soon after, Zhang Huihui and the others turned their attention to Wang Ergu. After all, Wang Ergu had settled the bill of 1.24 million all by himself, and he didn't even have a membership card. Wang Ergu is great. He settled the bill in one go, way better than Jin Yuanbao. "I heard that if you don't settle the bill, you have to stay here and wash dishes for 2 years. Oh no, if my parents find out about this, I'm done for." Lin Ling walked over, directly kneeling before Wang Ergu. "Ergu, I was wrong before. Please help me settle the bill. As long as you help me settle it, I'll do anything you want." Seeing this, the others also pleaded with Wang Ergu for help. Su Yuanli snorted coldly and pointed, "You guys, when we arrived, you kept belittling us, even humiliating my Ergu in the group chat. How can you have the face to ask now?" As soon as these words were spoken, even the classmates sitting at the same table as Wang Ergu apologized to him. Wang Ergu sighed. "All right, I'll cover the remaining bill. After all, we are classmates, not outsiders." Hearing this, the classmates nodded in agreement. "Yes, we are all classmates. That scoundrel Jin Yuanbao is the real outsider." "Exactly, I always thought he was rich, but I never expected he wouldn't even have enough to settle the bill. Someone like Jin Yuanbao is too disgusting. Ergu is the real deal." Qin Ling didn't say much before, but now she admired Wang Ergu greatly. Although Qin Ling had received over 1 million in tips before, tips need to be settled at the end of the month, and she didn't have that kind of money right now. Even if she had it, she wouldn't be willing to throw it around like this. "Ergu is amazing." Wu Jingxue sighed in relief when she saw Wang Ergu settle the bill. "Sir, please wait a moment. They'll get you a membership right away. You have spent over 2 million, so you can become a gold card member with us." Wang Ergu, hearing this, leaned close to Wu Zengxi's ear and said, "You can get me a membership, but no need for the gold card. Just give me the supreme membership and make it 5. Wu Zengxi's expression changed. She didn't expect Wang Ergu to be so extravagant, as one supreme membership required a deposit of 20 million. 5 supreme memberships would amount to 100 million. Wang Ergu was actually dropping 100 million at once, which was terrifyingly wealthy. Wang Ergu asked his classmates to leave first while he and Su Yuanli stayed behind. When Wu Jingxue handed the supreme membership card to Wang Ergu, he immediately gave one to Su Yuanli as well. The supreme membership card. Su Yuanli was shocked, unable to believe that Wang Ergu had prepared one for him. "Take it. It will be convenient for you if you come to this hotel in the future. I prepared one for Jian Ming and Ji Sheng as well," Wang Ergu explained with a smile. Su Yuanli did not refuse, but he couldn't help but feel curious when he saw that Wang Ergu had requested a total of 5 supreme membership cards. "There's still one more membership card. Just now someone helped me, I have to show my gratitude. You can head back now, by the way. If the classmates ask, just say, I will." Su Yuanli nodded and then left. However, Wu Jingxue dared not leave, as Wang Ergu was now a supreme client, and she followed him closely. The two arrived at the door of the large private room, 501. Knowing that the gathering inside had not yet ended, Wang Ergu did not go in, but stood at the door, allowing Wu Jingxue to enter and see what was happening. However, just a moment after Wu Jingxue entered, she rushed back out. "Mr. Wang, something has happened. Miss Liu is being bullied inside." Suddenly, Wai Wan's voice rang out. Task description: teach Liu Yifei a lesson for her troublesome relatives. Task status incomplete. Wang Ergu's expression changed, and he rushed inside. In the private room at one side of the dining table, Lu Yifei was slumped over it. A beautiful face bore a fresh slap mark, clearly indicating she had just been hit. However, in this private room, the only ones sitting with Lu Yifei were a few young people who appeared to be of similar age, totaling just 8. Standing beside Lu Yifei was a tall, oval-faced woman dressed in a black dress. She appeared to be even more mature than Lu Yifei. Wang Ergu stepped forward directly to Lu Yifei's side. "Are you okay?" Upon seeing Wang Ergu approach, Lu Yifei's eyes instantly turned red. Yet she stubbornly shook her head. "I'm fine." Wang Ergu frowned, as if his heart had been pierced by a knife, feeling an unfamiliar pang of pain. The oval-faced woman looked at Wang Ergu and said coldly, "Who are you?" Wang Ergu shot her a cold glance and replied sternly, "And who are you? Why did you hit her?" "I am her cousin Yang Qingrong. Who do you think you are to question me?" Yang Qingrong retorted. Wang Ergu waved his right hand, slapping Yang Qingrong. With a resounding smack, a handprint instantly appeared on her delicate face. Everyone was stunned. No one expected Wang Ergu to suddenly strike. "You dare hit me?" Yang Qingrong spat angrily. Lu Yifei was somewhat surprised, as she hadn't anticipated Wang Ergu would act. In an instant her heart fluttered and she wrapped her arms around Wang Ergu, looking smugly at Yang Qingrong. "He is my boyfriend. What's wrong with hitting you?" Yang Qingrong was taken aback, confused. "When did you get a boyfriend? I didn't know about it." "I don't need to report to you when I start dating," Lu Yifei retorted with a huff. "You?" Yang Qingrong was taken aback, her expression darkening. She genuinely did not expect that Lu Yifei had a boyfriend. After all, she had organized this gathering tonight to persuade Lu Yifei to date Zhu Enlong. If that were the case, she could secure a major project contract from the Zhu family. But now with Lu Yifei having a boyfriend, this matter would likely become difficult. "Lu Yifei, your boyfriend must be fake, right? A person like him is of no use. The Zhu family has significant influence in Donghai City. Young Master Zhu is your true match. If you marry him, you will enter a wealthy family and become a wealthy lady in the future. And you wouldn't want to see your mother's Longfeng Pavilion jewelry go bankrupt, would you?" Lu Yifei's expression changed. The reason she attended this gathering was that Yang Qingrong said there was a way to help her secure funding. However, in the end, Yang Qingrong revealed her true intention, which was to have Lu Yifei accompany Zhu Enlong for drinks tomorrow. After Lu Yifei refused, they had a quarrel and Yang Qingrong slapped her. Upon hearing Yang Qingrong's words, Wang Ergu guessed that Lu Yifei's mother must have encountered some financial troubles with her business. "Yifei, don't worry. If it's a money issue, I can help you." Lu Yifei's eyes lit up, thinking that since Wang Ergu knew Jiang Hongyi, perhaps he could really assist her. Then Yang Qingrong, seeing this, was highly displeased and scolded Wang Ergu. "Who do you think you are to compete for a girlfriend with young Master Zhu?" Wang Ergu rolled his eyes at Yang Qingrong, replying sternly, "I am Wang Ergu, also known as Brother Ergu. The young Master Zhu you mentioned must be that fat guy Zhu Enlong, right? We met him before at the Triumph Hotel, and when he saw me, he ran away in fright. I told him back then that Yifei is my girlfriend and that he should not pursue her. How could he still be eyeing her?" Yang Qingrong raised an eyebrow, realizing that Wang Ergu's words must be true. Of course, she still took out her phone and called Zhu Enlong. Once the call connected, she immediately recounted the situation. Zhu Enlong was furious upon hearing it was Wang Ergu. "He is just a poor loser. I've already had someone investigate him, but it's strange that he knows Jiang Hongyi, the second young master of the Jiang family. If Jiang Hongyi is by his side, then don't act rashly, as provoking Jiang Hongyi is tantamount to challenging the Jiang family. You can handle it as you see fit, no need to call me for advice." After saying this, the call was abruptly ended. Yang Qingrong was shocked, as she never expected Wang Ergu to know Jiang Hongyi. Suddenly she was at a loss for what to do. Wang Ergu squinted his eyes and sneered, "Are you done with the call? Now do you know who I am? Is Zhu Enlong?" Yang Qingrong recalled Zhu Enlong referring to Wang Ergu as a poor loser and huffed disdainfully. "Young Master Zhu didn't say he was coming, but what are you even? Without Jiang Hongyi backing you up, you are nothing but a poor loser and nobody." Wu Jingxue frowned upon hearing this. Oh, was Wang Ergu still a poor loser? Is this young lady Yang out of her mind? Just now Wang Ergu had pulled out the Supreme Black Card from China Merchants Bank. Moreover, he had directly spent 100 million to become a member. How could someone like him still be a poor loser? How blind could young Lady Yang be? Wang Ergu nodded, a mocking expression on his face as he looked at Yang Qingrong. "Right, I'm just a poor bum, so why don't you try and do something to me?" Yang Qingrong's lips tightened. If it were any other guy, she would have slapped him back immediately. But Wang Ergu was acquainted with Jiang Hongyi. If she made a move on Wang Ergu here, he might call Jiang Hongyi over, and that would spell trouble for her. Wang Ergu saw through Yang Qingrong's thoughts and said coldly, "Don't worry, I don't need young Master Yi to back me up to take care of you. If you have the guts, come at me, I'll handle it." Then he waved at Wu Jingxue, whispering in her ear, "Get me a deck of cards ready." Wu Jingxue immediately ran out upon hearing this. Yang Qingrong thought Wang Ergu was calling for help and frowned. "You've already slapped me, do you want to call someone over too?" Wang Ergu shook his head, "You can think whatever you like. If you want to leave here, kneel down and apologize to Yifei, otherwise you can forget about leaving. Kneel down and apologize? Isn't that too much? Yang Qingrong retorted coldly. After all, she was Liu Yifei's cousin. Although Liu Yifei's parents were divorced, and she took her mother's last name, Liu Yifei was still a part of the Yang family by blood. Given that, how could she kneel to Liu Yifei? Wang Ergu looked indifferent, glancing around at the others. You all bully Yifei, and you still have the nerve to say I'm being unreasonable. If she implicated these people, they might spread rumors about her after returning home. Fine. I'll kneel. With a thud, Yang Qingrong dropped to her knees before Liu Yifei. Liu Yifei was astonished, as she never expected Wang Ergu could actually make Yang Qingrong kneel before her. Liu Yifei, I was wrong. Yang Qingrong bowed in apology, but her face clearly showed her reluctance. Liu Yifei was at a loss for what to do, and could only look at Wang Ergu. Wang Ergu smiled lightly. If you forgive her, then let her stand up, and let her go. If you don't forgive her, I'll help you deal with her, and have her dragged out, and thrown onto the street. If that's not enough, I can call a bunch of reporters over, and make her the headline news. Liu Yifei shook her head. Forget it, they just forced me to drink, and slapped me, I haven't lost anything. Wang Ergu nodded, and looked coldly at Yang Qingrong. Are you convinced? I can see that you are not convinced, are you? Yang Qingrong said nothing, but her gaze was sharp as an arrow. At that moment, Wu Zhengxue returned with a deck of cards. Wang Ergu tossed the deck of cards to Yang Qingrong. She caught it, and stood up. What do you mean? Wang Ergu snorted coldly. You open it, check if the cards inside are complete, then shuffle them. I'll draw first, and you all will draw after me. The ace of spades is the highest. If any of you draw a card higher than mine, I'll let you do whatever you want with me, even if it means ruining my hands. But if my card is the highest, you all must not cause trouble for Yifei in the future. If anyone does, I'll cripple. Yang Qingrong was taken aback, not expecting Wang Ergu to play such a high-stakes game. However, she believed her card skills were good, and since she would shuffle the deck, even if Wang Ergu drew first, their side still had the highest chance of winning. Of course, she still turned to look at her relatives. Are you all in? If you don't dare to play, you can kneel here. Upon hearing this, her relatives nodded in agreement. Yang Qingrong opened the deck, carefully checked it, and confirmed it was new and unused. Soon she finished shuffling the cards and laid them out on the dining table. Wang Ergu stepped forward, drew a card, and set it aside. I've drawn, it's your turn now. You all draw first. Yang Qingrong did not draw, but signaled her relatives to draw first. Her relatives came over and drew cards one by one. However, none of them drew any high cards. Seeing this, Yang Qingrong's right hand shook as she drew a card. When she turned it over, it was the ace of clubs, which thrilled her immensely. Haha, ace of clubs, this time you're finished. Her relatives were all excited and looked disdainfully at Wang Ergu. However, Wang Ergu shook his head and slowly revealed his card. Yang Qingrong was instantly dumbfounded. Wang Ergu's card turned out to be the ace of spades. How could this happen? Wang Ergu smiled mockingly. There's nothing I can do, luck is on my side. You all lost, and from now on you can't cause trouble for Yifei. As I said, if anyone causes trouble for Yifei, I'll cripple their hands. Don't think I'm joking. Of course, if you want to cause me trouble, I'm always up for it. But you should know my style, whoever slaps me, I slap back. In other words, if you want to ruin my reputation, you better be ready to have yours ruined too. Yang Qingrong and the others were all intimidated, not daring to say a word. Wang Ergu snorted, get lost, or I'll have someone throw you all out. Upon hearing this, Wu Zhengxue immediately bowed deeply to Wang Ergu. Honorable sir, the hotel security team is lined up in the corridor ready to serve you. Yang Qingrong was shocked to see how respectful Wu Zhengxue was towards Wang Ergu. If Wang Ergu was just a poor bum, and Zhang Hongyi wasn't here, why would Wu Zhengxue treat him with such respect? After all, the Honglong Grand Hotel didn't belong to the Jiang family, but was owned by the small Su family. Since Wang Ergu had already spoken, Yang Qingrong didn't dare to linger, and immediately led her relatives out of the large private room. As they entered the elevator, the group was quite displeased. Who exactly is that guy? He's way too arrogant. Well, he has the capital to be arrogant. After all, he knows the second young master of the Jiang family. Who's to blame for us not knowing him? Since when did Liu Yifei know such a bold man? I've never heard of it before. Yang Qingrong remained silent, feeling very frustrated. She thought she would have a chance to make Wang Ergu kneel, but unexpectedly she missed out. As they exited the elevator, they found a group of people rushing into it. With 2 rows of gray-clad security, making way, a plump middle-aged man walked in. Yang Qingrong recognized this middle-aged man instantly as Su Guanghui, the head of the Su family. Su family head. What is he rushing here for? With a sense of curiosity, Yang Qingrong immediately stepped forward to intercept Su Guanghui. Where are you going, Director Su? Su Guanghui looked at Yang Qingrong, momentarily stunned, and frowned. You are? Yang Qingrong quickly explained. Director Su, I am the young lady of the Yang family, Yang Qingrong. We met at the Bichuo investment wine party before. My father is Yang Jianhui, and you mentioned something about a partnership then. Su Guanghui's expression turned to realization. So it's you, this girl. But how come you're here at my hotel? Yang Qingrong smiled slightly. Isn't this a gathering of friends? But why are you in such a hurry? Su Guanghui let out a light breath and said excitedly, a big client has come to my hotel. It's said to be a young man who has opened 5 Supreme membership cards here with a deposit of a full 100 million. 100 million. Yang Qingrong was utterly shocked. She had seen many young masters from prominent families, but she had never encountered one so extravagant. What kind of young master is so impressive that he directly throws down 100 million? No wonder even Su Guanghui had to come in person. Su Guanghui, however, was too lazy to continue chatting with Yang Qingrong and waved his hand heading towards the elevator. Those relatives quickly surrounded Yang Qingrong, asking who had thrown down 100 million. Yang Qingrong didn't know and naturally couldn't answer them. But the image of Wang Ergu suddenly flashed in her mind. No, it can't be. How could he be the kind of young master who splashes 100 million? Zhu Enlong clearly said he was a poor loser unless. Yang Qingrong's heart trembled, but she still guessed towards Wang Ergu. If that person is not a young master, how could he possibly know someone like Jiang Hongyi from a prominent family? If he can come up with 100 million, his background must be extraordinary, making 100 million seem effortless. Moreover, that Wu Zhengxue treats Wang Ergu with such respect, she must have known his identity long ago. This means that Zhu Enlong most likely lied to me. Realizing this, Yang Qingrong decided to keep an eye on Wang Ergu. Meanwhile, in the private room, Lu Yifei had yet to regain her composure. Wang Ergu waved his hand, bringing Lu Yifei back to her senses. What happened? Lu Yifei gently shook her head, curiously asking, how did you do that just now? Yang Qingrong often played cards, and she never expected that she would lose to you. Wang Ergu pointed to his head, saying, there's no helping it. I can remember cards. She shuffled right in front of me, and I remember where each card is, so I draw first. They simply can't win against me. Upon hearing this, Lu Yifei immediately gathered the playing cards on the table, reshuffled them, and laid them out again. Wang Ergu smiled, and swiftly drew the ace of spades. Wow! Lu Yifei exclaimed in surprise, unable to believe that Wang Ergu actually had such a skill. In reality, Wang Ergu wasn't just remembering cards, it was the advanced skills of cheating he had acquired earlier, which could naturally overpower someone like Yang Qingrong. However, he wouldn't mention the system rewards to Lu Yifei or to anyone else. The secret of the system belonged solely to him. Just as Wang Ergu was about to ask Lu Yifei a few questions, Su Guanghui walked in with some people. Wu Zhengxue followed and excitedly pointing Wang Ergu out to Su Guanghui. Su Guanghui glanced at Wang Ergu and was shocked to see him dressed so ordinarily. In his eyes, the more ordinary a person was, the more formidable they became. Sorry, young master, I didn't know you were here. I came to greet you personally. Lu Yifei recognized Su Guanghui at a glance, not because she was familiar with him, but because she remembered the heads of all the families in Donghai City. So she immediately leaned close to Wang Ergu's ear and explained, this is Su Guanghui, the head of the Su family. This Hunglong Grand Hotel is owned by the Su family. But why has he come to find you? Wang Ergu smiled slightly and took out a Supreme membership card, handing it. Lu Yifei was astonished, unable to believe that Wang Ergu actually had a Supreme membership card for this hotel. You? It's a gift for you, just a Supreme membership card. Wang Ergu smiled, and then waved out a few more cards. At this point, Lu Yifei realized why Su Guanghui had come here personally. It turned out that Wang Ergu had opened several Supreme membership cards. Wang Ergu waved at Su Guanghui, saying, thanks for your trouble, Director Su. But I still need to chat with her for a bit. If you have nothing else to discuss with me, you can attend to your own matters. Sorry for the interruption. If you need anything, feel free to ask me. If you can't find me, Su Guanghui said while looking at Wu Zhengxue, then you can look for Xiao Wu. Wang Ergu nodded and waved to Su Guanghui. Su Guanghui handed him a business card and then exited. Seeing this, Lu Yifei sighed in relief because having Su Guanghui around made her feel a lot of pressure. Watching him leave the private room, she immediately asked Wu Zhengxue to bring some red wine. Wu Zhengxue complied and picked up the intercom to arrange for the staff to bring the red wine. Lu Yifei personally poured a glass of red wine for Wang Ergu. Tonight, I owe it all to you. If it weren't for your help, I probably wouldn't know what to do. Wang Ergu chuckled. You're my girlfriend. Since you've helped me, I naturally have to help you too. However, your cousin. Lu Yifei sighed, and then began to tell Wang Ergu about her family matters. Wang Ergu learned that due to her parents' divorce, Lu Yifei had lived with her mother Lu Fengxi since childhood, adopting her mother's surname. Even though they were divorced, the Yang family still planned to make life difficult for Lu Fengxi, constantly suppressing her, while Yang Qingrong and her group had always bullied her. Of course, Lu Yifei was also very curious about how Wang Ergu obtained the Supreme membership card. Wang Ergu didn't elaborate on this, simply stating that he had received help from Jiang Hongyi. Then the two of them kept drinking until they began to talk nonsense due to intoxication. Wu Zhengxue then called security to help them up to the presidential suite, arranging them into separate bedrooms. However, after Wu Zhengxue and the others left, Wang Ergu got up, fumbling his way into the bathroom. After taking care of business, he vomited and washed his face, feeling much clearer. Surely drinking leads to trouble. Upon exiting the bathroom, Wang Ergu found Lu Yifei had also come out. He immediately went over to support her and led her back to the bathroom to vomit. Then he brought her back to the bedroom. "Water, I want water," Lu Yifei shouted. Wang Ergu immediately ran to the hall, poured her a glass of cool boiled water, and returned to feed it to Lu Yifei. After drinking the water, Lu Yifei suddenly hugged Wang Ergu and pushed him down onto the large couch. After saying this, she directly kissed him, sealing Wang Ergu's lips. Wang Ergu was stunned. At that moment, he cared for nothing else and immediately embraced Lu Yifei. However, after the two embraced for a moment, Wang Ergu pushed Lu Yifei away. "Do you dislike me?" Lu Yifei asked softly, wrapping her arms around Wang Ergu's. Wang Ergu was taken aback and quickly shook his head. "No, it's just that. Isn't this inappropriate? You're my boyfriend, what's inappropriate about that?" Lu Yifei laughed, her beautiful face tinged with a blush, making it hard to tell if she was truly drunk or still sober. "You won't regret it, will you?" Wang Ergu was surprised. Lu Yifei shook her head and immediately pulled over a sheet to wrap around their bodies. That night the two hardly rested, falling into a deep sleep only when dawn approached. So when they woke up, it was already noon the next day. Wang Ergu looked at Lu Yifei lying beside him, his face filled with excitement. "I thought last night was a dream, but it turned out to be real." Lu Yifei tugged at the sheet with her jade-like hands, covering her fair neck, her face flushed as she gazed at Wang Ergu. "So, does that mean I'm your girlfriend now, eh?" Wang Ergu chuckled, pulling Lu Yifei closer. "What do you mean, does it count? You're already my girlfriend. Don't worry, I will treat you well from now on." Lu Yifei nodded. "I don't have any special demands. You can have other women in the future. But if my mom gets bullied, you must help her." "Of course." Wang Ergu quickly nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Lu Yifei relaxed. "Yang Qingrong and the others just want me to give myself to Zhu Enlong. I'm not interested in that kind of person. Rather than let him have my body, I might as well give it to you. You're the first boy I've liked. Even though you know Jiang Hongyi, my feelings for you have nothing to do with him." Wang Ergu was stunned, feeling particularly moved. If she were a gold digger, she would only use him to get to Jiang Hongyi, only caring about which rich young master had more money. He would never like such a woman. Like Zhang Huihui, who is that kind of woman, as she despised him for being poor and immediately sought out Jin Yuanbao. It's likely that once Jin Yuanbao falls from grace, Zhang Huihui would kick him aside. That was not something he needed to concern himself with. What made him happiest now was that Lu Yifei genuinely liked him. Lu Yifei thought of the class reunion dinner from the previous night and immediately asked about it. Wang Ergu did not hide anything, recounting the details of the gathering and also explaining his grievances with Jin Yuanbao and Zhang Huihui. After listening, Lu Yifei spat. "A woman like Zhang Huihui is too despicable, taking advantage of you while running off to give herself to Jin Yuanbao, not realizing he is just playing with her." Wang Ergu chuckled and kissed Lu Yifei on the forehead. "Then let's not care about her. I won't let them have it easy from now on either. Of course they may seek revenge on me. So if you encounter them during this time, you can pretend not to know me for a while." Lu Yifei pouted, looking at Wang Ergu with some resentment. "They'll listen to you. When you have time, take me to meet my mama, otherwise if she finds out, she might mind us dating." Wang Ergu immediately agreed. "No problem. Whenever you have time, just arrange it. I promise I will make your mom happy." The two had lunch together and then left the Hunglong Hotel, returning to Donghai University. Wang Ergu dropped Lu Yifei off at the girls' dormitory and then went back to the boys' dormitory, room 605. Su Yuanli greeted him as soon as he saw Wang Ergu return. "Ergu, you didn't come back all night. What's going on?" Just after asking, he suddenly caught a whiff of a fragrance. "Is that perfume? You seem to have gone to find Lu Yifei last night. Could it be?" Wang Ergu smiled proudly and shared what happened. Hearing Wang Ergu's account, Su Yuanli looked envious. He didn't expect that Wang Ergu not only helped Lu Yifei, but also spent the night with her. "But did you take precautions last night?" Wang Ergu's expression changed, it seems. "No." Su Yuanli frowned and quickly suggested, "You should hurry to the pharmacy and get a box of emergency contraception for her. By the way, buy a box of cold medicine, open it, and put the emergency contraception inside. Otherwise, if you just hand her a box of emergency contraception, other girls will inevitably talk badly about Lu Yifei." Wang Ergu nodded and immediately ran out. Soon he bought a box of emergency contraception, went downstairs to the girls' dormitory, and called Lu Yifei to come down to pick up the medicine. However, while Lu Yifei had not yet come down, Wang Ergu spotted Lin Ling. Lin Ling frowned, looking at Wang Ergu with a puzzled expression. Since Wang Ergu was abandoned, she had not seen him standing at the entrance of the girls' dormitory. Thinking of the gathering last night, she was naturally curious as to why Wang Ergu was here, but she did not believe he had come to find Zhang Huihui. Wang Ergu naturally saw Lin Ling, but he was too lazy to pay attention to her. Lin Ling didn't go in either, just standing nearby, wanting to see who Wang Ergu was there for. In the past, she would have just glanced at him and walked away in disgust. However, after the events of the gathering last night, her gaze towards Wang Ergu had changed as she now saw him as a moving gold mine. Lu Yifei came down from upstairs, saw Lin Ling here, and recognized her as Zhang Weihui's close friend. But she ignored Lin Ling and walked straight up to Wang Ergu. "Sorry for keeping you waiting," Lu Yifei said. Wang Ergu smiled. "Not at all. I came to bring you medicine. Here you go." Lu Yifei received the cold medicine, instantly understanding. "Thank you. If there's nothing else, I'll head back up." "Sure, you can go up." Wang Ergu waved, indicating for Lu Yifei to go upstairs. As he watched her go up, he turned to Lin Ling. "It's a bit impolite to stare at me like that, isn't it? Are you planning to return the 40,000 from last night's gathering to me?" "No." Lin Ling chuckled, awkwardly waved at Wang Ergu, and fled upstairs. Watching Lin Ling's demeanor, Wang Ergu frowned, then took out his phone to check his messages. In the class group chat, there were many messages expressing gratitude towards Wang Ergu. However, Wang Ergu saw that Lin Ling had secretly taken a photo of him and posted it in the class group. Lin Ling really is. What surprised Wang Ergu was not Lin Ling, but Zhang Weihui popping up. Zhang Weihui directly tagged Wang Ergu and began a passionate confession. "Ergu, I know you've always loved me. Let's get back together. I'm willing to be your girlfriend. Delayed affection is worse than the grass. Moreover, the matter of me being dealt with also has a part attributed to Zhang Weihui." Wang Ergu forced a smile. He was too lazy to respond to Zhang Weihui. Someone like Zhang Weihui is suited only to cooperate with the system to complete tasks. Suddenly, Wang Ergu recalled the task of helping Lu Yifei last night. It seemed there was no prompt indicating completion. "Vivian, what's going on? Didn't I help Lu Yifei teach her troublesome relatives a lesson last night? Why hasn't it been completed yet? Host, your lesson is still inadequate. The other party has not left and is still tailing you and is now approaching." Wang Ergu frowned and looked towards the hallway, and sure enough, he saw Yang Qingrong approaching with people. Yang Qingrong stood in front of Wang Ergu and asked sharply, "Who exactly are you? We've already investigated. You're really just a broke loser." Wang Ergu narrowed his eyes into slits and smirked slightly. "It seems the lesson from last night was really not enough. Do you want me to teach you another lesson?" Yang Qingrong raised her head and scoffed. "Teach me a lesson? You, a broke loser, are qualified. I've heard that you only recently got to know Jiang Hongyi, which means you don't have much of a relationship at all." Wang Ergu wanted to scold a few words, but he glanced at the entrance and the people in the hallway, and his brow furrowed involuntarily. Because this is the girls' dormitory building, many gossip-loving girls had already come downstairs to watch the drama, and there were also girls returning to the dormitory who were surrounding the scene. If he were to slap Yang Qingrong here without any justification, he would probably be ridiculed by those onlooking. "You want to know how close I am with Jiang Hongyi? Very well. Since you want to court death, I'll fulfill your wish." After saying this, Wang Ergu picked up his phone and quickly dialed Jiang Hongyi's number. After finishing the call, he coldly looked at Yang Qingrong and said sternly, "Just wait, he should be here in about 10 minutes. Yang Qingrong's expression changed as she did not expect Wang Ergu to call Jiang Hongyi over with just one phone call. Could it be that Wang Ergu has a deep friendship with Jiang Hongyi? If that's the case, things would be terrible. Of course, she was a bit suspicious that Wang Ergu was just bluffing her, so she decided to wait and see. If Wang Ergu was bluffing her, she would have to make him pay the price. All right, then we'll wait for him here. When the 10 minutes were up, Jiang Hongyi still had not appeared. Yang Qingrong and the others, seeing that Jiang Hongyi did not come, immediately thought that Wang Ergu was just bluffing them. "You said Jiang Hongyi would come, but it turns out it was a lie. Let me see, a person like him probably just knows Jiang's second young master by coincidence. Flaunting in front of us, does he really think he's a rich second generation?" Yang Qingrong had a smug look on her face as she liked hearing her relatives insult Wang Ergu, because Wang Ergu had gone too far last night, actually threatening her to kneel to Lu Yifei. This bastard, she had to make Wang Ergu pay the price today. "Where is he? Didn't you say Jiang Hongyi would come?" Wang Ergu remained calm, saying he will come. Just as he spoke, the sound of cars approached. Everyone turned to look and saw a row of luxury cars driving this way, gasping in astonishment. "Wow, is that a Porsche? It actually drove here. A red Ferrari sports car. Oh my, which young master from a prominent family is going out? They all look so handsome. If one of them would take a liking to me, I would get married on the spot." As these sports cars stopped, there was also a row of Mercedes-Benz following behind. Jiang Hongyi arrived with 7 rich young masters walking right up to Wang Ergu. The ones coming down from the Mercedes were of course bodyguards, all dressed in black suits and wearing sunglasses. Yang Qingrong and the others were instantly dumbfounded. They never expected that Wang Ergu could actually call Jiang Hongyi and the others over with just one phone call. Upstairs, Lu Yifei and her roommates were leaning over the small balcony, watching the scene below. The roommates were all screaming, each one as excited as if they had seen a celebrity. Standing to the right of Lu Yifei was a long-haired girl named Yuan Bing, who was Lu Yifei's close friend. The two had been admitted to Donghai University together from high school and had known each other for 3 years. Seeing Lu Yifei staring at Wang Ergo, her brows instantly knitted together, and she leaned close to Lu Yifei's ear and asked, "What's wrong? Do you know the person downstairs?" Lu Yifei gently nodded. "I'm going down for a bit." This surprised Yuan Bing. She had seen Lu Yifei come back before, and now she was going down again. Since she hadn't asked before, she didn't know what Lu Yifei was doing. Seeing Lu Yifei come back with cold medicine, she thought Lu Yifei had a cold. But she noticed that Lu Yifei didn't look like someone who had a cold. So now seeing Lu Yifei going downstairs, she immediately waved to the other two girls. "Sisters, let's go." The two girls named Wen Hong and Lu Jinjin immediately followed Lu Yifei upon seeing Yuan Bing wave. Lu Yifei noticed that Yuan Bing and the others were following her, but she didn't stop them. At the entrance, Jiang Hongyi greeted Wang Ergo. "Brother Ergo." These rich young masters were not afraid of causing a scene, and all bowed slightly to Wang Ergo. Wang Ergo pointed at Jiang Hongyi, frowning. "You brat, you're too high profile." Jiang Hongyi smiled, cheekily glanced at Yang Qingrong, and the others then asked Wang Ergo, "Brother Ergo, did they provoke you? Do you want me to handle them?" Wang Ergo waved his hand dismissively, looking at Yang Qingrong and the others with disdain, and replied to Jiang Hongyi, "No need for you to act. She looked down on me last night, thinking I could only rely on you to back me up." Jiang Hongyi was taken aback, then chuckled lightly, gazing at Yang Qingrong with a teasing look, and said sternly, "Are you their boss? What's your background? Let me introduce myself first. I am Jiang Hongyi, the second young master of the Jiang family." Yang Qingrong pursed her lips, slightly a trace of bitter laughter passing her face. "Second young master Jiang, I am Yang Qingrong from the Yang family in Bichuo district." The Yang family in Bichuo district. Jiang Hongyi frowned, his expression darkening like a cloud, and spat angrily. "The mere Yang family is just a third-rate family, not even second-rate. Do you dare to shout in front of Brother Ergo?" Seeing Jiang Hongyi call him Brother Ergo again, Yang Qingrong's heart sank. This is bad. Wang Ergo not only knows Jiang Hongyi, but seems to be very familiar with him. Their friendship is not shallow. In this case, Jiang Hongyi has come to support Wang Ergo. If things escalate, and it reaches her father, it would be a wonder if her father didn't beat her to death. "No, young master Jiang, this is all a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding?" Jiang Hongyi directly cursed angrily. He certainly wouldn't think this was a misunderstanding, especially for a woman like Yang Qingrong bringing a group of people to confront Wang Ergo. What a misunderstanding. This woman is merely afraid of the Jiang family, but what she doesn't know is that Wang Ergo is someone Jiang Hongyi cannot offend either. Yang Qingrong's expression changed, and her delicate body trembled with fear. If Jiang Hongyi were to use the Jiang family's influence against the Yang family, it would spell disaster for them. "I'm sorry, second young master Jiang, it was my fault." Jiang Hongyi snorted lightly, saying, "You haven't grasped the situation yet. You owe me nothing, for the one you truly wronged is Brother Ergo." He then stepped closer and whispered in Yang Qingrong's ear, "Even I have to curry favor with Brother Ergo. What do you—" Brother Ergo easily spent 10 billion to develop an industrial zone with me, and just as effortlessly, he provided another 10 billion for me to help deal with the Jin family. The Zhu family means nothing to me. You, a mere heir of the small Yang family, dare to confront Brother Ergo over that good-for-nothing Zhu Inlong." These words caused Yang Qingrong's expression to change dramatically. She did not believe Jiang Hongyi would joke about such matters. After all, whether or not there was an investment in the industrial zone could be thoroughly investigated. To easily produce 200 billion, such a person is far too powerful. If he sought trouble with the Yang family, they would be utterly unable to cope. In that moment, Yang Qingrong's heart raced, and her legs began to tremble. Seeing her in such a state, Jiang Hongyi retreated to Brother Ergo's side. "Brother Ergo, if you have any orders, just say them." Brother Ergo looked coldly at Yang Qingrong and said sternly, "You asked me to bring young master here, and now I've done so. What do you think?" Yang Qingrong awkwardly replied, "You guys are doing great." Brother Ergo snorted disdainfully, mocking, "You think I'm bringing young master here for support? Let me tell you, I don't need young master to deal with you." He then turned to Jiang Hongyi, patting his shoulder. "Young master, this matter does not require your involvement." Upon hearing this, Jiang Hongyi immediately waved his hand, saying, "Brother Ergo, rest assured, I will not interfere." Yang Qingrong's face changed abruptly, and she felt as if she could not breathe. At that moment, Lu Yifei stepped forward, walking directly in front of Brother Ergo. "Brother Ergo, what are you doing?" Without waiting for Brother Ergo to respond, she turned to Yang Qingrong. "Yang Qingrong, are you done yet?" Seeing Lu Yifei approach, Yang Qingrong's eyes widened as a plan formed. Since Lu Yifei had become Brother Ergo's girlfriend, if she could win Lu Yifei over, there was still hope. However, before Yang Qingrong could say anything, Zhang Huihui walked over with Lin Ling and others. "Brother Ergo!" Zhang Huihui exclaimed excitedly, wanting to rush toward Brother Ergo. "Are you here to find me?" Brother Ergo pushed Zhang Huihui away and angrily retorted, "Zhang Hui, what are you going crazy for? Lin Ling and the others quickly supported Zhang Huihui, but they felt quite embarrassed as so many people were watching. They never expected Zhang Huihui to be so brazen, directly approaching him. Zhang Huihui feigned innocence, saying, "Brother Ergo, weren't you here to reconcile with me?" Brother Ergo rolled his eyes at Zhang Huihui and snorted coldly. He then took out his phone, opened a photo of Zhang Huihui with Jin Yuanbao, and turned the screen toward the crowd. "A few days ago, Zhang Huihui was the girl I was pursuing, but she abandoned me and got together with Jin Yuanbao. Last night, she set up a trap with Jin Yuanbao to prevent me from attending the class reunion, and during the reunion, she kept stirring trouble and belittling me. You tell me, would I reconcile with a woman like her?" The crowd shook their heads in response. Zhang Huihui's expression changed, as she never imagined Brother Ergo had completely transformed. Not only was he wealthy, but his reactions were also swift, clearly understanding how to leverage the crowd's support. If she did not explain herself, this matter would spread, and she would be seen as a promiscuous woman. "No, Brother Ergo, I was deceived by Jin Yuanbao, and now I see his true colors. Let's reconcile." Brother Ergo looked at Lu Yifei with disdain. Lu Yifei initially planned to pretend her relationship with Brother Ergo was casual, but seeing Yang Qingrong here, she realized that even pretending wouldn't work. So she immediately stepped forward and wrapped her arm around Brother Ergo's. "You two cannot reconcile because he is my boyfriend now." Yang Qingrong saw this and immediately smiled awkwardly at Lu Yifei, saying, "Yifei, you two truly are a perfect match." She then approached Zhang Huihui, raising her right hand, and slapped Zhang Huihui's face. With a loud smack, a handprint instantly appeared on Zhang Huihui's face. Zhang Huihui and her friends were left dumbfounded. "Wait, who do you think you are?" Zhang Huihui shouted angrily at Yang Qingrong. "What gives you the right to hit me?" Yang Qingrong retorted sharply, "I am Yifei's cousin, the eldest young lady of the Yang family. What are you? How dare you compete with my cousin for a man? You?" Zhang Huihui wanted to retort angrily, but recalling Yang Qingrong's revealed identity, she instantly backed down. Although the Yang family was only a third-rate family, it was still a small noble house, while she came from an ordinary family and could not contend with them. Yang Qingrong returned to Lu Yifei's side, quickly flattering. "Yifei, I was wrong before. Please help me plead with your boyfriend and spare me." Lu Yifei appeared indifferent, but internally, she was somewhat shocked. She had not expected Yang Qingrong to resort to such tactics, but she thought it was because Yang Qingrong feared Jiang Hongyi, hence her attempts to please herself. After all, Jiang Hongyi was the second young master of the Jiang family. Now that he had come to support Brother Ergo, if Yang Qingrong dared to offend the Jiang family, it would be akin to courting death. Little did she know Yang Qingrong was actually terrified of Brother Ergo. Seeing Zhang Huihui's embarrassed state, Lu Yifei felt that Yang Qingrong had done a good deed and nodded. "Brother Ergo, why not forgive Yang Qingrong?" Brother Ergo nodded and sternly warned Yang Qingrong, "Do not do things I dislike in the future. Remember what I told you last night, now leave." Upon hearing this, Yang Qingrong felt as if a great weight had been lifted off her shoulders and immediately left with her relatives feeling dejected. Zhang Huihui, however, looked aggrieved, having been slapped by Yang Qingrong, and she had yet to settle the score. But looking at Lu Yifei, her expression was one of unwillingness as she stepped forward. "Brother Ergo is mine. What right do you have to steal my man?" Unexpectedly, as soon as she finished speaking, Yuan Bing rushed over and slapped Zhang Huihui hard across the face. "You vixen, what nonsense are you spouting? You've already broken up with Brother Ergo, and you're with Jin Yuanbao now. How dare you slander my best friend?" Wen Hong and Lu Jinjin immediately stepped forward, shoving Zhang Huihui aside. Zhang Huihui fell to the ground, looking extremely embarrassed. She turned to look at Lin Ling and the others, only to find that they did not dare to come forward to help her. In that moment, it felt as if she had been abandoned by the entire world. Even without Jiang Hongyi and the others here, Lin Ling and her friends dared not confront Wang Ergu. After all, it was Wang Ergu who had helped them settle the bill last night. If they were to confront him here, they would likely be accused of being ungrateful. Lu Yifei saw Zhang Huihui's demeanor and quickly shook her head at Yuan Bing, saying, "Bing Bing, don't make a scene." Yuan Bing nodded but continued to look at Zhang Huihui with an air of pride. For her, slapping Zhang Huihui would be a light punishment. Wang Ergu looked at Yuan Bing and slightly nodded. "Yifei, what's going on with her?" Lu Yifei immediately began to introduce her roommates to Wang Ergu. Wang Ergu smiled, saying, "Hello, I'm Wang Ergu. You can call me Ergu. When I have the time, I'll treat you all." Yuan Bing's lips curled into a slight smile as a glint of cunning sparkled in her beautiful eyes. "Sounds good. But you said that so if you don't treat us to a feast later, we won't let you off easily." Seeing this, Lu Yifei quickly shook her head at Yuan Bing. At that moment, Su Yuanli also came over. Hearing that Su Yi was blocked here, he hurried over. But upon seeing Jiang Hongyi here, he knew that Su Yi was fine. Su Yi signaled Lu Yifei to go upstairs, then coldly looked at Zhang Huihui. Lu Yifei realized that staying here would only invite trouble. Now that Yang Qingrong and the others had already left, she was not worried about what Zhang Huihui could do. Thus Lu Yifei pulled Yuan Bing and the others back to the dormitory. Zhang Huihui got up looking at Lu Yifei's back with a venomous gaze, wishing she could tear Lu Yifei apart. Wang Ergu naturally noticed Zhang Huihui's expression, snorted softly, and then waved his hand at Lin Ling and the others, signaling them to go upstairs first. Lin Ling and the others did not dare to provoke Wang Ergu and could only go upstairs. Seeing this, Zhang Huihui quickly explained to Wang Ergu, I was wrong. I shouldn't have listened to Jin Yuan Bao, it was all his fault. Wang Ergu strode towards Zhang Huihui and whispered in her ear, I haven't settled the score with you yet. If you don't want social death, be more honest from now on. Get lost. Zhang Huihui's face changed as she had never seen Wang Ergu like this, and she even sensed a hint of murderous intent. She realized that if she dared to lay a hand on Lu Yifei, Wang Ergu would probably really kill her. She was not foolish. Wang Ergu knew Jiang Hongyi, a young master from a prominent family, and it would be too easy for him to eliminate an ordinary person like her. I understand now. Wang Ergu watched as Zhang Huihui ran back to the dormitory, then turned to signal Su Yuanli. Su Yuanli immediately raised his voice and shouted, Everyone disperse. Instantly, the onlooking girls returned to their dormitory. The chubby dorm supervisor, you all should keep it down here. Wang Ergu immediately nodded at the chubby supervisor. Sorry, any supervisor, it was our fault. I apologize to you here. He then gestured to Jiang Hongyi, saying, Young master, with such a commotion you've disturbed the girls' dormitory. Why aren't you leaving? Hearing this, Jiang Hongyi waved his hand and said, Sorry, we're leaving right now. He then waved at those young masters and got into the car to leave. At this moment, Wei Wan's voice also rang out. Task status completed. Task reward option 1, advanced financial management skill, 10 spirit gathering points. Task reward option 2, successfully protected the flower and gained the title of flower protector. Option 1. Wang Ergu made his choice, then hugged Su Yuanli and returned to the boys' dormitory. As soon as Su Yuanli returned to the dormitory, he immediately asked Wang Ergu, Is Lu Dax alive? Did Zhang Huihui do anything to her? Having arrived a bit late, Su Yuanli did not know the whole situation. Wang Ergu recounted everything. After listening, Su Yuanli was very surprised. So that Yang Qingrong is really too much. I didn't expect Zhang Huihui to be so shameless. With her reputation, how could she dare to ask for reconciliation? Wang Ergu shook his head and sighed. He certainly would not reconcile with Zhang Huihui. To be precise, they weren't even truly a couple, so there was nothing to reconcile. It had always been his one-sided affection, but now he would no longer be swayed by a woman like Zhang Huihui, who was duplicitous. Su Yuanli wanted to ask something else, but his phone rang. Seeing that it was Su Haiyan calling, he guessed that she might be asking about this incident and immediately requested. Wang Ergu nodded and advised, if she asks, just say, I won 5 million in the lottery and that I still have 50,000 in prize money left. As for young master, you just say, I was merely helping someone out of kindness, and now they are here to repay the favor. You can hint to Su Haiyan to spread this around for me. Su Yuanli complied, and then connected the call with Su Haiyan to start chatting. Su news about Wang Ergu winning the lottery spread. As for Jiang Hongyi's matter, everyone was very curious, but no one dared to inquire further on the campus forum. Over in the girls' dormitory, Zhang Huihui returned and immediately exploded in anger. Damn it. Lin Ling and the others saw Zhang Huihui smashing things and dared not speak up, only allowing her to vent her frustrations. After exhausting herself from smashing things, Zhang Huihui sat down and picked up her phone to call Wang Ergu, but she couldn't get through at all. Wang Ergu had already blocked her number. Now the only way she could contact Wang Ergu was through the class group. So she opened the class group and tagged Wang Ergu, trying to explain again. Wang Ergu naturally ignored Zhang Huihui and did not reply to her at all. Lin Ling and the others also looked at their moments and learned about Wang Ergu winning 5 million. Of course, 5 million had already been nearly spent by Wang Ergu, so it no longer held much allure for them. What they were more interested in was whether they could get to know young masters like Jiang Hongyi through Wang Ergu, and if they had a chance to marry into a wealthy family. After all, they were all girls and had dreams of marrying into wealth. Not just Lin Ling and the others, but in another girl's dormitory, Lu Yifei was already surrounded by Yuan Bing and the others. Confess honestly and receive leniency, resist and face severity. You must tell me honestly what's going on between you and Wang Ergu. Yuan Bing asked, looking anxious. Since she did not yet understand Wang Ergu, she was still quite worried about Lu Yifei. Lu Yifei did not hide anything and recounted how she knew Wang Ergu in detail. Everything was normal until they heard that Lu Yifei had received the Supreme Membership card, and Yuan Bing and the others were all stunned. Is that true? He gave you a Supreme Membership card worth 20 million and several of them. Yuan Bing frowned and asked. Yes, he really gave me one. He'll show you right now. Lu Yifei explained, then immediately took out the Supreme Membership card. Wen Hong and Lu Jinjin looked on, filled with envy, but having never seen such things, they could not discern their authenticity. Yuan Bing and Lu Yifei, both daughters of small families, naturally recognized the membership card from such a star-rated hotel. After checking the membership card, and even calling the hotel for confirmation, Yuan Bing returned the card to Lu Yifei once she was satisfied. Hurry and put that away. It's too valuable. 20 million. Yuan Bing felt it was something she couldn't even dare to dream of. If she were already working and had the support of her family, then 20 million wouldn't be much. But both she and Lu Yifei were freshmen, and it was naturally inappropriate for them to hold such a high-value member. Lu Yifei tucked the membership card away, frowned at Yuan Bing, and said with determination, Bing, I've made up my mind about him. You absolutely cannot oppose it. You? Yuan Bing wanted to say something in rebuttal, but seeing Lu Yifei gripping her hand tightly, Bing, I'm serious. In any case, I can't do without him. It's not because he gave me a membership card, but because he would go to any lengths for me. Lu Yifei explained. Yuan Bing recalled what Lu Yifei had said, setting aside Jiang Hongyi and the membership card. Wang Erge truly could be someone who would risk everything for Lu Yifei. If it were her, if someone like Zhu Enlong, that kind of playboy, had his eyes on her, perhaps no one would dare to step forward. Alright, I won't mention Wang Ergo anymore, but you need to think carefully about how to get past your mom's approval. That's not a problem. I'll find an opportunity to take him to meet my mom. Lu Yifei smiled sweetly. She immediately spread her arms, wanting to hug Yuan Bing, but was stopped by Yuan Bing. Yifei, I can keep quiet about Wang Ergu, but when the time comes for me to use that membership card to splurge, you have to lend it to me for a bit. Wen Hong and Lu Zhenjin looked at Lu Yifei with eager eyes. Lu Yifei glanced at the two, then at Yuan Bing. So you guys had this in mind too. Alright then, if you need anything, just ask me directly. Thank you, Yifei. Wen Hong and Lu Zhenjin quickly replied in unison. Yuan Bing pouted. There was no need for her to say thank you to Lu Yifei. Thinking that Lu Yifei's birthday was in a few days, she hurriedly asked, by the way, your birthday is coming up soon, or are you inviting Wang Ergu? Lu Yifei nodded. I've mentioned it to him, he will definitely come. Why do you suddenly ask this? Yuan Bing frowned slightly and analyzed. This time Yang Qingrong caused a stir because of Zhu Enlong, proving that he is the one stirring trouble behind the scenes. Even if you don't invite Zhu Enlong to your birthday party, someone like him will definitely show up uninvited. So you must plan ahead, don't wait until he causes trouble and then flounder about. That would be counterproductive. Lu Yifei nodded in agreement after hearing Yuan Bing's words. Then the three of them began to discuss strategies against Zhu Enlong. Yuan Bing was deeply disgusted by Zhu Enlong, a playboy who liked to toy with girls, and then kicked them aside and immediately proposed several strategies. After their discussion, Lu Yifei sent this matter to Wang Ergu via WeChat. At 5:30 p.m., just after class, Wang Ergu received a call from Mao Yujia. Ergu, are you free tonight? I want to invite you to dinner. Don't you remember? I said I would treat you to make amends. Sure. Wang Ergu immediately agreed, as he had already discussed it with Mao Yujia before. After hanging up, he briefed Su Yuanli on the situation and told him to go eat by himself. As soon as Wang Ergu left, Su Yuanli saw Qin Ling and her group. Yuanli, where is Ergu? Qin Ling asked eagerly. Su Haiyan remained silent, but frowned, staring resentfully at Su Yuanli, as if blaming him for not keeping an eye on Wang Ergu. Lin Xuanxiang also kept quiet and turned to look elsewhere. This left Su Yuanli puzzled, unsure of what Qin Ling and the others meant. I don't know either. If you want to find Ergu, can't you just call him? Qin Ling shot a glance at Su Yuanli and explained, it's not that we want to find Ergu, but our campus beauty Qin wants to see him. Su Haiyan snorted and said, to be precise, we have to keep an eye on Ergu because we plan to introduce him to. Qin Ling quickly coughed twice and sighed. He hasn't returned yet. Let's not discuss it for now, let's wait until he returns. Su Haiyan saw that Qin Ling said this and didn't bring up Qin Xingyue. Su Yuanli naturally didn't mind following Qin Ling and the others to dinner. Soon the four of them found a small restaurant nearby. Qin Ling and the others wanted to ask about Wang Ergu, especially since Jiang Hongyi and the others had driven luxury cars onto the campus this time. That scene was truly shocking. Su Yuanli dared not speak recklessly and only mentioned the lottery win. He said nothing about the other matters. Qin Ling and the others thought Su Yuanli was unaware, so they were quite disappointed. However, through Su Yuanli's explanation, they confirmed one thing: Lu Yifei was indeed Wang Ergu's girlfriend. Regarding this matter, they all had dark expressions. They had originally planned to introduce Qin Xingyue to Wang Ergu, but now that Wang Ergu already had a girlfriend, how could they introduce her? Could it be that they would make Qin Xingyue try to steal Lu Yifei's boyfriend? So they all dared not discuss Qin Xingyue in front of Su Yuanli, nor did they mention the introduction. However, confirming that Zhang Huihui had been slapped by Wang Ergu made them very happy, because they all disliked Zhang Huihui. This is truly a good thing, as Zhang Huihui is such an annoying person. Every time I see her flaunting in the group, I just want to slap her a few times. Slapping her a few times is nothing. I wish I could step on her underfoot. A person like her who flaunts just because she has a bit of money and frequently changes boyfriends. Exactly. Women like her are truly despicable. Now that she's lost her golden egg, she still wants to cling to Wang Ergu. It's too shameless. Meanwhile, Wang Ergu arrived at the Arc de Triomphe Hotel. As soon as he entered the lobby, he saw Mao Yujia. Mao Yujia was dressed beautifully tonight, wearing a black low-cut dress that radiated a unique charm. Seeing Wang Ergu approaching, she immediately went over. "Ergu, you finally made it. I thought you wouldn't come." Wang Ergu chuckled. "How could I not come? Since it's your treat, of course I have to show up. But I don't have much money. I could only book a small private room. You won't mind, will you?" Mao Yujia asked nervously. "What's there to mind? I have no particular preference for which private room we go to as long as you let me enjoy a grand feast." Wang Ergu shook his head. Mao Yujia breathed a sigh of relief. Although she already had 300,000 in her pocket, entering a high-class private room would require at least a deposit of 100,000. Seeing that Wang Ergu really didn't care about the private room specifications, she immediately linked her arm with his and walked towards the elevator. At that moment, Zhang Huihui rushed into the hotel lobby with Lin Ling. When Zhang Huihui saw Wang Ergu and Mao Yujia enter the elevator, her expression darkened. However, by the time she rushed over, the elevator had already ascended. Upon seeing the elevator stop at the 5th floor, they quickly followed to the 5th floor. But Lin Ling pulled Zhang Huihui back, hastily advising her. Hui, maybe we shouldn't go after all. If we barge in, we'll directly offend Wang Ergu, and that won't do us any good." However, Zhang Huihui shook her head, a hint of arrogance appearing on her face. "When did I say I wanted to offend Wang Ergu? I'm not here to provoke him, I'm just here to accompany him." Lin Ling frowned, silently cursing in her heart, wondering why she was bothering to accompany someone who didn't even invite her to dinner. However, she kept these thoughts to herself and forced a smile, saying, "We can always arrange to have dinner with him another day." Yet Zhang Huihui shook her head again, earnestly analyzing. "First, we can't change the date for the invitation." The news of Wang Ergu's lottery win had already spread, and with Zhang Hongyi's connections, many women would likely want to marry into wealth and might invite Wang Ergu. Second, we can't give other women a chance. If I don't come, someone else might take the initiative. Besides, he's already been invited here. Am I supposed to wait in line? Third, we must seize this opportunity. You've accompanied me here, so you have to come in with me. Once I win over Wang Ergu, I will definitely ensure you enjoy all the luxuries in the future. If you don't like enjoying luxuries, then just pretend you never came. Didn't you see how much Wang Ergu spent the other night? Lin Ling was taken aback, then took a deep breath and followed Zhang Huihui towards the small private room on the 5th floor. However, they had no idea which small room Wang Ergu was in and could only check them one by one. The entrance to the small private room was not guarded, so they easily pushed the door open to search. Soon the two found the small private room where Wang Ergu was. As soon as she entered, Zhang Huihui immediately pretended to be aggrieved and walked towards Wang Ergu. "Brother Ergu, please forgive me. I truly know I was wrong. I was just deceived by Jin Yuangbao." Wang Ergu looked up and frowned. He hadn't expected Zhang Huihui to track him down here. Has this woman gone mad? Why was she bothering him when he had moved on? Mao Yujia also turned to look. When she saw Zhang Huihui and Lin Ling coming over, she felt extremely awkward. Zhang Huihui's expression changed instantly when she realized the woman dining with Wang Ergu was Mao Yujia. "It's you? Mao Yujia, I can't believe it's you. How dare you invite my brother Ergu?" Zhang Huihui stepped forward, pointing at Mao Yujia and scolding angrily. "What's wrong with her inviting me? What does it have to do with you? Zhang Huihui, you're not welcome here. Please leave immediately," Wang Ergu said sternly. Hearing this, Zhang Huihui immediately put on a pitiful expression. "Brother Ergu, I truly know I was wrong. I only love you. Please give me one more chance, okay?" Wang Ergu smirked and shook his head. "Give you a chance? Why should I give you a chance? You must have heard about my 50,000 prize, so you came running back. Are you trying to pry away my prize? Let me tell you, you're mistaken. The news about the remaining 50,000 prize was something I deliberately let the general spread." Zhang Huihui and Lin Ling's expressions changed. Could it be that Wang Ergu no longer had even 50,000? After all, they remembered that Wang Ergu had spent over 2 million at Honglong Hotel the night before. So in their eyes, it seemed Wang Ergu might be broke. However, they soon found themselves completely dumbfounded. "I didn't just win 50,000. No, I should say, I didn't win 500,000. I won 100 million. So now, aside from the tens of millions I invested, I still have 50 million left. You're clinging to me because you want to snatch my 50 million, right? Let me tell you, Zhang Huihui, because I truly don't like you, you will never have the chance to pry away my prize. By the way, the tens of millions I invested were with Jiang's second young master. It will definitely be a hot investment, but it has nothing to do with you," Wang Ergu said coldly. However, he was deliberately misleading Zhang Huihui with these words. Initially claiming to win 100,000, then 200,000, and now 100 million, Zhang Huihui would surely believe it and regret it immensely. At this moment, Zhang Huihui was incredibly excited upon hearing this news, one hand clutching her chest. My God, 100 million. Wang Ergu actually won 100 million. In the past, whenever she wanted money, Wang Ergu would directly bring it to her, never contradicting her. If Wang Ergu were still the same as before, he would definitely hand over all the winnings, and she would become. However, seeing Mao Yujia sitting there, Zhang Weihui's expression instantly darkened. She originally thought Wang Ergu only had Lu Yifei, and she could handle Lu Yifei. But she never expected that Mao Yujia was flirting with Wang Ergu, so she believed she could not reconcile with him, and that Mao Yujia must have said something misleading. She glared at Mao Yujia, coldly reprimanding. Mao Yujia, you are too much. What exactly did you say to? What gives you the right to take my brother Ergu away? Mao Yujia rolled her eyes at Zhang Huihui and chuckled. Zhang Huihui, are you out of your mind? You were the one who abandoned brother Ergu first. He doesn't want you anymore, yet you come here to cling to him and blame. If you want to blame me, you should first reflect on yourself. You act like a lunatic. Oh, do you think brother Ergu would respect? By the way, hurry up, turn right at the exit, and take a taxi to Qingshan Mental Hospital for a thorough checkup. Zhang Weihui's expression changed, her eyes widening. Who are you calling a lunatic? If you hadn't said anything misleading to brother Ergu, how could he possibly give me up? You need to leave right now and can never come to see brother Ergu again. Mao Yujia scoffed and immediately stood up. This is my booked private room. You want me to leave? Who do you think you are? The one who should leave is you. You cheated with Jin Yuangbao, so you have no right to stand in front of brother Ergu because you are already a worn-out shoe. Today I am treating brother Ergu to a meal, so please leave immediately. Then Mao Yujia was not polite either, as she immediately called the floor manager. The manager, upon understanding the situation, summoned 2 security guards into the small private room. The 2 security guards dragged Zhang Huihui and Lin Ling out. The 2 were thrown at the hotel entrance looking quite disheveled. Lin Ling got up and sighed. I told you long ago that we shouldn't barge in like this. It will only infuriate them, but you wouldn't listen. Zhang Huihui also got up and exploded in anger. This is too much, really too much. I never expected that the shameless Mao Yujia would actually steal my man. Lin Ling frowned and sighed internally. Wang Ergu is no longer your man. Hui, I remember you said she works at a bank, so she must know that Wang Ergu has 50 million. This time she is definitely trying to get close to him. Moreover, Wang Ergu is collaborating with the second young master of the Jiang family, which is bound to be a lucrative deal. By then Wang Ergu's worth is likely to soar. If she gets together with Wang Ergu, all that money and investment profits will likely end up in her pockets. I guess you have no hope left. These words made Zhang Huihui extremely displeased, as she believed that all of Wang Ergu's achievements belonged to her. Mao Yujia came later. She has known Wang Ergu for almost 3 years, so she thought Mao Yujia had no right to compete with her for Wang Ergu. And if everything falls into Mao Yujia's hands, what about her? No way, I absolutely cannot let that shameless Mao Yujia take away this money. All this money is mine. Lin Ling frowned and quickly reminded Zhang Huihui. But you can't go in. Even if you did, Wang Ergu wouldn't listen to you. He is definitely still angry with you. What's more, the one dining with Wang Ergu now is Mao Yujia, and she will definitely continue to speak ill of you in front of. Actually, I have a way that might help you regain some face. Upon hearing this, Zhang Huihui quickly asked, what method? Please tell me quickly. Lin Ling whispered, since Mao Yujia is speaking ill of you in front of Wang Ergu, you can turn it around and speak ill of her in front of her family. Think about it, Mao Yujia is older than Wang Ergu. You can say she is an old cow eating young grass going to school to steal your boyfriend. What do you think her family will do? They will definitely think she is shameless and force her to break up with Wang Ergu. Zhang Weihui's face lit up with excitement. Right? Since she slandered me, I can also slander her. Lin Ling, you are amazing. I'm going to her house to report this. Leaving Lin Ling behind, Zhang Huihui hurriedly left the hotel and took a taxi to the Mao family. At this time in the private room, Mao Yujia was very pleased. Not because Wang Ergu mentioned 50 million, but because he had really cleared his relationship with Zhang Huihui. Ergu, I hope you aren't mad at me for what I just said. Wang Ergu shook his head. How could I be angry with you? Someone like Zhang Huihui deserves to be scolded. What you said was great. We should stay away from people like her in the future. Mao Yujia quickly nodded. Yes, we will stay away from people like her in the future. You mustn't be unhappy because since I'm treating today, just order whatever you want. Wang Ergu smiled, then began to order dishes. However, he could tell that Mao Yujia was still a bit nervous, perhaps worrying that he would order many expensive dishes, so he didn't order much. The total cost of these dishes was only around 20,000. Mao Yujia felt a bit awkward seeing Wang Ergu order so little. How about you order some more? Don't worry, I really brought 300 today, which is definitely enough to settle the bill. Wang Ergu's expression changed slightly. He hadn't expected that Mao Yujia really brought 300. Mao Yujia, actually, I was just joking. I couldn't possibly eat this much alone, yet you really brought 300. You didn't borrow from a loan shark, did you? Upon hearing this, Mao Yujia felt a surge of joy. It turned out he was just joking, which was wonderful. She quickly waved her hand at Wang Ergu. No, I haven't borrowed from a loan shark. This is my salary advanced by my boss. So if you want to order any more dishes, feel free. Wang Ergu smiled. If I really eat you poor, will you then stick to me in the future? Mao Yujia's face flushed, and she didn't reply, as she indeed wanted to rely on Wang Ergu. Although she didn't know how much money Wang Ergu actually had, she had been paying attention to the bank account flow these days. Wang Ergu could easily obtain 10 billion, which surely meant he was not an ordinary person, so she still wanted to win his favor. While they were eating, Mao Yujia's phone rang. Seeing it was her mother Zhang Chengxiu calling, she immediately answered. However, as soon as she picked up, Zhang Chengxiu began to angrily scold her. Mao Yujia, are you crazy? You're actually with some university student. If you want to find a man, you can tell mom. Oh, what good is a college student? This stunned Mao Yujia. What was going on? No, mom, what university student are you talking about? Zhang Chengxiu snorted coldly. Don't mind what I'm talking about, or just come home immediately. After hanging up, she immediately told Wang Ergu about this matter. Wang Ergu nodded and said coldly, it must be that Zhang Hui said. After hanging up, she immediately told Wang Ergu about this matter. Wang Ergu nodded and said coldly, it must be that Zhang Hui said something. In that case, let's finish our meal and go over together. With my help, Zhang Hui won't be able to do anything to you. Mao Yujia was overjoyed. If she had Wang Ergu's help, she really wouldn't be afraid of Zhang Hui. Moreover, she was well aware of what kind of person her mother Zhang Chengxiu was. Although her mother seemed to have strong principles, she believed there could be a turn of events. If her mother knew that Wang Ergu could easily take out 10 billion, she would definitely not oppose her being with him. The two enjoyed their meal. After leaving the hotel, Mao Yujia was still thinking about how to get there when a Lamborghini Huracan drove in front of her. Get in the car. Wang Ergu quickly said to Mao Yujia. She was shocked, as she never expected that this Lamborghini Huracan was Wang Ergu's. Get in the car. Wang Ergu quickly said to Mao Yujia. She was shocked, as she never expected that this She immediately sat in the passenger seat of the sports car, then told Wang Ergu her family's address. Mao Yujia didn't notice that Luo Ming and his entourage were following them in an Audi R8. Soon Wang Ergu drove to the Mao family. The Mao family had a house in an old community called Hatong Garden in the Shangpu district, which was not large, only a little over 100 square meters. As soon as she entered, Mao Yujia saw that Zhang Hui was already waiting for her. So it is you, Zhang Hui. Have you gone mad? Ergo Gu has already rejected you, yet you dare to come to my house and stir up trouble, trying to sow discord between me and Ergo Gu. Let me tell you, there's no way. Zhang Hui saw Mao Yujia was not holding back either, and immediately began. Mao Yujia, you are truly despicable. Ergo Gu is my boyfriend. How can you steal him from me? You must immediately promise your aunt that you will no longer contact Ergo Gu. This statement made Mao Yujia find it amusing, you coming to my house to cause trouble and still demanding a promise from me. Why should I? Just then Zhang Chengxiu joined in the cursing. That's right, do as Hui says. You must sever ties with him immediately and never meet again. You are just a bank employee. What use do you have for a university student? What future can he offer you? Or do you think he can give you a lot of money? A university student who hasn't even fully matured and is younger than you, I absolutely do not allow you to be with him. Mao Yujia immediately stepped forward and grabbed Zhang Kongxia's hand. Mom, don't listen to Zhang Weihu's nonsense. Ergo Gu is actually my client, we really. Before she could finish, she was interrupted by Zhang Hui. I have already discussed this with your aunt. Ergo Gu has won some money, but it is wrong for you to cling to him like this. You need to quickly sever ties with Ergo Gu and return him to me. Wang Ergo frowned and immediately stepped forward to slap Zhang Hui. This scene left Zhang Chengxiu utterly shocked, and she didn't dare to speak. Wang Ergo shouted angrily at Zhang Hui. Zhang Hui, enough already. This scene left Zhang Chengxiu utterly shocked, and she didn't dare to speak. Wang Ergo shouted angrily at Zhang Hui. Zhang Hui, enough. What do you think you are? I have already said that I have a girlfriend and told you not to bother me. As for Mao Yujia, she is merely my financial advisor, yet you come here to spread rumors about my relationship with her. Have you no shame? Zhang Hui knelt down, urgently pleading with Wang Ergo. Ergo Gu, please forgive me. I truly realized my mistake. Let's get back together, shall we? Wang Ergo directly raised his hand, pointing to the door. Get out now? If you don't leave, I will call someone to drag you out, and you will only end up more humiliated. Zhang Hui looked helpless, as if watching a mountain of gold grow further away from her. Get lost, Zhang Hui. From now on, our family will no longer be related to you. Mao Yujia said coldly. No, Jia, this is. Zhang Chengxiu wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Mao Yujia. Mom, shut up. Mao Yujia shouted loudly. Zhang Kongxia's face stiffened. It was the first time she saw Mao Yujia so agitated, and she didn't know what to say. Zhang Hui gritted her teeth, leaving the Mao family with great reluctance. Mao Yujia breathed a sigh of relief as she watched Zhang Hui leave. That crazy woman Zhang Hui is really too much. Zhang Hui gritted her teeth, leaving the Mao family with great reluctance. Mao Yujia breathed a sigh of relief as she watched Zhang. Now that the matter is resolved, I will leave. You should communicate well with your mom. Mao Yujia nodded, escorted Wang Ergo out, then immediately closed the door and returned to Zhang Kongxia's side. Mom, you are really too much. How can you just listen to Zhang Weihu's side of the story? Zhang Chengxiu frowned. What on earth is going on? You need to explain everything to me clearly now. Mao Yujia immediately recounted the entire story to Zhang Chongxiu. After hearing it, Zhang Chongxiu was utterly shocked. So all of this is Zhang Huihui deliberately slandering you. This is too much, after all we are relatives. How can she do this? Mao Yujia shook her head, her delicate face clouded with uncertainty. No, her actions are not the worst. She still doesn't know how much money Ergogo actually has. She thinks Ergogo only won 5 million or a billion is just something Ergogo used to deceive her. What do you think will happen if she finds out Ergogo has 10 billion or 100 billion? Zhang Kongxia's expression changed drastically. She believed that if Zhang Huihui knew Wang Ergo had 10 billion, she would definitely cling to him desperately. After all, she knew exactly what kind of person Zhang Huihui was. What should I do now? Mao Yujia shook her head. You don't need to do anything. You just need to remember that if anything happens later, you should stand by my side. Because unless she dies, she will continue to cause trouble. Since she is not dead, she will definitely hinder me from getting close to Ergogo. You don't know this is an opportunity for me. If I can win Ergogo's favor, it means I have a chance to join a wealthy family in the future. Why should I give up this opportunity? Why should I give Ergogo to her? What is she worth? Not to mention that I don't even have that kind of relationship with Ergogo yet. Even if I did, I wouldn't give him up to her. Zhang Chongxiu was shaken by Mao Yujia's words, as she naturally supported her daughter. For a rich second generation like Wang Ergo, who was low-key reserved and so handsome, emotionally clean, and decisive. Although he was 2 or 3 years younger than her daughter, that was acceptable. After all, they were still considered peers and not generations apart. Jia mom supports you. If Zhang Huihui dares to spread rumors, I will deal with her and will not be polite. Mao Yujia's face lit up as she hugged Zhang Kongxia's arm. Mom, thank you for understanding. I truly think Wang Ergo is a good person, and it seems he likes me, so I really don't want to miss this opportunity. Zhang Chongxiu smiled slightly, reaching out to stroke Mao Yujia's face. Of course, my daughter is so beautiful, he must like you. Be bold and go on more dates with him. Mao Yujia nodded. Mom, I want to talk to you now. I don't know if Ergogo will be angry. I need to chat with him on WeChat. Zhang Chongxiu saw Mao Yujia about to leave and grabbed her. Wait, did you borrow 30000 from me because of him? Mao Yujia nodded in explanation. Yes, he is our bank's supreme client and can easily pull out hundreds of. The bank president told me to please him and make him happy. The 300 was to treat him to a meal as an apology. But you didn't lend it to me last time. You are not trying to borrow money from me, are you? I must make it clear that I have no money and he hasn't given me anything. Zhang Chongxiu shook her head, looking very embarrassed. No. I thought you wanted to borrow 300 for something frivolous. I didn't know your client was worth hundreds of billions. So what should we do now? Mao Yujia chuckled. What can I do? I've already treated him. He just wanted to test me. Treating him to dinner only cost me 20,000 yuan. Do you really think he spent 300,000? Zhang Chongxiu sighed in relief. 20,000 isn't too much. So does this mean he considers it a date with you tonight? Mao Yujia frowned slightly, her eyes suddenly filled with melancholy. Well, it could be considered that way. I plan to go watch a movie with him after dinner, and if we spend the night together, I'm sure I can. But you call me back with just one phone call, and I may not have the chance to invite him to dinner again anytime soon. You've disrupted my plans. Zhang Chongxiu felt awkward and regretted it immensely. She immediately slapped herself and apologized. I'm sorry, Jia. Mom didn't mean to trouble you. Mao Yujia shook her head. It's okay, Mom. I don't think Gouge will blame me. Just then her phone buzzed with an. She picked up her phone and saw that it was a message from the bank notifying her that her account had received 2 million yuan. She quickly opened WeChat and found a message from Wang Ergo. I'm sorry for the expense tonight. It was because of that crazy woman Zhang Huihui disrupting your home. This 2 million is my compensation for you. 2 million as compensation from Wang Ergo. Just because of Zhang Huihui's disturbance, he was willing to compensate her with such a large amount. Isn't that too much? This news left Mao Yujia in shock. Mom, look at this. Zhang Chongxiu immediately took the phone and looked. Upon confirming that Mao Yujia had received a compensation of 2 million, she was utterly astonished. This is just too much money, isn't it? 2 million. He just gave it to you like that. He won't ask for it back, will he? Mao Yujia rolled her eyes at Zhang Chongxiu, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but lift. Mom, what are you talking about? For him, 2 million is just pocket money. Someone who can casually deposit hundreds of billions probably sees pocket money starting in the billions. Zhang Chongxiu awkwardly laughed. I guess I just haven't seen much of the world. Mao Yujia shook her head. It's not that you haven't seen it, but you just can't see it in your daily life. So why do you think I should just let Zhang Huihui have Gouge? Zhang Chongxiu quickly nodded, her voice cold. Jia, don't give this boyfriend to her. Mao Yujia nodded, slightly shaking her phone. I'm going back to my room to have a good chat with him. Don't disturb me. Just as she turned, she thought of something and quickly turned back to warn Zhang Chongxiu. By the way, Zhang Huihui doesn't know Gouge has hundreds of billions. She just thinks he won 500,000 in the lottery. So mom, please don't spread this around. If you spread it around and more people find out, my competition will increase too. That way I might not be able to win heir Gao's heart, and he might even dislike me. Zhang Chongxiu quickly promised not to spread it around. However, once Mao Yujia returned to her room, she immediately took out her phone and called her husband Mao Guoqiang to tell him what had happened. Mao Guoqiang was on a business trip in another city and was shocked by the news. Don't tell anyone about this. Wait for me, or I'll head back immediately, and we'll discuss it properly when I return. In her room, Mao Yujia lay on the couch with her phone and quickly sent a voice message to Wang Ergu. Heir Gao, I'm so sorry. I didn't expect Zhang Huihui to be so malicious and come to my house to cause trouble. My mom didn't mean to offend you. She regrets it and asked me to say sorry to you. On the road, Wang Ergu received the WeChat message from Mao Yujia and immediately replied, I'm not blaming Andy. What she said was for your own good. I understand that feeling. Back in the dormitory, Wang Ergu didn't see Su Yuanli, but found Chen Jixing back and watching a shark livestream. General, you're back. Wang Ergu walked over and patted Chen Jixing on the shoulder, laughing. Chen Jixing looked nervous upon seeing Wang Ergu. Heir Gao, something happened. I have a female streamer who's being suppressed. Can you help out? Upon hearing this, Wang Ergu picked up Chen Jixing's phone. On the phone screen, a PK was happening in the live stream. Chen Jixing was following a young woman named Ying Yuni, with long black hair, fair skin, a slender figure, and a delicate, charming appearance. Opposite her was also a young woman named Xiaoxiang Baobei, with purple curly hair, very fair skin, a more voluptuous figure than Ying Yuni, and a sultry appearance, her charming eyes seemingly sparking electricity. What was their bet? Upon hearing this, Chen Jixing hurriedly explained, Lin Ping bet against the other side that if she lost to this Xiaoxiang Baobei, she would never stream again in her life. Heir Gao, you absolutely have to help. Even if she's not with this livestream company, she can't afford to stop streaming. Wang Ergu didn't hesitate and immediately transferred 100 million to Chen Jixing. Here's 100 million for you, recharge and see. Chen Jixing's face changed. No way, I haven't opened the limit. My bank card limit is only 5,000 yuan a day. Even if you give me 100 million, I can't use it. Wang Ergu was furious and could only log into his Supreme Howling Dog account and recharge one. With Wang Ergu's intervention, Xiaoxiang Baobei couldn't withstand the pressure and ultimately lost this piece. Ying Yuni was shocked and immediately thanked Wang Ergu, then sent him her contact information. Wang Ergu directly passed the contact information to Chen Jixing. General, the other side has sent the contact info. Whether you want to contact them is up to you. Chen Jixing's face lit up instantly. Thank you, Heir Gao. By the way, about that 100 million you mentioned. This actually shocked Chen Jixing, as he had no idea Wang Ergu had so much money and casually gave him 100 million. You keep it for now, don't give it back. Next, I need you to do something for me. By the way, where have you been these past? Wang Ergu said nonchalantly. My sister had a bit of a situation, so I went to see her. Chen Jixing quickly. Everything's okay, right? Wang Ergu asked, concerned. After all, Chen Jixing had left 3 days ago, and he was worried that he might have encountered some serious issues. Chen Jixing shook his head. Not at all. My sister just came to visit relatives, so she wanted to see me and insisted I accompany her for a couple of days. Well, that's good. You continue contacting your female streamer. I'll take a shower and go to bed. I'm a bit tired today. Wang Ergu waved his hand. After finishing his shower and just lying on the bed, Wang Ergu saw a call coming in from Lu Yifei. As soon as the call connected, Lu Yifei gently asked, Ergu, are you going out tonight? I wanted to have dinner with you, but I couldn't find you. Wang Ergu chuckled awkwardly and quickly explained, I indeed went out tonight for something. But if you wanted to have dinner with me, why didn't you give me a call? Lu Yifei huffed softly and said with a hint of grievance, I was planning to surprise you, but I couldn't find you. I just heard someone say you returned to the boys' dormitory, so I called you. Wang Ergu sighed softly and said seriously, you shouldn't do this again. No matter when you can call me, and my phone will always be on for you. I got it. You should rest early. Good night. Lu Yifei said sweetly. Good night. Wang Ergu replied, and then hung up the phone. The next morning, Wang Ergu and Chen Jixing were awakened by Su Yuanli. Su Yuanli had bought breakfast and looked quite pleased. Wang Ergu was taken aback by Su Yuanli's appearance. Yuanli, you seem so happy. Did something good happen last night? Su Yuanli scratched the back of his head upon hearing this, and then recounted the good news regarding him and Su Haiyan. Chen Jixing rubbed his eyes and looked at Su Yuanli with envy. Why, you managed to get a girlfriend so quickly? No, you mean you could spend the night with a beauty so soon? What's going on? Su Yuanli rolled his eyes at Chen Jixing, just about to explain when a figure rushed in. Ergu. It was a tall and slender boy dressed in a white suit with a stylish hairstyle. He was Kai Jiaming, their roommate. Kai Jiaming was very excited to see Wang Ergu, as he had already heard about Wang Ergu's affairs from his elder brother Kai Jianwei. Wang Ergu looked at Kai Jiaming in surprise. You actually came back to school? Where have you been? Kai Jiaming waved his hand hastily. That's not important. Ergu, I heard you now know my brother Kai Jianwei and Zhang Hongyi. Is that true? Wang Ergu was taken aback and exclaimed, Kai Jianwei is your brother. Does that mean you're the second young master of the Kai family? Well, you've been deceiving us all along. Su Yuanli and Chen Jisheng exchanged knowing glances and nodded in agreement. Kai Jiaming usually acted poor, so no one expected he was actually the second young master of the Kai family. Immediately Su Yuanli and Chen Jisheng seized his arms, one on each side. Kai Jiaming looked aggrieved, saying, No, my family is very strict and doesn't let me disclose my identity. Besides, my monthly allowance is really only 10,000 yuan. Also, I heard from my brother that Ergo has more money than I do. Why are you grabbing me? Su Yinli huffed. Ergo was just recognized by the family a few days ago. Unlike you, who has always been a young master, you should treat us to some luxury too. It's only fair. Chen Jisheng squinted, his eyes a glint of ruthlessness flashing. How about we strip him down now and see if he's really been castrated? Wang Ergu waved his hand. All right, stop scaring him. Let him go. Hearing Wang Ergu say this, Su Yuanli and Chen Jisheng finally released Kai Jiaming. With a thud, Kai Jiaming directly knelt before Wang Ergu. Ergu, please let me hang out with you. I want to be a rich. Wang Ergu shot him a glance and spat, Get up. Hurry, what are you kneeling for this early in the morning? However, Kai Jiaming shook his head and pretended to cry, saying, No, I'm not getting up. This is my best shortcut to becoming wealthy. If you don't take me with you, I won't get up. Wang Ergu nodded, stood up, and waved at Su Yuanli and Chen Jisheng. Since he won't leave, then let's go. It's time for class. Kai Jiaming immediately grabbed Wang Ergu's right leg and pleaded, No, Ergu, please give me a chance. I know I came back late, but it wasn't intentional. Wang Ergu huffed lightly and patted Kai Jiaming's shoulder, saying, All right, I'll give you a chance. But you need to tell us your secret, and tonight you must treat us to dinner in the supreme private room at the Dihao Hotel. Kai Jiaming's expression changed upon hearing this. The cost at Dihao Hotel is not cheap, and to get into the supreme private room, you need at least 5 million, otherwise you probably can't get in. Su Yuanli shot a glance at Kai Jiaming and huffed, What? You can't handle this opportunity. Chen Jisheng mocked. Previously, when Yuanli was in trouble and asked you for help, you didn't even come back. Kai Jiaming's face turned awkward, and after gritting his teeth, he nodded, Fine. They'll treat you to the supreme private room at Dihao Hotel. Wang Ergu pulled Kai Jiaming up and urged, Since you agreed, hurry up and change your clothes. It's time to go. Once Kai Jiaming changed his clothes, the four of them left the dormitory together and headed to the lecture hall. Upon arriving at the classroom, they still had some time before class, so Kai Jiaming recounted his story to Wang Ergu and the others. Only then did the three realize that Kai Jiaming had been conned by his first love from high school, who had cleaned out all his money and then ran away. As a result, Kai Jiaming naturally didn't even have enough money for the return trip and had to seek help from his elder brother Kai Jianwei. It was only after Kai Jianwei sent him the last sum of money that Kai Jiaming managed to return. As for that first love, it was said that her family had gone bankrupt and she had already fled abroad. Wang Ergu and the others listened to Kai Jiaming's unfortunate story and all looked at him with disdain. Kai Jiaming put on a bitter face, saying, Brother's in a lot of pain. Wang Ergu squinted his eyes and chuckled, You're in pain. I see you're definitely having a good time. If it weren't for your brother pushing you, you probably wouldn't have returned to school so soon. Chen Jisheng pouted and looked at Wang Ergu and the others with a pitiful expression, sighing. You all are so lucky. You are all already real men, while I'm just an old virgin. Now I can't even get close to Qin Ling, it's such a failure. Kai Jiaming frowned and looked at Chen Jisheng. Wait, are you saying both of them have already gotten girlfriends? What's going on? Su Yuanli shot a glance at Kai Jiaming and then explained Wang Ergu's recent situation to him. Upon hearing that Zhang Huihui betrayed Wang Ergu, Kai Jiaming was furious, saying, With a woman like her, if it were ancient times, I would want her to experience the 10 tortures of hell. Wang Ergu waved his hand. Forget it, I've already moved on from her. You don't need to keep talking about it. Kai Jiaming furrowed his brows and then nodded. All right, let's not talk about her anymore. But now that you all have partners, it's time for you to introduce one to me, right? Chen Jisheng immediately wrapped his arm around Kai Jiaming's shoulders. Sure, there's a girl in Qin Ling's dorm who is single named Lin Xuanxiang. Whether you can pursue her depends on your own skills. Kai Jiaming paused for a moment and Lin Chengxiang's image suddenly appeared in his mind. Since they were in the same class and now in their third year, he naturally had some impression of her. Wait, did you really manage to pursue Qin Ling? Chen Jisheng shook his head somewhat dejectedly, replying, I did manage to pursue her, but as I mentioned earlier, I haven't secured her yet. Kai Jiaming immediately hugged Chen Jisheng tightly, looking enviously at Wang Ergu and Su Yuanli. It seems we really need to ask Ergo and Yuanli for help. Su Yuanli was about to say something when he saw Qin Ling and her friends walking towards them. Qin Ling and the others are coming. Chen Jisheng heard this and immediately straightened his posture. Qin Ling waved her hand, signaling Su Yuanli and the others to move aside, then sat down next to Wang Ergu with Su Haiyan and Lin Xuanxiang. Wang Ergu frowned. What are you all doing? Qin Ling took out her phone, opened a photo of Qin Xingyue, and handed the phone to Wang Ergu. Ergo, what do you think of my best friend? Wang Ergu was taken aback and glanced at the phone. Isn't this a photo of the school beauty Qin? I know she's your best friend. She has always been this beautiful, which man wouldn't like her? But why are you asking? Qin Xingyue is one of the 4 school beauties of Donghai University, tall and graceful, known for her cold beauty, and is the dream girl of all boys. Although Wang Ergu had admired her before, ever since he pursued Zhang Huihui, he had stopped fantasizing. Suddenly being questioned by Qin Ling made his heart stir. After all, she was a school beauty. Not to mention him, even Chen Jixing and Kai Jiaming had posters of Qin Xingyue in their dormitory. Fortunately, the two were relatively normal and didn't exhibit any outrageous behavior. In contrast, other boys in different dorms not only posted small photos on the walls, but even hung up large posters. Every night they would either kiss them or sleep with them, each more extreme than the last. Qin Ling leaned close to Wang Ergu's ear and whispered, I mentioned before that I would introduce her to you later. Although she didn't know how wealthy Wang Ergu was, she believed he was a potential asset. If Wang Ergu accepted Qin Xingyue, it would be convenient for her to reap the benefits later, otherwise she would feel embarrassed asking Wang Ergu for a reward. Wang Ergu looked awkward and didn't know how to respond to Qin Ling, especially since his relationship with Liu Yifei was already public. If Qin Xingyue were added to the mix, would there be conflict? He dared not imagine the scene of the two school beauties clashing, but he knew that his days ahead would not be peaceful. Of course, he wouldn't refuse the good fortune of having beautiful women introduced to him. If he were still a broke loser, he would naturally care, given his limited conditions. But now he was a wealthy man with 99 trillion. Seeing that Wang Ergu didn't refuse, Qin Ling was overjoyed and promptly pushed her WeChat information to Wang Ergu while sending a message to Qin Xingyue to explain the situation. Soon Qin Xingyue accepted Wang Ergu's friend request. When Qin Ling saw this, she immediately prompted, You can chat freely without worrying about me. Wang Ergu smiled awkwardly and weakly sent 2 words, Hello. The other party quickly replied, Hello. I'm still away from home, can we chat in detail when I return? Of course, that's fine. I have class now, but when you come back let me treat you to a meal. The other party replied immediately, Sure, I'll be waiting for you to treat me. Qin Ling saw Wang Ergu put down his phone and quickly asked, How's your conversation going? Su Haiyan and Lin Chunxiang looked at Wang Ergu. Although they didn't know how wealthy he was, they knew that getting close to him was definitely a good thing. Not far away, a row of seats showed Zhang Huihui with a gloomy expression, as if someone owed her. After leaving the Mao family yesterday, she was sad for a long time because Wang Ergu had said he won $1 billion. Naturally, she felt a sense of loss. However, she checked the recent lottery news overnight, and no one had won $1 billion. Instead, someone had won 5. Therefore, she concluded that the person who won the 5 million had to be Wang Ergu, and he must have spent it all to show off in front of her. Coincidentally, yesterday Wang Ergu had Su Yuanli help spread the word that he had already spent his 5 million and had returned all of Jiang Hongyi's favors. Zhang Huihui believed this to be true and even called the hotel to confirm that the person who settled the bill last night was Mao Yujia. Good for you, Wang Ergu. Now you've turned back into a broke loser, making me sad all night. I will definitely settle this account with you. This was also the reason why Zhang Huihui didn't look for Wang Ergu when she came to the classroom. She had already concluded that he had reverted to being broke. If she knew he had actually won $1 billion, she would have clung to him immediately. At that moment, Zhang Huihui noticed a message from Jin Yuangbao on WeChat. Hui, I was just in a bad mood that day. There was a sudden issue at home. Now that it has been resolved, come to the Empire Hotel tonight, and I'll treat you to dinner. Empire Hotel. Zhang Huihui's expression brightened. The Empire Hotel is a 6-star hotel. If she could eat there, it would be something she could brag about for a whole year. So she immediately replied to Jin Yuangbao, Bao Gu, I never blamed you. I still love you. On Wang Ergu's side, Su Yuanli noticed that Zhang Huihui hadn't come to cling to him, and was very puzzled. He immediately gave Wang Ergu a gesture signaling him to check WeChat. Ergo, didn't you tell Zhang Huihui that you still have a reward? Why is she acting so strangely today? Wang Ergu replied immediately, when things are out of the ordinary, there must be something wrong. I suspect she's plotting something, just keep an eye on her. Don't worry, Ergo. This was during an open lecture in the auditorium. Wang Ergu had been looking down at his phone and was called out by Professor Li Junting, who taught enterprise management. Wang Ergu, can you tell me how modern management in our country adapts to the reforms of the socialist economic management system? Suddenly, all eyes in the room were focused on Wang Ergu. Zhang Huihui immediately scoffed. Wang Ergu's grades are only average at best. These days he has only been busy throwing money around. At this time, he's definitely doomed. Su Yuanli remained calm, for he had already witnessed Wang Ergu's understanding of enterprise management at the Triumph Hotel. However, Chen Jixing and Kai Jiaming were unaware, both believing that Wang Ergu would be at a loss for words. Kai Jiaming quietly gave a hint. Just say you have a stomachache and need to go to the restroom. Qin Ling and the others were all tense, worried that Wang Ergu wouldn't be able to answer. After all, this was a public class with hundreds of people present. If Wang Ergo couldn't respond, it would be quite embarrassing. However, Wang Ergo stood up, cleared his throat, and began to speak fluently. In October 1976, after the 10-year period of turmoil ended, our country entered a new historical development stage. In 1978, the country's focus shifted to socialist economic construction, leading to significant reforms in the economic system. In October 1984, at the XX conference, the decision on economic system reform was passed, further affirming the necessity and urgency of our economic system reform. Everyone was stunned, especially the students from Class 2 of the economics department, who thought they knew Wang Ergo had expected him to be unable to answer. They never imagined that Wang Ergo not only answered, but did so with such clarity and reasoning. Professor Li Junting was astonished and immediately asked Wang Ergo a few more questions. Wang Ergo answered all without a hitch, leaving no mistakes. Wang Ergo, I want to ask, what do you like to study in your spare? There's a lot. I tend to learn a bit of everything, whatever others know I know a little too, like Buddhism, music, hacking skills, and so on. Wang Ergo replied with a chuckle. You know Buddhism too? Professor Li Junting was quite surprised. Although he wasn't interested in music or hacking, he was taken aback to hear that Wang Ergo knew about Buddhism. Wang Ergo nodded, but he actually wanted to mention that he also knew fortune-telling, yet he refrained from doing so, considering that it was related to gambling. Very well. Whenever you have time, I'd like to discuss Buddhism with you, and you mustn't refuse then, Li Junting said with a smile, waving for Wang Ergo to sit down. Suddenly the entire lecture hall was buzzing with discussion. They couldn't believe how impressive Wang Ergo was. They no longer dared to underestimate him. After sitting down, Wang Ergo thought about his hacking skills and decided to pull a prank on Jin Yuanbao and Zhang Huihui using those skills. By the way, Jiaming, send a message to your brother to help me open a securities account. My financial situation is decent now, and I've decided to play the stock market. Kai Jiaming, hearing this, was filled with joy and immediately sent a message to Kai Jianwei. Upon learning that Wang Ergo wanted to invest in stocks, Kai Jianwei suggested that Wang Ergo could ask the bank for help. Thus Wang Ergo sent a message to Hu Huihui. Hu Huihui agreed to help him with the securities account, but insisted that Wang Ergo treat her. Thinking about going to the Dihao Hotel tonight, Wang Ergo invited Hu Huihui to join him for dinner. By the time school let out at noon, Wang Ergo's name had rapidly spread across Donghai University. Previously, due to the incident with Zhang Huihui, Wang Ergo had already gained some fame, but now he was known by. After all, Professor Li Junting was notoriously strict. Receiving praise from him was exceptional. Zhang Huihui watched as Wang Ergo and the others left the classroom with disdain. What's so impressive? He's just a poor guy, she scoffed. Because Zhang Huihui hadn't mentioned her encounter at the Mao family, Lin Ling and the others didn't dare say much. Meanwhile, in another classroom, a young man with a buzz cut had a gloomy expression, his fingers tightly gripping his phone as if he wanted to crush it. He was Yang Baiyao's older brother, Yang Tengdao, a student from the finance department's class 1. He had always been infatuated with Liu Yifei. After returning from a trip last night, he learned that Liu Yifei had become Wang Ergo's girlfriend, and he was furious. Seeing the campus forum and social media flooded with news about Wang Ergo, he wished he could stab him 1,000 times. This bastard. He's really stealing the spotlight. Yang Gang, who was beside him, nodded and said, Brother, to this kid is indeed making quite a name for himself, and his skills are exceptional. We can't do anything to him. Yang Tengda shot Yang Gang a disdainful glance and said sharply, That just shows your incompetence. Humph. If you can't handle him, I'll find a hitman. I refuse to believe I can't kill him. This. Yang Gang dared not speak further. He had the guts to beat up Wang Ergo, but killing was too extreme. Just as Yang Tengdao was leaving the classroom, he saw Yang Baiyao approaching. Brother. Yang Tengdao nodded and furrowed his brow, asking, What's wrong? Brother, you must have seen the news about Wang Ergo. That kid is famous now. He's at the No. 3 cafeteria. Hurry and go teach him a lesson for me, Yang Baiyao urged through gritted teeth. At the No. 3 cafeteria. Great, I'll go check him out and see what kind of person he is, Yang Tengdao replied with a cold smirk. He immediately led his followers to the No. 3 cafeteria. Meanwhile, Wang Ergo was still in line at the cafeteria. Wang Ergo, you bastard, come here. As soon as Yang Baiyao entered the cafeteria, he shouted at Wang Ergo, who was in line. Su Yuanli and the others' expressions changed, sensing trouble. Qin Ling and the others were also present, but they didn't know Yang Baiyao. Wang Ergo glanced at Yang Baiyao and instantly recognized her, but he pretended not to know her. Who are you? We don't seem to know each other, do we? Yang Baiyao snorted coldly, pretending to be coy. You took my sister-in-law. I'll tell you my brother is back. Yang Tengdao stepped forward, gazing coldly at Wang Ergo, scrutinizing him. Just this poor loser. Wang Ergo scoffed. If you have a mental illness, you should hurry to the mental hospital for treatment. Who are you calling crazy? Yang Baiyao retorted angrily. Yang Tengdao waved his hand at Yang Baiyao, signaling her to step back. He continued to glare at Wang Ergo, his gaze particularly sinister. You are Wang Ergo? Do you know Liu Yifei is the girl I have my eye on? How dare you take her from me? Kai Jiaming recognized Yang Tingdao and immediately alerted Wang Ergo. Ergo, this guy is Yang Tingdao, the young master of the Yang family. Wang Ergo waved his hand dismissively at Kai Jiaming and stared at Yang Tingdao with disdain. So the woman you fancy is yours. Who do you think you are shouting like this? Do you think this is a vegetable market? Wang Ergo let out a light laugh as he handed the tray he was using to get food to Su Yuanli, then walked towards Yang Tingdao. So what if you are from the Yang family? You have no skills to pursue women and want to gain presents through me. Do you think Wang Ergo is easy to bully? As Wang Ergo shouted this, everyone in the cafeteria turned to look. Many recognized Yang Tingdao and began to discuss among themselves. Isn't that Yang Tingdao, the eldest young master of the Yang family? I didn't expect Wang Ergo to dare provoke him. Yang Tingdao, that playboy, is a ruthless person. If Wang Ergo offends him, it will be troublesome. I estimate his next outcome will be quite miserable. I doubt it. I heard Wang Ergo knows the second young master of the Jiang family, and Lu Yifei is the newly crowned campus beauty. I don't think Wang Ergo will fear Yang Tingdao. Kai Jiaming, seeing everyone discussing, looked puzzled and quickly asked Su Yuanli. Su Yuanli explained the situation to Kai Jiaming. Kai Jiaming was greatly surprised. So Brother Ergo has won over the new campus beauty. This guy can't pursue the new campus beauty and dares to come here to teach Brother Ergo a lesson. Su Yuanli chuckled softly. He didn't believe Yang Tingdao could teach Wang Ergo a lesson, not because Wang Ergo knew Jiang Hongyi, but because he thought Wang Ergo would not fear Yang Tingdao. Yang Tingdao's expression darkened, clearly displeased. You brat, do you look down on my Yang family? Kneel down and apologize immediately, or I will make you pay. Wang Ergo shook his head. Kneel down. You don't have that qualification. Get lost now, and don't disturb me. Seeing Wang Ergo attempt to walk away, Yang Tingdao waved to Yang Gang and the others, stop him. Yang Gang and the others rushed forward and surrounded Wang Ergo. Su Yuanli and the others wanted to come over, but were stopped by Wang Ergo's hand wave. Yuanli, you guys stay back. With these useless people, I can handle it alone. Hearing Wang Ergo insult him, Yang Gang was furious, but hesitated to act, thinking of Wang Ergo's skills. Therefore, he could only look at Yang Tingdao, signaling him to arrange for bodyguards to take action. Yang Tingdao noticed Yang Gang's hesitation and felt stuck between a rock and a hard place. After all, Yang Gang and the others couldn't defeat Wang Ergo, and it would be troublesome to act in school. Yang Biao thought they were about to attack Wang Ergo and looked excited. She immediately grabbed a bowl of soup from the side and splashed it onto Wang Ergo. Wang Ergo didn't dodge and was splashed directly by Yang Biao. Brother Ergo. Su Yuanli and the others exclaimed in shock. They looked at Yang Biao with eyes full of resentment. Had this woman gone mad? Qin Ling and the others were furious because Wang Ergo was their benefactor. Yang Biao had actually splashed their benefactor in public, which was simply too malicious. Wang Ergo glanced down at his clothes, then shot a cold look at Yang Biao. Kneel down and apologize. Otherwise, don't blame me for being harsh to women. Yang Biao had a proud expression, a mocking smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Shouldn't it be you who kneels down and apologizes to us? You're nothing but a poor loser, yet you dare to shout and look down on my Yang family. Yang Tingdao nodded, giving Yang Biao an approving glance. If he acted here, he would definitely be in the wrong, but if his sister acted, it would be different. If Wang Ergo were to fight a woman, then he would have a reason to act against Wang Ergo. That's right. Wang Ergo, kneel down to us immediately. Suddenly a voice came from the side. He doesn't need to kneel. Yang Tingdao frowned and shouted back without, who said that? Wang Ergo turned to look only to see Lu Yifei rushing over with people. Lu Yifei looked anxious, and upon seeing Wang Ergo's clothes splashed with soup, her eyes widened. Brother Ergo, who splashed you? Wang Ergo waved his hand and pointed at Yang Biao. Yang Biao's expression changed. She didn't expect Lu Yifei to come over. Yifei, let me explain. This idiot slandered my Yang family, which is why I splashed him. Now that my big brother is back, you should stay with my big brother from now on. Lu Yifei frowned, shot a glance at Yang Biao, then looked at Yang Tingdao, surprised that he had returned to school. However, she had no good feelings towards Yang Tingdao, so how could she possibly be with him? Yang Tingdao stepped forward, trying to take Lu Yifei's hand. Yifei, I am the one who truly loves you. He is just a poor loser, don't be deceived by him. Yang Biao immediately chimed in. That's right, he's from the countryside, just a poor loser. Unexpectedly, Lu Yifei quickly retreated behind Wang Ergo. I don't care what background Brother Ergo has, he is my boyfriend now. Isn't it too much for you to bully my boyfriend here? Yang Tingdao's expression changed. No, Yifei, he is just a poor loser. How can he qualify to be your boy? I have that qualification, and we are a good match. Lu Yifei shook her head, looking determined. I don't care about qualifications, of what I like is the person Wang Ergo. As for being a good match, you're mistaken. My Lu family cannot compare to your Yang family. Yang Tingdao frowned. He didn't expect Lu Yifei to firmly choose Wang Ergo and even humiliate his Yang family. Lu Yifei being with a rural guy like him will bring shame to your Lu family, right? Yang Tingdao remembered that Lu Yifei's mother cared a lot about face, so he purposely mentioned the Lu family. This way Lu Yifei should bow her head to him. However, what Yang Tingdao didn't know was that Lu Yifei had already become Wang Erge's woman, so she would never bow her head to him. Whether I bring shame to my Lu family is my own business. But I don't like you at all, so please don't bother me, Lu Yifei said coldly. Yang Tingda's expression changed. He didn't expect Lu Yifei to reject him so firmly, considering they had graduated from the same high school. In high school, he pursued Lu Yifei for 2 whole years, and now he was just 1 year ahead. He was in his 2nd year, while Lu Yifei was just starting her 1st year. He thought he still had plenty of time to pursue Lu Yifei, but he never expected her to be entangled with Wang Erge. Lu Yifei, I have liked you for so many years. Even if not 4 years, it has been 3 years, right? You actually chose not me, but to be with a poor loser like Wang Erge. Are you humiliating me? Lu Yifei shook her head. I never thought of humiliating you, and I have clearly stated that I have never liked you. A few days ago I already agreed to be with Wang Erge, so now I am Wang Erge's girlfriend. Please do not bother me in the future. Upon hearing this, Wang Erge nodded. Yes, don't bother my girlfriend in the future, or don't blame me for being rude to you. Yang Tingda's face was filled with anger. He couldn't believe that the woman he had liked for so many years had chosen a penniless loser. Unable to contain his fury, he swung his fist towards Wang Erge. Lu Yifei's expression changed, and she immediately exclaimed, "Be careful." Wang Erge did not dodge as Lu Yifei was standing right behind him. If he moved, Yang Tingda's fist would hit Lu Yifei. He immediately raised his hand to block Yang Tingda's punch. Yang Tingda did not attack, further utterly shocked. He thought his strike was fierce enough to knock Wang Erge down. However, he never expected that Wang Erge would dare to block it with his hand, and it seemed that his response was just, "You bastard, I'm going to ruin you." Yang Tingda shouted as he lifted his left knee, aiming to strike Wang Erge, but Wang Erge waved his right hand and pushed against Yang Tingda. In an instant, Yang Tingda was pushed away. "Big brother." Yang Bio let out a cry of surprise, as she never expected her elder brother to be pushed away by Wang Erge. Yang Tingda fell to the ground, looking very disheveled. He couldn't believe he had been pushed away by Wang Erge, as he had trained in Taekwondo. He thought his strength would easily allow him to take down Wang Erge, but now the situation had reversed. He had never felt so humiliated. Thus Yang Tingda quickly got back to his feet, looking at Wang Erge with unwillingness, and began to scold him. "How dare you touch me? If I don't kill you today, I won't be called Yang Tingda." With that, Yang Tingda immediately drew a bone knife and lunged at Wang Erge. Lu Yifei was horrified, as she never expected Yang Tingda to be so vicious as to use a knife. "Yang Tingda, you need to stop right now." But Yang Tingda had no intention of stopping and continued to stab at Wang Erge. Unfortunately, no matter how fast Yang Tingda was, he was still slower than Wang Erge. Wang Erge kicked Yang Tingda in the abdomen, sending him flying again. At this moment, Yang Gang and the others couldn't hold back and began to charge at Wang Erge. However, they were no match for Wang Erge. He quickly took them all down. The entire scene was in shock. They could not believe how powerful Wang Erge was. "Erge, you're truly amazing," Lu Yifei exclaimed. Women tend to be vain. Seeing their man so powerful naturally made her very happy. Cough, cough. Wang Erge lightly coughed twice, looking disdainfully at Yang Gang and the others on the ground, mocking, "With these worthless fools, I told you they wouldn't be my opponents." Su Yuanli and the others looked at Wang Erge and gave him a thumbs up. Erge is mighty. Yang Bio was extremely angry, as she never expected Wang Erge to be this formidable, thoroughly defeating her elder brother. She hurried over, wanting to help Yang Tingda up. However, Yang Tingda's abdomen was in great pain from Wang Erge's kick, and he couldn't even stand. Yang Tingda knelt on the ground, gesturing for Yang Bio not to help him up, casting a sinister glance at Wang Erge. "You bastard, how dare you take me down? Let me tell you, you're finished. Vice Principal Feng Dehong is my relative. I will definitely have him expel you." Lu Yifei frowned, immediately opening her arms in defense of Wang Erge, angrily rebuking Yang Tingda. "Yang Tingda, you're going too far. Clearly you brought people to bully Erge. Why should you have someone expel him?" Yang Tingda was extremely displeased. He never expected that at this moment Lu Yifei would still defend Wang. He thought to himself, "Damn woman, just wait. When I have the chance, I'll capture you and let you taste the consequences." Then he motioned for Yang Bio to help him up before turning to Lu Yifei and saying, "He hit me here, so he must pay the price. Get your things and roll out of here." Su Yuanli and the others came over. "Stop talking nonsense. Clearly you attacked first. How could our Erge not fight back? That's right, our Erge shouldn't just stand here and get hit. Do you think you can hit people whenever you want? Erge, let's not be afraid of them. We recorded everything he did just now, so even if he reports to the vice principal, we won't be afraid of him." Yang Tingda snorted, coldly clenching his fists. He never expected that the other side had recorded his action. Even so, he did not plan to let Wang Erge off. So Yang Tingda gestured to Yang Bio, intending to report Vice Principal Feng Dehong immediately. Wang Erge watched them walk away and turned to Lu Yifei with a smile. "I didn't scare you just now, did I?" Lu Yifei shook her head. "I'm fine. You're truly amazing. Ew, I've never seen a boy as powerful as you." After saying that, she immediately moved forward and hugged Wang Ergu's arm. Qin Ling and the others, seeing Lu Yifei entangled with Wang Ergu, had dark expressions, very displeased. They had already introduced their roommate, the campus beauty Qin Xingyue, to Wang Ergu. If Wang Ergu's relationship with Lu Yifei deepened, it would be difficult for Qin Xingyue to connect with him. So they immediately took the video from Su Yuanli and sent it to Qin Xingyue. Lu Yifei then pulled Wang Ergu to continue queuing. They got their meals together and sat down. Su Yuanli and the others also came over to sit down, trying to build a connection with Lu Yifei. However, since Qin Ling and the others were here, they dared not say much, and were even more hesitant to let Lu Yifei introduce girls. Lu Yifei, however, recognized Qin Ling and the others and generously introduced herself. Ergu Yangtingda definitely won't let you go, so what do you plan to do now? Qin Ling quickly changed the subject, preventing Su Yuanli and the others from focusing on Lu Yifei. Wang Ergu shook his head. Even if he doesn't let me go, so what? I won't be afraid of them. If they dare to continue attacking me, I won't mind taking them down again. Su Yuanli, hearing this, quickly reminded Ergu he must have reported to Principal Feng by now. What should we do next? Of course, we need to first open our campus forum and publish the video. Wang Ergu shook his head. That's right. At that time, everyone will see that Yang Tingda struck first. He will be at fault. Shen Jixing immediately agreed. If Principal Feng wants to expel you, then we will make a big deal out of this. Wang Ergu nodded. With Su Yuanli and the others' help, he naturally would not fear Vice Principal Feng Dehong. Thinking of his hacking skills, he felt that if given the chance, he could play a prank on Yang Tingda and Feng Dehong. However, what Wang Ergu did not expect was that before they finished their meal, Feng Dehong directly issued a notice announcing Wang Ergu's expulsion. Upon hearing this news, everyone was furious. They all stood up to express their support for Wang Ergu. These people were witnesses present, and they couldn't stand Yang Tingda's actions, quickly forming a group to denounce him. Thus, everyone left the cafeteria and headed towards Feng Dehong's office. Feng Dehong was extremely angry upon learning that Wang Ergu had brought people over, as he believed Wang Ergu was challenging his authority. Yang Tingdao, noticing this, quickly alerted Feng Dehong. Principal Feng, look, he clearly does not regard you at all. You must expel him immediately. He should be thrown out of our Donghai University right now. Feng Dehong nodded, but before he could respond, he saw Wang Ergu and his group rush in. Wang Ergu stepped directly in front of Feng Dehong and sternly said, "On what grounds do you expel me?" Yang Tingda chuckled, saying, "You attacked me, and I am already injured. What's wrong with expelling you? Kneel down and apologize immediately, then get out of Donghai University." Feng Dehong immediately echoed Yang Tingda, taunting Wang Ergu, "Exactly, our Donghai University is not a place for a barbarian like you. Get lost." Wang Ergu scoffed coldly, gazing at Yang Tingda. "Yang Tingda, you were the one who struck first, and now you want to complain. Just because you have connections with him, does that mean he can expel me at will?" Yang Tingda nodded, looking disdainfully at Wang Ergu. "Yes, exactly, because I have connections with him, I can have him expel you with just one word. What of it? Do you think a poor wretch like you can still soar to the skies?" Yang Biao joined in the taunting. "Exactly. You, a mere pauper, really think you are some big shot and can challenge us?" Feng Dehong pointed to the door, roaring, "You need to get out of the principal's office immediately. You are not welcome here, and you will no longer be a student of Donghai University." Wang Ergu laughed heartily. "You are truly arrogant. I have never seen anyone as arrogant as you. Just because you have a little connection, you think you can act with impunity." Yang Tingda nodded, responding with pride, "Yes, we can indeed act with impunity. What of it? Do you think being skilled means anything? Once you leave Donghai University, you will never see Lu Yifei again." Lu Yifei, who was behind Wang Ergu, furrowed her brow upon hearing Yang Tingda's words. "Yang Tingda, I can meet him anytime I want. It has nothing to do with you. Also, you have no right to expel Wang Ergu." Wang Ergu waved his hand at Lu Yifei, signaling her to step back. Yang Tingdao was extremely displeased, scolding Lu Yifei, "Lu Yifei, aren't you being too excessive? At this point you are still helping Wang Ergu. What good is this poor wretch to you?" Lu Yifei shook her head. "I don't need to tell you what's good about him. But for someone like you, a spoiled rich kid, I simply do not like you. So even if you cling to me, it's useless. I will never like you, so give up on that." Yang Tingda's expression darkened, gritting his teeth and clenching his fist, his nails digging into his palm. "Even if you don't like me, one day I will have you. There's nothing that Yang Tingda cannot obtain. And he is merely a poor wretch. He can't help you with anything nor protect you. Once he's expelled from Donghai University, I will capture you tonight, and then I can do whatever I want with you." Lu Yifei's expression changed, as she did not expect the other party to be so insane. "Yang Tingda, you are simply a demon. I will never like someone like you." Wang Ergu waved his hand at Lu Yifei, signaling her to be quiet, then coldly looked at Feng Dehong. "Principal Feng, if you want to expel me, you are being naive. We have recorded everything. You can still apologize now, otherwise I will definitely not be polite." Feng Dehong chuckled. "You, a mere poor student, actually think you can make me apologize? What do you think you are? I will make it clear today you have been expelled. Please leave Donghai University immediately." Otherwise I will call security to throw you out, and you will be even more embarrassed. Wang Ergu shook his head, appearing fearless. I will not leave. You have no right to expel me like this. Now you all apologize to me immediately, or else I will not be nice. Feng Dehong scoffed, mocking. What do you mean by not being nice? What can you do? What are you? Get lost. With that, Feng Dehong picked up his phone and dialed a number. Security room. I am Principal Feng Dehong. Please come to my office immediately. There is someone here who has been expelled, and Wang Ergu frowned. He did not expect Feng Dehong to be this unreasonable. Naturally, the more arrogant the other party was, the happier he felt, because he knew that when it was time to clean up, the other party would be in deep trouble. Wang Ergu also took out his phone and called Zhang Hongyi and the others for assistance with this matter. At that moment, Principal Zhang Hua and Professor Li Junting walked in. What is going on here? What's all this? Zhang Hua shouted as he entered. Upon seeing Zhang Hua, Feng Dehong quickly explained the situation. Principal Zhang, it's this kid. He attacked others in school, and I have expelled him. Yet he is still unwilling and causing trouble here. Wang Ergu chuckled. You say you expel me just like that? You haven't even understood the whole story, only hearing one side of it. A person like you is not fit to be a principal. Feng Dehong's expression darkened, glaring at Wang Ergu, wanting to scold him, but Zhang Hua stepped forward and spoke first. You are Wang Ergu. Come tell me what exactly happened. Wang Ergu promptly recounted the events, pulled out his phone, played the video, and handed it to Zhang Hua. Zhang Hua and Li Junting watched the video, and their expressions darkened. This is outrageous. It was clearly Yang Tingda who struck first. How can he say it was Wang Ergu? Li Junting said coldly. Utterly outrageous. Someone immediately withdraw this expulsion notice. And you, Feng Dehong, from today on you no longer need to be vice principal. Yang Tingdao wore a displeased expression, frowning as he looked at Zhang Hua. Principal Zhang, he's just a poor scoundrel, yet I am the young master of the Yang family. You choose to help him instead of me. Zhang Hua snorted coldly. Just because you are the young master of the Yang family, does that mean I must help you? Do you really think you're something special? Yang Tingdao was taken aback. He had thought that Zhang Hua would value family background, but to his surprise, Zhang Hua did not care at all. If Zhang Hua supported Wang Ergu, he would be in trouble. So he immediately gave Feng Dehong a glance. However, Feng Dehong looked extremely tense, clearly worried. If he really lost his position as vice principal, his career would likely be over. Naturally, he was unwilling to back down, so he decided to continue helping Yang Tingda. Principal Zhang, don't you think you're underestimating the Yang family? Just because you are the principal, does that make you impressive? Moreover, if you want to expel me, you need the consent of the higher authorities and the approval of our school's leadership team. Even if I did something wrong, you do not have the direct authority to expel me. Yang Biao immediately nodded in agreement. Exactly. Principal Zhang, you cannot expel Vice Principal Feng. After all, she wasn't foolish. Expelling Feng Dehong would be very detrimental to them. Zhang Hua glanced at Yang Biao, then continued to coldly stare at Feng Dehong, stepping closer and whispering mockingly in his ear. Feng Dehong, you don't think I would use such a trivial matter as an excuse to expel you, do you? Feng Dehong frowned and nervously asked, what do you mean by that? Zhang Hua let out a light laugh and began to explain slowly. It's all just a coincidence. In fact, the disciplinary committee has long been investigating you. You have lost your ideals and beliefs, betrayed your original mission, and been disloyal and dishonest to the country. You have violated regulations by improperly accepting gifts. You have breached organizational principles by accepting property, among other things. Tell me, how can you stand under the plaque that reads for the public good when you are a person who has lost all moral integrity, who uses public resources for personal gain, and who treats school resources as tools for corruption? After saying this, Zhang Hua pointed at the plaque hanging on the wall that read for the public good. Feng Dehong's face changed, and his whole body trembled. You are talking nonsense. I have never done such a thing. Yang Tengda and the others were dumbfounded. They all knew what kind of person Feng Dehong was, but they never expected him to be investigated. Zhang Hua waved his hand, and an assistant immediately ran out. Then the assistant led in dozens of uniformed individuals. As soon as they entered, they quickly subdued Feng Dehong. Feng Dehong, you have severely violated discipline, constituting serious job-related offenses and suspected bribery crimes with serious nature and adverse effects. We are now arresting you. You have the right to remain silent, but every word you say will become evidence. Feng Dehong was stunned. For the past few days he had thought he was about to be promoted, but unexpectedly he was being arrested. No, you must be mistaken. This is a mistake. The uniformed personnel quickly began to search Feng Dehong's office finances. A burly man with a buzz cut approached Zhang Hua. Principal Zhang, my name is Hong Daxing. This time we owe it all to your assistance. If it weren't for your help, we probably wouldn't have been able to catch him. Zhang Hua nodded to Hong Daxing. Captain Hong, you are too kind. At that moment, a uniformed personnel approached Hong Daxing to report. Captain Hong, there are special anti-theft settings on the confidential files in his computer, and we cannot access them immediately. If we attempt to force it open, we might damage the files. Moreover, since we have already triggered the files, if we shut down now, those files will automatically be destroyed. Feng Dehong laughed out loud upon hearing this. So you have no direct evidence at all? As long as you can't access the evidence on my computer, you cannot convict me. Zhang Hua's expression changed as he frowned at Hong Daxin. Hong Daxin's brows furrowed as he sternly addressed the uniformed personnel. Notify a computer expert immediately, or we must obtain the confidential files. Wang Ergu, upon seeing this, waved his hand at Hong Daxin. Captain Hong, my computer skills are decent, can you let me give it a try? You? Hong Daxin looked at Wang Ergu with surprise, not expecting Wang Ergu to volunteer at this moment. However, he had heard that Wang Ergu was a student from the management department, not from the computer department, so he shook. Suddenly, Li Junting stepped forward and asked Wang Ergu, are you confident you can unlock the opponent's confidential files? This is not a joking matter. Wang Ergu raised his right hand and said seriously, I am 100% confident. Just trust me and give me a chance. If I really can't do it, I will drop out of Donghai University. Li Junting's expression hardened, his eyes narrowing into slits. He then turned to Hong Daxin and suggested, Captain Hong, I will vouch for him, he can definitely do it. Yang Tingda, seeing things develop this way, and Wang Ergu stepping up, felt extremely displeased. So he took a few steps back and immediately took out his phone to make a call. Hong Daxin, seeing Li Junting so determined, agreed to let Wang Ergu give it a try. Wang Ergu stepped forward, sat at the computer, and immediately began to crack the program. Feng Dehong looked disdainful. He did not believe Wang Ergu could crack the program. After all, Wang Ergu was too young and not even a computer major. However, 10 minutes later, Wang Ergu successfully cracked the program. Done. Now you can copy the files and... Upon hearing this, Hong Daxin immediately approached to check and indeed found no issues. Good job, I didn't expect your computer skills to be so impressive. Wang Ergu chuckled, just average third in the world at best. How is this possible? Feng Dehong exclaimed in horror. Hong Daxin rolled his eyes at Feng Dehong, sneering. Did you really think that just because you hired an expert to set up a self-destruct trap for the files, no one could solve it? You're really naive. Feng Dehong raised his head, closed his eyes, despair written all over his face. It's over, everything is over. A uniformed personnel had already checked the files on Feng Dehong's computer. Captain Hong, there are logs of Feng Dehong accepting bribes in there. Hong Daxin nodded and immediately instructed the two uniformed personnel detaining Feng Dehong, take him away. And so Feng Dehong was dragged away. Zhang Hua then approached Wang Ergu and said, Student, the expulsion notice has been rescinded. I hope you won't blame the school for this matter. Wang Ergu shook his head, sighing, of course not. There will always be a few bad apples in every place. How could I ignore the beauty of a place because of a few rotten ones? Zhang Hua nodded, never expecting that Wang Ergu would possess such a high level of ideological awareness. He turned his gaze to Yang Tengda, his face instantly filled with disdain. What a so-called young master of the Yang family, his character was far inferior to Wang Ergu's. He was the one who gathered a crowd to cause trouble in the cafeteria today. As the victim, how do you intend to handle this? Wang Ergu shook his head. He'll take no action. As long as the school provides me with a fair and just resolution, I'll abide by its decision. Yang Biao fumed with rage upon hearing this. She couldn't believe that Wang Ergu actually intended to let Zhang Hua deal with her elder brother. She believed that her brother, as a member of the Yang family, a member of high society, a clan, was naturally superior to Wang Ergu. Even at this critical moment, with Feng Dehong arrested, Wang Ergu was still unworthy of contending with the Yang family. He should immediately bow his head to her brother's side. Wang Ergu, are you determined to offend the Yang family? Do you really think we're easy to bully? Zhang Hua wanted to interject, but Wang Ergu stopped him. Wang Ergu stepped forward, fixing a cold stare on Yang Biao. Whether the Yang family is easy to bully or not, I neither know nor need to know. But the fact remains, your brother brandished a knife and attempted murder in public. By asking the school to give me a fair and just resolution, I'm already showing you courtesy. What more do you want? Do you expect me to bow down and apologize to you? Since you're so ungrateful, I'll make you understand the price of crossing me. Yang Biao sneered with contempt. She didn't believe Wang Ergu could do anything to her family. After all, he was just a student from a rural background. Yang Tingda shot Wang Ergu a disdainful glance and waved his phone. Wang Ergu, I've already called home. You're not worthy of dealing with me. Once my family arrives, you won't be able to touch me. Lu Yifei immediately spoke up for Wang Ergu. Yang Tingda, you've gone too far. You started the trouble today, and you still have the nerve to call your family for help. Yang Tingda's mouth twitched. Seeing the goddess he had coveted for years defending a penniless nobody, so what if I call my family? He's nothing but a pauper. Do you really think I'm afraid of him? You? Lu Yifei was so furious she was speechless, longing to slap Yang Tingda across the face. Wang Ergu waved his hand, signaling Lu Yifei to step back. Then he took out his phone and dialed Jiang Hongyi's number. Brother E, you must know about what's happening at Donghai University, right? Help me deal with the Yang family. I want their listed company to go bankrupt today. At these words, everyone was The Yang siblings exchanged glances, both wearing mocking expressions. You want our family's company to go bankrupt. Wang Erge, do you really think you're someone important? Yang Tingda spat angrily. Brother, this pauper is delusional. He thinks no one can touch him, so he can act invincible. Yang Biao taunted. Wang Erge glanced at the Yang siblings, gave a few more instructions to Jiang Hongyi on the phone, and then hung up. There are only 10 minutes left before the market opens. Just wait. Your Yang family's listed company will surely go bankrupt. Yang Tingdao raised an eyebrow. Wang Erge, do you even know what company my family owns before you brag? My family's Zeruan Group is worth over 30 billion. Wang Erge scoffed disdainfully. A mere 30 billion in market value is all inflated. It would be a breeze to crush it. Yang Biao pointed at Wang Erge and cursed. You think a single phone call from a pauper like you can bankrupt our Zeruan Group? Let me tell you, you beggar. Our Yang family's assets aside from Zeruan Group total over 50 billion. So our Yang family is considered a second-rate clan in Donghai City. What leverage does a pauper like you have to bankrupt Zeruan Group? Wang Erge glanced at his phone. 8 minutes left. Yang Bio's face darkened. She couldn't believe Wang Erge was blatantly ignoring her. She turned to Yang Tingda and asked, Brother, did you call Dad? When will he get here? Yang Tingda shook his head. I didn't call Dad. I called Mom. She should be arriving soon. Yang Bio's lips curled into a sinister smile, her gaze at Wang Erge growing even more venomous. Good. Once Mom arrives, I'll have her bodyguard step in. No matter what, I'm going to cripple this bastard today. Yang Tingda nodded in agreement. Wang Erge was far too arrogant. Not only did he provoke them, but he also threatened to bankrupt their company. He completely disregarded the Yang family, so he deserved to be crippled, his limbs broken, as a matter of course. Zhang Hua remained silent, but he was astonished by Wang Erge's unwavering confidence. He had heard that Wang Erge's family background was modest, yet the boy dared to challenge a second-rate clan. His courage was truly extraordinary. Thus he was eager to know what cards Wang Erge held. After a while, a security guard ran in to report to Zhang Hua. Principal Lady Ho Yuha of the Yang family has arrived. Zhang Hua waved at the guard. Let her in. The guard hurried out. Soon a middle-aged woman in a blue and white porcelain cheongsam walked in, followed by 4 tall men in purple shirts. The woman was none other than the mother of the Yang siblings, Ho Yuha. Mom. The siblings greeted her in unison. Ho Yuha waved dismissively and asked Yang Tingda coldly, what's going on here? Yang Tingda didn't hide anything and recounted the events to her. After listening, Ho Yuha turned a cold gaze on Wang Erge. So it's you who wants to bankrupt our Zeruan Group. Tell me, you insignificant toad, where do you get such audacity? Wang Erge let out a scoff, showing no fear. He stared back at her and retorted sharply, if you don't believe me, just call your group and find out. Ho Yuha was taken aback. She hadn't expected Wang Erge to remain so composed. Still, she believed he was just putting on a front. She had come to back up her son. Her plan was to cripple Wang Erge and expel him from Donghai University. You're the first to dare provoke our Yang family like this, but I tell you, you're dead today. Wang Erge said nothing, instead opening a stock market app on his phone and pulling up Zeruan Group stock. Ho Yuha was about to check her own phone when it suddenly rang. Answering it, she heard her secretary's frantic report. President, something's wrong. Our Zeruan Group stock is under attack. It's about to hit rock bottom. This news left Ho Yuha utterly shocked. Immediately raise the stock price for me, hurry. The secretary on the other end replied with a pitiful tone, President, the finance department is already raising the stock price, and the chairman is watching, but our funding chain might not hold up. Ho Yuha furrowed her brows tightly and roared, no matter what, you must hold on. I'm coming over right now. After hanging up the phone, she intended to leave. Wang Erge, however, sneered, what? Just came here to support your son, and now you're leaving. Yang Tingda quickly asked Ho Yuha, Mom, what happened? Ho Yuha glanced at Yang Tingda and trembled as she said, the stocks of our Yang family's company have plummeted. What? Yang Tingda's expression changed, and he immediately took out his phone to check the stock situation. Hearing this, Yang Biao hurried over to look as well. Ho Yuha turned her gaze to Wang Erge, unable to believe that Wang Erge had said the Zeruan Group would go bankrupt, and now the group was facing a crisis so quickly. What on earth is this kid's background? Could he be the young master of some big family? She then pulled Yang Biao aside and questioned her in a low voice. What family does this kid belong to? Have you found out for sure? Yang Biao shook her head immediately, saying, Mom, he's really not from any family. He's just a poor loser from the countryside. After saying this, she took out her phone and pulled up Wang Erge's information. Ho Yuha took a glance at the information, her face darkening. She couldn't believe that Wang Erge was indeed a rural person. If that's the case, everything must be a coincidence and has nothing to do with Wang Erge. Kid, it's just someone trying to short our group stocks. Oh, what does that have to do with you? You a poor loser, are you even qualified to shout at me? Wang Erge laughed instead of getting angry, nodding and saying, yeah, I'm just a poor loser, but soon you all will be worse than a poor loser, right? Yang Tengdao raised his hand to point at Wang Erge's nose. What are you daring to speak to my mom like that? Yang Biao stepped forward and said coldly, Wang Ergu, kneel down to my mom right now, or you're dead. Wang Ergu rolled his eyes at Yang Biao and sneered, kneel to you. You're not worthy. But don't worry, I won't need to lift a finger to deal with you. Then he turned to Su Yuanli and instructed. Yuanli immediately spread the news that Yang Tengda and his sister are here. They normally act so arrogantly they must have offended many people, and those people surely hate them to the bone. Since the Yang family's group is going bankrupt, those people will definitely come to settle the score with them, and then they will have to leave here sideways. Su Yuanli nodded immediately and ran out. Yang Tengda chuckled, coldly glaring at Wang Ergu. Kid, you think you can make me leave like this? No way. Wang Ergu, however, did not respond to Yang Tengda, but walked over to the computer. Yang Biao, confused, sternly asked Wang Ergu, what are you going to do? Wang Ergu chuckled, of course I'm going to help you guys. The news of your Yang family's group going bankrupt must be known to everyone. Yang Biao wanted to step forward to stop Wang Ergu, but was held back by Yang Tengda. At the same time, Kai Jianming, Chen Jisheng, and Lu Yifei all came over to intercept the Yang siblings. Yang Biao frowned at Yang Tengda. Big brother, why are you stopping me? Are we just going to let this jerk go wild? Yang Tengda snorted lightly, disdainfully staring at Wang Ergu. A person like him, as long as he dares to speak recklessly, well, just find a lawyer to sue him. However, Ho Yuha felt something was off because she sensed that Wang Ergu was too calm. But she had no time to ask anything as her phone rang again. It was still her secretary calling. But this phone call made Ho Yuha extremely anxious. Although the Zeroin Group wanted to stabilize the market by continuously investing money, the other party did not stop their attack at all. If the other party really shorted the stocks of Zeroin Group, then the group would be very close to bankruptcy. Who on earth is targeting our Zeroin Group? Investigate, hurry, and send someone to check. We must find out who the other party is. After posting, Wang Ergu turned to Zhang Hua. Sorry, principal, for causing you trouble today, and for bringing trouble to the school as well. As for the Yang siblings, there's no need to expel them. After all, they bullied me. It's all small stuff, not enough to reach the level of expulsion. However, once the Yang family goes bankrupt, their downfall will come, and they will flee on their own. Zhang Hua saw Wang Ergu's certainty about the Yang family's bankruptcy and guessed that Wang Ergu must have some trump card. Moreover, this matter had already exceeded his capabilities, so he didn't dare to say much. Outside, more and more students arrived condemning the Yang siblings. Zhang Hua expelled everyone from the office. In the open area in front of the office building, the Yang siblings looked at the crowd, feeling very displeased. They believed that these people were personally summoned by Wang Ergu, deliberately targeting the siblings. Wang Ergu, if you dare to kill us here, our Yang family won't let this go. Yang Tengda shouted angrily. Little did he know that these people were not here because of Wang Ergu's orders, but had come on their own. Having heard about the short selling of Zeroin Group's stocks, they believed the group would go bankrupt. They came to voice their outrage against the Yang siblings. However, Principal Zhang was there, and he certainly wouldn't allow anyone to continue fighting. He arranged for security to come and intercept the students. Ho Yuha did not dare to stay, as she only brought 4 bodyguards. If these students charged at her, she would also be in trouble. Yang Tengda originally wanted to stay and shout at Wang Ergu, but was pulled into the car by Yang Biao. Kai Jianming saw the Yang siblings get into the car and approached Wang Ergu, asking, Brother Ergu, are we just letting them go? Should we intercept their car? Wang Ergu glared at Kai Jianming coldly, saying, Are you really hoping to create a campus murder case here? What benefit does that have for us? Although they are leaving the school, they won't be able to escape. With the Yang family going bankrupt, they will have nowhere to run. By then, all the people that the Yang family has offended will also come looking for them. What do you think the Yang siblings can do? Kai Jianming shook his head, a glint of coldness passing through his eyes. He understood that if the Yang family truly went bankrupt, they would definitely face retribution from their enemies, and the Yang siblings would be doomed. The Yang siblings had committed numerous wrongs, and had provoked Wang Ergu. This time, they truly struck up. Chen Jisheng let out a long breath. He never expected Wang Ergu to directly confront the Yang family. Ergu, they probably won't let you off easily. At least I feel that Yang Tengda won't spare you. Wang Ergu glanced at Chen Jisheng, but shook his head. Whether he spares me or not, I don't know. But I do know that they will soon come back to seek my help. Seek your help. Chen Jisheng was astonished. He couldn't understand why Wang Ergu would say that, especially since the other party had already driven away. Kai Jianming suddenly understood, his face filled with shock. He believed that if Wang Ergu truly caused the bankruptcy of the Yang family's conglomerate, then the Yang siblings would definitely come back to plead for mercy. At this moment, inside the black luxury car, Yang Tengda was furious. He never expected to leave Donghai University in such a manner. It was even more unacceptable than being beaten up. Damn, so despicable. I want to kill that bastard Wang Ergu. Yang Biao gritted her teeth, her face darkening as she nodded in agreement. Exactly, that bastard is truly despicable. Ho Yuhua remained silent. Her mind was filled with the affairs of Zeroin Group, wishing she could instantly arrive at the financial department of Zeroin Group. However, what she didn't expect was that the car hadn't driven far when they encountered a red light. At the same time her phone rang again, it was still a call from her secretary. President, our group's accounts have been frozen and the stock price has plummeted again. It seems our group is on the verge of bankruptcy. The chairman asked me to inquire who have we offended. Ho Yua's expression changed as she never expected the stock price to drop again. How much has our group lost? We've already lost 8 billion. If it exceeds 100 billion, our capital chain might not hold up. The secretary's words made Ho Yuhua feel as if her heart was about to stop. Recently, Zeruan Group had been expanding its investments significantly, and the liquidity was already tight. How could they have lost 8 billion in such a short time? After hanging up, she immediately yelled at the driver, "Turn around, back to the school quickly." The siblings exchanged puzzled looks. "Mom, why are we going back to school?" Yang Tingda frowned. Ho Yuhua recounted what the secretary had just said to her siblings. Yang Bio's mouth dropped open in shock, nearly able to fit 2 duck eggs inside. Lost 8 billion. That's more than our family's annual profit. Yang Tengdao remained silent, but his face was filled with disbelief. Soon the car returned to Donghai University, heading straight to the road in front of the office building. Wang Ergu and his companions were still standing in the open area. The students had not left either. They all wanted to ask Wang Ergu about the recent confrontation with Yang Tingda. When they saw Ho Yuhua's car return, everyone was astonished. Ho Yuhua got out of the car, glanced around the crowd, and then strode toward Wang Ergu. Chen Jixing frowned. He never expected Ho Yuhua and the others to actually return. What on earth was going on? Kai Jianming remained silent, but he looked at Wang Ergu and quickly signaled for him to leave. But Wang Ergu not only did not choose to leave, instead he stayed in place. What was going on? Ho Yuhua approached and sternly questioned Wang Ergu. Who exactly are you? Chen Jixing leaned close to Wang Ergu's ear and chuckled. Ergu, they really did. Wang Ergu waved his hand at Chen Jixing, his gaze cold as he looked at Ho Yuhua, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. Who I am, does it even matter? You? Ho Yuhua was momentarily at a loss for words as she saw the contempt in Wang Ergu's eyes. Previously she was the one looking down on others, though no one had ever looked down on her, but now the situation had completely reversed. More importantly, the one challenging her was just a college student, which made her feel unwilling and very displeased. Yang Biao, seeing this, stepped forward, pointing at Wang Ergu with scorn. Wang Ergu, I've read your profile. You're just a poor loser. What's so great about you? Wang Ergu glanced at Yang Biao and scoffed. Yeah, I'm just a poor loser, and there's nothing special about that. So why are you back here? Yang Biao was taken aback, frowning as she looked at Ho Yuhua. If it weren't for my mom insisting on coming back, I wouldn't have returned at all. Yang Tengda, confused, asked Ho Yuhua. Mom, our family's group is in trouble. Oh, it definitely has nothing to do with Wang Ergu, that poor loser. Ho Yuhua's expression darkened. She also hoped that it had nothing to do with Wang Ergu, but if that were the case, it would be too coincidental. Wang Ergu, our stocks have plummeted. Oh, did you cause this? Wang Ergu nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, I did it. So what? Just wait for your Yang family's group to go bankrupt. Is it really you? Ho Yuhua's voice trembled. She originally had doubts, but since Wang Ergu admitted it so readily, she believed that this matter was probably true. But she couldn't understand how Wang Ergu could orchestrate the attack on Zeruan Group. Yang Tingda's eyes widened in anger. Wang Ergu, you have gone too far. You, a poor loser, dare to target our family's group. You hurry up and make them stop. Wang Ergu rolled his eyes at Yang Tengda and sneered. You think that just because you tell me to stop, I have to stop? Yang Xiao, how naive can you be? I'm telling you, your Yang family is facing a great disaster this time. Bastard. Yang Tengda shouted in anger, his face filled with panic. Yang Biao looked at Ho Yuhua and hurriedly asked, Mom, what should we do now? Ho Yuhua was at a loss. Now that the group's stock price had plummeted and the losses were so severe, what could she do? Was she supposed to bow down and apologize to Wang Ergu? But she had never bowed down to a junior before. Suddenly her phone rang. Ho Yuhua glanced at it and immediately answered the call. On the other end of the phone, a middle-aged man's furious voice was heard. Ho Yuhua, who have you offended? We've already lost over 14 billion, and we still can't stabilize the market. The other party's funds are too terrifying. What? Ho Yuhua's face changed drastically, her body trembling slightly. The losses had actually reached over 14 billion. It's over. Have the losses really exceeded 100 billion? Yang Tingda sensed that something was off when he saw Ho Yuhua like this. Mom, what's wrong with you? Ho Yuhua, however, waved her right hand and directly slapped Yang Tengda's face. With a loud smack, a 5-finger mountain instantly appeared on Yang Tengda's face. Yang Tengda was bewildered. Wait, Mom, why did you hit me? Yang Biao frowned at Ho Yuhua, also unsure of what was happening. Ho Yuhua shouted angrily. Yang Tengda, what ancestor have you offended? Our group has already lost 140 billion. Yang Tengda trembled all over a loss of 14 billion. How could this be possible? Yang Biao wore a shocked expression, unable to fathom the severity of the group's loss. Initially, she thought that Wang Ergu was just bragging, yet she never expected the group to truly be in crisis. Looking at Wang Ergu, she felt immensely frustrated and filled with hatred. You bastard, how could you go this far? What have you done to my family's group? What do you want? Wang Ergu smirked slightly, but shook his head. I told you just wait for your family's group to go bankrupt. You. Yang Bio's eyes widened, her small face flushed with anger. Yang Tingdao, however, wore a face full of resentment, glaring at Wang Ergu with malice. Impossible. It cannot be him who caused our group to falter, it must be a coincidence. Mom, let's go back to the group right now. As he spoke, he looked at the trembling Hou Yuhua beside him. Although she had slapped Yang Tingda, her arm seemed to shake uncontrollably, as if possessed. Her gaze continued to linger on Wang Ergu. Noticing his ordinary attire, yet extraordinary aura, she realized that the person before her was no ordinary student. In comparison to her son, she sensed that he possessed an air of authority, something she had never observed in the younger generation before. What do you really want? Wang Ergu casually uttered a single word. Get lost. Yang Tingda pointed a finger at Wang Ergu. Bastard. How dare you speak to my mother like that? Wang Ergu rolled his eyes at Yang Tingda and sneered, that's your mom, not mine. Whatever you want to ask, I must answer. What am I, your student, and obligated to respond? Or will you punish me for— If you're sick, you should seek treatment sooner. From the very beginning, I never intended to become enemies with the Yang family, but all of this is thanks to you. Yang Tingda's expression froze, his mouth twitching. Yes, if he hadn't had any disputes with Wang Ergu, then Wang Ergu wouldn't have been their enemy. Yet in the end, for Lu Yifei, he had risked everything to confront Wang Ergu, not realizing that Wang Ergu could bring trouble to the Yang family's Zeruan group. Yang Biao was furious. She could not stand Wang Ergu insulting her mother and elder brother, and turned to wave her hand at the 4 bodyguards. You all capture him. The 4 bodyguards obeyed the order and immediately charged at Wang Ergu. However, Luo Ming and 3 burly men rushed forward. In an instant, the 2 teams clashed. Chen Jixing and Kai Jiaming hurriedly shielded Wang Ergu as he waved his hand, signaling them to retreat into the crowd. Upon seeing Luo Ming and his men take down the 4 bodyguards, he coldly turned his gaze toward Yang Biao. You want to eliminate me at the slightest disagreement. Miss Yang, you truly are ruthless. But unfortunately, it seems your goal will not be achieved. Yang Biao was shocked, unable to believe that Wang Ergu also had bodyguards. In her impression, Wang Ergu was merely a poor nobody incapable of having bodyguards. What on earth is— Yang Tingdao was equally perplexed, but his greater concern was the stock situation of their group. Mom, shall we return to the group? Hou Yuhua wore a gloomy expression, increasingly feeling that Wang Ergu was no ordinary person. What good will returning to the group do? You don't even know who he is, how can you be of help now? Yang Tingdao was suddenly at a loss for words, looking pitiful as his gaze toward Wang Ergu grew increasingly displeased. However, soon their phones all rang. After answering the call, the 3 were astounded. The news of the Yang family's Zeruan group experiencing a cash flow rupture had spread, and now all media outlets were reporting on the impending bankruptcy. Wang Ergu also received a call confirming that the Zeruan group was on the brink of bankruptcy, which naturally, the Yang family had made substantial investments over the years, accruing debts of 1 to 200 billion. Now just a loss of 14 billion was enough to bring them to their knees. If the Yang family could not repay these debts, they would have to declare bankruptcy. Yang Tingdao looked at Wang Ergu, his face filled with disbelief. It's not you, but can't be you. How could you bring the Yang family to bankruptcy? With Wang Ergu still present, students had also gathered, and the crowd had grown to over 300. Everyone was shocked by Yang Tingda's words. They never expected that the Yang family would truly go bankrupt. Not just them, even Lu Yifei found it hard to believe. After all, she was aware of the Yang family's assets, which were over 40 billion. How could they be on the verge of bankruptcy so quickly? Wang Ergu, however, snorted dismissively. Whether or not it's me is no longer important, just wait for the Yang family to face bankruptcy liquidation. Even Jesus cannot save you, as Wang Ergu has said. Yang Tingda's face froze, utterly at a loss. He was originally a playboy and could not handle matters of bankruptcy, so he could only pick up his phone to call and confirm. Hou Yuhua believed that this matter was inextricably linked to Wang Ergu. This student, know this, sir, I beg you to spare the Yang family. Whatever you want I will do as you say. Yang Biao was incredulous, knowing her mother best, yet she never expected her mother to bow to Wang Ergu. Mom, what can we say when we go back? You. Shut up. Hou Yuhua shouted angrily, interrupting Yang. Yang Biao felt wronged. It was the first time her mother had scolded her like this, yet she also sensed the panic in her mother's eyes. After all, if the Yang family went bankrupt, their glamorous lifestyle would be lost, which was a devastating blow. Yang Tingda glanced at Yang Biao, completely hesitant to defend her, filled with anxiety. If the group's troubles were indeed caused by Wang Ergu, then he would be the root cause of the Yang family's bankruptcy. Hou Yuhua continued to look at Wang Ergu, but didn't know what to say. Wang Ergu, however, no longer paid attention to Hou Yuhua and the others, making a gesture to Luo Ming before turning to Chen Jixing and Kai Jiaming. Let's go, we should get to class. When Ho Yuhua saw Wang Ergu about to leave, her heart grew even more anxious. She hurriedly stepped forward, wanting to get in front of Wang Ergu, but was stopped by Luo Ming. Sir, I beg you to spare the Yang family. However, Wang Ergu did not respond to Ho Yuhua at all. She wanted to say something more, but her phone rang. The call was from her husband Yang Jianwei. Ho Yuhua, how is it on your side? Who have you offended? Is the other party willing to spare the Yang family? What are their intentions? Upon hearing this, Ho Yuhua relayed the situation to Yang Jianwei. Yang Jianwei was also uncertain whether the group's stock was being targeted in relation to Wang Ergu. Forget about him for now, you all should discuss this back at the group. Hearing Yang Jianwei's words, Ho Yuhua glanced at Wang Ergu's silhouette, her brow furrowing slightly. I understand. I will take them over right away. On the stairs, Kai Jiaming walked while questioning Wang Ergu. Brother Ergu, is the Yang family really going bankrupt? Wang Ergu nodded, responding nonchalantly, of course. Since the Yang family is so arrogant and domineering, why shouldn't I bring them down? Kai Jiaming quickly shook his head. No, I'm not saying they can't go bankrupt, but what you're doing is truly impressive. Wang Ergu patted Kai Jiaming on the shoulder, but sighed. The Yang family is nothing but a small fry in my... Kai Jiaming twitched his lips, unable to fathom Wang Ergu's arrogance. However, considering Wang Ergu's connection with Jiang Hongyi and his mysterious background, he thought it was reasonable for Wang Ergu to look down on the Yang family. The group returned to the classroom, but few managed to remain calm. One by one, they were engrossed in their phones reading news about the Yang family. Su Yuanli returned to Wang Ergu's side, puzzled. Brother Ergu, didn't you ask me to spread the news? Why did you let Yang Tingda go? Wang Ergu shook his head at Su Yuanli, saying, of course I had to let him go. If I were to kill him here at school, it would benefit neither me nor the school. But if something happens to him in the Yang family, that's their problem, not mine or the school's. He continued, moreover, the Yang family is so arrogant that they must have offended many people. Oh, do you think they will have it easy? Su Yuanli looked confused. Indeed, causing a death at school would be a serious issue. He also believed that with Wang Ergu's temperament, he wouldn't resort to violence at school, even if it meant crippling. Kai Jiaming patted Su Yuanli on the shoulder with a teasing smile. Don't worry, there are plenty of people to deal with the Yang family. Shen Jisheng wanted to ask something, but was halted by Wang Ergu's wave. Alright, during dinner tonight you can ask any questions. For now, let's not discuss it, Wang Ergu said sternly. Shen Jisheng saw Wang Ergu's demeanor and didn't dare to inquire further. Wang Ergu noticed numerous messages on his phone, all from Lu Yifei. Lu Yifei remained concerned about Wang Ergu, especially since he was directly opposing the Yang family. If they were pushed to desperation, it could spell trouble. Of course, she believed that if Wang Ergu sought help from Jiang Hongyi, he would likely receive protection. Seeing Lu Yifei's reminders, Wang Ergu smiled and reassured her that she needn't worry. In a corner of the classroom, Zhang Huihui stared intently at Wang Ergu. She couldn't believe that just having a meal in the cafeteria could lead to such a significant upheaval. However, she thought it was impossible for Wang Ergu to have the capability to bankrupt the Yang family's group. It must have been the work of another family. Wang Ergu, you are merely relying on the power of others to intimidate. You already had Jiang Hongyi repay a favor yesterday. There's no way a family of significance will help you again. She added, Bao Ge has reconciled with me. Tonight, I will let him handle you. Let's see how you continue to flaunt yourself. Lin Ling actually didn't want to sit with Zhang Huihui, but Zhang Huihui insisted on dragging her along. Regarding Wang Ergu and Yang Tingda, she had been scrolling through social media. Although she hadn't witnessed it firsthand, she was still very shocked. She never expected Wang Ergu to create such a stir, alarming even the principal, and he actually claimed he would bring down the Yang family's group. Coincidentally, the Yang family's group was indeed on the brink of bankruptcy. Is all of this truly orchestrated by Wang Ergu? If it is, then he's incredibly formidable. The other two roommates were also discussing Wang Ergu. Zhang Huihui immediately jeered. Stop thinking about it. How could Wang Ergu possibly have the ability to bankrupt the Yang family's group? Do you know how much the Yang family's assets are worth? At least 4 billion. Wang Ergu just got lucky and won a little money. Now he's already squandered it all. So next, Wang Ergu is doomed. Offending the Yang family means they will never let him go. Anyone associated with Wang Ergu will inevitably suffer misfortune. Hearing Zhang Huihui's analysis, Lin Ling and others found it quite logical. After all, Wang Ergu came from a rural background. How could he possibly contend with a family worth hundreds of billions? At that moment, in the Tianhui district Zhe Run Group building, on the 30th floor of the financial department, Ho Yuhua hurriedly brought the Yang siblings over. Yang Jianwei, tall and imposing with a square face, usually exuded authority, but now his expression was terrifyingly grim. Having incurred a loss of over 14 billion, this was the largest loss in Zhe Run Group's history. Everyone in the financial department had their heads bowed, afraid to speak. If this crisis was not resolved, Zhe Run Group would likely face bankruptcy. Hence, everyone in the group was on it. Ho Yuhua quickly approached Yang Jianwei. What's the situation? Is there really no way out? Yang Jianwei glanced at Ho Yuhua, his face darkening instantly. The cash flow has run dry and the bank refused to lend. What can I do? Who did you offend? Upon hearing this, Ho Yuhua explained the situation in detail, then said, I don't think he did it himself, a rural bumpkin lacks that capability, but Yang Jianwei quickly interjected, are you saying he found some big family to help? But that doesn't make sense. Which major family would invest to help a poor fool like him? This question stumped Ho Yuhua. She also couldn't comprehend it, as targeting their Zhe-run group would require at least 2 billion. Which family would spend 2 billion to deal with a poor fool like Wang Ergu? Yang Tengda gritted his teeth and suddenly said, Dad, Mom, could Wang Ergu be an illegitimate child of some family? Hearing this, both Yang Jianwei and Ho Yuhua turned their gazes to Yang Tengda. Given the current situation, this was indeed the most plausible explanation. Yang Biao nervously asked Yang Jianwei, Dad, haven't you found out who is targeting our group? Yang Jianwei shook his head, not yet. But it's certain that the opponent is likely here in Donghai City. Ho Yuhua nodded and quickly inquired, did you inform the old master? What did the old master say? Yang Jianwei sighed, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. The old master scolded me severely, insisting I protect the market at all costs, but now I don't have a single penny. How can I protect it? Yang Tengdao weakly asked, Dad, what should we do now? Is bankruptcy the only option for our group? If Zhe-run group went bankrupt, the Yang family would fall out of the second-tier family ranks. At that point, they might be worse off than Liu Yifei's family, which was not what he wanted to see. Therefore, he hoped that his father could resolve the group's crisis immediately. Yang Jianwei glanced at Yang Tengda, his brows instantly knitting into a frown. He understood the concerns that plagued Yang Tengda, yet in the current situation, he was at a loss for what to do. Suddenly, the phone rang. Yang Jianwei took a look and saw it was his grandfather Yang Zeruan calling, so he quickly pressed the answer button. I'm on my way. Where are you? Yang Zeruan asked coldly. Yang Jianwei's expression changed. Grandfather, I'm at the financial department. Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Yang Zeruan. You wait for me. I will be there shortly. Then the call was abruptly disconnected. Is grandfather coming over? Yang Jianwei furrowed his brows and then explained the situation to Ho Yuhua and the others. Subsequently, he took them to a nearby reception room. Before long, the door of the reception room was pushed open. An old man with a bald head and a beard walked in with a grim expression. Grandfather. Seeing Yang Zeruan arrive, Yang Jianwei and the others all stood up. Yang Zeruan let out a cold snort, his eyes glinting with malice as he fixed his gaze on Yang Jianwei. What exactly is going on? Yang Jianwei frowned and hastily recounted the events. After listening, Yang Zeruan turned his gaze towards Yang Tengda. Show me the information on that Wang Ergu. Upon hearing this, Yang Tengda immediately took out his phone, opened Wang Ergu's profile, and respectfully handed the phone to Yang Zeruan. After looking over Wang Ergu's information, Yang Zeruan's face instantly turned furious. Damn it. Just a poor kid, and he has caused our group to go bankrupt. Yang Tengda quickly shook his head, saying, Grandfather, he couldn't possibly have caused our group to go bankrupt. It must all be a coincidence. Yang Biyun looked confused and asked, But big brother, if it wasn't Wang Ergu, then who did it? Ho Yuhua remained silent, thinking of Wang Ergu's calm demeanor, feeling that something was off. Yang Zeruan waved his hand and said coldly, This matter is definitely related to that Wang Ergu. Tonight, I will personally meet him. At this moment, Yang Jianwei's secretary Lin Qing rushed in. Chairman, something has happened. Someone is buying up our stocks in large quantities. What? Yang Jianwei's expression shifted. Who is buying them up? First they shorted the stocks, causing the Zeruan Group's shares to plummet, and now they're buying them up. Their tactics are simply relentless. If they buy up all the scattered shares, the Zeruan Group might change hands. But who could be so reckless? It cost 100 to 200 billion to short the stocks, and now it would take money to buy back as well. If they wanted shares, why didn't they just spend money to acquire them directly? Yang Jianwei couldn't understand, and he had no more time to ponder, for if the other party really completed the buyout, their group would be in dire straits. During the other party's assault, he had reinvested 20% of the shares into the market in an attempt to raise the stock price. If the other party completed the buyout, they could potentially control 50% of the shares and become the largest shareholder of the Zeruan Group. Grandfather, what should we do now? Yang Zeruan looked panicked. After all, the Zeruan Group was founded by him, and after more than 30 years of hard work, how could he let it slip away so easily? You still dare to ask me? Hurry up and handle it. Yang Jianwei looked aggrieved and shook his head. Grandfather, the group has no cash flow left. I can't do anything about it. You? Yang Zeruan was furious, wishing he could slap Yang Jianwei. However, he knew that even if he hit Yang Jianwei now, it would be of no use. The other party was coming in fierce waves, and they had to resolve this matter immediately. Think of a way for me. Even if you have to take out a high-interest loan, you must stabilize things for me. Yang Jianwei nodded heavily and quickly ran out. Ho Yuhua didn't dare to linger here either and followed Yang Jianwei out. Meanwhile, Yang Tengda looked nervously at Yang Zeruan and asked, Grandfather, our group won't be in trouble, right? Yang Zeruan glanced at Yang Tengda, his expression dark. All along, Yang Tengda had been his most valued grandson, and he had always been very accommodating towards him. But he never expected that Yang Qingdao would cause such a severe problem today, potentially leading to the group's bankruptcy. If the group went bankrupt, the Yang family would be finished. Seeing Yang Ziru and silent Yang Biyun suddenly felt anxious. The old man used to be very confident, always able to resolve any issues the group faced promptly. But now the old man couldn't solve the group's crisis. For a moment the three of them fell silent, and the atmosphere became quite awkward. Suddenly Yang Tengda's phone rang. Seeing it was a call from his usual frivolous friends, he guessed they must have heard about the troubles facing the Yang family group, and casually answered the call. However, the person on the other end of the line was extremely anxious. Yang Qingdao, we are no longer brothers. Don't contact me again. Wait, Lao Wu this is. Before Yang Qingdao could ask further, the other party hung up the phone. If it had only been one call, Yang Qingdao wouldn't have cared, as his primary focus was on the situation with the Ziruan group. However, the calls kept coming one after another, each one declaring a severing of ties with Yang Qingdao. What the hell? What's going on? Why does everyone want to cut ties with me? Cut ties? Yang Biyun was taken aback. She thought her big brother had a good reputation. Even if the group was in trouble, it shouldn't lead to such a situation. Moreover, big brother hadn't borrowed money from anyone. Oh, why were people continuously calling to sever ties? Yang Qingdao shook his head, confused about what was happening, just as his phone rang again. Seeing the caller ID showing Old Emperor, he immediately answered the phone. Brother, you should avoid coming to my house for a while. Old Emperor sighed. Yang Qingdao frowned and quickly asked, Old Emperor, what's going on? Why does everyone want to cut ties with me? Did you offend the second young master of the Jiang family, Yi Xiao, today? Now Yi Xiao has teamed up with the eldest master of the Kai family, Kai Jianwei, and has issued a warning to all the young masters and ladies in our circle. What? I haven't offended them at all. What did they say? Yang Qingdao asked anxiously. However, in his memory, he hadn't interacted with Jiang Hongyi or Kai Jianwei at all. How could he have offended those? They said that anyone who associates with you will be considered their enemy, and if they oppose them, their families will suffer consequences. Brother, you must have provoked someone. It's likely that this person is associated with Yi Xiao, or you should resolve this. If you don't solve this, your family might go bankrupt. Think it over, I'll hang up now. Old Emperor finished his words. Looking at the phone hanging up, Yang Qingdao was already sweating. Yang Ziruan looked at Yang Qingdao and asked what happened. Yang Qingdao immediately recounted the situation described by the old emperor. After listening, Yang Ziruan furrowed his brows, a look of confusion on his face. Does this mean that Wang Ergu is Jiang Hongyi's person? But that doesn't make sense either. Even if Wang Ergu is Jiang Hongyi's person, Jiang Hongyi has no real power, and a powerless young master can't possibly command the Jiang family to invest 1 or 200 billion to strike against our group's stocks, right? This is unreasonable. Everything is unreasonable. Yang Qingdao and Yang Biao exchanged glances, both stunned. Indeed, would the Jiang family really spend 1 or 200 billion for Wang Ergu? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. No family would be that generous. Yang Ziruan felt a wave of frustration and said nothing more. He paced back and forth for a moment before exiting the reception room. Yang Qingdao and Yang Biao followed. However, when the three arrived at the lobby of the finance department, they found Yang Jianwei throwing a fit, his roar echoing throughout the entire hall. Investigate. Quickly find out who it is. Hoya's expression froze when she saw Yang Ziruan approaching. Old master, before the market closed, they bought up all the scattered shares of our group. Yang Ziruan's eyes widened, and he held his breath. Did I not tell you to stabilize the situation? Is this how you handle things? At Donghai University, Wang Ergu saw a message from Jiang Hongyi on WeChat, learning that Jiang Hongyi had helped target Yang Tengda's circle of friends. Young Master Yi's maneuver is really... Well, since he did it, I will take it as if I did it too. As a result, Wang Ergu didn't reply to Jiang Hongyi. He planned to meet and thank him when he had time later. Su Yuanli and the others had been keeping an eye on the stock situation of the Ziruan group. They had thought the Yang siblings would come to apologize to Wang Ergu, but when school ended, they still didn't see them. Ergu, what's going on? Are Yang Qingdao and the others insane? The group is on the verge of bankruptcy, yet they still want come to apologize. Kai Jiaming frowned. Wang Ergu shook his head and sneered. You shouldn't overthink it. They have my information and know him from the countryside. They naturally think the stock attack has nothing to do with me. Since it has nothing to do with me, they obviously won't come to apologize. They believe my status isn't worth their attention and won't take me seriously. So if you expect Yang Qingdao and the others to come, just don't expect it. Instead, think about what to eat at the hotel. Seeing Wang Ergu say this, Kai Jiaming stopped asking further questions. The four of them left the school and took a taxi to the Dihao Hotel. Upon arriving at the Dihao Hotel, the four saw Jin Yuangbao standing beside the front desk. Jin Yuangbao's expression darkened the moment he saw Wang Ergu. He hadn't checked the stock market or the news, so he was unaware of the Yang family situation and what Wang Ergu had done. However, thinking back to the class gathering the night before, he felt quite displeased. It's you, huh? Just a kid with a little money, and you've come to eat at the Dihao Hotel. Wang Ergu looked coldly at Jin Yuangbao, feeling somewhat displeased as he hadn't expected to run into him here. He hadn't instructed Jiang Hongyi to take action against the Jin family. If he had, Jin Yuangbao probably wouldn't even dare enter the Dihao Hotel. Where I eat has nothing to do with you, right? Or are you saying this hotel is owned by your family? Jin Yuangbao's face grew even more sullen as Wang Ergu mocked him. Of course it's not owned by my family. If you have the capability, just book the Supreme Private Room. Just as Wang Ergu was about to go ahead and book the Supreme Private Room, he noticed Zhang Huihui rushing in hurriedly. Upon seeing Wang Ergu and the others, her brows furrowed. It's you guys. She quickly walked over to Jin Yuangbao's side. I'm sorry, Bao Gu, I'm late. I didn't expect our luck to be so bad. Oh, we ran into these poor losers again. Jin Yuangbao was puzzled. What do you mean by poor losers? Didn't he last time? Zhang Huihui waved her hand to interrupt and explained it to Jin Yuangbao. After hearing this, Jin Yuangbao's eyes turned cold as he stared at Wang Ergu. Just a lucky guy, what's so great about that? Wang Ergu ignored Jin Yuangbao and approached the front desk, handing a bank card to the front desk girl. Book me the Supreme Private Room. The front desk girl looked awkward and shook her head. I'm sorry, sir, the Supreme Private Room has already been reserved by someone else. How about booking a Golden Private Room instead? Wang Ergu shrugged at Su Yuanli and the others, then asked the front desk girl to book a Golden Private Room. But he glanced at Jin Yuangbao and Zhang Huihui again and deliberately explained to Su Yuanli and the others, sorry brothers, it's not that I don't want to book the Supreme Private Room, it's just that they don't have it available here. Seeing this, Su Yuanli intentionally asked, Ergu, how do you have the money to book the Supreme Private Room? I heard that booking one requires a minimum deposit of 20 million. What's going on? Wang Ergu sighed. My family received 100 million in compensation from a demolition, so I specifically invited you all to dinner. Unfortunately, I couldn't book the Supreme Private Room. It's fine. A Golden Private Room is okay. Besides, it's just the four of us. It doesn't matter which room we go to as long as we have a feast. Su Yuanli chuckled. However, Zhang Huihui frowned, quite astonished. Earlier she heard Wang Ergu mention having 100 million at the Mao family, but she didn't quite believe it at that time. She just confirmed that Wang Ergu was wealthy. Later on she thought that if Wang Ergu had won the lottery, he should have spent most of it, so she figured he had become a poor loser again. Now hearing Wang Ergu mention the demolition, she believed it to be true, otherwise he wouldn't have the money to spend here at the Dihao Hotel. Thus Zhang Huihui immediately urged Jin Yuangbao to book a Golden Private Room as well. Although the Golden Private Room is of a lower grade than the Supreme and Diamond Private Rooms, it is still not cheap to use. The usage right for this room is only 20,000, but the deposit must be 200,000 or the consumption must not be less than 20,000 each time. Seeing Wang Ergu book the Supreme Private Room, Jin Yuangbao, who originally planned to casually book a Silver Private Room, was instantly triggered. Therefore he agreed with Zhang Huihui to book a Golden Private Room. The group went up to the 6th floor and entered their respective Golden Private Rooms guided by the waiters. As soon as they entered the private room, Kai Jiaming started chatting with Wang Ergu. Shen Jisheng, who hadn't attended the class gathering last time, remembered what Su Yuanli had said, so he asked about Su Yuanli. Didn't you say that Jin Yuangbao is out of money? How does he have money to book a Golden Private Room now? Su Yuanli shook his head. How would I know? When you saw him just now, why didn't you ask? Wang Ergu had only chatted a few words with Kai Jiaming. Upon discovering that it was Hu Huwei calling, he immediately reported the private room's location to Hu Huwei. Not long after, Hu Huwei, dressed in a black dress, gently pushed the door open and walked in. Su Yuanli and the others were taken aback, their breaths momentarily halted. Wang Ergu was somewhat surprised as Hu Huwei looked particularly stunning tonight. Unlike her previous casual suit, Hu Huwei, already tall and extraordinarily beautiful, looked even more charming in this black dress, perfectly accentuating her figure. The dress enhanced her elegance, and with her long brown hair and long legs it was hard to look away. It seemed he had underestimated her. Wang Ergu felt a twinge of regret. Hu Huwei, however, appeared a bit nervous, her cheeks flushed. Sorry Ergu, I'm late. Wang Ergu quickly waved his hand, indicating for Hu Huwei to take a seat. We just arrived too. Let me introduce you, these are my college roommates, Su Yuanli, Chen Jisheng, and Kai Jiaming. The three of them came to their senses and greeted Hu Huwei. It was then that they realized Hu Huwei was actually Wang Ergu's exclusive financial advisor. Of course, from the perspective of the investment company, Hu Huwei was also Wang Ergu's business partner. With such a beautiful woman around, the dinner was certainly not dull for Su Yuanli and the others. Hu Huwei directly inquired about the Yang family's stocks, as Wang Ergu had invested hundreds of billions at once. Moreover, this matter had stirred quite a commotion, and she wanted to know how Wang Ergu planned to deal with the Yang family. Unexpectedly, Wang Ergu shook his head and grinned. You've asked the wrong person, you should ask Yi Shao. He's handling the stock attack. I only want results, not the process. Since the Yang family wants to eliminate me, I naturally won't be polite to them. I'll let Yi Shao destroy them until bankruptcy. Of course don't think too much. Oh, I want send someone to kill the Yang family. That would just dirty my hands. Hu Hui breathed a sigh of relief, looking visibly relaxed. She could indeed ask Jiang Hongyi, but she thought Wang Erge meant to kill the Yang family, especially since he was about to cause their bankruptcy. If it really came to a death, she would use her connections to help Wang Erge just this once. In her eyes, Wang Erge, a young master from a super family, could kill a member of the Yang family as easily as killing a chicken. I won't ask Yi Shao. Erge, you aren't planning to target the Jin family next, are you? I heard Yi Shao mention it briefly before. Wang Erge nodded in acknowledgement. That's right. I originally planned to bankrupt the Jin family first, but Yang Tengda provoked me, so I had Yi Shao help with the Yang family first. I estimate that tomorrow I will also have to ask Yi Shao to deal with the Jin family, or otherwise that scoundrel Jin Yuanbao will still target me. We happened to run into Jin Yuanbao on our way here. He's in the next private room right now. Hu Hui was quite surprised, as she never expected Jin Yuanbao would still dare to target Wang Erge. Erge, do you need me to do anything about Jin Yuanbao? Just say the word and I can ruin Jin Yuanbao's reputation tonight, or even have him arrested. Wang Erge chuckled. How can I let a girl handle this? This is a matter between him and me, naturally I. Before he could finish, he noticed the door of the private room had been opened. Jin Yuanbao and Zhang Huihui walked in holding glasses of red wine. Seeing them, Su Yuanli and the others instantly felt like they were facing a formidable enemy, and all stood up. Wang Erge waved his hand at Su Yuanli and the others, then disdainfully stared at Jin Yuanbao and Zhang Huihui. What are you two doing in our private room? Get lost, we don't welcome you two dogmen and women here. Zhang Huihui's expression darkened as she retorted angrily. Who are you calling dogmen and women? Wang Erge, I already broke up with you. Bao Gu is my legitimate boyfriend now. Wang Erge chuckled lightly, a hint of cunning flashing in his eyes. So was the lesson I gave you last time not enough? Jin Yuanbao's expression instantly darkened. Last time he had been unable to pay the full bill at a gathering due to lack of money, and had to share the expense with Zhang Huihui and others. Wang Erge, the last time was just a minor issue in my family, which is why I couldn't pay the full bill. It was just a lucky win for you. What's so impressive about that? Wang Erge chuckled. So does that mean you have money to pay the bill now? If so, why don't you treat us to this meal? Jin Yuanbao shot Wang Erge a disdainful glance and coldly replied, What are you? You think you can make me pay for your bill? Wang Erge's smile faded. If you're not here to pay the bill, then what are you doing in our private room? Get lost. Jin Yuanbao twisted his mouth in disdain, about to continue mocking Wang Erge when he noticed Hu Hui said, This woman is stunningly beautiful, like those charming sweet actresses in dramas, with fair skin and a slender figure. How could someone like her be eating with Wang Erge? This beautiful lady, my name is Jin Yuanbao, the eldest son of the Jin family. May I invite you to dinner and become friends? Hu Hui didn't look up, busy picking up food with her chopsticks, as if she hadn't heard Jin Yuanbao. Zhang Huihui wore a resentful expression, as she could see that Hu Hui was even prettier than her, and immediately stomped her feet. Bao Guim's still here, she's just a vixen, what's so good about her? Wang Erge frowned, and sternly said, Don't insult my friend here. If you know what's good for you, get out quickly, otherwise I will call someone. Jin Yuanbao looked displeased. He was used to driving people away, but now this poor brat was so brazen in front of him. Wang Erge, why are you being so arrogant? Since you're rich, let's have a comparison. Whatever dishes I have, you should order the same. Wang Erge felt a surge of excitement, but remembered that this meal was being treated by Kai Jiaming, so he replied, Jiaming, the previous dishes were on you, the next ones will be on me. Kai Jiaming smiled, and immediately made an okay gesture. Wang Erge then continued to look at Jin Yuanbao coldly, stating, You want to compete in ordering dishes, right? That's fine, but if you order the same dishes as me, it won't count. Such a comparison won't show any results. Let's do this. The previous dishes don't count, and from now on each of us will order more than 10 dishes. When it comes time to settle the bill, we'll see whose total is higher, and whoever wins will be the winner. Of course, I like to add a little stake. When betting, the loser will have to hand over their car to the winner. Your car is just a BMW X5, but worth a little over 800, while my car is an Audi R8, worth over 2 million. What do you think of this stake? Hearing Wang Erge's proposal, Jin Yuanbao nodded in agreement. All right, I want to see how you lose. Just make sure you don't back out. Su Yuanli noticed Jin Yuanbao and Zhang Huihui walking out, and he immediately approached Wang Erge, asking, Erge, are we really going to compete in cooking with him? Wang Erge chuckled softly. It's just cooking. I can't possibly lose to him, so why be afraid? That's true, there's no need to be scared. Su Yuanli shook his head and furrowed his brow, saying, I just feel that him suddenly coming to find you must be instigated by Zhang Huihui. What if they don't acknowledge it later? What should we do? Wang Erge was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly realized, You're afraid Jin Yuanbao will act recklessly, right? Last time he had Lu Yidio's people block me, beat me up, and threw me in the abandoned park. Hu Hui immediately thought of the scene when she met Wang Erge, and her brows knitted together. Ergu, is that incident in the abandoned park really because of that Jin Yuanbao? Wang Ergu nodded. That's right. It was his arrangement with the school bully Lu Yidao, so Yuanli is worried about my safety. Then he patted Su Yuanli on the shoulder and smiled. Don't worry, now that I've learned some martial arts from Luo Ming, if Jin Yuanbao dares to mess around, it'll make him regret it even more. Su Yuanli recalled Wang Ergu mentioning this before, and his eyes brightened instantly. Right, you mentioned you learned a few moves from Luo Ming, and you've been so impressive in the cafeteria? Even if Jin Yuanbao sends someone over, they shouldn't be able to hurt you. Wang Ergu nodded again. So I'm not worried about myself, or what I'm worried about is you guys. After you graduate, you'll have to manage the company, and you will definitely encounter people like Jin Yuanbao in the future. So starting tomorrow, you all need to catch up with me and take advantage of any spare time to learn some self-defense skills. Su Yuanli and the others nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, in the private room with Jin Yuanbao, Zhang Huihui was extremely furious. She couldn't believe that Wang Ergu dared to compete with Jin Yuanbao again. But she was certain that Wang Ergu must be broke. Logically, Wang Ergu should have backed down. Thinking of Hu Huai's figure, she began to speculate wildly, believing that Wang Ergu had gotten involved with a rich woman. Brother Bao, that vixen must be the rich woman helping Wang Ergu. Can you win against them? Jin Yuanbao snorted lightly, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Of course, no problem. Order 10 dishes, whatever you like, just get the most expensive ones. I can cover the bill here. Zhang Huihui was overjoyed and immediately called the waiter, directly ordering 10 signature dishes. These signature dishes were double portions plus a bottle of Lafite red wine, totaling a staggering 68000. The two enjoyed their meal very much. Both thought that Wang Ergu's dishes couldn't possibly be as expensive as theirs, so Wang Ergu was bound to lose. Jin Yuanbao's goal was naturally to win Wang Ergu's Audi R8, and he was extremely confident about it. After finishing their meal, Jin Yuanbao didn't rush to settle the bill, but instead came back to Wang Ergu's private room with Zhang Huihui. Seeing Jin Yuanbao and Zhang Huihui approaching, Wang Ergu couldn't help but smirk. Though he hadn't gone to Jin Yuanbao's private room, he knew that Jin Yuanbao had only ordered 10 dishes costing 600. Now coming over here was clearly a provocation. So he sent a message to Jiang Hongyi and Wang Taishan. Jin Yuanbao walked in with an air of arrogance, glancing at Wang Ergu's dining table. He felt a twinge of jealousy upon seeing Hu Huai. Wang Ergu, have you eaten well? If you're done, we should settle the score now. Zhang Huihui looked smug, knowing that she had never enjoyed such an extravagant meal worth over 600 with Jin Yuanbao before. Just as she was about to mock Wang Ergu, she was instantly dumbfounded by the piles of dishes on the table. Brother Bao, they. Jin Yuanbao noticed and realized that there were a lot of dishes on the other table. What the hell? How many dishes did you order? Wang Ergu chuckled. Not many, we only ordered a little over 10 dishes each plus another 40 or so, along with a batch of red wine. What? Jin Yuanbao's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't imagine that the quantity of Wang Ergu's dishes and red wine far exceeded his own. With a wave of Wang Ergu's hand, a floor manager came over with a POS machine to settle the bill. Ding! Payment successful. You have paid 6.8 million. Jin Yuanbao and Zhang Huihui's expressions changed. Why does this cost so much? Jin Yuanbao stammered. His bill was only 68000. Wang Ergu's bill was 6.8 million. That's a full 10 times. Damn. There are only 5 of you. You couldn't possibly eat 500 worth of food, right? How did you end up with a 6.8 million bill? Zhang Huihui glared at Wang Ergu, angrily pointing at him. You guys are going too far. You deliberately ordered so many dishes. You. Wang Ergu rolled his eyes at Zhang Huihui and sneered. We bet on whose dishes would cost more. When did we say there was a limit on the number of dishes we could order? Jin Yuanbao turned his head, glaring at Zhang Huihui with resentment, and shouted, You wretch, didn't you say he was broke? Zhang Huihui's face turned awkward. She didn't know what was going on. According to her calculations, Wang Ergu should be broke. How could he possibly settle a 6.8? Wang Ergu raised his head, looking at Jin Yuanbao with a mocking gaze, and said sternly, Hand over the car keys. Jin Yuanbao frowned, feeling that he had been tricked by Wang Ergu. But he could only pout and reluctantly take out the car key for the BMW X5, tossing it to Wang Ergu. Wang Ergu caught the car key, looking satisfied. Not bad. The transfer of the car will be arranged through someone to... The floor manager looked at Jin Yuanbao, revealing a professional smile. Young sir, please settle the bill first. Jin Yuanbao sighed deeply and took out his bank card. The floor manager received the card and swiped it. Ding! Card swipe failed. After 3 attempts, her eyebrows twisted into a frown. Young sir, please use another bank card. Jin Yuanbao was taken aback. He didn't expect the card to fail. That can't be possible. I've been using this card all day. The floor manager handed the card back to Jin Yuanbao, but her expression had darkened. Please use another card. Jin Yuanbao's mouth twitched. Losing the bet to Wang Ergu wasn't too bad. But if he couldn't even settle the bill, that would be too embarrassing. At that moment, Hu Wei suddenly interjected, "Could this person be trying to dine and dash?" The floor manager immediately picked up the walkie-talkie to notify the security. Zhang Huihui felt utterly embarrassed upon seeing this. She had thought that Jin Yuanbao could at least cover the bill, especially after last time when she had to humbly plead with Wang Ergo. However, she could never have imagined that this time it was even more outrageous. Wang Ergo settled the bill for 6.8 million yuan, while Jin Yuanbao couldn't even cover 6.8 yuan. If Jin Yuanbao couldn't pay, would she have to share the burden again? But even if they shared, she didn't have 3.400 yuan. Thus Zhang Huihui instinctively took a few steps back, afraid to approach Jin Yuanbao, worried that she would be asked to share again. Jin Yuanbao noticed her movement and frowned. This time he had no intention of making Zhang Huihui share the cost. If he made a woman share even a meal, it would be humiliating if word got out. So he called his father again, asking to borrow money once more. However, to Jin Yuanbao's surprise, his father refused to send him money again this time. "Son, it's not that I don't want to send you money, but I don't know what's going on, and my bank card is frozen as well." "What? Dad, what on earth is happening?" "I'm asking too. You need to figure out a way yourself." "No, Dad, Before Jin Yuanbao could finish, the call was disconnected. Wang Ergo smirked and said, "I told you, young Master Jin, you don't have any money to pay the bill, do you? If you're broke, I can introduce you to someone who can lend you money." Jin Yuanbao looked displeased and replied coldly, "What do you mean by that?" Wang Ergo didn't respond, but instead picked up his phone and dialed a number. Soon Wang Taishan walked in with some people. "Ergo, why did you ask me to come over?" Wang Taishan glanced at Jin Yuanbao and Zhang Huihui before asking Wang Ergo. "It's because our young Master Jin can't pay the bill, so I thought I'd see if he needed a loan." Wang Ergo chuckled while pointing at Jin Yuanbao. Wang Taishan frowned at Jin Yuanbao and lightly scoffed, "So you want a loan? How much?" Jin Yuanbao pursed his lips and didn't respond. Instead, he picked up his phone to call his friends for money. However, this time, he still couldn't borrow any money. The floor manager sternly said, "Young Master, our Dihao Hotel does not accept credit from non-members. Please settle your bill immediately." Jin Yuanbao's mouth twitched, and he could only look at Wang Taishan for help. "I need to borrow 6.800 yuan, and he'll repay it within 3 days." Wang Taishan nodded, "Of course, no problem. I know the name of young Master Jin." Thus Jin Yuanbao borrowed 6.800 yuan from Wang Taishan. After settling the bill, Jin Yuanbao angrily left the private room. Zhang Huihui, not daring to stay, followed him out. Although Wang Ergo paid this time, seeing Wang Taishan made her suspect that Wang Ergo had borrowed money to be so generous. To her, Wang Ergo was just a country boy. Borrowing money to appear generous was just a reckless act. As for Jin Yuanbao, he borrowed money to pay the bill, but he would always be the eldest young master of the Jin family. A mere small sum was nothing to him. Wang Taishan saw the two leave the private room and naturally greeted Wang Ergo before leaving as well. Su Yuanli glanced at the packed dishes on the table, looking awkwardly at Wang Ergo. "Ergo, are you really taking these dishes back for those classmates?" Wang Ergo nodded, "Of course. I told Qin Ling and the others not to have dinner, saying I would bring them food. Of course, if you want them to starve all night, that's fine too." Chen Jixing immediately waved his hand. "Don't say that, Ergo, we must take them back. These dishes worth several million must be taken no matter what. We need to show off this time." Su Yuanli rolled his eyes at Chen Jixing, but didn't oppose it because he knew this was just a small amount of money. Soon the group reached the ground floor and exited the hotel building. Su Yuanli saw Jin Yuanbao's BMW X5 and turned to Wang Ergo, asking, "Ergo, what are you going to do with that car?" Wang Ergo shook his head in disgust. "Give it to someone that Luo Ming knows. Just thinking about Jin Yuanbao and Zhang Huihui sitting in that car makes me nauseous. Who knows what they did in it?" Chen Jixing immediately suggested, "Ergo, didn't you buy a sports car? Why not drive it over?" Wang Ergo shook his head and smiled. "Let's not be so high profile for now. We'll talk about it after our careers stabilize. If you want a car, I'll take you to the car city tomorrow, and you can choose one." Chen Jixing and Kai Jiaming bowed to Wang Ergo simultaneously. "Thank you, Ergo." Then Wang Ergo had Luo Ming arrange for someone to come over to pick up the BMW X5, while also delivering the packed food from the hotel. Su Yuanli and the others sat in the Audi R8 driven by Luo Ming, while Wang Ergo got into the Ferrari 488 driven by Hu Huwei. However, Hu Huwei did not speed, but drove slowly. "Ergo, if you go to the car city tomorrow, can I tag along for some fun?" Wang Ergo nodded, agreeing. "If you have time, then come along." "Thank you, Ergo." Hu Huwei was extremely excited. "Do you have any other matters?" Wang Ergo asked. "It's about that you mentioned something about high-speed rail in your hometown, and you'll definitely have to go back at some point, right? I wonder if I can go with you." Hu Huwei shyly asked. "No problem." Wang Ergo nodded. Seeing Wang Ergo agree, Hu Huwei finally relaxed, feeling a sense of ease. After dropping Wang Ergo off at the entrance of Donghai University, she left. Wang Ergo walked in on foot, glancing at the messages on his phone. Qin Ling and the others had already received the packed dishes, and they were all posting about it on their friends' circle, expressing their gratitude to Wang Ergo. Of course, they also knew about the matter with Jin Yuanbao and Zhang Huihui. Thus, they were also condemning Jin Yuanbao and Zhang Huihui on their friends' circle. Seeing this, Wang Ergo merely smiled and didn't engage in those topics, but he felt much better in his heart. Tonight, he initially planned to have a good meal with Su Yuanli and the others, but unexpectedly encountered Jin Yuanbao and Zhang Huihui, leading to the subsequent situation. If Jin Yuanbao couldn't repay the high-interest loan, it would be disastrous. He definitely wouldn't let Wang Taisheng go easy on Jin Yuanbao. Previously, Jin Yuanbao had Lu Yidao deal with him, and now he considered it revenge. Once the Jin family fell, Jin Yuanbao would surely suffer immensely. Returning to the boys' dormitory room 605, Wang Ergo saw that Su Yuanli and the others were also present. Just as he was about to say something, his phone rang. He thought it was Hu Hui, but to his surprise it was Zhang Huihui. As soon as he answered, he heard her pleading on the other end. "Ergo, can we get back together?" Wang Ergo was stunned. Why was Zhang Huihui suddenly asking him to get back together? Could it be that Zhang Huihui already knew about the impending bankruptcy of the Jin family? But after some thought, Wang Ergo felt it was impossible. "Zhang Huihui, you have the wrong number." Zhang Huihui continued to reply, "Ergo, I am serious. I initially thought Jin Yuanbao loved me, but I just had a fight with him. I still can't get along with him in terms of personality. In my heart, you're still the best for me. After we get back together, I will treat you well. Please give me a chance." Wang Ergo smiled, and seeing Su Yuanli waving at him, immediately made a shushing gesture before responding to Zhang Huihui. "Zhang Huihui, we are already impossible. Please don't bother me in the future, or don't blame me for being rude." Without waiting for Zhang Huihui to respond, he hung up the phone. Su Yuanli frowned and said, "Another call from Zhang Huihui. Does she think that now that you've spent 6.8 million tonight, she can cling to you again?" Shen Jixing and Kai Jianming looked at Wang Ergo. Wang Ergo chuckled. "She has a pretty nice fantasy, but to me she is already ugly. I naturally want to eat the grass behind me." Su Yuanli sighed in relief, feeling gratified. Although he knew Wang Ergo would definitely not get back together with Zhang Huihui, he was worried Wang Ergo might soften his heart and give her some compensation. In his view, Wang Ergo owed Zhang Huihui nothing and naturally didn't need to give her anything. But when people have money, they often become less rational, and spending money is often based on feelings. He would rather Wang Ergo spend money on meals than spend a single cent on Zhang Huihui. "Ergo, remember your words, a woman like Zhang Huihui is not worth you being so nice to her." Wang Ergo nodded in agreement. "Don't worry, I will never be with Zhang Huihui." Just as he sat down his phone, seeing Lu Yifei's call, Wang Ergo waved to Su Yuanli and the others before answering. "Ergo, what are you doing? Are you okay today?" Wang Ergo knew Lu Yifei was worried about the Yang family coming after him, so he smiled and replied slowly, "I'm fine. It's just the Yang family, they can't do anything to me. Just take care of yourself." Lu Yifei sighed in relief upon hearing that Wang Ergo was fine. After all, the Yang family was somewhat well known, and their members were always quite arrogant. She didn't know if the Yang family was on the verge of bankruptcy, but she was worried they might take action against Wang Ergo. "I'm glad you're okay. If you encounter any problems you can't solve, remember to find me. If I can help, I won't refuse." Wang Ergo felt gratified. Although he didn't need Lu Yifei's help, he was very satisfied with her thoughtfulness and willingness to support him. "I understand. You should rest well, I still have things to do on my end." After hanging up, Wang Ergo compared Zhang Huihui and Lu Yifei in his heart, and felt even more disgust for Zhang Huihui. When the Jin family goes bankrupt tomorrow, he not only wants Jin Yuanbao to regret it, but also wants Zhang Huihui to regret her past decisions. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Zhang Huihui was very angry. She thought that by changing to a new phone number she could contact Wang Ergo and had a good chance of getting back together. But she didn't expect that Wang Ergo wouldn't give her that opportunity at all. When she tried calling again, Wang Ergo had already blocked her new number. Damn, how could Wang Ergo treat me like? Lin Ling, not knowing what Zhang Huihui had done, saw her immediately call Wang Ergo upon returning to the dorm and thought Zhang Huihui had gone out to dinner with him. Hui, what is going on?" Zhang Huihui glanced at Lin Ling and quickly explained what happened. After hearing it, Lin Ling was shocked, not expecting Wang Ergo to have completely defeated Jin Yuanbao again. Originally, with Jin Yuanbao's status as the young master of the Jin family, if she were Zhang Huihui, she would probably acknowledge him as well. But she never expected that Jin Yuanbao still couldn't settle the bill in full and even borrowed high-interest loans. If she didn't know about the Jin family's existence, she might have thought Jin Yuanbao was a fake rich second generation. What kind of situation is this for Jin Yuanbao that he can't even come up with money for a meal? Could it be that the Jin family is going bankrupt? Zhang Huihui shook her head. "I haven't heard of any bankruptcy, but I feel that the Jin family must be very stingy. Perhaps Jin Yuanbao did something wrong, and the Jin family has restricted his pocket money. I thought being with Jin Yuanbao would be easier, but I didn't expect him to become so financially strained suddenly. Moreover, his temper is terrible. He loses his cool over trivial matters and hurls all kinds of harsh words at me. Ooh, I really can't stand him anymore. Lin Ling looked enlightened. She knew that Zhang Huihui intended to reconcile with Wang Ergu, but unfortunately Wang Ergu was already with Lu Yifei. Besides, this time Wang Ergu was also accompanied by Hu Hu and Wei Wei, so Lin Ling felt that Zhang Huihui had no chance with him. Naturally, as they were close friends, she wouldn't say anything bad in front of Zhang Huihui. Hui, if you want to get back together with Wang Ergu, I think it's still possible. After all, Wang Ergu loved you so much before, he still cares about you. And last time at the gathering, he even paid for your meal, showing that he still values you. How about this? You can have the delivery person bring you a bouquet of roses right now, and then you can meet Wang Ergu at the boys' dormitory. Upon hearing this, Zhang Huihui's face lit up. Right, Wang Ergu is angry with me now. Oh, I can go to the boys' dormitory and kneel to him, begging to get back together. Lin Ling nodded, but still reminded, if you are determined to pursue Wang Ergu, then what about Jin Yuangbao? Zhang Huihui pouted and huffed. Jin Yuangbao doesn't even spend money on me anymore. Why should I care about him? Now that Wang Ergu is so wealthy, I need to pry some money off him. Then she quickly picked up her phone and ordered a bouquet of roses. Lin Ling, however, didn't dare to follow Zhang Huihui to the boys' dormitory, pretending to have a stomachache and hiding in the bathroom. 10 minutes later, Zhang Huihui received the roses and immediately went to the boys' dormitory. She casually grabbed a boy returning to the dorm and asked him to notify Wang Ergu to come down. At once, Zhang Huihui became a sight to behold at the boys' dormitory. Wearing a pink spaghetti strap dress, her figure naturally attracted the attention of many boys. However, most boys were aware of the situation between Wang Ergu and Zhang Huihui, especially since Lu Yifei had publicly acknowledged Wang Ergu as her boyfriend the day before. Thus, they all thought that Zhang Huihui suddenly seeking out Wang Ergu was clearly not a good thing. In the dormitory, Wang Ergu was taken aback upon learning that Zhang Huihui came to find him. Is this woman really out of her mind? Su Yuanli was very surprised to hear this, as such a situation had never occurred before. Even when Wang Ergu wanted to go to the girls' dormitory to find Zhang Huihui, he was always looked down upon. Now Zhang Huihui actually came to the boys' dormitory to find Wang Ergu. What could this be for? Could it be to take advantage of Wang Ergu's prize money? Ergu, do you want to go down? If not, I can help you refuse her and tell her not to come looking for you. Wang Ergu shook his head and chuckled. With someone like her, you can't handle it. I have to deal with it myself. Su Yuanli wanted to ask a few more questions, but Wang Ergu directly walked out of the dormitory. Soon Wang Ergu arrived downstairs and saw Zhang Huihui, who was filled with anticipation. Zhang Huihui, hurry up and leave. Don't come looking for me anymore. I've already said that it's impossible between us. Upon hearing this, Zhang Huihui's pretty face instantly darkened. She thought that by doing this Wang Ergu would be moved, but unexpectedly Wang Ergu scolded her as soon as he came out. Ergu, I was wrong before. Please give me another chance. I'll do anything you ask in the future. As she spoke, she handed a bouquet of roses towards Wang Ergu. Wang Ergu's expression changed, and he took a few steps back, shaking his head. There's no need for that. I've spent all the prize money. Are you going to suffer with me in the future? Or do you plan to pick up trash with me tomorrow? Are you sure about that? You spent all the money. Zhang Huihui was astonished. She thought Wang Ergu still had some extra money that she could exploit. But she could never have imagined that Wang Ergu had actually spent all his money and reverted to being a penniless man. If this were true, she certainly would not want to reconcile with Wang Ergu, as she did not want to live a life of poverty. Wang Ergu nodded. That's right, I've spent all my money. I'm just a poor man now. But luckily you've finally decided to be with me, so we won't have to part ways in the future. Zhang Huihui instinctively took a few steps back upon hearing this. Don't come near me. Wang Ergu was taken aback, confused, and said, wait, didn't you decide to be with me? Everything is great now. After saying this, he took out his phone and opened WeChat and other apps, all showing a balance of 0. He checked a bank card and the balance was also 0. All of these seemed to indicate that he had reverted to the Wang Ergu who had nothing. Zhang Huihui frowned tightly. She wanted to be with a wealthy Wang Ergu, but she did not want to sleep with a poor Wang. In a moment of thought, she made her choice. She wanted to distance herself from this poor Wang Ergu. Wang Ergu, I didn't expect you to be such a disgusting person. You have no money, yet you still want to be with me. You think you deserve that? Wang Ergu's face darkened as he said sternly, Zhang Hui, it was you who shamelessly wanted to get back together with me. If that's the case, why do you hate me? Zhang Huihui was taken aback, and then spat. That's because I thought you still had money, but I didn't expect you to have spent it. If that's the case, then you don't deserve to be with me, Zhang Huihui. I don't want to be with a penniless loser. I thought you had some potential, but you're so pathetic. You really don't know your place. Seeing how much Zhang Huihui despised him, Wang Ergu still pretended to be affectionate. Although I'm a bit pathetic now, as long as we stay together, I will surely make you happy when I become rich in the future. Just then Zhang Huihui's phone rang. Upon seeing it was Jin Yuanbao calling, Zhang Huihui hesitated for a moment, but still answered. On the other end, Jin Yuanbao said sharply, Zhang Huihui, what are you doing? Are you trying to get back together with Wang Ergu? Have you lost your mind? When I left the hotel I was in a bad mood, so I quarreled with you a bit. Do you want to betray me? Let me tell you, my Jean family is still a second-tier family. If you dare to betray me, you will be finished. Upon hearing this, Zhang Huihui quickly smiled awkwardly and replied, Baoga, you misunderstood. I love you. How could I betray you? Right now it's that penniless Wang Ergu who keeps pestering me. He has been eyeing my body all along. But don't worry, I have no interest in Wang Ergu. With a loser like him, I could never be with him in this lifetime. Wang Ergu's face changed when he heard Zhang Huihui say this. Zhang Huihui, you are going too far with this. Zhang Huihui saw Wang Ergu daring to question her and deliberately interrupt her conversation with Jin Yuanbao, which made her very displeased. What if I treat you this way? The person I love is Baoga. I have told you before, I am Baoga's in life and a ghost of Baoga in death. What are you even worth? Upon hearing this, Jin Yuanbao on the other end immediately praised. Well said. I just took the wrong bank card for tonight's expenses. Don't worry, when you are with me in the future, I will definitely not treat you poorly. Wang Ergu was stunned, a hint of bitterness flashing across his face. He remembered Zhang Huihui had said such things before, and he didn't expect that after pretending to be poor, Zhang Huihui would easily say such words again. He just didn't know if Zhang Huihui would still have the courage to say such things when the Jin family goes bankrupt. Zhang Huihui was about to reply to Jin Yuanbao when she found that she received a transfer of 100,000 yuan on WeChat. At this moment, she was even more overjoyed, believing she had made the right choice. Jin Yuanbao's voice continued, This 100,000 is a compensation for you. In the future, as long as you are with me, it will only get better. Zhang Huihui was extremely excited. Thank you, Baoga. I will listen to you in everything from now on. Whatever you ask me to do, I will do it. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Huihui looked at Wang Ergu with even more disdain in her eyes. With someone like you, a penniless loser, you will never be worthy of me. If I enter the Jin family, I will be a rich lady. What are you worth? Wang Ergu nodded and snorted lightly. Indeed, if you marry into the Jin family, you will be a rich lady. But you are still in school. How could the Jin family let you marry in? This statement seemed to step on Zhang Huihui's tail, causing her to explode instantly. What's wrong with being in school? Who said you can't get married while studying? I warn you, Wang Ergu, don't ever lay eyes on me again, or I will not let you off. After saying this, she immediately turned around and left in large strides. Looking at Zhang Huihui's back, Wang Ergu did not chase after her. His expression darkened instantly. Zhang Huihui, do you really think the Jin family can protect you? You really are someone ugly with beautiful dreams. Just as Wang Ergu was about to return to his dormitory, he received a call from Lui Fei. Ergu, I heard that Zhang Huihui has been bothering you. Do you need me to come over now to help you? Wang Ergu smiled, no need. Zhang Huihui has already left. She said she wants to marry into the Jin family, and told me not to bother her anymore. Oh. Lui Fei was quite surprised. She had heard that Zhang Huihui went to the boys' dormitory to find Wang Ergu, and thought that Zhang Huihui was going to cling to him. Wang Ergu detailed the events that transpired. Lui Fei then realized that Zhang Huihui had changed her mind due to a call from Jin Yuanbao. With that, she naturally no longer had to worry about Zhang Huihui clinging to Wang Ergu. Su Yuanli and the others in the dormitory also asked about Zhang Huihui. Upon learning that Zhang Huihui continued to be entangled with Jin Yuanbao, Su Yuanli and the others felt relieved. But Ergu, what about Jin Yuanbao? Su Yuanli inquired. No need to rush. Tomorrow Ilhavi shall help out. Alright, everyone is tired today, so let's take a shower and rest early. Wang Ergu waved his hand. Su Yuanli then stopped asking further questions. Chen Jixing and Kai Jiaming naturally didn't ask much either. Wang Ergu returned to his bed, picked up his phone, and quickly opened his moments. Soon the news about Zhang Huihui wanting to marry into the Jin family was spread through Wang Ergu's hacking skill. In no time, the entire Donghai University and even the college circle of Donghai City was buzzing about Zhang Huihui's statement. At this moment, in room 803 of the girls' dormitory, after hanging up the phone, Lui Fei was lost in thought. She initially believed that Zhang Huihui would cling to Wang Ergu, but unexpectedly Zhang Huihui ultimately chose Jin Yuanbao. She had no interest in the debauched Jin Yuanbao. Yuan Bing returned and saw Lui Fei in a daze, waving her hand in front of Lui Fei. What day is it? Lui Fei frowned slightly, her expression somewhat resentful. Alright, Bing Bing, stop messing around. Yuan Bing chuckled. I said, Fei Fei, are you still unhappy about Zhang Huihui? Lui Fei was surprised. No, Bing Bing, didn't you just come back? How do you know? Yuan Bing waved her hand, interrupting Lui Fei. I saw it on the campus forum. Zhang Huihui is really funny. She actually had the audacity to go to the boys' dormitory to find your man. Lui Fei realized, as Yuan Bing liked to pay attention to these things normally, and Zhang Huihui's disturbance tonight would surely have been posted online. However, she didn't like to look at these things, or as long as Zhang Huihui didn't cling to Wang Ergu, it was fine. For her, even if there were other women competing with her for Wang Ergu, it was alright, but a two-faced woman like Zhang Huihui was absolutely unacceptable. Then Lu Yifei told Yuan Bing about her conversation with Wang Ergu. Yuan Bing was shocked and immediately took out her phone to check her moments. It seems Wang Ergu didn't lie to you. Now news about Zhang Huihui is circulating in moments, and she actually claims she wants to marry into the Jin family. With that you have one less competitor. Hearing Zhang Huihui's words, Lu Yifei felt completely relieved. As for whether Zhang Huihui was really going to marry into the Jin family, that had nothing to do with her, as she just needed to ensure that Zhang Huihui wouldn't cling to Wang Ergu. After all, her birthday party was only a few days away, and she hoped Zhang Huihui wouldn't cling to Wang Ergu. However, Yuan Bing wrapped her arm around Lu Yifei's shoulder and whispered a hint. Although I don't know exactly who Wang Ergu is, there are definitely a lot of women eyeing him, so Fei, you must hold on. Lu Yifei, however, remained calm and smiled faintly. An excellent man will naturally have many women admiring him. I don't think too much about it, or as long as he likes me too, that's enough. Yuan Bing wanted to say something discouraging, but thinking of Wang Ergu's appearance under the girls' dormitory that day, she suddenly cut off her words. Because she always felt that she couldn't see through Wang Ergu. If it were any other debauched young master, they wouldn't dare to target the Yang family of Tianhui district like this. Where did Wang Ergu get his confidence from? In fact, Lu Yifei had taken her mother's surname due to her parents' divorce, but she was actually from the Yang family of Beichuo district. And Yang Tingdao was from the Yang family of Tianhui district. The two Yang families were only distantly related, and Lu Yifei had no blood relation to Yang Tingdao, not even for 10 generations. However, Lu Yifei had never accepted Yang Tingda's intentions and did not expect things to escalate to this extent today. It had now even risen to the brink of bankruptcy for the Yang family of Tianhui district. Fei, do you think the Yang Tingdao family will really go bankrupt? Lu Yifei shook her head. I don't pay attention to these things. Yuan Bing was speechless. She didn't know what to say to Lu Yifei, but upon further reflection, she felt that Lu Yifei's attitude was quite good. Because not paying attention meant Lu Yifei had fewer worries, making her life seem more carefree. Alright then, I won't mention Yang Tingdao, but what about Yang Qingrong? Lu Yifei noticed Yuan Bing pausing and couldn't help but smile slightly. Yang Qingrong is just a bully who fears the strong. If Ergu has Yishao helping him, and Yang Qingrong still dares to trouble Ergu, then she's just seeking her own death. Just as she finished speaking, her phone rang. Looking at it, it was the call from Yang Qingrong. Thus Lu Yifei immediately made a shushing gesture to Yuan Bing, and then answered the phone. On the other end, Yang Qingrong nervously asked, Yifei, when are you free? I'd like to invite you to dinner. I want to talk to you. Upon hearing this, Lu Yifei rolled her eyes and sternly replied, You're not sending someone to investigate Ergu, are you? Yang Qingrong surprisingly did not hide it, and immediately explained what she had investigated. Hearing what Yang Qingrong said, Lu Yifei was quite surprised and didn't know what to say. However, Yang Qingrong was very excited and quickly began to plead. Yifei, I've heard that Wang Ergu is from a super family. Please give me a chance, we are relatives. Lu Yifei snorted lightly. Relatives? When you slandered my mother, why didn't you say we were relatives? When you looked down on me, why didn't you say we were relatives? Now that you see I found such a good boyfriend, you say we're relatives. Yang Qingrong sighed. Yifei, I was wrong before, but I didn't mean to target you. All my family is like this. I am also helpless. Lu Yifei remained silent, as she didn't know what to say. Yang Qingrong continued. As long as you forgive me, I can do anything. Don't worry, I won't pursue Wang Ergu, or I just want to meet Yishao, and them just borrowing some connections. Lu Yifei coldly replied. I'm busy lately, I'll talk to you when I have time. Alright, he'll wait for you. Yang Qingrong said excitedly. For her, as long as Lu Yifei was willing to soften her stance, it was a good thing. After hanging up the phone, Lu Yifei immediately relayed the conversation to Yuan Bing. Yuan Bing was astonished, as she never expected Wang Ergu to be someone from a super family, feeling overwhelmed by the news. However, she believed that Wang Ergu's ability to bring in Jiang Hongyi was no small feat. Fei, what are you planning to do? Are you really going to help Yang Qingrong with connections? But she treated you so poorly before. I don't want you to help her at all. Lu Yifei nodded. I understand what you're saying, which is why I didn't rush to respond to her. I need to discuss this with Wang Ergu first. I'll talk to him at the birthday party and see what he thinks. Yuan Bing sighed in relief. She was genuinely worried that Lu Yifei might impulsively help Yang Qingrong. Perhaps Yang Qingrong had already recognized her mistakes, but Yuan Bing still disliked her, and naturally did not want Lu Yifei to offer any connections to Yang Qingrong. Lu Yifei lay on her bed holding her phone and sent a WeChat message to Wang Ergu. I just saw news about Zhang Huihui. No matter how arrogant she is, you shouldn't worry. I'm willing to face it with you. On the boys' dormitory side, Wang Ergu saw Lu Yifei's message and was taken aback. Remembering that he had used hacking skills to spread Zhang Huihui's words, he quickly replied with an affirmative. Just after replying to Lu Yifei, Jiang Hongyi called. Ergu, Yang Qingrong got my home phone number and wants to invite me to dinner. Should I meet her? Yang Qingrong is looking for you. Wang Ergu was somewhat surprised, but believed that Yang Qingrong suddenly contacting Jiang Hongyi must be an attempt to build connections. He quickly guessed Liu Yifei's involvement, as Yang Qingrong and Liu Yifei had a poor relationship, yet Liu Yifei had not mentioned Yang Qingrong, likely unaware of the situation. What should I do, Ergu? Should I? Zhang Hongyi hurriedly asked, but was interrupted by Wang Ergu. Of course don't meet her. Does she think she's someone you can just meet? Wang Ergu chuckled. Right, I'm not someone she can just meet either, but should I tell my sister anything? No need. Just don't completely shut her out, say you're busy with investments, and don't have time to deal with her. Also mention that you believe her character may be questionable due to her bad relationship with Yifei. Wang Ergu spoke coldly. Zhang Hongyi immediately agreed, and the call was soon ended. The next morning, as Wang Ergu and his friends arrived at the cafeteria, they heard news about a professor in the school being in trouble. I heard that Professor Yi Xuanda from the ideological and political theory class has a heart condition and he might not make it. They say a heart transplant or something could cost several $100,000. He's too impoverished to afford it. That's right, his wife was paralyzed 2 years ago and couldn't afford treatment. Now he has problems too. By the way, the student union has already started a donation drive downstairs in the teaching building, and many people have gone to contribute. Wang Ergu and his friends were all shocked by the news about Yi Xuanda. Su Yuanli sighed and looked at Wang Ergu. Professor Yi Xuanda is a genuinely good person. Oh, if you can help him. Wang Ergu waved his hand dismissively and smiled lightly. Of course. I couldn't help before because I had no money, but now that I do, I cannot stand idly by. Chen Jixing and Kai Jianming nodded in agreement. After breakfast, Wang Ergu sent Su Yuanli and the others to class while he headed to the office building. However, as he made his way there, he happened to be spotted by Zhang Huihui, who quietly began to follow him. What is Wang Ergu doing in the principal's office? I heard he had a confrontation with Yang Tengda yesterday. Could it be that he's bribing the principal? In less than 10 minutes, Zhang Huihui saw Wang Ergu coming out of the principal's office. So soon. Could it be that he really went to bribe the principal? He just won a bit of money. Oh, what's so impressive about that? Wang Ergu had actually noticed Zhang Huihui was following, but chose to ignore her. However, as he approached the teaching building, he was stopped by members of the student union. Excuse me, our Professor Yi Xuanda is critically ill. Could you please donate? Wang Ergu glanced at the 2 female students blocking his way, frowning slightly. Okay, I understand. I will donate later. The long-haired female student on the left immediately pointed to the donation box. You can donate cash right now. If you don't have cash, you can scan the code with your phone. Wang Ergu shook his head. Sorry, I don't have cash and don't want to scan the code with my phone. I will donate later. However, the 2 exchanged glances, but still did not let Wang Ergu leave. A short-haired female student on the right snorted. We told you to donate. Is this how you act? You are so stingy. Do you know who I am? I am Fan Yuame, the Deputy Minister of the External Relations Department of the Student Union. Wang Ergu shook his head. Sorry, I don't know you, but I've made myself very clear. Fan Yuame, clearly displeased, interrupted Wang Ergu. You want donate, even a penny? What do you understand? The long-haired female student Zhang Xueping looked at Wang Ergu with disdain, sneering. This kind of loser is always so selfish, he won't even donate a penny. How can he have the face to come to school? With Fan Yuame and Zhang Zuping's loud shouts, students who were heading to class in the teaching building began to look over. Some recognized Wang Ergu and knew he was the one who had fought with Yang Tengda, but did not understand why he had offended the student union. It's important to note that the student union holds significant power. Offending them could lead to trouble. From minor annoyances to severe reputational damage, ordinary students would not dare to cross them. Moreover, Fan Yuame had always been arrogant due to her looks, and no one dared to provoke her. Seeing Fan Yuame targeting him, Wang Ergu's expression darkened. You think you can moralize me? You aren't worthy. Get out of my way. Fan Yuame, seeing Wang Ergu not backing down and continuing to confront her, instantly became furious. You despicable man, how detestable. If you don't donate today, don't even think about leaving here. Zhang Xueping immediately waved to the crowd watching. Look, everyone, this person is too despicable. He won't even donate a penny and dares to provoke our Minister Fan. What do you say? Is he being unreasonable? Wang Ergu rolled his eyes at Zhang Xueping and chuckled lightly. How much I donate is my own business. Who do you think you are? Do you really think you can dictate how much I should donate? Zhang Xueping was momentarily speechless, looking at Wang Ergu in astonishment, not expecting him to be so proud. Fan Yuame looked displeased, thinking she could easily manipulate Wang Ergu, only to find him unexpectedly resolute. If we are designated to donate, so what? You, a grown man, refuse to donate, and still have the nerve to argue. Wang Ergu squinted slightly, a mocking smile on his face. Whether I donate or not is none of your business. You do not represent justice, or do not judge everyone by— Fan Yuame was taken aback. No one had ever scolded her like this before. Every man she encountered had always been respectful. All along she believed she represented justice, and her words were the truth. Yet now Wang Ergu actually claimed she did not represent justice. Zhang Xueping snorted, full of arrogance, believing Wang Ergu's words to be absurd. You are truly ridiculous. We are part of the student council, and we represent justice. Why do you say such things about us? So the student council can represent justice. This is the path to our classroom. You intercept us here forcing donations, and when we refuse you speak ill of us. You act as if you are bandits. Do ordinary people have no rights? Must we follow your standards? The student council should assist us, students, not attack us. Besides, you are students yourselves. The onlookers nodded in agreement upon hearing Wang Ergus' words. After all, the student council is merely a small group. They should not think themselves superior or speak so harshly to everyone. Fan Yume was trembling with anger, her 2 rows of white teeth clenched tightly, wishing she could rush forward and bite Wang Ergu to death. A stingy pauper. Forget it, I misjudged you, just leave. However, Wang Ergu did not hurry to leave, but instead sternly addressed Fan Yume. Apologize to me. What did you say? Fan Yume was stunned, seemingly unable to believe someone would actually demand an apology from her. I said apologize. Wang Ergu shouted, raising his chin defiantly. You are being unreasonable. Zhang Xueping rebuked. Me being unreasonable? Wang Ergu scoffed and continued. You directed harsh words at me, morally coerced me, insulted my character, and called me a pauper. And you think that is not unreasonable? Zhang Xueping was at a loss for words, unable to respond, only looking to Fan Yume. Fan Yume gasped in shock, suddenly feeling as if she were being judged by Wang Ergus' accusations. However, while they remained silent, the onlookers could no longer tolerate it and began to criticize them. Aren't they going too far? Is the student council so impressive? Can the student council force us? Do they really think this is still high school? Exactly. We have our freedom to do as we please. Who are you to dictate how much we should donate? If the student council is filled with such venomous women, it should be disbanded quickly to avoid misleading everyone. Hearing the crowd's remarks, Fan Yume suddenly felt a bit flustered. She gritted her teeth and could only lower her head to apologize to Wang Ergu. I'm sorry, we were wrong. Please forgive us. Zhang Xueping, upon seeing this, also followed suit and apologized to Wang Ergu. Wang Ergu nodded slightly and then strode away towards the stairs. The crowd dispersed as well. Fan Yume watched Wang Ergus' retreating figure, her expression dark. Xueping, immediately check who he is. Unexpectedly, someone nearby exclaimed. I recognize him. He is Wang Ergu. He fought with Yang Tingda in the cafeteria yesterday and then caused a scene in the principal's office. Isn't he? What a tough guy. I heard he knows the second young master of the Jiang family, Jiang Hongyi. I heard that too. The Yang family is in big trouble this time. It is said they are on the brink of bankruptcy because they offended Wang Ergu. Upon hearing this, Fan Yume immediately took out her phone to search for news about Wang Ergu. When she confirmed that he indeed had conflicts with Yang Tingda and even the Yang family, she felt incredulous. A student from the countryside actually stood up against a small, wealthy family. Zhang Xueping also found the information and hurriedly leaned close to Fan Yume's ear, quietly advising, Director Fan, why not let this go? We cannot afford to offend such a person. Of course, her implication was that they could not afford to offend the Jiang family. After all, the Jiang family was one of the 4 great families in Donghai City. If the Jiang family supported Wang Ergu, they would not be able to confront them. Fan Yume originally planned to secretly teach Wang Ergu a lesson, but upon learning of his skills and such good connections, she realized it would not be easy to handle him. Fan Yume originally planned to secretly teach Wang Ergu a lesson, but upon learning of his skills and such good connections, she realized it would not. Zhang Xueping nodded gently. She too wanted to see whether the Yang family would go bankrupt, or if it was all just Wang Ergu's nonsense. Upon returning to the classroom, Wang Ergu was immediately blocked by Su Yuanli and the others, as they had all heard about his interception. Wang Ergu looked at Su Yuanli and the others, then recounted the incident of being intercepted in detail. After listening, Su Yuanli immediately said sternly, Isn't the student council going too far? If someone doesn't want to donate, must they be forced? Chen Jixing nodded in agreement, coldly adding, Exactly. They do not treat us as people, why should we donate? Kai Jianming, however, frowned slightly, narrowing his eyes as he stared at Wang Ergu. Brother Ergu, I don't understand. You clearly have money, why not just donate a little? Won't that reduce some? Wang Ergu chuckled softly and slowly explained, Because I already went to the principal's office regarding the donations for Professor Yishuanda, and I have also heard about it. It's just that they were so aggressive, which really displeased me. Whether I donate or not is not something they can dictate. What they also do not know is that I have already donated 200,000 at the principal's office and have contacted the best doctor. I did not want to expose my donation, so I did not mention it. After all, I do not want people bothering me for donations in the future. Kai Jianming looked enlightened and did not continue to press the issue. Just then Wang Ergu's phone rang. He saw it was Louis Fei calling and immediately answered. Brother Ergu, what happened? I heard you offended someone from the student council. Did they do anything to you? I know people in the student council. Do you need help? Louis Fei asked urgently. No need. I'm fine now, so don't worry too much, Wang Ergu replied with, All right. Be careful. Oh, I have heard that Fan Yueme and Zhang Xueping are not easy to deal with. You should watch out for their retaliation. I will be careful with them, you need not worry at all. Wang Ergu spoke with a calm demeanor as he had never feared Fan Yueme and her companions, and naturally, he was not afraid of their retaliation. If they are ungrateful, he would not mind making them regret it forever. However, Liu Yifei remained concerned. After all, Fan Yueme was the vice minister of the student union's external relations department, wielding significant power. Moreover, she had heard that Fan Yueme was known for being exceedingly calculating, making it easy for her to target. After all, Wang Ergu was a rural person, and someone like Fan Yueme typically held severe class prejudices, believing that rural folks were inferior. Thus, she believed that Fan Yueme would likely not let Wang Ergu off easily. Ergu, no matter what, be a bit cautious. If they act out of line, just call me. I understand. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. The professor has arrived. Wang Ergu hung up the phone, and Chen Jisheng handed him a mobile phone. Ergu, something has happened. Someone posted about you on the campus forum claiming that you are heartless and haven't donated a single cent. Upon receiving the phone, Wang Ergu glanced at the post Chen Jisheng had opened, and his expression darkened. The post detailed his dealings with Fan Yueme, but it solely accused him, portraying him as a villain. As for what he had said to Fan Yueme and her companions, the post completely misrepresented his intentions, distorting everything. Su Yuanli frowned and asked, Ergu, this must be a post established by Fan Yueme and her group, likely to slander you. What should we do now? Wang Ergu smirked slightly and replied, since they want to cause trouble, I will naturally give them a taste of their own medicine. Soon Wang Ergu logged into the campus forum with a secondary account and created a new post outlining. At the same time, he utilized hacking skills to control the forum, deleting any posts that favored Fan Yueme and her companions. In an instant, everyone at Donghai University was condemning Fan Yueme and her group, asserting that their actions of coercing donations and insulting others were unjust. Principal Zhang Hua learned of the situation and immediately summoned Fan Yueme and Zhang Xueping. You all have quite the audacity. When did our school advocate for mandatory donations? Moreover, when did you gain the ability to discern who donated? Fan Yueme dared not speak, lowering her head with a look of grievance. Zhang Xueping, however, indignantly retorted, Principal Zhang, we truly did nothing wrong. The one at fault is that Wang Ergu, who clearly hasn't donated a penny. Nonsense. Zhang Hua scolded, glaring at Zhang Xueping with indignation. Who says Wang Ergu hasn't donated? He personally came here to donate, transferring 2 million to the school account, and even offering 10 million to hire the best doctors and the finest heart. In total, he should have donated 12 million, but he only asked me to register 2 million and to keep it private when unnecessary. On what basis do you determine he did not donate? Or do you think that because you hold power you can bully other students and act with impunity? Zhang Xueping was taken aback. If someone else claimed to have donated 12 million, she would certainly not believe it. But since it was Principal Zhang speaking, she could not afford to doubt it. Zhang Hua snorted coldly and proposed, You all will write a letter of reflection immediately, and it must be 2,000 words. Once you finish, we will personally go find Wang Ergu and apologize on the spot. Zhang Xueping's expression changed. Previously, they had been forced by Wang Ergu to apologize, and now they were expected to apologize to him again. Principal Zhang, we will write the reflection, but can we skip the apology? We've already apologized once. Zhang Hua narrowed his eyes, his expression stern, and replied, Yes, perhaps you apologized before, but why did you later post on the campus forum, twisting the facts? Zhang Xueping quickly waved her hands, explaining, Principal Zhang, we are not to blame for this. We did not post it, so why are we being treated this way? You did not post it. Zhang Hua chuckled lightly, clearly not believing Zhang Xueping's words, so he turned his gaze to Fan Yueme. Fan Yueme quickly shook her head. She had not yet acted, hence the post on the campus forum was not initiated by her. Zhang Hua's brow furrowed, feeling that the matter was more complicated than it seemed. Thus he immediately took out his phone and called Wang Ergu. As soon as the call connected, he explained the situation to. After listening, Wang Ergu sneered, Since they refused to admit it, I will investigate to see who exactly created. Without waiting for Zhang Hua's response, Wang Ergu hung up. Zhang Hua was somewhat surprised, uncertain of how Wang Ergu planned to investigate. But soon he heard that there was a problem with the campus forum. Quickly write the reflection letter, and come with me to apologize, or else I won't hesitate to expel you. Fan Yueme and Zhang Xueping hastily started writing the reflection letter. Once they finished, Zhang Hua took them to find Wang Ergu. In the classroom, Wang Ergu was still seriously attending the class. When Zhang Hua brought Fan Yueme, and the others in the entire classroom erupted. Heavens, isn't that Fan Yueme and her group? I didn't expect Principal Zhang to bring them here. Could it be that they are here to confront Wang Ergu? They dare to confront him. With those two vixens, they are used to being arrogant, and really think they are above everyone. I don't care whether they think they are above others, but if they dare to criticize our Ergu, I will not let them off. Upon entering the classroom, Zhang Hua immediately scanned the room, and then focused on Wang Ergu. I apologize, Wang Ergu. The issue with the campus forum is our school's fault. We did not discover such a serious matter in time. I have had them write a letter of reflection, and they are here to apologize to you. He then glared at Fan Yume and the others sternly saying, aren't you going to apologize to Wang Ergu? Fan Yume and her group were all trembling with fear as they lowered their heads to apologize. We are sorry, Wang Ergu. Seeing that Principal Zhang had personally come and they were again made to apologize, Wang Ergu naturally chose not to hold a grudge. Alright, I forgive you this time. Let's consider this matter settled. Fan Yume and her companions breathed a sigh of relief. They had genuinely worried that Wang Ergu would not forgive them. During the last visit to the principal's office, Wang Ergu had demonstrated his skills, hence Zhang Hua's inquiry. Moreover, he had heard that the campus forum was manipulated by someone, but he did not intervene as he felt this matter was related to Wang Ergu. Under such circumstances, he naturally understood Wang Ergu's stance. Wang Ergu frowned, sensing that he was being scrutinized by Zhang Hua. I know they didn't post it themselves, but whether they incited others to post is uncertain. As for who is behind this, I am still investigating. Zhang Hua nodded slightly and did not press further. Suddenly, a tall young man with blonde hair walked in. Fan Yumei's face lit up upon seeing the blonde youth. Brother, what brings you here? The young man named Fan Ming, though, was the eldest son of the Fan family. He was not actually Fan Yumei's biological brother. She was merely a collateral branch of the Fan family. However, as the most beautiful among the collateral relatives, Fan Ming devalued her greatly and treated her almost like a biological sister. As Fan Ming entered the classroom and noticed Zhang Hua was also present, his previously arrogant demeanor instantly extinguished. Principal Zhang. Zhang Hua squinted his eyes and snorted lightly. What brings the Fan family's young master here? He had already guessed that Fan Mingde probably came specifically for Fan Yume to deal with Wang Ergu. Fan Mingde did not hide his intentions, but instead smirked awkwardly and replied, I heard someone was bullying my sister, so I came over. Then he looked at the students in the classroom and scolded, who bullied my sister? Step forward. Fan Yume felt supported and immediately pointed at Wang Ergu with a pouting expression, looking aggrieved. It's him. Fan Mingde glared at Wang Ergu, raising his chin, and sternly asked, Who are you? Why are you bullying my sister? Kai Jinming recognized Fan Mingde because his Kai family was a similarly prestigious minor family as the Fan family. However, he remembered that Fan Mingde was a graduate of the previous class from Donghai University and should be working now, not here. Could it be that Fan Yume had specially summoned Fan Mingde here? Thus Kai Jinming leaned closer to Wang Ergu and explained, Ergo, this person is Fan Mingde, usually very arrogant. You must be cautious of him. The status of the Fan family is about the same as my Kai family, both are second-rate families. Wang Ergu nodded, but did not stand up, as if the person Fan Yume pointed out was not him at all. This made Fan Yume very displeased because she thought that with Fan Mingde's presence, Wang Ergu should submit to her. You really are a coward, aren't you? You dare to act, but not admit it. Wang Ergu chuckled lightly, looking utterly unconcerned. Are you talking to me? You make mistakes, I point them out, and that's bullying. Zhang Xueping exclaimed loudly, You are bullying us. As a grown man, how could you be so petty? Wang Ergu rolled his eyes at Zhang Xueping, knowing that no matter what he said, it would be futile. They would only think it was his fault. So you all decide to escalate this matter? Or do you think that by bringing this yellow-haired boy you can pressure me? Fan Yume felt confused seeing Wang Ergu so calm. If it were anyone else, they would have trembled in fear at the Fan family's reputation. She had never seen someone as composed as Wang Ergu, especially as he ignored Fan Mingde. Brother, he is insulting you. What should we do now? Fan Mingde squinted his eyes and strode up to Wang Ergu. So you are the one bullying my sister. You dare to bully a member of the Fan family. You really have some guts. Wang Ergu then stood up, speaking nonchalantly, Get lost, don't disturb our studies. Fan Mingde was taken aback, unable to believe Wang Ergu's arrogance. He had always been the one receiving respectful greetings, and those who offended him would usually apologize first. How could Wang Ergu directly tell him to get lost? You are too arrogant. If you have the ability, go ahead and report to your family. Zhang Xueping immediately prompted Fan Mingde. Young Master Fan, this guy is just a rural bumpkin, a poor loser. You don't need to be afraid of him. Rural? Fan Mingde sneered, his lips twisting in mockery. Originally, he wanted to know which family Wang Ergu belonged to, and then slowly counter him. Now that it was confirmed Wang Ergu was a rural person, he naturally did not take him seriously, believing he could easily handle Wang Ergu. Zhang Xueping was even more smug, thinking Wang Ergu was doomed this time. That's right. He is just a rural person. The records are right here. However, Fan Yume felt something was off as she noticed Wang Ergu showed no intention of backing down. This Wang Ergu didn't seem like a rural person. Who exactly was he? Wang Ergu naturally did not explain anything to Fan Mingde. However, Su Yuan Li and the others stood up together and scolded Fan Mingde. This is our classroom. You are not one of us, so please leave immediately. With a brat like you, how dare you question our brother Ergo? Do you really think you are anything special? Is the Fan family so impressive? Our brother Ergo is not afraid of you. Fan Ming's expression darkened as he saw Su Yuan Li and the others standing up for Wang Ergo. Just a rural person, do you really think you are someone important? Hurry up and apologize to my sister. Zhang Hua finally scolded Fan Mingda. Fan Mingda, you have gone too far. You don't understand the situation. What right do you have to demand Wang Ergo to apologize here? Wang Ergo waved his hand at Zhang Hua, then fixed a piercing gaze on Fan Ming, shaking his head. I don't believe I did anything wrong, so I don't need to apologize to her. On the contrary, she came here with Principal Zhang to apologize to me just now. Fan Ming was taken aback, turning to look at Fan Yume. She nodded, but looked aggrieved. Brother, they forced me to write a reflection and to admit my mistakes on the spot. You must stand up for me. Fan Ming's lips twitched, his expression darkening. He felt that Wang Ergo was disregarding the Fan family. You really are quite arrogant. I tell you, if you don't apologize to my sister today, your life is over. Just as Zhang Hua was about to say a few words in defense of Wang Ergo, Yang Bai Yao walked in with a nervous expression. Wang Ergo, did you do something to my family? Wang Ergo was surprised to see Yang Bai Yao come here. He took out his phone to check the messages and instantly understood. The stock market had opened, and as soon as it did, the stock of the Yang family's group had plummeted. Everyone was astonished to see Yang Biao panting and flustered. As for what Yang Biao mentioned besides Fan Ming to Fan Yume and Zhang Xueping, most others speculated that it was the collapse of the Yang family's group stocks. After all, many had witnessed the commotion between Wang Ergo and Yang Tingda, but they all believed it was Jiang Hongyi who had orchestrated the attack on the Yang family's group stocks. Not only them, but even Principal Zhang Hua thought the same, considering Wang Ergo's background as a rural kid. How could a rural child throw billions to target the Yang family's group stocks? Fan Mingda noticed that Wang Ergo did not respond to Yang Biao, and his gaze immediately focused on her. Yang Biao, what happened to your family? Fan Mingda was not concerned with the campus forum or the stock market, so he had no idea what Wang Ergo had done. Yang Biao glanced at Fan Mingda, somewhat surprised to encounter him here, as their last meeting had been at a grand business banquet. Young Master Fan, why are you here? My family's Zeruan Group stock price has plummeted again, reaching a daily limit down, and we've lost nearly 20 billion already. Lost 20 billion. Fan Mingda was taken aback. Although he was usually a dandy, he understood that a group valued at 300 billion, losing 20 billion meant certain bankruptcy. If they ceased the attack and the Yang family could still secure loans, perhaps they could recover. But unfortunately, banks were now unwilling to lend, and even if the Yang family sold off assets, it wouldn't compare to the funds Wang Ergo was throwing around. Thus, bankruptcy was inevitable. Once the Zeruan Group went bankrupt, the Yang family would fall completely. This was also why Yang Biao had come looking for Wang Ergo. Fan Yume and Zhang Xueping were usually arrogant and materialistic. However, upon hearing about the Yang family's 20 billion loss, they were utterly shocked. For them, this was like a fairy tale, completely unimaginable. Zhang Hua also looked astonished, staring at Wang Ergo with disbelief. In his view, the Yang family was already a second-rate family. Wang Ergo shouldn't possess the capability to make the Yang family's Zeruan Group lose 20 billion. Wang Ergo, however, nodded at Yang Biao, openly admitting, "Yes, it was me. Your Yang family must go bankrupt today." You? Yang Biao was taken aback by Wang Ergo's confidence. She wanted to refute him, but her words caught in her throat, leaving her speechless. For all this time, she had never encountered someone like Wang Ergo, who had assisted Zhang Hua in bringing down Feng Dehong, causing her family to lose a faction. Now he made the Yang family suffer a total loss of 20 billion. How could an ordinary person possess such power? At that moment, she fully realized that she had underestimated Wang Ergo. Fan Mingda, however, found it hard to believe and frowned at Yang Biao. Yang Biao, are you mistaken? Yang Biao smiled bitterly, wishing she were mistaken, but the losses were all too real. She did not respond to Fan Mingda, but knelt before Wang Ergo. Please spare my Yang family. Wang Ergo looked at her and sneered. Is it a bit late to beg for mercy now? I said the Yang family must go bankrupt today. Yang Bio's face was filled with fear. If the family assets reached zero, she would no longer be the second young lady of the Yang family. Losing that identity would be more painful than death. Thus, she dropped her former arrogance and continued to plead with Wang Ergo. Please, it was all my fault before. I'd just spare my Yang family. Everyone was dumbfounded. Zhang Huihui was also taken aback. She had initially thought that with Fan Mingda arrival, Wang Ergo would lose all face. But she never imagined that the Yang family would be in trouble. The corners of Fan Mingda's mouth twitched, and he felt a chill in his heart. To easily expend several hundred billion, causing the Yang family's Zeruan Group to lose 20 billion was unimaginable. Even if it were the Fan family in such a situation, they might not withstand such an attack. Suddenly, he felt as if he were challenging a high peak, but the gap with his opponent was too vast. Fan Yume noticed Fan Mingda looking at her and quickly shook her head. Brother, I don't know what's going on either. But I heard that Wang Ergo is just a rural person. Oh, how could he possibly make the Yang family go bankrupt? Fan Mingda was taken aback. According to Fan Yumei, it truly seemed impossible for Wang Ergo to bring about the Yang family's bankruptcy. Yet Yang Biao remained kneeling. Wang Ergo shook his head at Yang Biao. Get up, run as far as you can. Your Yang family is 200 billion in debt. If the group goes bankrupt, do you think those creditors will let you off? Yang Biao frowned. She could almost see someone pursuing her for debts, and that thought filled her with intent. It's not like that. Please spare my Yang family. I truly know I was wrong and my Yang family cannot fall. Zhang Huihui immediately stepped forward, trying to pull Yang Biao up. You must be mistaken. Wang Ergo is just a rural person. How could he possibly make your Yang family go bankrupt? Unexpectedly, Yang Biao swung her right hand and slapped Zhang Huihui's face. With a loud smack, Zhang Huihui stumbled back 2 steps, her face instantly swollen from Yang Biao's slap. She covered her face, looking at Yang Biao with indignation. Why did you hit me? Yang Biao shouted angrily at Zhang Huihui. Who do you think you are? Get away from me. Zhang Huihui felt extremely wronged, yet she still didn't believe Wang Ergo had the ability to attack the Yang family's Zeruan group. Therefore her gaze towards Wang Ergo was filled with resentment. It's all your fault. You, a dead poor wretch, are clearly just a rural person. How could you possibly bring down the Yang family's group? Wang Ergo shot her a disdainful glance and sneered. Whether I can bring down the Yang family's group is none of your business. Zhang Huihui felt unsatisfied as she saw Wang Ergo looking down on her. It had always been her looking down on Wang Ergo. How could he now look down on her? As for the posts on the campus forum, she had actually arranged for someone to create them, intentionally stirring up hatred against Wang Ergo. But she never expected Fan Yumei and Zhang Xueping to be so useless that they couldn't even deal with Wang Ergo. Wang Ergo, stop pretending to be impressive. You are just a poor loser. How could you possibly handle the Yang family? There must be another family attacking the Yang family. Wang Ergo chuckled lightly, and then took out his phone to call Jiang Hongyi. He'll transfer the money to you right now. Oh, attack the Jin family stocks for me. I want the Jin family to go bankrupt today. After hanging up, he provocatively looked at Zhang Huihui. Didn't you say you wanted to become Mrs. Jin? Then he'll make the Jin family go bankrupt, and see how you plan to be Mrs. Jin. Zhang Huihui looked disdainful as she had heard that the Jin family had over 400 billion. How could Wang Ergo, a rural person, possibly make the Jin family go bankrupt? That was simply wishful thinking. She took out her phone and immediately called Jin Yuanbao, telling him everything happened. Yang Biao still hadn't stood up and continued to plead with Wang Ergo. What must I do for you to spare my Yang? Wang Ergo shook his head and asked in return, if I were the one in a disadvantaged position, would your Yang family spare me? Yang Biao was taken aback. If Wang Ergo were the one at a disadvantage, their Yang family would certainly kill him. So she understood that Wang Ergo probably would not spare their Yang family. The thought of her family going bankrupt made her heart tremble inexplicably. Zhang Huihui, having finished her call, looked at Wang Ergo with a proud expression and mocked. Brother Bao has already said that nothing is wrong with his Jin family. Wang Ergo shook his head and gestured to Su Yuanli. Su Yuanli picked up his phone and opened the stock chart. The stock of Jinshan Group from the Jin family was plummeting. It was clear that the Jin family could not withstand the other party's attack. Zhang Huihui quickly grabbed her phone to check. When she saw that Jinshan Group stock had hit the limit down, her expression changed instantly, and she hurriedly called Jin Yuanbao. Brother Bao, it's bad. Your Jinshan Group stock is going to hit the limit down. How is that possible? Jin Yuanbao couldn't believe it. After all, his Jin family was just a third-rate family about to promote to a second-rate family. However, soon Jin Yuanbao's astonished voice came from the other end. It's over, it's over. How did my Jin family stocks get attacked? Zhang Huihui was filled with panic, because if this continued, the Jin family would likely go bankrupt. It can't be true. This definitely isn't true. Fan Mingda had been watching from the side, and upon learning that the Jin family's stocks were also under attack, he was greatly shocked. His gaze immediately focused on Wang Ergo. It was hard for him to believe that a single call from Wang Ergo could bring trouble to the Jin family. What is going on? You are clearly just an ordinary person. How could you bring trouble to the Jin family? Wang Ergo did not respond to Fan Mingda, but instead looked as the Jin family's stock price dropped to the bottom. Meanwhile, Zhang Huihui's phone call was filled with Jin Yuanbao's furious shouts. He simply could not accept the idea of his family's group going bankrupt. Unfortunately, even if he could not accept it, it was already a fact. Both the Yang family and Jin family stocks were shorted, leading to the group's direct bankruptcy. Everyone was astonished. They were unsure if the bankruptcy of the two groups was Wang Ergo's doing, but their faces were filled with disbelief. After all, the combined market value of the two groups was over 50 billion. What kind of person could simultaneously short two groups so effectively? Yang Biao saw the situation of her own group and instantly turned pale. Her phone rang shortly after, and upon answering, she was told that Zeruan Group had already gone bankrupt. This meant that even if she wanted to escape, there was no time left. She usually acted arrogantly, not knowing how many people she had offended, and the Yang family had offended even more. Now that the Yang family's group had gone bankrupt, those whom they had offended would come looking for the Yang family, and naturally, they would also come for her. It's over, I'm doomed. Zhang Weihui's face turned pale, her eyes filled with unwillingness as she looked at Wang Ergu. She never expected her dream of marrying into a wealthy family would shatter like this. Wang Ergu, what exactly did you do? Why did the Jin family go bankrupt? Wang Ergu shook his head. I didn't do anything, I'm just a rural person. What can I do? Just now I only made a call to Jiang Hongyi. He's the second young master of the Jiang family. What do you think? Zhang Weihui's eyes widened in realization. Are you saying you asked Jiang Hongyi for help to bring down the Jin family? Besides this, she could find no other reason. After all, Wang Ergu was just a rural person and could not possibly come up with hundreds of billions. Zhang Hua confirmed that both the Yang and Jin family groups had gone bankrupt, and he completely understood that he had underestimated Wang Ergu. Although he heard Wang Ergu's words to Zhang Huihui, he had already guessed that this matter was not simple. Even if Jiang Hongyi was from the Jiang family, it was unlikely he would invest hundreds of billions to deal with the Yang and Jin families for Wang Ergu. It seems this kid has quite a few secrets. Fan Mingda, however, was trembling, looking at Wang Ergu with a terrified expression, not daring to breathe loud. Although his Fan family was a second-rate family, and one of the 4 small wealthy families, in reality the economic strength of the Fan family had been declining in recent years. Thus the Fan family's assets only remained around 500 billion, not much more than the Yang family. If Wang Ergu had Jiang Hongyi target the Fan family's group, then the Fan family would likely also face total destruction. Realizing this, he immediately picked up his phone and dialed his family's patriarch to report the situation. Wang Ergu naturally noticed Fan Mingda making a call, but he did not stop him, nor did he pay any attention to the confused Fan Yueme. Now his focus was entirely on Zhang Huihui. From now on you probably won't be able to become the Jin family's lady anymore. Zhang Huihui looked embarrassed. With the Jin family going bankrupt, she naturally could no longer marry into the Jin family, and thus could not become any Jin family lady. However, hearing this from Wang Ergu felt especially ironic to her. She thought Wang Ergu was just a rural person, a poor loser with no future. But now Wang Ergu had completely changed her future. Wang Ergu, do you still like me? Why don't we get back together? Wang Ergu was taken aback. He never expected that at this moment Zhang Huihui would still want to reconcile with him. Of course, he knew this reconciliation was fake. In reality, Zhang Huihui was after his money. Reconcile? Reconcile what? When did we ever start? Aren't you embarrassed saying this? Zhang Huihui shamelessly shook her head. No, brother Ergu, you must still like me. Please give me a chance. Wang Ergu shook his head. I can't give you any chance, you aren't worthy of my opportunity, and didn't you always look down on me for being a rural person? That's right, I'm just a rural person. I don't have much money, I just had good luck saving Jiang Hongyi once. So Jiang Hongyi helped me deal with the Yang and Jin families. Even if you want to pay me back, you can't take a cent. Zhang Huihui frowned. If she couldn't get any money from Wang Ergu, she certainly did not want to be with him. So for a moment, she didn't know what to say. However, after finishing the call, Fan Mingda waved at Wang Ergu. Sorry, classmate Wang Ergu, I didn't mean to come here to cause trouble today, I'm leaving now. As for them, you can handle it. Before Wang Ergu could say anything, Fan Mingda immediately fled the classroom. Fan Yueme was stunned, as she never expected to be abandoned by Fan Mingda. Looking back at Wang Ergu, and then at the already collapsed Yang Biao, she felt that this time she had really kicked. Before Wang Ergu could speak, Zhang Hua waved his hand. Wang, the girls Fan Yueme and the others have already apologized. I hope you won't hold the school accountable for this. As for your personal matters, I won't get involved. After saying this, Zhang Hua exited the classroom. Wang Ergu looked at Fan Yueme with an indifferent expression and waved his hand. Alright, the forum incident wasn't your doing, I can forgive you, but you must treat others sincerely. If I hear that you continue to speak ill of others or engage in moral coercion, even insulting their character and launching personal attacks, don't blame me for being rude. Don't think I can't handle you, I'm just too lazy to argue with people who are so self-important. Fan Yueme and Zhang Xueping nodded in agreement and hurriedly left the classroom. With a wave of his hand, Wang Ergu signaled for Qin Ling and Lin Xuanxiang to help Yang Biao up. Yang Biao still looked terrified, almost as if she had lost her soul, her face pale, muttering to herself. As for Zhang Huihui, she couldn't determine whether Wang Ergu's words were true or false, nor could she judge if he had truly become wealthy or remained a poor country bumpkin. So after glancing at Yang Biao, she looked back at the casually dressed Wang Ergu and ultimately concluded that he was still just a poor country bumpkin. After all, if Wang Ergu were a wealthy person, it might just be from previous winnings, and that money had already been Even if she were to throw herself at Wang Ergu, she wouldn't gain anything from him. It would be far better to follow his lead and leverage connections with the likes of Jiang Hongyi from a wealthy family. If only I could get to know a young master from a wealthy family, wouldn't I be able to rise to the top in one leap? Hearing Zhang Hui's murmurs, Wang Ergu couldn't help but chuckle. He never expected that Zhang Hui would harbor such delusions of grandeur. Little did she know even the assets of a wealthy family were just a drop in the bucket to him. Zhang Hui, it's time to settle our scores. Zhang Hui scoffed, her expression filled with disdain. Wang Ergu, you're just acquainted with the second young master of the Jiang family. Without that connection, you are nothing. Exactly, that's why I'm lucky. I haven't done anything, but it's all Jiang Hongyi's doing. Zhang Hui pouted her. The old Wang Ergu would never have dared to speak to her like this. With just one word from her, he would obediently submit. But now Wang Ergu was full of confidence, calm, and completely unyielding to her wishes. Wang Ergu, you said it yourself that your luck saved Jiang Hongyi once. Now that Jiang Hongyi has helped you, he has repaid his debt to you. Wang Ergu raised an eyebrow and asked, so what? Zhang Hui sneered, continuing to mock him. So now you've turned back into a poor bumpkin. What's there to be proud of? What I become is my business. However, I said it's time to settle our scores. If you want to find a rich second generation, I have no objections, but you humiliated me with Jin Yuangbao, and even hired Lu Yidao to attack me and kill me. Tell me, how should I settle this score with you? Zhang Hui's expression changed. She naturally knew about Lu Yidao's attack on Wang Ergu, and could even say she had a hand in it. What do you want to do? Wang Ergu squinted his eyes and coldly smiled. What? Are you worried I would kill you here? No, rest assured, I won't make a move on you here at school. After hearing this, Zhang Hui sighed in relief. Wang Ergu continued, but I will make it so you have nowhere to run. Zhang Hui was taken aback, then shook her head, looking displeased. Wang Ergu, what exactly do you mean? It was Jin Yuangbao who hired Lu Yidao to deal with you, not me. Why are you targeting me? As a man, can't you be a bit more magnanimous? Wang Ergu waved his right hand and slapped her. Am I not magnanimous? If I weren't magnanimous, would I let you stand here peacefully? Do you think I don't know it was you who slandered me on the campus forum? You? Zhang Hui raised her hand to cover her face, utterly shocked. She thought Wang Ergu was oblivious to her actions, but it turned out he had always known. Wang Ergu stared coldly at Zhang Hui, saying sternly, Zhang Hui, you are vain and materialistic. I could ignore that, but do you really think you are worthy to slander me? Zhang Hui frowned, seeing her classmates' disdainful expressions, and felt a bit guilty. But she still believed it was Wang Ergu's fault. If he were a rich second generation, she wouldn't have strayed in her affections. That's right, it was me. You are just a poor bumpkin. Do you really think you're someone important? Wang Ergu wanted to step forward and slap her again, but was stopped by Su Yuanli holding his right arm. Brother Ergu, there's no need to lay hands on someone like her here. Su Haiyan immediately walked in front of Zhang Hui. Brother Ergu really doesn't need to take action, it would just dirty his hands. But I don't care. For someone like you, I always hit one whenever I see one. Sisters, let's go. With Su Haiyan's shout, the other girls rushed in and attacked Zhang Hui. Compared to the brutality of boys fighting, girls' fights were equally wild, grabbing faces, pulling hair, and even tearing clothes. Soon Zhang Hui was left in a pitiful state, sprawled on the floor. Seeing her like this, Wang Ergu also felt much better. All right, take her to the infirmary. Su Yuanli waved his hand at Su Haiyan. Su Haiyan nodded and immediately started arranging for someone to drag Zhang Hui out of the classroom. As for Yang Bio, her classmates and counselor from her class were called over to take her away. After sorting this out, Wang Ergu let out a long sigh and looked at Chen Jixing and Kai Jiaming. Let's go to the car city together this afternoon. Pick whatever cars you like. Upon hearing this, Chen Jixing and Kai Jiaming were overjoyed. Qin Ling then approached Wang Ergu to suggest a dormitory gathering. All right, you all decide the location. Well, I'll head over tonight. Wang Ergu agreed. Upon seeing his consent, Qin Ling thanked him and quickly left, pulling out her phone to make it. Brother Ergu agreed. You must come tonight. A soft and ethereal voice came from the other end of the line. I understand, I will definitely be there. Su Yuanli watched Qin Ling make a phone call and quietly asked Wang Ergu, are you really going to have dinner with the people from Qin Ling's dormitory? Wang Ergu was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head with a faint smile. I don't know. If she minds, then. Su Yuanli nodded slightly, not wanting to say much more. After all, he regarded Wang Ergu as a brother, so he naturally supported whatever Wang Ergu decided. Chen Jixing and Kai Jiaming exchanged glances, both choosing to remain silent, not discussing anything. As for Lin Ling and the others, they didn't dare to help Zhang Hui at all. From the takeout boxes that Wang Ergu and the others had given them last night, they knew that Wang Ergu was definitely not ordinary. Moreover, upon learning that Jin Yuangbao couldn't even settle a debt of 680 yuan, they realized that it was better to side with Wang Ergu than with Jin Yuangbao. By noon, the events that took place in the economics department's classroom had already spread throughout the campus. When Wang Ergu went to the third cafeteria with Su Yuanli and the others, he was recognized by many. However, these people watched from a distance and did not dare to approach Wang Ergu. Wang Ergu didn't mind as he casually queued for food with Su Yuanli and the others, just like any other normal school day. In the infirmary, Zhang Huihui had multiple wounds bandaged. After the school doctor finished, he immediately suggested, "Why don't you go to a major hospital for treatment?" Zhang Huihui shook her head, rejecting the school doctor's suggestion. "You don't need to arrange anything for me. I know my own body." Then she called Jin Yuangbao. However, the call rang 3 times before it was answered. Jin Yuangbao was extremely angry on the other end. "What is it? Hurry up and say it." Zhang Huihui furrowed her brows, but still recounted what Wang Ergu had said in the classroom. Jin Yuangbao was shocked he did this. No, it was him who had Zhang Hongyi do it. But that doesn't make sense. He can still command Zhang Hongyi. Zhang Huihui's expression darkened slightly as she coldly replied, "Bao Gu, I don't know what happened. He just made a phone call, and then the Yang family and your Jin family had issues." Jin Yuangbao snorted coldly and said in a sinister tone, "Regardless of whether he had someone do it, he dares to disregard my Jin family that is seeking death. I will arrange for someone to follow him. Just come over to me. Don't worry, our Jin family won't fall that easily." Upon hearing this, Zhang Huihui's expression brightened. She was waiting to become a lady of the Jin family, and as long as the Jin family didn't fall, there was still hope for her. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Huihui hurriedly left the school. Meanwhile, Wang Ergu learned of Zhang Huihui. Kai Jianming looked at Wang Ergu and suggested in a low voice, "Ergu, are we just going to let Zhang Huihui leave? Isn't she being too unfair to you?" He paused, feeling that it was too lenient for Zhang Huihui to just be dealt with this way. Wang Ergu smiled slightly and shook his head. "I never said I would let Zhang Huihui go. I don't need to keep an eye on her, but I already have someone watching her." Kai Jianming sighed in relief upon hearing this. As long as Wang Ergu had made arrangements, it was a good thing. If it were him, he would probably have left Zhang Huihui severely disabled rather than letting her only sustain minor injuries. If Wang Ergu intended to let Zhang Huihui go, he would definitely call his older brother Kai Jianhui for help. Su Yuanli and Chen Jisheng didn't question this matter as their families were ordinary and couldn't compete with the Jin family. Just after finishing lunch, Wang Ergu received a call from Zhang Hongyi. "Ergu, the Economic Investigation Bureau has approached me. They might come looking for you, especially since the recent turmoil in the stock market has raised concerns that someone might short the Donghai City stock market." Zhang Hongyi hastily warned. "I understand. Is everything fine on your end?" Wang Ergu replied calmly after a moment of contemplation. "I'm fine. My family patriarch personally intervened and has already explained things to them. By the way, my family patriarch wants to know when you have time to come over for a meal. He wants to meet you." Zhang Hongyi teased with a smile. "No time right now. I will come over when I have time." Wang Ergu sighed. "The patriarch said whenever you come over, he's very welcoming." "All right, you should communicate well with the economic Zhang Hongyi said in a serious tone. After the call ended, Wang Ergu saw 2 burly men in black suits walk into the cafeteria. One of the short-haired burly men approached Wang Ergu. "You must be Wang Ergu, right? I have something to verify with you. I wonder if you have time." Wang Ergu nodded, signaled to Su Yuanli and the others, then walked out of the cafeteria with the short-haired burly man. Su Yuanli watched Wang Ergu's back, his brows furrowing. Chen Jisheng looked nervous. "Yuanli, what if something happens? Should we call someone?" Su Yuanli shook his head and said coldly, "No need. If Ergu is really in trouble, he would let us go with him. Since he hasn't, it means the problem should be within his control." Kai Jianming nodded in agreement. "Yuanli makes sense. They'll call my older brother to see if there's any major issue." After saying this, he took out his phone and dialed Kai Jianhui. Outside the cafeteria, the short-haired burly man hadn't gone far and casually walked to a spot to introduce himself to Wang Ergu. "Hello, I'm LV Weichuan, the team leader of the Donghai City branch of the Economic Investigation Bureau. I'm here to understand the current situation regarding the stock market attacks." Wang Ergu nodded and then began a conversation with LV Weichuan. After their discussion, LV Weichuan nodded in satisfaction. "Since there's no major issue and it's a normal business layout, then there's no problem. We have recently been focused on cracking down on speculative funds, especially foreign funds, but I didn't expect that there are people with your financial strength in Donghai City. Apologies for the disturbance this time, and I hope you don't mind. We're all working for the economic development of Donghai City." Wang Ergu smiled faintly. "It's nothing, I understand, and it's you who have worked hard. If you have no further business, then I shall take my leave." LV Weichuan waved his hand, indicating that Wang Ergu could leave, and then he and his companion departed. Su Yuanli and the others saw Wang Ergu return safely, and they all sighed in relief. Wang Ergu noticed their expressions and chuckled. "What's wrong? Were you worried they came to arrest me?" "Don't worry, they were just following procedures to ask me a few questions." Su Yuanli nodded. "As long as everything is fine. By the way, didn't you say you were going to buy cars for the generals? Shall we head to the auto city now? Let's go." Wang Ergu waved his hand, signaling the 3 to leave. Lin Ling saw Wang Ergu and the others leave the cafeteria and immediately followed them stealthily. On the way, Wang Ergu learned that Lin Ling was following them and informed Su Yuanli and the others. "Lin Ling, how dare she follow us?" Su Yuanli exclaimed in surprise. Should we send someone to intercept her or guide her elsewhere? Kai Jiaming frowned and asked. I think it would be better to capture her directly and see what she really wants, Chen Jixing jested. Wang Ergo shook his head. He had no intention of capturing Lin Ling, as she was of no importance to him. They arrived at the New Era Automobile Commercial Center. Chu Kaihong received Wang Ergo's call and had been waiting. Wang Ergo asked Chu Kaihong to receive Chen Jixing and Kai Jiaming while he strolled around the exhibition area with Su Yuanli. Lin Ling entered the car city behind Wang Ergo and was very surprised. Are they here to buy a car? What kind of car are they looking to buy? Upon seeing Wang Ergo and Su Yuanli together in the exhibition hall, she immediately followed. Wang Ergo noticed Lin Ling trailing behind, but chose not to make a fuss, pretending he was unaware of her presence. Though both he and Su Yuanli had sports cars, their cars were left at the Triumph Hotel. Since neither had time to drive, they let Kai Jianwei arrange for someone to look after them. This time Wang Ergo did not plan to buy a car, he was merely accompanying others. In the supercar area, a burly man with a crew cut was seen with a beautiful woman with an oval face admiring the supercars. This crew-cut man was Fan Wanxiu, the second master of the Fan family and the uncle of Fan Mingda. Upon seeing Wang Ergo and Su Yuanli approach, his expression darkened. What's going on in this car city? How can anyone just waltz in? The oval-faced beauty named Huang Meijuan was Fan Wanxi's lover and his personal secretary. A strong look of dissatisfaction appeared on her pretty face, as if the space she was in had been polluted, and she stepped back 2 paces. The salesperson attending to Fan Wanxiu and Huang Meijuan was named Dai Yujun. She happened to be on leave the day Wang Ergo arrived, so she didn't recognize him at all. However, she knew Fan Wanxiu was the second master of the Fan family, a well-known bachelor, so she immediately, I'm sorry, Mr. Fan. I didn't know how the security let such people in. He'll notify security right away to have them removed. Without bothering to ask about Wang Ergo and the others, she immediately contacted the security department. Soon 2 security guards rushed over. When they learned they were to expel Wang Ergo and the others, the 2 security guards were stunned, as they had previously dragged Jin Xinmei and Zheng Jifu out. Thus they naturally recognized Wang Ergo and the others. Mr. Su. Wang Ergo waved to the 2 security guards and inquired about the situation, only to find out that Dai Yujun wanted to expel him and Su Yuanli for Fan Wanxiu. He shot a cold glance at Fan Wanxiu and snorted softly. What are you to have the audacity to expel me? Kid, are you talking to me? Do you want to provoke me? Do you know who I am? I am Fan Wanxiu, the vice president. Wang Ergo looked proud, saying, I don't care if you're a vice president. Even if you were the chairman, it wouldn't matter to me. This isn't your home. You don't have the authority to expel us here. He then waved at a bald security guard, sternly instructing, call Chun Haihua over here for me. The bald guard nodded upon hearing that he was to notify the general manager and immediately made the call. Fan Wanxiu was taken aback. He did not expect Wang Ergo to know Chun Haihua, but he thought Wang Ergo merely had some distant relation with Chun Haihua. Even so, he still looked down on Chun Haihua, as he believed that Chun Haihua wouldn't dare offend the Fan family. Just then his phone rang, and he swiped to answer it. Second uncle, where are you? I need you urgently. A young man's anxious voice came from the other end of the line. Where am I? I'm over at the New Era Automobile City. A poor bum has provoked me, and am dealing with him now. If you want to find me, just come over directly. Fan Wanxiu chuckled. He didn't elaborate, and ended the call. Huang Meijuan pouted and said sweetly, Darling, hurry and drive these 2 beggars away. Ooh, I can't stand them being here. Hearing this, Fan Wanxiu immediately waved at another standby security guard, reprimanding sharply, Why aren't you hurrying to kick these 2 bums out? The standby guard rolled his eyes at Fan Wanxiu and said nothing. Seeing this, Su Yuanli mocked Fan Wanxiu. You think someone like you can expel my brother Ergo? Fan Wanxiu frowned, suspecting that the 2 security guards were likely acquainted with Wang Ergo and Su Yuanli, which made him even more displeased. Oh, so you dare to offend me, huh? Dai Yujun, witnessing Fan Wanxiu about to explode, immediately yelled at the standby guard. What's wrong with you? Why aren't you quickly expelling those 2? Don't you know Mr. Fan is our esteemed guest? However, to Dai Yujun's shock, the standby guard remained unmoved and even rolled his eyes at her. Wang Ergo squinted at Dai Yujun and sneered. You're quite vicious, aren't you? You want to drive us away just to please them? Dai Yujun, seeing Wang Ergo mock her, snorted and appeared proud. I want to drive you away. Oh, what's it to you? What are you worth? You're nothing but lowly scum, unworthy to be compared with Mr. Fan. Wang Ergo was taken aback. He did not expect Dai Yujun to be so unreasonable, directly launching a personal attack, which ignited his fury. You have successfully provoked me. Just wait, I will make you regret this. Dai Yujun scoffed, mocking, You think a bum like you has any right to make me regret? Just then a loud voice came from behind. If he has no qualifications, do I have any? Dai Yujun turned around to see Chun Haihua approaching with a dark expression. General manager. Why are you here? Chun Haihua coldly snorted, his expression icy as he reprimanded, "If I didn't come, you'd be making a scene. Who do you think you are to speak so arrogantly here?" Dai Yujun looked bewildered. "No, general manager, it's these two bums causing trouble here. What do you want me for?" Chun Haihua strode closer, his right hand raised, and slapped her across the face. With a loud smack, Dai Yujun stumbled back a few steps, her face instantly swelling. "Who are you calling a bum?" Chun Haihua nearly shouted, his expression dark as a stormy cloud. Because Wang Ergu was now a distinguished guest at their auto city, yet unexpectedly, he was called a poor wretch by Dai Yujun. Dai Yujun was taken aback, as she never expected that Chun Haihua would actually hit her. But looking at Wang Ergu again, she still did not think he resembled a wealthy person, leaving her quite puzzled. Chun Haihua bowed at a 90-degree angle directly to Wang Ergu. "I apologize, Mr. Wang. It is my failure to manage my subordinates that led to your unpleasant service experience. Please forgive me." Fan Wanchu was taken aback to see Chun Haihua apologize to Wang Ergu. He naturally knew who Chun Haihua was, but he thought that Chun Haihua should first apologize to him instead. After all, he was the second master of the Fan family. Who would dare to disrespect the Fan family? Yet Chun Haihua came over to hit the car salesman and even apologized to Wang Ergu. "General Chun, what do you mean by this? You're actually protecting someone like him, a poor wretch." Huang Meiwan quickly nodded in agreement. "Exactly, he's just a poor wretch. Can't we just drive him away? Could it be that they are your relatives?" However, after Wang Ergu waved his hand, Chun Haihua dared to straight, "Mr. Wang, how do you think we should handle this? He is Fan Wanchu, the second master of the Fan family, which is a second-tier family in Donghai City, and has some influence." Chun Haihua hinted. Wang Ergu nodded, slightly casting a cold glance at Fan Wanchu. Although he could have Chun Haihua drive Fan Wanchu out, doing so would affect the development of the new era Auto City and would make things difficult for Chun Haihua. Unless he directly escalated the situation to bankrupt the Fan family, but right now Lu Weiquan and his people were likely still watching him. If he caused a massive upheaval in the Donghai City stock market, it would surely make future endeavors exceedingly difficult for him. "You say I'm a poor wretch, then how can I be considered wealthy in your eyes? Should I buy a few sports cars?" Fan Wanchu was stunned. He never expected that Wang Ergu actually planned to compete with him in financial power, as he had never regarded Wang Ergu highly and certainly did not think he was wealthy. "Kid, you want to compete with me in buying cars? Do you think someone like you can afford a car?" Wang Ergu chuckled. "How would I know without trying?" Upon hearing this, Chun Haihua immediately reminded Wang Ergu, "Mr. Wang, you had reserved 2 cars last time." Wang Ergu waved his hand, interrupting Chun Haihua. "It's fine." Since he believed I had no money, competing with him wouldn't be a problem. Chun Haihua nodded slightly and did not continue to dissuade Wang Ergu. However, he moved aside, took out his phone, and called Xiong Pei to report the situation. Fan Wanchu felt very uncomfortable seeing Wang Ergu's fearless demeanor. He believed he was being looked down upon by Wang Ergu. After all, he was the vice president of the fan group. How could he be underestimated by a young boy? "Kid, you want to compete with me in financial power? Fine, let's see who makes the most payments today. Whoever loses has to kneel down and crawl out." Wang Ergu nodded. "Alright, I agree." Then he waved to Su Yuanli beside him and whispered, "Go find the generals. Choose any car worth 5 million. Su Yuanli nodded and quickly left. Huang Meiwan looked on with disdain at Wang Ergu. "One has already—" Fan Wanchu smirked, wrapping his arm around Huang Meijuan's waist. "Don't worry, babe, they won't escape." After Wang Ergu waited for Chun Haihua to finish his call, he waved his hand. "Help me find an Audi Q8, one that is around 1 million in price." Huang Meiwan immediately sweetly said to Fan Wanchu, "Second master, he said he wants to buy an Audi." Fan Wanchu looked disdainful. "So he's really a poor wretch. Just an Audi Q8, and he dares to compete with me in financial power." Chun Haihua nodded at Wang Ergu and immediately had his assistant Li Zongxia handle it. Then Wang Ergu had Chun Haihua bring him paper and pen to write down all the cars he needed. Upon seeing the list, Chun Haihua's expression changed dramatically. Because the cars Wang Ergu listed were all super luxury cars, such as the Ferrari, LaFerrari, Bugatti Veyron, Rolls-Royce Phantom, etc. More importantly, Wang Ergu was willing to pay in full at the Auto City. At this moment, Chun Haihua naturally did not dare to delay and personally called to contact the heads of these super luxury car brands, as their Auto City did not have these super luxury cars. Half an hour later, Xiong Pei personally came here. He was shocked by the news he learned from Chun Haihua, as he never expected Wang Ergu would suddenly want to purchase so many super luxury cars. "Mr. Wang, I've already had people contacting them. As soon as I can get the cars, I will notify you immediately." Wang Ergu waved his hand, smiling lightly. "No rush, I have brothers who want to buy 2 cars here as well, and I will pay for them too. Additionally, prepare a Maybach GLS for me and another Mercedes GLS plus 10 Land Rovers. Oh, and also prepare a Maserati Quattroporte and 3 Ferrari F8s. Xiong Pei was astonished. He never expected Wang Ergu would want so many cars at once. Naturally, this was a god of wealth visiting, so he had no reason to refuse. So he immediately had arrangements made. As for Fan Wanchu, he only chose a Porsche 911. Huang Meiwan thought Wang Ergu couldn't afford it standing still, so she immediately came over to mock him. "On not daring to move, huh? Do you realize who you're dealing with? He's the second master, what are you?" Xiong Pei's face darkened upon hearing this. He immediately walked up and slapped her. With a loud clap, Huang Meiwan nearly fell to the ground. This made Fan Wanchu very unhappy, and he began to yell at Xiong Pei. "What do you mean hitting my woman?" Xiong Pei snorted. "Hitting her is too lenient. What is she to dare be rude to Mr. Wang? Mr. Wang?" Fan Wang's expression darkened, and his eyes nearly spit fire. He did not understand why Xiong Pei referred to Wang Ergu as Mr. Wang, as he believed Wang Ergu, a poor wretch, did not deserve such respect. "You must be mistaken for someone like him. Calling him a poor wretch is already looking up to him. I tell you I bought a Porsche." Xiong Pei chuckled upon hearing this, but his face was filled with sarcasm. "What's a Porsche? I tell you, when you are given face you are the second master. When you're not given face you are nothing at all." Fan Wanchu suddenly felt furious. He had always been revered wherever he went, yet he never expected Xiong Pei to belittle him so. "How dare you? Do you know what you're saying? Do you believe I can make it impossible for you to survive here in Beichuo district?" Xiong Pei, though not as physically strong as Fan Wanchu, exuded a formidable presence. "How can you make it impossible for me? Then go ahead and try. Let's see if you Fan Air Yi are stronger, or I Xiong Pei am." Fan Wanchu had heard of Chen Haihua, but had never met Xiong Pei. He never imagined that he would encounter Xiong Pei. He was unaware of Xiong Pei's true nature, but he had heard that Xiong Pei's background was so mysterious that he couldn't afford to offend him. Although the Fan family held some power, they were far inferior compared to Xiong Pei, causing him to feel somewhat apprehensive. "So you're Xiong Dong. It was a misunderstanding. I hope you won't take offense." Xiong Pei noticed Fan Wanchu slightly lowering his head, but refused to acknowledge it. "It doesn't matter if I take offense, but your disrespect towards our esteemed guest is your fault. I advise you to apologize immediately." Fan Wanchu frowned, sizing up Wang Ergu. He couldn't discern Wang Ergu's true identity. Huang Meijuan, however, covered her face, looking at Fan Wanchu with a pitiful expression. "Heir, do we really have to bow our heads and apologize to them? Besides, he's challenging you in terms of wealth. Let him see your financial power." Fan Wanchu nodded and waved his hand at Dai Yujun. Dai Yujun immediately looked at Wang Ergu with an air of arrogance and handed over some documents. "Fan Air Yi has ordered a Porsche 911 from us in installments valued at around 2.5 million. Wang Ergu did not take the documents, but instead looked at Chen Haihua. Chen Haihua immediately waved at his assistant Li Zongxia. Li Zongxia nodded, promptly reporting to Fan Wanchu, "Mr. Wang has spent a total of 120 million with us." Fan Wanchu was stunned. Huang Meiwan was also taken aback. Dai Yujun's expression changed, as she originally thought her commission would be substantial, but she never expected that Wang Ergu's expenditure would reach 120 million. If it had been stated by another salesperson, she might not have believed it, but since it was Chen Haihua who instructed Li Zongxia to say, so it had to be true. Thus her heart felt as if it were being pricked by needles, causing great discomfort. Chen Haihua stared wide-eyed at Wang Ergu. He knew the car Wang Ergu ordered, but he had not calculated it, so he also had no idea it had exceeded 100 million. Xiong Pei was elated, astonished at the incredible financial power displayed, truly a manifestation of the wealth god. At that moment, Su Yuanli returned with Chen Jixing and Kai Jiaming. Chen Jixing chose a Ferrari 812 GTS priced at over 5.4 million. Kai Jiaming picked a Lamborghini Aventador priced at over 5.7 million. The prices of the two sports cars had already been included in the total. Wang Ergu squinted and gestured to Fan. "Are you going to kneel yourself, or should I help you kneel?" Fan Wang's lips twitched, and he felt an intense shock. He never expected Wang Ergu to be so formidable, able to spend 120 million on cars, a total more than 40 times his own. Who exactly is this young man? Huang Meiwan pursed her lips, angrily retorting, "Are you cheating? How could he possibly come up with 120 million? Chen Haihua sneered, still not willing to admit defeat. "Li, show her the documents." Li Zongxia nodded and handed a purchase document to Huang Meiwan. Huang Meiwan caught the document, and after just a glance her eyes widened in disbelief, her delicate body trembling slightly. Unable to contain his curiosity, Fan Wanchu leaned over to take a look. But after reading the purchase documents, he was even more shocked. He never thought Wang Ergu would have purchased so many cars. It was akin to shopping at a market. Even the Ferrari LaFerrari supercar was not available in the car city and had to be sourced from other locations. Seeing that Fan Wanchu was silent, Wang Ergu did not rush him, but instead asked Chen Jixing and Kai Jiaming. Both of them felt somewhat embarrassed, as the cars they chose were much pricier than Wang Ergu's Lamborghini Huracan. Seeing this, Su Yuanli smirked mockingly. "If you don't want them, you can exchange with me." Both looked at Su Yuanli simultaneously, but shook their heads. Because Su Yuanli's sports car was a second-hand Ferrari 488. "Yuanli, if you like what I picked, I can let you have it, but you must let me drive it for a few months." We're all brothers, it's not about exchanging or not. If you like it, just take it and drive. Su Yuanli rolled his eyes at the two who appeared generous, but clearly had no intention of giving up their choices. After all, they had finally obtained a dream car, why would they not want it? Xiong Pei remained silent, but envied Su Yuanli and the others for having a brother like Wang Ergu. Suddenly, he saw Jiang Hongyi approaching with a group. I heard my brother Ergu bought another car here. Jiang Hongyi waved at everyone as soon as he arrived. Fan Wanchu was taken aback upon seeing Jiang Hongyi. He never expected Wang Ergu to know Jiang Hongyi, instantly feeling that he had severely underestimated Wang Ergu. Xiong Pei immediately stepped forward explaining the situation to Jiang Hongyi. After listening, Jiang Hongyi cast a dark glance at Fan Wanchu, then smiled at Wang Ergu. Brother Ergu, look at me, I don't have a supercar. Why don't you give me one? Wang Ergu smiled faintly, I ordered several, if you like one you can take it and drive whenever you want. Jiang Hongyi's eyes widened in excitement, his brows raised in delight. Really? That's great. I can show. Although he said this, he was deeply shocked. If it were him in Wang Ergu's position, he wouldn't dare to splurge 120 million on a car. Wang Ergu gave Luo Ming a call because the Land Rover Range Rover in the purchase list was meant for Luo Ming and the others. The Audi Q8 and Rolls-Royce Phantom were for his personal use. As for the Maybach and Mercedes-Benz, they were for his parents. The Maserati Quattroporte and Ferrari F8 were planned as gifts for some relatives. Once Jiang Hongyi saw Wang Ergu finish the call, he turned to Fan Wanchu and asked Brother Ergu, how should we deal with this guy? Wang Ergu smiled slightly. We compete in wealth, he lost. I already said he should kneel, but he hasn't. It seems his backbone is quite stiff. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hongyi arrogantly gestured at Fan Wanchu. If your backbone really is this stiff, then I reckon your Fan family is finished. A mere Fan family thinks they can challenge Brother Ergu in financial strength. What do you think you are? Fan Wanchu's expression froze. If it were anyone else mocking him, he would have exploded. But this person was Jiang Hongyi, and he knew very well that he could not afford to offend the Jiang family. However, he still couldn't understand who exactly Wang Ergu was to earn such respect from Jiang Hongyi. Who exactly are you? Wang Ergu merely smiled without responding to Fan Wanchu, as he was not Fan Wanchu's student and had no obligation to answer every question. Jiang Hongyi shot a glance at Fan Wanchu, who had spoken so plainly, yet Fan Wanchu still questioned. Xiong Pei remained silent. He had already warned Fan Wanchu before, but Fan Wanchu hadn't listened, so he was too lazy to speak up again. As for Chun Haihua and Li Zongxiao, they dared not utter a word. Su Yuanli and the others quietly stood to the side. Huang Meiwan did not know Jiang Hongyi, but seeing Jiang Hongyi so arrogant and Fan Wanchu so nervous, she naturally sensed something was amiss. Second uncle, what should we do now? Fan Wanchu said awkwardly. He did not know who Wang Ergu was and naturally did not want to kneel before him. Suddenly his phone rang. He saw that it was a call from Fan Mingde and chose to answer it. On the other end, Fan Mingde's voice came through. Second uncle, where are you? I've arrived. Fan Wanchu immediately reported his location. Soon Fan Mingde found his way there. Upon seeing Wang Ergu, Fan Mingde was momentarily stunned. Why are you here too? Wang Ergu asked in surprise, not expecting to see Fan Mingde here, especially since he had just clashed with him that morning. What's so strange about me being here? It's you who suddenly came here for what? Do you want to stir up trouble with me? Fan Mingde quickly shook his head. He certainly did not dare to stir up any trouble with Wang Ergu, and he immediately recognized Jiang Hongyi. If someone had said Wang Ergu knew Jiang Hongyi before, he would not have believed it, but now he did. He turned to Fan Wanchu, frowning as he asked, Second uncle, what's going on? Fan Wanchu looked embarrassed, but still explained the situation to Fan Mingde. After hearing it, Fan Mingde was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe his second uncle actually dared to compete with Wang Ergu in financial resources. He also never expected that Wang Ergu had purchased so many cars. The important thing was that his second uncle had already lost to Wang Ergu. Second uncle, you should just follow the competition's rules, kneel and crawl out of here, Fan Wanchu said with a frown, not wanting to kneel as he had never done so to someone younger. Mingde, if I crawl out on my knees, I'll probably be laughed at for the rest of my life. Fan Mingde was at a loss for words. After all, if this matter were to spread, it would indeed be a lifetime of ridicule and would disgrace the Fan family. Yet Fan Wanchu had provoked Wang Ergu, and the two were in such a deadlock that there was no room for resolution. Wang Ergu saw Fan Wanchu and Fan Mingde whispering and coldly said, Have you come to an agreement? Are you willing to gamble and lose kneeling down, or does the second master of the Fan family intend to deny the bet? Fan Wanchu twitched the corner of his mouth and scoffed, Kid, I admit defeat, but if you want me to kneel, you'd better show your true skills. Before Wang Ergu could respond, Fan Wanchu took Huang Meiwan and left. Fan Mingde, feeling awkward, also did not dare to stay and followed them out. Wang Ergu frowned deeply, his expression extremely grave. He noticed the disdain in Fan Wanchu's eyes, which showed that he completely disregarded him. Jiang Hongyi leaned close to Wang Ergu's ear and whispered, Brother Ergu, the Fan family is too despicable. Don't you think we should take action against them? Wang Ergu waved his hand decisively. Leave it to young master, E to handle. They'll give you 5 billion to do whatever you want. Just ensure that the people in the financial department apply pressure on the Fan family properly. No problem. I'll arrange it right away. Jiang Hongyi nodded, then picked up his phone to make a call. Outside, Fan Mingde caught up with Fan Wanchu looking anxious. Second uncle, how can you just leave like this? Fan Wanchu's face darkened as he coldly said, if I don't leave, do you really think I should bow to a junior? If he's just a junior, does he really think he's something? Does he think he can contend with our Fan family? What a young one, not knowing the heights of heaven and depths of the earth. Fan Mingde was shocked, quickly recounting the events between him and Wang Ergu. Fan Wanchu's expression changed. He never expected Wang Ergu to be so formidable that he could cause the Yang family to go bankrupt. Mingde, you better not be joking with me. Fan Mingde shook his head. Second uncle, at this point, do you think I'd still joke? I don't know who Wang Ergu is, but I believe he knows Jiang Hongyi and has the ability to easily bankrupt a publicly listed company. That capability is too strong. If you're not absolutely certain, then don't challenge this matter, otherwise you will face dire consequences that could even involve our entire family. Fan Wanchu frowned, thinking that Fan Mingde was joking. Just because Wang Ergu could easily spend 120 million on cars, it did not mean he had the financial power to suppress another's company. To suppress the Yang family's corporate stock, at least 30 billion would be needed. How could Wang Ergu possibly have 30 billion? Neither Fan Wanchu nor Huang Meiwan believed it. In Huang Meijuan's view, Wang Ergu merely had good luck and happened to encounter someone else's company targeting the Yang family's stock. As for Wang Ergu spending 2 billion on cars, that could very well be all his wealth. Meanwhile, Fan Wanchu was the vice president of the Fan Group with a status and position far exceeding that of Wang Ergu. She believed that Fan Wanchu was much better than Wang Ergu. Seeing that Fan Wanchu did not take it seriously, Fan Mingde immediately picked up his phone and called his grandfather. Soon he recounted the whole situation to his grandfather. However, his grandfather did not immediately comment, but suggested that Fan Mingde inform Fan Wanchu to have him return for dinner that night. After hanging up, Fan Mingde hurried to advise Fan Wanchu. Second uncle, grandfather wants you to come back for dinner tonight. Fan Wanchu frowned. He had previously promised Huang Meiwan to have dinner together that night. But now he had no choice but to agree to return to the Fan family for dinner. However, before Fan Wanchu could leave, Fan Mingde received a call that someone was targeting their Fan Group stock. What? Who did this? Fan Wanchu quickly asked. Huang Meiwan also recalled what Fan Mingde had said earlier, instantly thinking of Wang Ergu, but she felt it was impossible. After all, Wang Ergu dressed too ordinarily. No matter how she looked at it, he didn't seem like a wealthy person. Even though Wang Ergu had already spent 2 billion, she still did not think he was from a wealthy family, but rather more like a newly wealthy individual. Fan Mingde, however, looked terrified, muttering to himself. It must be Wang Ergu. It must be him. Fan Wanchu hung up the phone, looking confused at Fan Mingde. It was the first time he had seen his nephew with such an expression. Why him? Fan Mingde frowned at Fan Wanchu, his face full of frustration. Second uncle, didn't I just explain this to you? One phone call from him caused the Yang family to go bankrupt. If something happens to our Fan Group, it's likely his doing. How is this possible? Fan Wanchu exclaimed in shock. Although Fan Mingde had said it earlier, he thought he was, even if it wasn't a joke, the one suppressing others' companies shouldn't be Wang Ergu. But soon Fan Wanchu's phone. This time, it wasn't a call from the Fan Group, but from the old man. As soon as he answered, he heard the old man. You go apologize to that Wang Ergu immediately, hurry. What? Fan Wanchu was astonished. He never expected the old man to personally call, just to ask him to apologize to Wang Ergu. Our group stocks have plummeted, losing over 2 billion. It's only been a few minutes. Do you hope our group go? The old man continued to roar. Fan Wanchu was stunned. Beside him, Fan Mingde quickly advised, Second uncle, you need to go apologize to Wang Ergu right away, or our group will really have problems. You ungrateful child, why aren't you going to apologize and admit your mistakes? At this, Fan Wanchu began to panic. Within the Fan family, he might not respect others, even his eldest brother, but he never dared to disrespect the old man. If even the old man personally called to order him to apologize, it indicated that Wang Ergu was indeed someone formidable. Thus, Fan Wanchu immediately turned back with Fan Mingde to find Wang Ergu. As for Huang Meijuan, who followed along, she dared not speak much. Being Fan Wanchu's lover, she naturally knew to read his expression. However, when they returned to the exhibition hall, Wang Ergu and the others were no longer there. So they searched for the VIP. Wang Ergu and the others were drinking tea in the lounge, discussing their partners instead of cars. Xiong Pei was also there, but he dared not say much, just watching Wang Ergu and Jiang Hongyi chat. A bodyguard walked in and reported to Xiong Pei, Director Xiong Master Fan has arrived and wants to see Mr. Wang. Xiong Pei frowned and then turned to Wang Ergu. Wang Ergu nodded slightly and said lightly, let them in. Upon hearing this, Xiong Pei immediately waved to the bodyguard. Let them in. The bodyguard immediately turned and walked out. Soon Fan Wanchu and the others walked in. Upon seeing Wang Ergu there, Fan Wanshu quickly approached him, awkwardly smiling as he apologized. Mr. Wang, I'm sorry I was wrong. Wang Ergu chuckled lightly, holding a white teacup, turning it slightly, but his finger pointed at the floor. Fan Wanshu was taken aback, his expression changing as he understood that Wang Ergu wanted him to kneel. Mr. Wang, I realize my mistake. Can we skip the kneeling? Wang Ergu chuckled. You don't have to kneel. Fan Wanshu frowned. He was here to plead, and if he didn't kneel, he didn't know what would happen to the group. Grinding his teeth, he still knelt before Wang Ergu. Wang Ergu squinted his eyes and coldly remarked, if you had done this sooner, it would have been better. I thought you would wait until your Fan family went bankrupt before coming here. Zhang Hongyi immediately mocked. With how the Fan family is, they don't even know to accept their losses. Even if they don't go bankrupt today, they'll probably be bankrupt tomorrow. Fan Mingda's mouth twitched, and he also knelt before Wang Ergu. Mr. Wang, my second uncle was wrong. Please give our Fan family a chance. Huang Meiwan was stunned. She never expected both Fan Wanshu and Fan Mingda to kneel. At this moment, she dared not insult Wang Ergu any further, and immediately knelt down as well, but she still glanced at Fan Wanshu, wanting to see how he would respond. Unexpectedly, upon seeing Wang Ergu's imposing demeanor, Fan Wanshu became very flustered. Previously he was unsure if it was Wang Ergu, but now he was completely convinced it was indeed him. It's all my fault. I beg you, Mr. Wang, please don't let the Fan family go bankrupt. You can punish me however you want. Wang Ergu nodded slightly, coldly snorting, at least you know your place. After all, you still have some gentlemanly demeanor, only betting with me and not doing anything excessive. If you were to act like the Yang family and seek death, I would probably immediately ensure your Fan family goes bankrupt today. Of course, you may doubt my abilities, but I believe if your Fan family goes bankrupt, you will definitely regret it. Fan Mingda quickly nodded, pleading, Mr. Wang, my second uncle knows he was wrong. Please do not target our Fan family's stocks any longer. Wang Ergu looked at Fan Mingda, but did not agree to stop targeting them. You really know how to deal with people. However, I want to know, how did you persuade your second uncle to turn back when he clearly left? Zhang Hongyi immediately warned Fan Mingda, don't say anything reckless, reveal all the details. I can tell you that our brother Ergu is from a hidden family. Don't mention your Fan family. Even our Zhang family does not dare to provoke him. Fan Mingda nodded and recounted the events. After listening, Wang Ergu continued to look at Fan Wanshu. You have a good nephew. Otherwise, I would not only directly make your Fan family go bankrupt, but also ruin your reputation, placing you in a precarious position. After all, why did you choose to have such an insulting woman by your side? Fan Wangs's expression changed, and he secretly rejoiced. He immediately turned around, raised his right hand, and slapped Huang Meiwan. You foul woman, who told you to insult Mr. Wang? Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Wang, then get out of here. Upon hearing this, Huang Meiwan immediately apologized to Wang Ergu. I'm sorry, Mr. Wang. I was wrong. Please forgive me. Wang Ergu waved his hand. All right, get out of here. Don't let me see you again, or otherwise I won't be polite. Huang Meiwan felt as if she had received a reprieve. She immediately stood up and exited the lounge. Seeing Huang Meiwan leave, Fan Wanshu continued to smile awkwardly at Wang Ergu. Mr. Wang, I was wrong. Please do not target our fan group any further. At that moment, his phone rang. Fan Wanshu looked at it, unsure whether to answer or not. Wang Ergu smirked and pointed at the phone. Answer it, let's see what they say. Fan Wanshu immediately answered, and on the other end the secretary nervously said, Vice President, there's a problem. Our group has already lost 5 billion. This news caused Fan Wangs's face to change dramatically, for the Fan family's assets amounted to a mere 5 billion, and suddenly, they had lost 50 billion, which felt like losing half of his life. If the other party continued to target them, the Fan group would likely face bankruptcy, and he would become the center of the... Thus Fan Wanshu looked at Wang Ergu with a tense expression. Mr. Wang, I beg you, spare me. I understand my mistake, and I will never disrespect you again. You can command me to do anything. Fan Mingda also received the news, and was greatly shocked. Losing 50 billion meant that the cash flow of the Fan group had vanished. Unless his father or the elder discussed borrowing money, or they diverted funds to boost the stock price, they would still be in a precarious situation. Therefore, after realizing all this, Fan Mingda also pleaded with Wang Ergu. Mr. Wang, I know I was wrong too. You can command me to do anything in the future. Please spare the Fan family. Wang Ergu looked at the uncle and nephew with an amused expression, coldly saying, Fine. Today I will give you some face. If you cherish this opportunity, there won't be a next time, and I won't be polite then. Then he waved his hand at Zhang Hongyi. Zhang Hongyi picked up his phone and immediately made a call. Soon he instructed what needed to be done. Fan Wanshu and Fan Mingda also received the news that the stock attack had been halted and the Fan group was temporarily safe. Thus both uncle and nephew breathed a sigh of relief. Xiong Pei was shocked. He didn't know Wang Ergu's background. From the fact that Wang Ergu spent 1.2 billion on a car, it was clear he must come from some super family. In his impression, only people from super families could easily spend tens of billions, or even hundreds of billions to target the stock market and suppress other companies. Moreover, even Zhang Hongyi followed Wang Ergu's orders, which made him respect Wang Ergu even more. Wang Ergu then waved goodbye to Fan Wanshu and Fan Mingde. "Alright, you two can go now, but don't disturb my enjoyment here." Fan Wanshu nodded and immediately dragged Fan Mingde's right arm, leaving the reception room, and even gently closing the door. Seeing the uncle and nephew leave, Zhang Hongyi snorted lightly. Brother Ergu, the Fan family isn't good people. If you let them go like this, it may be like letting a tiger return to the mountain. Wang Ergu smiled faintly, saying, "What can I do if I don't let them go? Should I kill them here?" "Don't be ridiculous. I'm a law-abiding citizen." Zhang Hongyi frowned and quickly explained, "I'm not saying to kill them, but you should directly suppress the Fan family, forcing them into bankruptcy so they won't have a chance to rise again." Wang Ergu shook his head, saying, "I don't have such hatred for the Fan family yet, and there's no need to force them into bankruptcy. The world would only think I'm too selfish. This is different from the Jin and Yang families who want me dead. Naturally, I must make them lose all chances of survival. But the Fan family only insulted me verbally. They haven't reached the point of threatening my life." Zhang Hongyi looked bewildered, but he still believed that letting the Fan family go was akin to letting a tiger return to the mountain. He had heard many things about the Fan family, and if they held a grudge against Wang Ergu for what happened today, they would undoubtedly target him. Of course, now that Wang Ergu had said this, he didn't dare to continue advising him, especially since the people had already been let go. At this moment on the road outside the car city, Fan Wanshu and Fan Mingde got into a black Mercedes, both looking very serious. They couldn't believe that just by begging Wang Ergu for mercy, the Fan group had lost so much. Fan Mingde glanced at Fan Wanshu, noticing he was still panting, and frowned, asking, "Second uncle, can we really leave now?" Fan Wanshu rolled his eyes and coldly replied, "If we don't leave now, do you want to go back in and kneel? Let's go, we need to hurry back to the Fan group and see what's going on." Fan Mingde nodded and immediately had the driver head to the Fan group. Upon arriving at the Fan group, they went straight to the financial department. When they learned that the attack had indeed been stopped, they exchanged glances, both relieved. A middle-aged man in a suit approached them. He was Fan Mingde's father, Fan Qianlin. Seeing their expressions, Fan Qianlin immediately inquired about the situation. Although he had heard some details from the elder, he still wanted to hear it from them. After hearing their account, Fan Qianlin was astonished. "Who exactly is Wang Ergu, and how much do you know about?" Fan Mingde shook his head, saying, "All the information I could find is here, but this information is less reliable than what I've heard. This time he truly caused the Fan group a loss of 50 billion with just one phone call. If he continued targeting us, the Fan group would face bankruptcy. So this time we were lucky." Fan Wanshu nodded in agreement, saying, "This was all my fault. If I hadn't spoken carelessly, we wouldn't have lost 50 billion. Fan Qianlin frowned, feeling quite displeased. He never expected that the instigator behind the scenes was just a college student, almost leading the Fan group to the brink of bankruptcy. If such a person cannot be used by the Fan family and cannot be befriended, then we cannot let him live. Fan Mingde was astonished, looking at Fan Qianlin and asking, "Father, do you mean we should kill Wang Ergu?" "But Wang Ergu has Zhang Hongyi protecting him." Fan Qianlin snorted coldly, his face full of arrogance. "Zhang Hongyi is from the Zhang family, but he's just a wastrel. Do you really think he can mobilize the Zhang family's power?" Fan Mingde didn't know what to say. If Wang Ergu didn't rely on the Zhang family's connections, then whose connections was he using? According to his thoughts, he naturally didn't dare to offend Wang Ergu. However, according to his father's perspective, since Wang Ergu caused the Fan family a loss of 50 billion, he was an enemy of the Fan family. Killing an enemy is something the Fan family should do. Fan Qianlin didn't look at Fan Mingde, but coldly stared at Fan Wanshu, sternly saying, "You caused such a mess over a trivial matter, just look at what you've become." Fan Wangs's mouth twitched, his gaze sharp. "Eldest brother, are we really going to kill that brat Wang Ergu? But how should we go about it? What if we can't kill him? Wouldn't that be?" Fan Qianlin chuckled, saying, "So what if we can't kill him? If we hire assassins, who would know it was the Fan family behind it?" In the auto city, Zhang Hongyi selected a car and then left alone. Wang Ergu and the others made their way to the Qianda shopping plaza together. As soon as they got out of the car, Kai Jianming excitedly started introducing things, as it was he who had recommended that Wang Ergu and the others come along. After all, there was a dormitory social event tonight, and he believed his 3 roommates should have a makeover to enhance their appearances. Wang Ergu had no objections. He was not very knowledgeable in this area, and thought it better to let Kai Jianming, this rich second generation, teach him how to dress up. Su Yuanli and Chun Jisheng naturally had no objections either. The two had often criticized Kai Jianming for hiding his wealthy background and suggested that he pay for their shopping this time. Kai Jianming actually had no money left, but since Wang Ergu had gifted him a sports car, he borrowed some money from his older brother Kai Jianhui and agreed to cover the expenses for this makeover. After all, as long as the clothing wasn't women's wear or high-end custom-made, the prices couldn't be exorbitant. However, the four did not arrive in the sports car, but rather in a BMW driven by Luo Ming and 2 Range Rovers they picked up from the Auto City. Of course, Luo Ming and the others did not enter the shopping center building. This was a gathering place for luxury goods, and many celebrities often came here to shop, so the place was bustling with crowds in the afternoon. The 4 quickly entered a clothing store, but after they came in, few salespeople approached to assist them. In the eyes of the salespeople, 4 boys had entered without even a female companion, and they assumed that the boys were likely just browsing with little chance of making a purchase. Kai Jianming wanted to explode in anger, but was stopped by Wang Ergu. "It's fine. With you helping us, we don't need them. It doesn't matter if they're here or not," Wang Ergu said casually. Kai Jianming felt embarrassed because he had recommended this place, but didn't expect to be treated this way. At that moment, a salesperson with buck teeth approached. "Hello gentlemen, my name is Lan and Fong. I'm here to introduce you to any clothing you might need." Wang Ergu nodded. "Sure, please introduce us, but we might not be able to afford anything. We're all students." Lan and Fong, however, was not offended and smiled generously. "No problem. I can see your students, but students are also our potential customers. Even if you can't afford it now, you will in the future, so feel free to look around." Wang Ergu was taken aback. He didn't expect Lan and Fong to be so insightful. However, the other salespeople nearby immediately began to whisper sarcastically. "Is Lan and Fong out of her mind? Just look at these 4 students. Their clothing doesn't suggest they're wealthy." "Exactly. What's the use of serving these poor kids? They'll just come in to look around, take some pictures, and then leave. Expecting them to buy anything is just a dream. I think Lan and Fong is just attracted to their youth, and is probably hoping to find one to support her. After all, a sister-brother relationship is quite common." Lan and Fong's face flushed red, but her eyes were filled with resentment. She never expected her co-workers to speculate about her intentions so maliciously. Not only did they bully her as a newcomer, but they also mocked her so openly. If she said she didn't feel any resentment, that would certainly be a lie. However, in front of Wang Ergu and the others, she didn't want to say anything embarrassing. Wang Ergu noticed the situation and asked Lan and Fong, "Since they said that about you, aren't you going to fight back?" Lan and Fong shook her head and explained, "They're usually like this. Besides, who isn't spoken about behind their back? What's the use of getting angry with them? And I'm just a new employee who just passed my probation. Arguing with them will only make them resent me even more, so it's better to avoid conflict." Wang Ergu nodded and patted Kai Jianming on the shoulder. Kai Jianming, who wanted to explode, was now completely calmed down. If someone had said something like that to him, usually he would have probably erupted in anger. Now, in comparison to Lan and Fong, he felt he had no grace, no vision, and not even a bit of patience. He naturally understood that Wang Ergu's pat on his shoulder was a reminder of how to conduct himself. "Brother Ergu, I will do as you say." Wang Ergu smiled slightly. "Good people should be rewarded, while bad people should be punished. How about this, you check on this store, and have their boss come over." Kai Jianming nodded, and then moved aside to look up the investors of the store. Wang Ergu, along with Chun Jisheng and Su Yuanli, followed behind Lan and Fong, looking at a lot of clothes. Of course, as long as they found clothes they liked, Wang Ergu also let Chun Jisheng and Su Yuanli try them on. This scene was soon reported to the store manager by the other salespeople. Lan and Fong had an average build, was quite slender, and although her buck teeth were noticeable, they were not severe, so her features were considered decent. The store manager Huang Meichan stormed over her figure, slightly plump and wearing a tight silver-gray suit. She wore a gold chain around her neck, but the suit covered her upper body, so it was unclear what the pendant was. "Lan and Fong, what are you doing? Who told you to serve them?" Lan and Fong frowned. "Manager Huang, what's wrong with me? They are customers. Am I supposed to ignore them?" "Uff." Huang Meichan scoffed disdainfully, turning to give Wang Ergu and the others a scornful look, and continued to mock. "Just look at these poor students. Do you really expect them to spend money here?" Lan and Fong looked at Wang Ergu and the others with difficulty, but still argued back against Huang Meichan. "Manager Huang, they are customers. I can't just." Huang Meichan interrupted loudly. "Am I the manager, or are you the manager? You do as I say. If you can't do it, then get out. Do you really think you're someone important? In my eyes, someone like you, a poor person, shouldn't even work here. Receiving 4 poor students here, how will other customers see our clothing store?" Lan and Fong immediately dared not speak, lowering her head, feeling very aggrieved. Huang Meichan, seeing Lan and Fong in such a state, became even more arrogant. "You won't get your bonus this month. If you don't make a sale today, you can forget about last month's salary too." Lan and Fong's expression changed, as she didn't expect Huang Meichan to be so ruthless towards her. Despite this, she didn't give up on serving Wang Ergu and the others. "I might not get a bonus, but today I must serve them unless they've already left our clothing store." Huang Meichan was enraged to see Lan and Fong insisting on serving Wang Ergu and his 3 companions. She immediately stepped forward, raised her right hand, and swung it toward Lan Onfang's face. With a sharp slap, Lan and Fong was knocked backward, nearly falling to the ground. Wang Ergu frowned, never expecting Huang Meichan to be so detestable. "How dare you? What right do you have to hit someone?" Huang Meichan shot Wang Ergu a glare and snapped, "I'm teaching her a lesson." "So what? I said a poor student like you dares to shout at me. This is my territory." Lan Anfang covered her cheek, clearly aggrieved, but her eyes stared at Huang Meichan with defiance. Huang Meichan grew even more irritated under Lan Anfang's gaze and roared, "What are you looking at? If you don't want to work, get lost. Since you're in this store, you listen to me. I assigned you to serve wealthy customers, not to entertain poor students. And you dare to talk back. Let me tell you, this is my turf, and you do as I say." Su Yuanli and his two companions could no longer stand by, furious at Huang Meichan's utter unreasonableness. But as they stepped forward, Wang Ergu raised his hand to block their path. "No need to get angry. She's nothing but a jumping clown," Wang Ergu taunted. Huang Meichan's face darkened as she roared at him. "You wretched pauper, who are you calling a jumping clown?" Wang Ergu stepped forward and delivered a slap across Huang Meichan's face. She failed to dodge and was struck squarely, stumbling back several steps. She looked up at Wang Ergu, utterly stunned. She never imagined he would dare to slap her. You? Wang Ergu let out a scornful laugh, his face full of contempt. "What if I did hit you? What if I called you a jumping clown? Who told you to be so ugly and still come out to scare people?" Lan Anfang was taken aback, then couldn't help but laugh. Huang Meichan, humiliated and furious, roared at Wang Ergu. "You insolent student, you dare to mock me. Let me tell you, you're dead." Wang Ergu shot her a disdainful glance and sneered, "We're just customers. You keep saying I'm dead, so tell me, how exactly am I dead?" Huang Meichan glared at him, her face seething with anger. "You brat, you can't even afford to buy anything. You really think?" Before she could finish, Wang Ergu cut her off. "Who said we can't afford it? The clothes here are all cheap stuff. Even buying 10 sets each is no problem for," Wang Ergu said coldly. Then he waved at Lan Anfang, signaling her to take Su Yuanli and the others to pick out clothes. Huang Meichan watched, her face flushed with fury and her eyes burning with hatred. "Anyone can brag. If you've got the guts, buy 10 sets each." In Huang Meichan's eyes, Wang Ergu and his group were all talk. Once it came time to pay, they'd surely back down. Unexpectedly, Wang Ergu didn't flinch. Instead, he nodded. "Fine. We'll buy 10 sets." Soon Su Yuanli and his two companions had each picked out 10 sets of clothes. Wang Ergu also selected 10 sets for himself. Each set cost nearly 10,000 yuan, so 10 sets amounted to 100,000. For the four of them, the total came to 400,000 yuan. Huang Meichan wore a smug expression, certain that Wang Ergu couldn't possibly pay the 400,000, giving her the chance to berate him. However, to Huang Meichan's astonishment, Wang Ergu settled the bill with ease. "All right, I've paid. Now you can kneel." Wang Ergu pointed to the floor and said coldly. Lan Anfang was thrilled, never expecting Wang Ergu to buy so many clothes in one go. Not only did this boost her sales, but it also gave Huang Meichan a well-deserved lesson. Nothing could have pleased. Now she was curious, would Huang Meichan actually kneel? Huang Meichan was furious and naturally had no intention of kneeling to Wang Ergu. Even though he had spent 400,000 in her store, she still didn't consider him wealthy. "You brat, you're not worthy of making me kneel." No sooner had she spoken than several people hurried in. Leading them was a middle-aged man of average build, his skin fairer than most women's. Huang Meichan's face lit up at the sight of him. "Mr. Wu, what brings you here?" The man named Wu Qingxiang was the owner of the clothing store. Ignoring her fawning, he strode forward and bowed to Wang Ergu. "I apologize, Mr. Wang. It is my negligence that has caused you such an unpleasant shopping experience." Huang Meichan was dumbfounded. Why would Wu Qingxiang apologize to Wang Ergu? Could Wang Ergu be someone important? "Mr. Wu, have you mistaken something? He's just a poor student. There's no need to grovel before him." Upon hearing this, Wu Qingxiang spun around and delivered a heavy slap to Huang Meichan's face. With a sharp crack, Huang Meichan nearly collapsed. She staggered backward 2 or 3 steps, swaying unsteadily. Lan Anfang felt a surge of satisfaction seeing Huang Meichan struck. "You hit me so hard earlier, now you've got your comeuppance, haven't you?" The other sales clerks were all stunned, never imagining that Wu Qingxiang would hit Huang Meichan. Su Yuanli and his two companions remained indifferent, having witnessed Huang Meichan's aggression and feeling no sympathy for her. Wang Ergu waved at Wu Qingxiang to stop, then taunted Huang Meichan. "You refused to kneel when told. How does that slap feel?" Huang Meichan remained defiant. "You brat, don't think I'm afraid just because you know our boss. My sister knows the Fan family. Once she brings her people, you're dead." With that, she immediately pulled out her phone and made a call. Once the call connected, she recounted the situation to her sister and pleaded, "Sis, bring people over quickly, or he'll be beaten to death." Her sister was shocked. "He'll bring people right away." Wang Ergu watched Huang Meichan finish the call and said with a faint smile, calling for backup, "Final wait." Huang Meichan raised her head arrogantly. Once my sister arrives, you're done for." Half an hour later, Huang Meichan rushed in with a group of people. The moment she saw Wang Ergu and the others, her expression shifted and she froze. Unaware of her sister's reaction, Huang Meichan hurried over. "Sis, you have to stand up for me this time. These poor students have gone too far. Huang Meiwan wore a face of terror. Even Fan Wanxiu could only kneel before Wang Ergu. How could she dare to continue disrespecting him? Mr. Wang, I had no idea my sister offended you. I was completely unaware of this matter. Wang Ergu nodded slightly. I understand. But now that she has brought you here to mediate, you should take charge. Huang Meiwan was taken aback, realizing that Wang Ergu was giving her a choice. If she had known Wang Ergu had an astonishing and secret identity, she probably would have come and beaten him up right away. But now, even if she were a fool, she knew what choice she should make. So she turned around and immediately raised her right hand, striking Huang Meichan across the face. With a slap, a clear mark appeared on Huang Meichan's face, distinctly visible. Huang Meichan and the sales assistants were all stunned. Wu Qingxiang, however, remained calm, having already realized that Huang Meiwan must have discovered something. Wang Ergu and the others remained silent, quietly watching Huang Meiwan and Huang Meichan. Huang Meichan looked bewildered, unable to believe that her sister had slapped her for Wang Ergu. She never expected her sister would strike her on behalf of Wang Ergu. Although this slap was not as hard as Wu Qingxiang's, it was not light either. You are my sister. If you want, stand up for me. How can you hit me? Why? Huang Meijuan's mouth twisted, her eyes filled with indignation. Why? Is Mr. Wang someone you can offend? Get down on your knees and apologize to Mr. Wang right now. Huang Meichan felt wronged, though she never expected her sister to make her kneel. I won't kneel. Huang Meijuan's eyes widened in disbelief. In the past, her elder sister always, but now her elder sister actually refused to kneel. If the person were just a poor student, she could help her bully them, but this person was not a poor student. Realizing this, Huang Meiwan immediately shouted at Huang Meichan. Huang Meichan, if you're still my elder sister, you will kneel down immediately. Otherwise, if anything happens later, don't blame me for ignoring you. Upon hearing this, Huang Meichan frowned. She sensed her sister's tension and fear, which only appeared when encountering someone significant. However, were the four poor students in front of her really significant figures? Seeing Huang Meichan still in a daze, Huang Meiwan rushed forward, pulling her to kneel before Wang Ergu. Mr. Wang, this time my sister was wrong. Please give her another chance, and she will do whatever you ask. Wang Ergu squinted, his deep gaze fixed on Huang Meichan. Huang Meichan, filled with trepidation, immediately apologized to Wang Ergu. I'm sorry, Mr. Wang, I was wrong. I shouldn't have spoken disrespectfully to you. It was all my fault. Please forgive me. Wang Ergu chuckled lightly. I hope not to see you here again in the future. Upon hearing this, Wu Qingxiang immediately nodded to Wang Ergu, saying seriously, rest assured, Mr. Wang, I will fire her right now, as she is no longer my employee. Huang Meichan felt displeased, as she had already knelt and apologized, yet Wang Ergu still refused to let her go. Therefore, she stood up immediately and shouted at Wang Ergu. You little brat, you're going too far. I've already apologized. Why do you have to make me lose my job? Huang Meijuan's face changed drastically, but she dared not stand up. She hurriedly grabbed Huang Meichan's left hand and scolded, Sister, what are you doing? Hurry up and kneel before Mr. Wang. Huang Meichan, however, shook off Huang Meijuan's hand and coldly said, I won't kneel. You made me kneel, and I did, but why should he still make my boss fire me? Wu Qingxiang, upon hearing this, immediately mocked. I don't need Mr. Wang to instruct me to fire you. I am voluntarily firing you. Someone like you, so arrogant, is practically blind. You are the blind one. Huang Meichan shouted back defiantly. But inside she was still fearful. After all, she had asked her sister to help her, yet her sister made her kneel to Wang Ergu. Huang Meichan frowned, glancing at Huang Meiwan, and then at Wang Ergu, and thus she fell silent. Wang Ergu, however, remained calm, and continued. Huang Meichan frowned, glancing at Huang Meiwan, and then at Wang Ergu, and thus she fell silent. Wang Ergu, however, remained calm, and continued, speaking slowly. Since you are so arrogant, let me add one more thing. I do not wish to see you in Donghai City again. If I find you here, you will be finished. Huang Meichan was stunned. Losing a job could be remedied, but now Wang Ergu was saying she was not allowed to appear in Donghai City. Huang Meiwan furrowed her brows, believing that Wang Ergu was genuinely angry. She had initially wanted to give her sister a chance, but unexpectedly her sister had ruined it herself. At this moment, she dared not say anything for her sister, otherwise if the other party required her to stay out of Donghai City, that would be disastrous. Although something had happened today, she believed Fan Wanxiu still needed her. If Wang Ergu forbade her from entering Donghai City, Fan Wanxiu would surely abandon her. Mr. Wang, I have no objection to whatever punishment you impose on my sister. Upon hearing this, Huang Meichan's face turned tense, and her breathing became rapid. No, sister, I realize my mistake. All my friends are in Donghai City. If I am not here, where can I go? Huang Meiwan shot a glance at Huang Meichan, coldly saying, I don't care where you go from now on. Wherever you go has nothing to do with me, but you better leave Donghai City immediately. Huang Meichan shook her head, saying, No, I won't leave. I've lost my job. If I leave Donghai City, I won't be able to live anywhere else. Huang Meiwan tilted her head, looking indifferent, as she no longer wanted to say anything to such a foolish sister. Wang Erge then took out his phone and dialed Luo Ming. Luo Ming, bring people in. After a while, Luo Ming entered with some people. Wang Erge pointed at Huang Meichan and coldly instructed Luo Ming, immediately arrange for her to leave Donghai City. She can go anywhere. If I find her in Donghai City, then eliminate her. Luo Ming nodded and immediately stepped forward, grabbing Huang Meichan's arms. Huang Meichan was filled with fear, crying out, "What right do you have to seize me? Let me go. I don't want to leave Donghai City. Hurry, let me go." Unfortunately, Luo Ming ignored Huang Meichan. He had the two men in black who accompanied him help carry Huang Meichan out. Huang Meiwan watched her face filled with shock, but she dared not say a word. In the past, she had stood up for her sister countless times, and she had won the favor of men partly due to her sister. At this moment, however, she felt her sister had become a hot potato, unwilling to say a single word for her. As long as Mr. Wang is not angry, that's all that matters. Wang Erge shot a glance at Huang Meiwan and said coldly, "Aren't you leaving yet? Do I need to ask you to leave?" Huang Meiwan naturally did not dare to make Wang Erge ask her to leave, so she nodded and left the place. Wang Erge then turned to Lan and Fong and said to Wu Qingxiang, "Boss, your employee is quite good. If you don't want her, then let her come to me." Wu Qingxiang was taken aback, thinking that Wang Erge had taken a liking to Lan and Fong, and instinctively nodded. However, Lan and Fong looked nervous and quickly asked, "Mr. Wang, what do you mean by this?" Wang Erge smiled lightly and explained, "I feel you are a decent person with principles in your work. I would like you to work for me in the future. As for the salary, you need not worry at all. I will offer you double the base salary that the clothing store gives you. As for the commission, that will have to wait until my company is established, but the total salary will definitely not be bad." Lan and Fong was greatly surprised as she did not expect Wang Erge to recruit her. "Thank you, Mr. Wang. I am willing to work for you as long as you don't mind that my abilities are not that strong." Wang Erge gently shook his head, saying, "There are countless people with great abilities, but finding someone with good character and principles is rare. Moreover, if you are worried about your abilities and want to improve, I can fully support you in that. So rest assured, I will not make things difficult for you." Lan and Fong felt deeply moved by Wang Erge's words. Wu Qingxiang then understood that Wang Erge was not developing a romantic relationship with Lan and Fong, but was planning to recruit her as a subordinate. Of course, a mere sales associate could be replaced, but he could not afford to offend Wang Erge here. After all, Wang Erge was acquainted with Jiang Hongyi, and offending him meant offending the Jiang family, which he did not have the guts to do. Thus, he personally handled Lan Onfang's resignation process and ensured she received her commission for the day, making the other sales associates envious. Although they did not know who Wang Erge was, they saw how Wu Qingxiang respected him, which indicated that Wang Erge must have a significant background. So they all began to bless Lan and Fong. Moreover, for them, without the demonic woman, Huang Meichan, they expected to have a better life ahead. Lan and Fong changed into a simple casual outfit and followed Wang Erge and the others out of the clothing store. They had just arrived at the entrance of a Patek Philippe watch store. Wang Erge's phone rang, and he waved for Su Yuanli and the others to go in before answering the call. On the other end, Luo Ming's voice came through, "Boss, Yang Tingda has come with people. It seems he is here to find you." Wang Erge raised an eyebrow, and his expression darkened instantly. Yang Zhe Run Group had been bankrupted by him, yet Yang Tingda still dared to roam around. "Do not stop him, I'll let him come over. I want to see what he can stir up." "Understood, boss." After hanging up, Wang Erge entered the store. This time wearing branded clothes, Wang Erge saw that Su Yuanli and the others were being warmly attended to by the sales representatives in the store. However, Su Yuanli and the others did not know Wang Erge's intentions, so they merely looked around without asking much. "What watch do you like? Anything under 5 million is fine." Wang Erge waved his hand. Su Yuanli and the others were stunned. They did not expect Wang Erge to let them choose any watch they wanted. Therefore, they did not hold back and began selecting watches. Wang Erge leaned against the counter looking toward the entrance. Soon he saw Yang Tengdao rush into the store with 4 gray-clad bodyguards. "Young master, he is here," one of the gray-clad bodyguards quickly alerted. Yang Tengda's face turned grim as he strode up to Wang Erge. "Wang Erge, did you ask Jiang Hongyi for help to target our Yang family's Zhe Run Group stocks?" Wang Erge chuckled lightly. "So what if I did?" "What? Are you planning to make a move on me? I suggest you think twice. This is a public place." Yang Tengda gritted his teeth and angrily shouted, "You bastard, why did you do this?" Wang Erge shook his head and scoffed. "Instead of asking me, why not ask yourself? If you hadn't made a move against me back at school, would I have targeted your Yang family? You?" Yang Tengdao was momentarily speechless. Indeed, he had provoked Wang Erge. However, he thought Wang Erge was incapable, which led him to act directly. But he did not expect Wang Erge to be so capable to actually bring his Yang family's group to bankruptcy. Up until now, he still did not know who Wang Erge truly was. Wang Erge squinted his eyes, saying, "Your sister has contacted me. She should have been sent to the hospital by now, yet you haven't left Donghai City. It seems your Yang family still has some influence. However, you have offended so many people that even if you stay in Donghai City, they will inevitably come to settle the score with you. Rather than coming here to argue with me, you might as well leave Donghai City first, otherwise by the time you want to leave it will be too late. Yang Tengdao frowned, but his gaze remained haughty. You want me to leave Donghai City? Even if my Yang family's group goes bankrupt, so what? Do you think just because you know people from the Jiang family my Yang family has no connections? Wang Erga nodded. So you're here just to provoke me to tell me that your Yang family can still stand tall. Yang Tengdao sneered. Exactly. Even if you know people from the Jiang family, trying to wipe out my Yang family won't be that easy. Unexpectedly, Wang Ergu waved his hand, wearing a mocking expression. Please don't misunderstand, I never said I wanted to wipe out your Yang family. What I meant is that your Yang family has offended so many people, they will seek revenge. Yang Tengda pouted, wanting to scold Wang Ergu a few more times, but he saw Su Yuanli and the others coming over. Brother Ergu, are you alright? Kai Jiaming asked hurriedly. He did not expect Yang Tengda to have the audacity to come here to cause trouble. Since Wang Ergu was brought here by him, he naturally could not allow anything to happen to Wang Ergu. Wang Ergu waved his hand at Kai Jiaming, squinting his eyes at Yang Tengda, and sneered. If your Yang family has people here, then go ahead and send them, only I will take it all on. Yang Tengda raised his hand and pointed at Wang Ergu's nose. Kid, Yang Tengda will remember this. You escaped this time, but next time you might not be so lucky. Wang Ergu looked disdainful. What? You can't beat me, so you're resorting to intimidation. I tell you, Yang Tengda, is that all you can do? Come on, if you have the ability, then do something about it. Yang Tengda was taken aback. He did not expect Wang Ergu to be so arrogant, but he naturally did not dare to do anything to him here. However, the old man had already issued an order to spare no effort to eliminate Wang Ergu, so if Wang Ergu were to be alone, he certainly would not let him go. Kid, just wait, Far Yang family will definitely not let you off. You will regret this one day. Wang Ergu watched Yang Tengda leave, and his brows furrowed tightly. Su Yuanli approached Wang Ergu and hurriedly warned him, Ergu, judging by his appearance, it seems he doesn't plan to let you off. Wang Ergu nodded, slightly a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. I know he won't let me off, but I'm not afraid of him. If he makes a move, he'll never get out of prison for the rest of his life. Su Yuanli kept his mouth shut, but he was worried in his heart, believing that Yang Tengda might take drastic. Wang Ergu noticed Su Yuanli's thoughts, patted his shoulder, and smiled faintly. It's fine. Even if the Yang family sends someone after me, they can't do anything, because Luo Ming and the others will protect me from the shadows. Chen Jixing and Kai Jiaming nodded as well. They were naturally worried that Yang Tengda would resort to underhanded tactics, but they believed that with Luo Ming and those bodyguards present, Yang Tengda shouldn't be able to harm Wang Ergu. Wang Ergu whispered a few words to Lan and Fong. Su Yuanli didn't know what Wang Ergu said, but he saw Lan and Fong immediately rush off in a hurry. Wang Ergu waved to Su Yuanli and the others. Alright, everyone, feel free to take whichever watches you like. If you don't take any, I'll be leaving. Upon hearing this, Su Yuanli and the others continued to select watches. Wang Ergu also chose a Patek Philippe complicated watch from the super complicated function series priced around 4.65 million. Additionally, he picked 2 watches from the same series for his parents, one priced at 2.06 million model 52701 R001 and another priced at 2.32 million model 526846 1G001. Su Yuanli and the others also picked their watches, each priced around 2 million. Wang Ergu suggested they head over to Vacheron Constantin to take another look. Thus the 4 of them left Patek Philippe and made their way to Vacheron Constantin. Wang Ergu directly selected the Vacheron Constantin Overseas Series Model 6000V 210RB 733, priced at 1.32 million with a blue dial and a gold strap. It looked much more appealing, so he didn't consider any other more expensive series. Su Yuanli and the others also opted for the Overseas Series. Just after they bought their watches and stepped out of the store, they noticed a tall man pulling a young woman in a corridor. Chen Jixing squinted, and his expression changed immediately. What the hell? Is that Lin Peiying? Upon hearing Chen Jixing, Wang Ergu instantly recognized her. Isn't that the girl from the livestream, Lin Peiying? 2 nights ago, Chen Jixing asked him for help, so he had some impression of Lin Peiying. Su Yuanli and Kai Jiaming were unaware, so they shook their heads. But Chen Jixing dashed forward in a single leap. Let her go. Wang Ergu saw this and immediately signaled Su Yuanli and Kai Jiaming to follow suit. Lin Peiying turned to look at Chen Jixing, her face filled with surprise. She naturally recognized Chen Jixing, but they had never met privately before. Now being grabbed by someone, she unexpectedly encountered Chen Jixing here. The tall man was named Lu Jiahong. He was holding Lin Peiying's right wrist and frowned upon seeing Chen Jixing approach. What does it have to do with you? Get lost. Chen Jixing was not polite. He kicked Lu Jiahong. However, Lu Jiahong was taller and stronger than Chen Jixing and reacted quite swiftly. He kicked back, directly deflecting Chun Jisheng's kick, then swiftly delivered a flying kick to Chun Jisheng. In an instant, Chun Jisheng was sent flying. Fortunately, Wang Ergu rushed over and caught Chun Jisheng, preventing him from falling to the ground. Chun Jisheng's face was filled with rage as he glared fiercely at Lu Jiahong. I said let her go. Wang Ergu pressed Chun Jisheng's shoulder sternly, saying, don't rush. He can't escape. Su Yuanli and Kai Jianming rushed forward, blocking Lu Jiahong's path. However, two bodyguards in black emerged and swiftly intercepted Su Yuanli and Kai Jianming. Wang Ergu waved his hand at Su Yuanli and Kai Jianming, saying, don't move. He then turned to Lu Jiahong and said sternly, let her go, you cannot take her away. Lu Jiahong frowned, not releasing Lin Peiying immediately. A wicked smile crept onto his lips as he coldly snorted. It's been a long time since anyone spoke to me like that. Who do you think you are? Lin Peiying looked at Wang Ergu and Chun Jisheng, quickly explaining, this person is insane. I told him no, but he insisted on sending me gifts and wanted me to accompany him to bed. When I refused, he smashed the gifts himself and claimed it was me who did it. Unexpectedly, as soon as she finished speaking, Lu Jiahong slapped her. Bitch, since when do you have the right to speak? In an instant, her beautiful face was marked by 5 fingers. Chun Jisheng's anger surged as he shouted, how dare you hit a woman? If you have the guts, come and hit me. Wang Ergu rushed forward, delivering a knife hand strike towards Lu Jiahong's arm. Lu Jiahong's expression changed. He hadn't expected Wang Ergu to strike so quickly and could only let go of Lin Peiying, raising his hand to counter Wang Ergu. Chun Jisheng hurriedly moved up to protect Lin Peiying. The two black-clothed bodyguards attempted to assist, quickly knocking Su Yuanli and Kai Jianming down. However, Lu Jiahong could not withstand Wang Ergu's attack, receiving a punch directly to his chest, and the two black-clothed bodyguards' expressions changed, but they still tightened their fists and struck hard at Wang. Wang Ergu quickly dodged, creating distance between them. At that moment, Luo Ming and the others rushed over and swiftly subdued the two black-clothed bodyguards. Then Luo Ming and the others went to restrain Lu Jiahong. Lu Jiahong gritted his teeth, his face looking extremely ferocious. Let me go. I tell you, I am from the Lu family. If you dare provoke me, you'll regret it. Wang Ergu scoffed. From the Lu family? Is being from the Lu family such a big deal? Lu Jiahong held his head high, full of arrogance, as if he held some sort of honor. Kid, you really are arrogant to dare to look down on my Lu family. Wang Ergu pursed his lips and shook his head. It's not that I look down on your Lu family, but it seems you don't quite qualify as a second-rate family in Donghai City, right? Let him go. Wang Ergu waved his hand at the two bodyguards holding Lu Jiahong, signaling them to release him. The two bodyguards immediately let go and stepped aside. Lu Jiahong thought Wang Ergu was afraid and mocked, kid, I'm not someone you can offend. Kneel down now. Wang Ergu, however, stepped forward and slapped Lu Jiahong's left cheek with his right hand. Lu Jiahong was stunned, his face filled with rage, wanting to retaliate. But Wang Ergu firmly gripped Lu Jiahong's chin. Kneel down for you. What are you even worth? How dare you ask me to kneel and give me a chance? If the Lu family is so powerful, do you think I wouldn't dare to mess with you here? Lu Jiahong didn't dare to move, but was full of resentment. He couldn't tell who Wang Ergu was. Who exactly are you? Wang Ergu tightened his grip, making Lu Jiahong's chin turn red. Who I am is none of your business. But your Lu family, how dare you yell at me? You're even more arrogant than Fan Mingda. Lu Jiahong raised an eyebrow. This kid isn't afraid of Fan Mingda. After all, Fan Mingda is the young master of the Fan family, which is a second-rate family and one of the 4 minor powerful families. Kid, if you don't dare to reveal your name, I still have ways to find out who you are. However, provoking my Lu family, challenging me, I will definitely not let you off. Wang Ergu released Lu Jiahong and smirked. Alright then, let's have a contest and see who is stronger, you or me. After saying this, he immediately took out his phone and dialed Jiang Hongyi's number. Kai Jianming saw this and immediately stepped forward to remind Wang Ergu. Ergu Lu Seosi is from the Lu family. If you mess with the Lu family, won't that be? Wang Ergu paused, but the call connected and Jiang Hongyi's voice came through. Ergu, what's up? Wang Ergu explained the situation to Jiang Hongyi once more. Yishao, don't act against the Lu family yet. I will call Yifei. Then he hung up and dialed Lu Yifei's number, explaining everything to her. Lu Jiahong didn't expect that Wang Ergu also knew Lu Yifei. However, he looked down on Lu Yifei and her mother Lu Fengxi and immediately mocked Wang Ergu. What? Are you looking for Lu Yifei to deal with me? You must have found the wrong person. Lu Yifei's mother Lu Fengxi should be my aunt. However, she disregarded the family arrangement and got involved with Yang Junjie from the Yang family, only to be abandoned by him, unable to enter the Yang family's ancestral hall. Our Lu family does not welcome that pair of shameless women. Originally, Wang Ergu only intended to teach Lu Jiahong a lesson, but upon hearing Lu Jiahong's words, he felt that the Lu family had no reason to exist. On the other end of the phone, Lu Yifei was indifferent. Ergu, our Lu family has already split. My mother is now running the Longfeng Pavilion Jewelry Company with my third uncle Lu Guofeng, focusing on jewelry design and market distribution. Lu Jiahong is the son of my uncle Lu Guodong. Their family runs Fenghua Jade Company, which focuses on jade stones and distribution outsourcing. We follow a self-produced and self-sold model, while they follow a supply chain model. Our industrial supply has nothing to do with them. Moreover, Lu Guodong's family has been plotting against my mother, so do whatever you want with Lu Jiahong. You don't need to give me face. Upon hearing Lu Yifei say this, Wang Ergu glanced at Lu Jiahong and replied calmly, I understand. Then you call your mother and tell her not to interfere. Lu Yifei immediately agreed, all right. I'll call my mom right now. The phone was hung up. Wang Ergu dialed Jiang Hongyi's number again, asking him to arrange for a financial operator to target Fenghua Jade Company. Seeing Wang Ergu on the phone discussing a strike against their company, Lu Jiahong couldn't help but scoff. Kid, you want to strike against us, Fenghua? You must be dreaming. Wang Ergu shot Lu Jiahong a disdainful glance coldly, saying, you can leave now. It's best if I don't see you again, otherwise I will hit you every time I see you. You really are arrogant. Lu Jiahong gritted his teeth. Of course he didn't dare to linger here. If Wang Ergu changed his mind, he would be in serious trouble. So he immediately turned and left. Chen Jisheng sighed in relief as Lu Jiahong walked away. He looked at Lin Peiing beside him and nervously asked, Peiing, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Lin Peiing shook her head. I'm fine. Thank you all so much this time. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know what to do. Chen Jisheng hurriedly reassured her, don't worry, if he dares to act recklessly, we will not let him off. Lin Peiing frowned slightly, and then turned to look at Wang Ergu. Wang Ergu smiled and reassured her, starting tomorrow Lu Jiahong should no longer be able to trouble you. Of course, if you are worried, don't go out during this time. Then Wang Ergu had Luo Ming arrange for several bodyguards to escort Lin Peiing away. Chen Jisheng felt reluctant, but didn't insist. After Lin Peiing was taken away, Chen Jisheng looked at Lu Jiahong with a serious expression, frowning. Ergu, what do you plan to do about Lu Jiahong? Wang Ergu shook his head and chuckled lightly. There's no need to deal with him. The Lu family is nothing but a split-up family. It's too easy to take care of them. Moreover, I have already called Yi Shao. With Yi Shao's help, once their Lu family's company goes bankrupt, what do you think Lu Jiahong can do? At most, Lu Jiahong might come over and shout a few words at me like Yang Tingda did, but they can't change anything. Seeing Wang Ergu say this, Chen Jisheng felt completely at ease. Outside the Qianda shopping plaza, in the back seat of a black Mercedes, Lu Jiahong looked displeased but did not rush to leave. He didn't know who Wang Ergu was, so he planned to keep an eye on him and track Wang Ergu to figure out his identity. If Wang Ergu and his group turned out to be nobody, he would plan how to deal with them, making them pay a heavy price. However, Lu Jiahong had no idea that Lin Peiing had already been secretly taken away. He waited for a long time, but didn't see Wang Ergu and his group come out. He had the bodyguards go in to check, but found that Wang Ergu and his group were still shopping inside. Damn, these idiots are still not coming out. So Lu Jiahong immediately made a phone call arranging for a large number of thugs to come to the nearby road. Just as he finished arranging, Lu Jiahong received a call from his father Lu Guodong. Unfilial son, what kind of person have you provoked outside? Our listed company is about to go bankrupt. Lu Jiahong was taken aback and chuckled, Dad, what kind of joke is this? How could our family's listed company possibly go bankrupt? But to his surprise, Lu Guodong on the other end continued to yell, Unfilial son, I don't have time to joke with you. No matter who you've offended, you need to kneel and apologize immediately. If the other party doesn't stop their attack, you might never return home again. No data. Lu Jiahong wanted to argue, but the call was disconnected. This left him in shock. Was someone targeting their family's stock? Could it be that the person who attacked him earlier was behind this? How could that be? Those four were merely impoverished students. Thus, Lu Jiahong picked up his phone and called his mother to inquire about the situation at the company. However, Lu Jiahong was soon left dumbfounded. The stock of Fenghua Jade Company was indeed in trouble. Moreover, judging by the intensity of the attack, it was clear that the aim was to bring Fenghua Jade Company to its knees. What is going on? Is there really someone attacking the stock? Could it really be his doing? With doubts in mind, Lu Jiahong turned back towards the mall. When he found Wang Ergu and the others, he noticed they were still shopping, all looking incredibly excited. Did you order someone to attack our family's stock? Wang Ergu squinted his eyes coldly, looking at Lu Jiahong, and sneered, That's right. I did it, so what? Lu Jiahong was shocked. He never expected it to be Wang Ergu's doing. Damn it. Why did you do this? Hurry up and stop. Wang Ergu rolled his eyes at Lu Jiahong and snorted, If I stop just because you say so, wouldn't that be quite embarrassing for me? Lu Jiahong furrowed his brow, recalling his father Lu Guodong's words, and his expression darkened. Then with a thud, he knelt before Wang Ergu. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please spare our family company. However, Wang Ergu shook his head, his face even if you kneel, it won't help. Earlier you called me delusional. Now I must prove you wrong. You? Lu Jiahong was stunned suddenly at a loss for words, as he had been quite arrogant towards Wang. Now Wang Ergu clearly had no intention of forgiving him. But if this continued, his family's company would truly face bankruptcy. After a while of anxiety, he began to plead again. I'm sorry I was wrong. Please spare our family, I'll do anything you ask. But Wang Ergu remained cold, saying, it's too late. That single phrase, too late, sent Lu Jiahong into a rage. You bastard. I've already knelt before you, and you still want spare our family. How could you? In an instant Lu Jiahong stood up, pointing a finger at Wang Ergu's face. Wang Ergu coldly laughed. Since when is it a rule that if you kneel, I must forgive you? What an international joke. Lu Jiahong's mouth twitched. After all, there was no such rule. Yet he felt as if Wang Ergu was toying with him, and he was filled with anger. Kid, who exactly are you? Do you have to oppose our Lu family like this? Wang Ergu looked disdainful. Lu family? What are you people from the Lu family? How dare you say such things in front of me? Lu Jiahong was stunned, his face turning as if he were constipated. He had never felt this miserable before, yet he could do nothing about it. Wang Ergu, however, did not wish to see Lu Jiahong any longer, and coldly said, get lost. I don't want to see you again, or I will have someone throw you out. Lu Jiahong furrowed his brows tightly. He wanted to say something, but didn't know how. At that moment his phone rang. It was Lu Guodong calling. As soon as he connected, he heard Lu Guodong's furious voice. Have you apologized yet? I told you no matter what you must apologize to me. Lu Jiahong looked aggrieved. Dad, I've apologized, but the other party didn't give me a chance to apologize at all. I don't know what to do. What? Lu Guodong was in shock. He never expected his son wouldn't receive forgiveness from the other party. I don't care how you do it, you must get their forgiveness, or you're done for. Then the call was disconnected. Lu Jiahong was at a loss, and could only continue kneeling before Wang Ergu. I beg you to forgive me, please spare our family, won't you? However, Wang Ergu didn't even bother to look at Lu Jiahong. With a wave of his hand, 2 bodyguards in white immediately rushed over. They swiftly seized Lu Jiahong's arms and dragged him out. As for Lu Jiahong's 2 bodyguards in black, upon hearing that the Lu family was going bankrupt, they dared not cause a scene with Wang Ergu, and could only watch helplessly as Lu Jiahong was thrown out of the mall. At this moment at Donghai University, in a classroom, Yuan Bing held her phone, glancing at the stock price trend, before immediately handing the phone to Lu Yifei. Yifei, Fenghua's stock is really in trouble. This must be the work of Ergu, right? Lu Yifei saw that the stock of Fenghua Jade Company was being attacked, plummeting dramatically, and was very shocked. She had only said that Wang Ergu could deal with Lu Jiahong at will, but she never expected Wang Ergu to actually take action against Fenghua Jade Company. Yuan Bing saw that Lu Yifei was silent and continued to speculate. If you're not saying anything, I'll take it as you agreeing. Ergu is indeed formidable. With this, Fenghua will surely go bankrupt. I can't wait to see how arrogant Lu Jiahong will be then. He naturally won't be able to be arrogant anymore. Such a person is too arrogant. Offending Ergu this time is truly like kicking a metal plate. Exactly. I can't wait to see him in a predicament. But Yifei, Ergu wouldn't really have someone waste Lu Jiahong. Lu Yifei shot a glance at Yuan Bing and snorted lightly. Ergu probably looks down on that. Did you see whether Ergu crippled Yang Tingda during their fight? Moreover, Lu Jiahong is just a waste. That's true. Yuan Bing nodded and didn't ask any further questions. Lu Yifei returned the phone to Yuan Bing, but noticed her phone ringing. Seeing that it was her mother Lu Fengxi calling, she immediately answered. Yuan Bing originally wanted to lean over and listen to what Lu Fengxi had to say, but she realized her own phone also had a call. It was an unfamiliar number. After hesitating for a moment, she answered the call, and to her surprise the voice of Jiang Hongyi came through. Hello, I'm Jiang Hongyi. You must be Yuan Bing, right? I was wondering if I could invite you to dinner. Meanwhile, on Lu Yifei's side, Lu Fengxi's deep voice came through. Yifei, was the matter with Fenghua's stock really done by Wang Ergu? Lu Yifei was taken aback. She suspected that her mother would know about Fenghua, but she did not expect her mother to personally call to inquire, which truly caught her off guard. However, Wang Ergu only told her to inform her mother not to interfere without mentioning the matter of the stocks, and she was unsure if the stock issue was indeed caused by Wang Ergu. So after a moment of hesitation, she decided to tell her mother the truth. Mom, I don't know if the Fenghua stocks are related to Ergu. When I have time, I can help you ask about it. On the other end of the line, Lu Fengxi declined this suggestion. That's unnecessary. Just see when he is free, I'll invite him to our house, and I will ask him myself. Lu Yifei frowned. But Mom, he probably won't be free these days. If you want to see him, you'll have to come to the school. Lu Fengxi fell silent for a moment before coldly replying, forget the school. Just invite him over on your birthday. Lu Yifei was greatly surprised. After her mother's divorce, she had been somewhat averse to men, and there would certainly be males at her birthday party. Thus she had planned to hold the birthday party outside, as long as it wasn't a ruckus at home her mother wouldn't mind. Moreover, this way she wouldn't annoy her mother. However, Lu Yifei never expected her mother would actually let Wang Ergu come to their home. Mom, are you really inviting him over? Don't you dislike men coming to our house? Lu Fengxi snorted coldly. I dislike bad men coming to our house, not good men. Besides, you publicly acknowledged him as your boyfriend, so what's wrong with him visiting to meet the parents? Alright, I'm not going to argue with you anymore. Let's leave it at that. Without waiting for Lu Yifei to respond, Lu Fengxi hung up the phone. Lu Yifei clutched her phone tightly, her face filled with disbelief. Although her mother's tone was stern and didn't sound friendly, it was clear that she bore no resentment towards her. Could it be that her mother truly agreed to her being with Wang Ergu? For a moment, Lu Yifei felt immense joy. After Yuan Bing finished her phone call, she noticed Lu Yifei in a daze and immediately grabbed her left arm, excitement written all over her face. Yifei, do you know who just called me? Lu Yifei shook her head. No. Did you encounter something good? You look so pleased. Yuan Bing chuckled, explaining. It was Jiang Hongyi, the second young master of the Jiang family. He was the one who came to the school dormitory with a sports car that day. Do you remember? Is it him? Lu Yifei was slightly surprised, but immediately put on a stern face and coldly asked, what does he want with you all of a sudden? Yuan Bing shook her head, a bit confused as well. I don't know. He invited me out alone, saying he wanted to treat me to a big meal. Lu Yifei fell silent, feeling that this matter was a bit strange. Could it be that Jiang Hongyi has taken a liking to Yuan Bing? Of course, that was just her personal speculation, so she didn't voice it. After all, Yuan Bing was a foodie, and she couldn't stop her from seizing the opportunity for a big meal. Seeing that Lu Yifei had gone quiet, Yuan Bing hurriedly pressed. Who called you just now? I saw you frown several times. Upon hearing this, Lu Yifei recounted her mother's phone call. After listening, Yuan Bing was extremely shocked, her small cherry lips agape, as if one could fit a duck egg inside. She knew about Lu Fengxi's aversion to men, but never expected Lu Fengxi would want to meet Wang Ergu. Yifei, you should prepare yourself. A son-in-law meeting the mother-in-law may not necessarily be a good thing. Lu Yifei pouted and shot a glare at Yuan Bing. What son-in-law? Don't talk nonsense. But after saying this, she began to worry. What if her mother truly made things difficult for Wang Ergu? After thinking for a moment, Lu Yifei quickly picked up her phone and sent a WeChat message to Wang Ergu. Meanwhile, at Qingda Shopping Plaza, Wang Ergu was still shopping crazily with Su Yuanli and the others. When Wang Ergu saw Lu Yifei's WeChat message, he didn't take it seriously, as he wasn't worried that Lu Fengxi would make things difficult for him. Suddenly his phone rang. It was a call from Luo Ming, so he immediately answered. Boss, a number of thugs have come nearby, but it's uncertain if they are from Lu Jiahong. However, Lu Jiahong has been staying in the car outside the plaza and hasn't left. Wang Ergu snorted lightly. Lu Jiahong is still around. It seems he has already taken a grudge against me, and those thugs are probably sent by him. Even so, he wouldn't fear Lu Jiahong. Luo Ming quickly asked, Boss, what should I do now? Wang Ergu pressed his lips together, not responding immediately. After a while, he instructed Luo Ming. No need to send more people. Just keep 4 and have everyone else withdraw. Luo Ming was quite puzzled, but didn't inquire further, immediately executing Wang Ergu's orders. After finishing shopping, Wang Ergu called Qin Ling. Where is your location? Qin Ling quickly replied. The location is at Biichuo Mountain Grand Hotel. Wang Ergu was taken aback for a moment, because Biichuo Mountain Grand Hotel was not near the old street or the new street, but rather on the other side of Biichuo Mountain, 6 kilometers away from Donghai University. He didn't expect Qin Ling to choose such a distant location, but it didn't matter since they had a car. Alright, we'll head over right now. After hanging up, Wang Ergu immediately called Su Yuanli and the others to go to Biichuo Mountain Grand Hotel together. Upon arriving at the hotel, as soon as he got out of the car, he saw Qin Ling waiting at the entrance. You finally made it. Hurry inside. Our private room is on the 5th floor, room 503, the golden room. Qin Ling hurriedly stepped forward, gesturing for Wang Ergu and the others to follow. However, when she saw that Wang Ergu and the others were all dressed in brand-name clothes and wearing a Vacheron Constantin men's watch, her eyes widened. Wait, you guys tonight seem different. Wang Ergu and the others smiled, but did not respond, walking together into the hotel. Qin Ling quickly led the way, taking Wang Ergu and the others to the golden room, 503. However, just as they were about to enter, they heard a commotion from inside. Qin Ling rushed in and saw several young men surrounding her roommates, frowning slightly. Who are you? Why are you bothering my friends? One of the young men with slicked back hair looked coldly at Qin Ling and snorted, What does it matter to you? Get lost. Upon hearing this, Qin Ling rushed forward, angrily retorting, You should leave. This is not your private room. Please get out immediately, or don't blame me for being rude. The slick-back young man looked displeased. You think you can be rude to me? Qin Ling wanted to say a few more words, but then Wang Ergu and his 3 companions walked in. Thus she shot a glance at the young man with slicked-back hair, and then approached a girl with a cold and elegant demeanor. This girl was none other than Qin Xingyue. The reason Qin Ling organized this dormitory social event was to introduce Qin Xingyue to Wang Ergu. Qin Xingyue glared coldly at the young man with slicked-back hair and said sternly, Guajiji, you've gone too far. What gives you the right to bully my friend? Upon hearing this, the faces of Wang Ergu and his companions changed. They had all heard of Guo Jijia's notorious reputation. Guo Jijia was the young master of the second-rate Guo family in Donghai City and had already left Donghai University last year. It was said that Guo Jijia had done something crazy. He got into a fight on the basketball court with another rich young man over a campus beauty and ended up seriously injuring the other, rendering him a eunuch. Reportedly, the Guo family paid a hefty price to quell the matter, and Guo Jijia was sent abroad by his family. However, Wang Ergo and his companions never expected that Guo Jijia had returned. Guo Jijia looked at Qin Xingyue and smiled. "Xingyue, how could they possibly qualify as your friends?" Qin Xingyue frowned, her pretty face filled with anger. "They are my friends. Besides, I don't need you to tell me who I can be friends with." Guo Jijia smirked, but continued to say, "Our families have been friends for generations. Do I have a right to intervene?" Qin Xingyue shot Guo Jijia a disdainful glance and snorted coldly. "Even if our families are friends, I don't need your interference. You who can't even manage your own affairs have no right to meddle in mine." Guo Jijia's expression darkened, but he did not blame Qin Xingyue. Instead, he turned to Wang Ergo and his companions. "Who are they?" Qin Xingyue fixed her gaze on Wang Ergo and immediately nodded to the four. Seeing this, Qin Ling sternly said to Guo Jijia, "Please leave at once. Tonight is our class reunion." Guo Jijia gestured dismissively, but did not leave. He continued to stare at Wang Ergo and his companions as he had already grown wary. "Which of you came here for Xingyue?" Qin Xingyue's expression changed, and she glared at Guo Jijia, saying, "Guo Jijia, please take your people and leave immediately, or don't blame me for being rude." Task description: assist Qin Xingyue in expelling Guo Jijia. Task status incomplete. The familiar voice of Vivian rang out, causing Wang Ergo to momentarily freeze. Isn't it a simple matter to expel someone? Why would Vivian issue such a task? Wang Ergo didn't think too much about it. He stepped forward, waved generously at Qin Xingyue, and then coldly smiled at Guo Jijia, saying, "It's me." Guo Jijia squinted his eyes and coldly asked, "You? Which family are you from? State your name." Wang Ergo shook his head, continuing to sneer, "You've got it wrong. I'm not from any family. My name is Wang Ergo from the countryside." Countryside? Guo Jijia widened his eyes in disbelief. After all, he wasn't an idiot. All four of Wang Ergo's companions were dressed in brand-name clothes and wore expensive watches. How could someone like that possibly be from the countryside? Wang Ergo stepped closer and whispered mockingly into Guo Jijia's left ear, "Just roll away. Don't force me to act, because you're not worthy." Guo Jijia was taken aback, looking at Wang Ergo with disbelief. After all, few dared to speak to him like this, especially those of lower status. If the other party was a country bumpkin, then they should be in awe and submissive towards him. "You bastard. Dare to speak to me like that." Before he could finish, Wang Ergo swung his right hand and slapped him across the face. With a loud smack, Guo Jijia's right cheek was struck, causing him to sway and stumble back a few steps. Two young men immediately reached out to support Guo Jijia. His face twisted with rage as he glared at Wang Ergo and shouted, "You bastard, how dare you hit me?" Wang Ergo, however, showed no fear and laughed coldly. "What if I did? What are you?" Guo Jijia, unable to tolerate it any longer, clenched his fists and charged at Wang Ergo. Wang Ergo frowned and quickly dodged to the side, avoiding Guo Jijia's punch. Qin Ling and the others all moved aside. Su Yuanli and the three also formed a defense against Guo Jijia's group. Neither side made a move, deliberately leaving space for Guo Jijia and Wang Ergo to fight. Although Guo Jijia missed Wang Ergo, he did not give up and continued to throw punches at Wang Ergo. Wang Ergo was somewhat surprised. He had thought Guo Jijia was just a spoiled rich kid. Although he had heard that Guo Jijia liked to fight, he assumed he had no real skills. Unexpectedly, Guo Jijia's skills were not weak. One could even say he had a solid foundation. His moves were precise and well executed, not random swings. "Not bad. I really underestimated you." This remark sounded like a mockery to Guo Jijia, as he had thrown 10 punches without hitting Wang Ergo. He had dealt with plenty of ruffians while abroad, and had even trained at a boxing gym for a time. So he thought he could knock out Wang Ergo in 3 punches, yet he couldn't even touch the hem of Wang Ergo's clothes. "You bastard, if you have the ability, don't dodge." Unexpectedly, Wang Ergo chuckled. "All right then, I won't dodge. Just watch carefully." With that, he swung his fist to counterattack. With a loud bang, their fists clashed, and both stumbled back a few. Guo Jijia steadied himself, looking at Wang Ergo in shock. He realized he had seriously underestimated Wang Ergo's strength. Earlier, Wang Ergo had simply evaded him clearly faster. Now Wang Ergo displayed such astonishing power that he was no less than Guo Jijia. Winning against Wang Ergo would not be easy. At this moment, Wang Ergo was also somewhat astonished. He began to understand why Vivian's system had issued this task. He had only strengthened his body because of the system and had learned a few moves under Luo Ming's guidance. But Guo Jijia already had real strength, and with his relentless pursuit of Qin Xingyue, driving Guo Jijia out of this private room would not be so easy. "Come again." With a shout, Wang Ergo charged towards Guo Jijia first. Qin Xingyue beside them was extremely anxious. She did not know Wang Ergo's true identity, but she feared for his safety against Guijia. In her eyes, Guijia was a madman, a machine that only knew how to hurt. Seeing Wang Ergo's imposing aura, Guijia felt his blood boiling and roared as he charged forward. The two exchanged blows, continuously striking at each other, with each move delivered with force, moving from the center of the private room to the corner. The imitation vases placed in the corner were constantly shattered by Guijia, with fragments flying around the private room, causing shock. With a loud bang, the door of the private room was suddenly burst open. A large group of tall security guards in black rushed in. "Stop right now. Who allowed you to cause trouble here?" Suddenly Wang Ergo and Guijia both stopped and looked towards the black-clad security guards. Among them, a man of medium build dressed in a suit with a flat-top haircut stepped forward. "I am Feng Dongshan, the general manager of the Bhuo Mountain Grand Hotel. What is going on? Why are you fighting here?" Wang Ergo did not respond to Feng Dongshan, turning his head to look at Guijia. Guijia let out a cold laugh and reprimanded Feng Dongshan. "What's wrong with me fighting? It's not like I'm smashing up the hotel. If I did, I would compensate at market value. Besides, I am the young master of the Guo family. Do you dare to ask me for money?" Feng Dongshan frowned. He naturally knew about the Guo family, as they were a second-tier family in Donghai City. However, he did not expect that Guijia would come to his hotel and cause trouble. "Young Master Guo, if you are a guest at our hotel, I welcome you anytime. But if you come here to cause a scene, then I cannot." Seeing Feng Dongshan speak to him like this, Guijia immediately took out his phone and dialed a number. "This is Guijia. I am currently at the Bhuo Mountain Grand Hotel. There is a general manager named Feng Dongshan here, and I am very displeased. I want you to fire him immediately." Feng Dongshan's expression changed slightly as he thought to himself, "Can I really be fired with just one phone call? This young Master Guo has quite the influence. But isn't this a bit excessive?" Wang Ergo remained silent, wanting to see what Guijia was up to. The others also stayed quiet. The atmosphere in the private room suddenly became awkward. However, soon Feng Dongshan's phone rang. When he saw the caller ID, he couldn't help but frown. Upon answering, a cold voice from a middle-aged woman came through. "Feng Dongshan, you have been fired. Get out of the Bhuo Mountain Grand Hotel." Feng Dongshan was stunned and immediately asked, "President Liang, what is going on? What did I do wrong?" The middle-aged woman snorted, but did not give Feng Dongshan a chance to explain. "You offended Guijia, and you still have the gall to ask me. Guijia is my nephew, and I am his third aunt." The call was then abruptly disconnected. Feng Dongshan narrowed his eyes at Guijia, but showed no intention of backing down. "Young Master Guo, what a skillful move. I have now been fired." At this, both Wang Ergo and Qin Ling along with the others were utterly shocked. A hotel general manager was actually fired with just one phone call from Guijia. Yet Guijia ignored Feng Dongshan and stared coldly at Wang Ergo, a sinister smile creeping onto his lips. "Kid, you were delayed by him giving you a few extra minutes to live, but now you are doomed." Wang Ergo chuckled lightly, looking at Guijia fearlessly. "Want to kill me? You don't have that capability." Guijia, seeing Wang Ergo look down on him, felt very displeased. "Kid, you've already provoked me. If you leave now and never see Xiao Yeye again, I can give you a chance." Wang Ergo rolled his eyes at Guijia and turned to Feng Dongshan, saying, "Manager Feng, no, Feng Dongshan, you should be out of work now, right? I don't know if you're willing to come with me." Feng Dongshan looked puzzled. He did not know Wang Ergo and couldn't understand why Wang Ergo would say that. "Young master, I don't quite understand what you mean." He found himself at a loss for words, as Wang Ergo was too young and did not seem like the type who could offer him a job. Wang Ergo merely smiled indifferently, asking, "What is your annual salary at the Bhuo Mountain Grand Hotel?" Feng Dongshan was taken aback. He did not expect Wang Ergo to inquire about his salary. Could it be that Wang Ergo really could offer him a job? "My annual salary is 1 million. I don't know why this young master is asking this." Wang Ergo nodded and continued, "Then I will give you 2 million. You can follow me from now on, and I guarantee you will be better off than you are now." Feng Dongshan was stunned, but a sense of joy surged in his heart. "Young master, are you serious?" Guijia was even more displeased. He had just had Feng Dongshan fired, and now Wang Ergo was trying to recruit him. "Kid, do you really want to go against me? Let me tell you." Before he could finish, Wang Ergo interrupted him. But Wang Ergo did not respond to Guijia. Instead, he smiled at Feng Dongshan and said, "Of course it's true. If you need money urgently, I can also advance your salary." Feng Dongshan was astonished. Such good fortune. But he wondered just who this person was. At that moment, Kai Jianming stepped forward and stood beside Wang Ergo. "Feng Dongshan, I am Kai Jianming, the second young master of the Kai family. I can vouch for what Brother Ergo said. If you don't believe me, I can call my elder brother right now." With that, Kai Jianming immediately dialed Kai Jianwei's number. Feng Dongshan looked at Kai Jianming, excitement evident on his face. He had heard of the Kai family brothers, but he did not know Kai Jianming. However, he had some impression of Kai Jianwei for having taken over the Triumph Hotel. He simply did not expect that Kai Jiaming would come here and even testify for Wang Ergo, asking Kai Jianwei to help as well. This proved that Wang Ergo's identity was significant enough for the Kai family brothers to take notice. Thus, he was even more curious about who Wang Ergo really was. Guo Jijia's face darkened, filled with frustration. He had not expected that Kai Jiaming would come here, considering that the Kai family was among the 4 young aristocratic families, and their family's power was even stronger than his Guo family. I didn't expect to see you here, second young Master Kai. It seems I have been rude today. I have no intention of going against the Kai family, nor do I wish for you to intervene in this matter. Kai Jiaming scoffed, his eyes hawk-like as they locked onto Guo Jijia. He sneered, what if I insist on intervening? What will you do then? Guo Jijia pouted, glaring at Kai Jiaming with a malevolent look, as if to say that if Kai Jiaming intervened, he would be doomed. The call was connected, and Kai Jiaming explained the situation to Kai Jianwei before handing the phone to Feng Dongshan. Feng Dongshan caught the phone and began conversing with Kai Jianwei. Wang Ergo waved his hand at Kai Jianming, signaling him to step back. Kai Jiaming wanted to say something, but seeing Wang Ergo continue to gesture, he decided not to say anything further and took a few steps back. Wang Ergo looked at Guo Jijia coldly and sneered, threatening him is useless. This matter is decided by me, and naturally, I will resolve it myself. Guo Jijia nodded and mocked, kid, you have guts. But this time I will not let Xiao Yeye go to someone like you, a poor. Wang Ergo shook his head, also mocking. You think too much, as she has never belonged to you, so it's not about whether you let her or not. Guo Jijia's face darkened as he did not know how to respond to this. Kid, who exactly are you? If you have the ability, state your family name. Wang Ergo had yet to respond, but Qin Ling had already whispered a few words to Qin Xingyue. Qin Xingyue's expression changed instantly, and she shouted at Guo Jijia. Guo Jijia, that's enough. Please leave here immediately, and I can overlook this. Otherwise you'll have to bear the consequences. Guo Jijia, upon hearing this, twitched his mouth and frowned at Qin Xingyue. He couldn't believe that Qin Xingyue would suddenly warn him at this moment, feeling even more displeased, thinking that Qin Xingyue was siding with Wang Ergu. What Guo Jijia didn't know was that Qin Xingyue was giving him a chance, as she had heard about Wang Ergu's earlier activities in the classroom from Qin Ling. She believed that Wang Ergu could easily bring down the Yang family and the Jin family, and he was not even afraid of the eldest young master of the Fan family, Fan Mingda. This was something the Guo family could not bear. If Guo Jijia continued to fight with Wang Ergu, it would not only be his misfortune, but also that of the entire. Unfortunately, Guo Jijia was not concerned about stocks and had no knowledge of these news. He hadn't even looked at his social media. Thus, he naturally assumed that Qin Xingyue was trying to protect Wang Ergu. Qin Xingyue, this is a matter between men, and I hope you won't interfere. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Qin Xingyue's pretty face flushed, and she tilted her head in silence. She was not afraid of Guo Jijia, rather she was annoyed by his stupidity. She had come here to get acquainted with Wang Ergu, and giving too many hints to Guo Jijia might provoke Wang Ergu's displeasure. Wang Ergu nodded at Guo Jijia with a look of mockery. Right, this is a matter between men. So if you have any tricks, just bring it on. Guo Jijia was taken aback by Wang Ergu's confidence. Kid, you really are arrogant. It seems that unless I teach you a lesson today, you won't know my power. With that, he swung his fist again and struck towards Wang Ergu. Seeing this, Wang Ergu tensed his fist and retaliated. The two continued their duel, and fortunately this was a golden VIP room with enough space. This time Guo Jijia's attacks were even more ferocious than before. It seemed that every strike he made aimed to take Wang Ergu down for good. Wang Ergu also sensed Guo Jijia's ferocity. Last time he avoided it, it was somewhat of a fluke. In reality, when it came to compatibility, he was not on par with Guo Jijia, so he dared not be careless. Guo Jijia, however, couldn't defeat Wang Ergu immediately, and his mindset began to grow anxious. While throwing punches, he kept shouting, "Bastard, die." The others remained silent, retreating to the side to watch. Feng Dongshan had just finished a phone call, and watching the two fight made him inexplicably nervous. Because he had now sided with Wang Ergu, if Wang Ergu were to be defeated, he feared he might also get dealt with by. But at this point he had no way out. After all, he had already been dismissed, and had no authority to command the hotel. Just then a large group of people rushed in. One figure charged directly towards Guo Jijia and Wang Ergu. Guo Jijia saw Luo Ming's punch coming, and quickly dodged, retreating a few steps. Who are you? Wang Ergu breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing it was Luo Ming. If he continued to fight Guo Jijia, he wouldn't gain anything good from it, and might even lose. Luo Ming nodded at Wang Ergu and frowned, saying, "Boss, are you okay? Do you want me to?" Wang Ergu waved his hand, interrupting Luo Ming, "No need. He's just a spoiled rich kid. If he gets hurt, I'd have to compensate him." Luo Ming glanced at Guo Jijia with a look of disdain. Guo Jijia clenched his fist, his face filled with anger. "Bastard, I thought you had some skills, and would take me on unknown, but it turns out you called for backup." Wang Ergu shook his head, and said sternly, "No more fighting. Since we are not welcome here, let's change to another place." Then he looked at Qin Xingyue, and asked, "Would you mind changing venues?" How about the Triumph Hotel? Qin Xingyue gently nodded. She had long wanted to change places. This made Guijia extremely displeased. He had already planned to defeat Wang Ergu and then throw him and his group out so he could drink with Qin Xingyue here. But now Wang Ergu was actually backing down and even wanted to take Qin Xingyue away. In his eyes, Qin Xingyue was already his possession. How could he let an outsider like Wang Ergu take her away? Kid, what do you mean by this? Wang Ergu guessed what Guijia was thinking and chuckled. I'm tired. I came here tonight just to socialize, not to fight with you, so I don't want to continue. Guijia's mouth twisted, coldly snorting. So you want to slip away? Do you think you can leave this hotel, eh? Wang Ergu narrowed his eyes and shot a glance at Luo Ming and the others, then coldly retorted, do you really think the hotel security can stop my bodyguards? You? Guijia was instantly speechless, realizing that Luo Ming and the bodyguards all exuded a fierce aura. The hotel security was likely no match for them. Qin Xingyue, however, ignored Guijia, gesturing to Qin Ling and the others before striding towards the entrance. Su Yuanli and the others followed suit and walked out. Feng Dongshan hesitated for a moment, but did not leave immediately. Instead, he walked beside Wang Ergu. Guijia saw that Wang Ergu and Feng Dongshan were the last to stay, and he said sternly, Kid, I remember you. Even if you get away this time, I will definitely make you regret it. Wang Ergu smirked and nodded, saying, all right. Then I will see how you make me regret this. I hope your Guo family can withstand my wrath tomorrow, and I hope you won't kneel before me then. After saying this, he immediately left with Feng Dongshan. Watching the two exit the VIP room, Guijia was filled with rage and kicked a table. With a loud bang, the drinks on the table spilled all over the floor. The spoiled rich kids dared not say a word, each looking bewildered. Suddenly, Guijia's phone rang. He took it out and saw it was his good buddy Jin Yuanbao calling. As soon as he answered, a wailing voice came from the other end. Jia Xiao, it's over. Everything is over. Our Jin family is probably going bankrupt. What? Guijia was shocked, instantly suppressing the anger that had just surged. After all, he knew that the Jin family had assets of at least 300 billion. For the Jin family to go bankrupt was a bit far-fetched. What kind of joke are you making, Jin Daxiao? How could your Jin family go bankrupt? In the hotel lobby, a considerable number of people had already gathered. These were hotel staff and former colleagues of Feng Dongshan, who maintained a relatively good relationship with him. Upon hearing that Feng Dongshan had been dismissed, they naturally came to the lobby, wanting to intercept him to verify the truth of the matter. Wang Ergu saw so many people coming and stopped in his tracks. Feng Dongshan looked at these old colleagues, his expression one of astonishment. What are you all doing here? A short-haired man stepped forward, his face filled with indignation. General manager, I've heard that a spoiled young master came here to cause trouble and has already fired you. Isn't that going too far? Others, seeing this, also began to voice their support for Feng Dongshan. Feng Dongshan waved his hand and sighed, saying, Everyone, I greatly appreciate your support, but please don't argue with them. He is the eldest young master of a powerful family, and you cannot match him. Upon hearing Feng Dongshan's words, everyone lowered their heads. After all, the Guo family was a second-tier family in Donghai City, not one that ordinary people like them could afford to offend. Feng Dongshan glanced at Wang Ergu and then waved to everyone, saying, All right, you all go back to your posts. Don't forget your responsibilities. Unexpectedly, everyone shook their heads at Feng Dongshan. If the general manager leaves, then I will leave with you too. Exactly, if even someone as good as you is driven away, what meaning is there for us to stay, eh? I don't want to be in such a heartless place. Wherever the general manager goes, we will go too. Feng Dongshan, looking at these colleagues, he found himself somewhat at a loss. However, he knew that some of his old colleagues were in difficult financial situations and did not want to cause them to lose their income. Moreover, Wang Ergu only suggested that he follow along and did not say anything about taking the entire team with him. So after thinking for a moment, he continued to wave his hand to persuade everyone. Everyone, please don't make a scene. You should return to work properly. Unexpectedly, Kai Jiaming stepped forward and shouted at everyone. You should all leave with Manager Feng. Upon hearing this, Su Yuanli immediately tugged at Kai Jiaming's arm, saying, What are you doing? Kai Jiaming glanced at Su Yuanli and then at Wang Ergu, explaining, I believe Brother Ergu can handle their situation right. Su Yuanli's expression was awkward as he looked at Wang Ergu. Shen Jisheng remained silent, also watching Wang Ergu. Wang Ergu stepped forward and patted Feng Dongshan on the shoulder. You aren't the type to be timid, are you? Since the Guo family doesn't intend to give you a way out, why worry about whether... Feng Dongshan shook his head and sighed. I'm not worried about the Guo family, but with so many people here, I'm afraid I won't be able to accommodate them. I also don't know what your plan is, and I'm afraid it will affect your plans. Wang Ergu chuckled. You need not worry about my plans. I don't have anything arranged for the hotel at the moment. However, all your subordinates with good character can follow you as if they are on a short vacation. I will pay them double their salaries. Once I find suitable work for you in the next few days, you can take them along then. Feng Dongshan was shocked. He never expected Wang Ergo to allow him to bring his team along. Such a good thing actually existed in the world. Kai Jianming breathed a sigh of relief looking at Feng Dongshan with a somewhat provocative gaze. What? Are you still worried about Brother Ergo's capabilities? Feng Dongshan thought of Kai Jianhui's call and immediately shook his head. After all, someone like Wang Ergo could easily bankrupt both the Jin family and the Yang family at the same time. His financial power was terrifying. Thus, recruiting his entire team would not be a problem. Since it was like this, he no longer had any concerns. All right, everyone, then you should all resign and leave with me. Everyone cheered, even more joyfully than during the... Thus, everyone left one after another following Feng Dongshan out. The incident quickly made its way up to the higher-ups of the company, leaving them all shocked. They never expected that such a collective resignation would occur at the Biichuo Mountain Grand Hotel. Moreover, due to the collective resignation, the entire hotel felt like a paralyzed computer, completely unable to function. However, Wang Ergo did not think much of it, and followed everyone to the Triumph Gate Hotel. Upon entering the Supreme VIP room, he saw Kai Jianhui, who had been waiting here with a group of people. Kai Jianming immediately stepped forward and recounted the situation to Kai Jianhui. Kai Jianhui was very shocked. He did not know what Wang Ergo intended to do, but he did not dare to criticize him. After Qin Xingyue sat down, she looked at Wang Ergo with curiosity. She also did not know what Wang Ergo was planning, but she felt a strong aura about him. After greeting Kai Jianhui, Wang Ergo noticed Qin Xingyue staring at him and could not help but smile. What? Is there something on my face? Qin Xingyue was taken aback, as she had never so seriously focused on No, I just think. You look quite handsome tonight. Wang Ergo gently shook his head and said nonchalantly, it's just a trivial matter, no need to concern yourself with it. Qin Xingyue nodded slightly, her cherry lips pursed, looking as if she had something to say, but hesitated. Wang Ergo saw this and waved his hand, saying, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Seeing that Wang Ergo was not bothered, Qin Xingyue immediately inquired about the reward he gave to Qin Ling and the matter concerning the Yang family. Wang Ergo did not hide anything and shared his true feelings. After listening, Qin Xingyue found Wang Ergo extremely generous, especially considering the amount of money he had just spent and the targeted approach towards the Yang and Jin family stocks. At that moment, she felt she could not take her eyes off Wang Ergo. It was not because he was wealthy, but because she sensed a bold spirit emanating from him. Seeing this, Qin Ling quickly suggested that the two of them chat privately. Naturally, Qin Xingyue did not want to miss such an opportunity and proactively invited Wang Ergo to a nearby spot. Wang Ergo followed Qin Xingyue aside, and they began to converse privately. Others naturally did not come close, not wanting to interrupt them. However, after half an hour of chatting, Kai Jianhui came looking for them. Brother Ergo Yang Tengda has arrived with people and is specifically looking for you. But I've had the security stop him. He can't come up. Wang Ergo frowned, saying, let him come up. Kai Jianhui looked surprised. But he's here specifically to confront you. If you let him come up, won't he have the chance to take action against you? Wang Ergo nodded. Exactly. I actually want him to take action. Am I supposed to be afraid just because he... Kai Jianhui was stunned, momentarily at a loss for words. But in the end, he still followed Wang Ergo's instructions and allowed Yang Tengda to come up alone. Before Yang Tengda could arrive, Wei Wan's voice echoed. Task status failed. Wang Ergo was taken aback, unable to believe he had forgotten about this task. However, upon reflection, he felt relieved. After all, Guijijia was not weak. If he had been injured by Guijijia, he would probably have to stay in the hospital for a month or two, which would be quite unfortunate. Although he could use Luo Ming and others to help Qin Xingyue expel Guijijia from the private room, it would be pointless given that Guijijia had connections with the hotel staff. Wei Wan, I failed this task. There won't be any punishment, right? This is just an ordinary random task, so there will be no punishment. But if it were a specific task, there would be penalties. Wang Ergo breathed a sigh of relief, thankful it was a random task. You have a new task now. Task description: teach Yang Tengda a lesson, ruin his reputation, and send him to prison. Task status: Wang Ergo frowned. Although he had money, he lacked connections, personal qualities, and martial prowess. If he could punch Yang Tengda away, he would have already sent him to the hospital at the school cafeteria. Unfortunately, he had only enhanced his physique and gained no martial prowess. Seeing Wang Ergo's silent, Qin Xingyue frowned and asked, Brother Ergo, what's wrong with you? Have you thought about how to deal with Yang Tengda? Wang Ergo squinted his eyes and said in a deep voice, I want Yang Tengda to be thoroughly disgraced and imprisoned. Qin Xingyue nodded lightly and asked, how do you plan to ruin his reputation and send him to prison? I've heard about Yang Tengda, but there's no solid evidence. Wang Ergo raised an eyebrow and quickly suggested, tell me everything. If he has done anything wrong, even if it costs $1 billion, I will find the evidence. Seeing Wang Ergo so determined, Qin Xingyue immediately began recounting her knowledge of Yang Tengda. After listening, Wang Ergo went over to Su Yuanli and Qin Ling, explaining the situation to them. Su Yuanli immediately patted his chest and assured Brother Ergo, don't worry. I will notify everyone I know and spread it across all social circles. Chun Jisheng chuckled and said, Brother Ergu, if you drop 1 billion, anyone would be tempted, just like the bounty notices seen in movies. Thus, Su Yuanli and the others began contacting acquaintances and issuing bounties to find evidence of Yang Tengda's criminal activities. At that moment, Yang Tengda rushed in. Wang Ergu. A loud shout echoed throughout the supreme private room. Wang Ergu glanced at Yang Tengda and snorted softly. Looking for me. Yang Tengda strode up to Wang Ergu and demanded, Did you ask the Jiang family for help to attack our Yang family stocks? Wang Ergu smirked and nodded, Yes, that was me. So what? You. Yang Tengda was left speechless with rage, his face instantly contorting into a horrific expression, fists clenched tightly, radiating hostility. Wang Ergu continued, I said it before, your Yang family must go bankrupt today, and it can only happen today. Yang Tengda's lip twitched, his face turning green with anger. What can you do to let our Yang family go? Wang Ergu shook his head and sneered, I never thought about letting your Yang family go, just like you never thought about letting me go, right? Previously you said that your Yang family's Zeruan Group is valued at over 30 billion. Now that Zeruan Group is bankrupt, you come to plead with me to spare the Yang family. Besides Zeruan Group, your Yang family has several other enterprises. I only caused Zeruan Group's bankruptcy, not all of your family's assets. I recall Yang Biao saying that the Yang family's assets are worth about 5 billion, so you don't need to plead with me. You can make a comeback. Yang Tengda gritted his teeth, trembling all over like a rat caught in a trap. The total assets of the Yang family add up to over 5 billion, but that doesn't mean they have that much liquid cash. Therefore, in the stock assault, the Yang family was helpless, leading to Zeruan Group's impending bankruptcy. Moreover, the Yang family had debts of 1 to 200 billion. If the Yang family sold everything to pay off the debts, they would become an ordinary family, and Yang Tengda would become an ordinary person. However, if Wang Ergu continued to target the Yang family, their debts would only increase, and Yang Tengda would end up worse than an ordinary person. If at this moment Yang Tengda had kneeled down to plead for mercy, he might still have some way out. Unfortunately, he did not kneel, but instead pointed at Wang Ergu, cursing angrily. You bastard. If you insist on provoking the Yang family, you are doomed. Even if our Yang family Zeruan Group goes bankrupt, our connections are beyond your imagination. Wang Ergu smiled instead of getting angry, saying, Indeed. Your Yang family has connections, so how do you plan to— Yang Tengda proudly stated, Our Yang family has a very good relationship with the Ho family. My grandfather has already contacted them. This time you caused our Yang family to go bankrupt. Oh, just wait to be hunted down by the experts of the Ho family. I can assure you, you will not see the sun tomorrow. Wang Ergu stepped forward, raising his right foot and fiercely kicking Yang Tengda in the abdomen. Yang Tengda saw this and immediately took 2 steps back, trying to avoid Wang Ergu's kick. However, Wang Ergu was too fast, and he could not evade the kick, instantly getting kicked away by Wang Ergu. With a loud thud, Yang Tengda slid towards a corner. Su Yuanli and the others watched, their faces filled with disdain for Yang Tengda. Yang Tengda got up, looking at Wang Ergu with rage, shouting, You bastard, dare to hit me. Wang Ergu looked disdainful, mocking, Hitting you, so what? Since you are here, don't even think about leaving. He'll say, What? Yang Tengda was stunned and utterly confused. He had merely come here impulsively to scold Wang Ergu, never expecting to become a prisoner. If it were in the past, he would never have believed Wang Ergu had such ability to make him go to jail. But now, seeing Wang Ergu so confident, he felt inexplicably anxious and wanted to escape immediately. Just as Yang Tengda was about to run towards the private room door, he was intercepted by bodyguards arranged by Kai Jianhui, who instantly seized his arms. Wang Ergu chuckled lightly. I told you I will send you in to serve your time. Yang Tengda was taken aback, then shook his head. Even if my Yang family goes bankrupt, what gives you the right to send me to serve time? Wang Ergu smiled without speaking, then waved to Kai Jianhui, whispering a few words. Kai Jianhui nodded and turned to wave his hand to the bodyguards. Call the police. Take him to the police station. Upon hearing this, Yang Tengda yelled angrily at Kai Jianhui. Kai Jianhui, you can't send me to the police station. Kai Jianhui snorted coldly, gave Yang Tengda a disdainful glance and scoffed. You come here to cause trouble at our hotel, and I can't call the police. Take him away. Yang Tengda's lips twitched as he cursed. You bastard, if you dare to send me to the police station, I will not let this go. However, with a wave of Kai Jianhui's hand, the bodyguards lifted Yang Tengda and carried him out. Wang Ergu then approached Su Yuanli and the others to inquire about Yang Tengda's criminal evidence. Ergu, someone has evidence. The evidence has just been sent to me, take a look. Su Yuanli said excitedly, handing his phone to Wang Ergu. Wang Ergu received the phone, glanced at the messages, and let out a long breath. Since there was evidence, Yang Tengda could forget about getting out of prison. Thus, Wang Ergu immediately forwarded the evidence to Kai Jianhui, instructing him to hand it all over to the police. Kai Jianhui was ecstatic. Although he had the bodyguards send Yang Tengda to the police station, the Yang family could very well bail him out. Now that they had this evidence, he believed Yang Tingdao would be unable to be bailed out. Of course, once Yang Tingdao was arrested, the Yang family would lose face, and they would not let Wang Ergu or the Kai family off easily. Wang Xiao, this will definitely make the Yang family resent us, and they might act out of desperation. Wang Ergu nodded, squinting his eyes and smiling. That is certain. When there was trouble at school before, Yang Tingda's mother Ho Yuha had caused a scene showing that his family was very Next, we should target his family, otherwise we will fall into a passive position. You need to call Yishao right now and have him send someone to investigate if the Yang family has committed any crime. Additionally, arrange for someone to see if we can obtain some information about the Yang family, even if it means hacking into their phones or computers, or even their emails. Kai Jianwei did not dare to delay, immediately assigning the tasks, as Wang Ergu instructed. After handling these, Wang Ergu continued his private conversation with Qin Xingyue. Half an hour later, Kai Jianwei brought news to Wang Ergu. Yang Tingda had committed several crimes, and had now been officially arrested by the police, locked up in the detention room, and refused any bail. Upon hearing this news, Wei Wan's voice also rang in Wang Ergu's mind. Task status completed. Task reward option 1 Master level Tai Chi skill 10 spiritual energy points. Task reward option 2 Revenge and establish authority, humiliating the opponent, earning the title of King of Revenge. Option 1. Wang Ergu was excited. He did not care about being the King of Revenge. However, with this master-level Tai Chi skill, he would no longer fear other martial artists in the future. And above the master level, there were still several ranks, such as Grandmaster Martial King and Martial Saint. Since he was currently doing random tasks, the highest he could achieve was the master level. It seems I need to take on some specific tasks in the future. Su Yuanli and the others were all very excited to learn about Yang Tingda's news. Seeing that it was already 11 at night, Wang Ergu did not linger and suggested returning to the school. As they exited the Triumph Hotel, a group of people rushed over, blocking their way. Kai Jianwei followed to escort Wang Ergu out and frowned upon seeing so many gray-clad bodyguards blocking them. Who are you people, and what do you want? Wang Ergu waved his hand to Kai Jianwei, sneering. Brother Kai, don't ask. They are probably from the Yang family. Just as he said this, a few people walked over. The leader was Ho Yuha and Yang Biao. Qin Ling's face instantly darkened upon seeing Yang Biao. Oh, you still dare to come and block our Ergu Gu? Yang Biao ignored Qin Ling and pointed at Wang Ergu. Wang Ergu, you bastard, how dare you frame my... Ho Yuha snorted coldly, her gaze sinister as she stared at Wang Ergu. Kid, you really are bold. Now you will go to the police station immediately and have them release my son, or you will be doomed. Wang Ergu chuckled, his eyes narrowing into slits. Madam Yang is truly arrogant. I wasn't afraid of you at school. Do you think I would fear you just because you've brought so many people to block me now? Ho Yu's lips twitched, her expression changing as she said sternly, I know you aren't afraid of death, but that doesn't mean you want die. You kid, our Yang family is not something you can offend casually. After saying this, she immediately gestured to the person behind her. A burly man with a big beard stepped forward, nodded at Ho Yuha, then looked at Wang Ergu with cold eyes. Kid, do you want to kneel down and cripple your own hands, or should I help you? Kai Jianwei saw this and immediately suggested to Wang Ergu, I'll have my bodyguards come over right away. Wang Ergu waved his hand, interrupting Kai Jianwei, no need. With a waist like him, I can handle it alone. Kai Jianwei was taken aback, feeling confused after all he had heard that Wang Ergu was about equal in strength to Yang Tingda, but the burly man in front of them was clearly a master. If his bodyguards didn't come, Wang Ergu should be looking for bodyguards to help him. Su Yuanli and the others, seeing this situation, were all anxious. Ergu, let's still have the bodyguards come to help. Yes, our hotel is right here. We can have the hotel security help too. My strength isn't enough, otherwise I could help you, Ergu. Let's retreat for now. Unexpectedly, Wang Ergu shook his head and signaled Su Yuanli and the others to step back. Seeing this, Qin Xingyue hurriedly suggested to Wang Ergu, Ergu, a wise man does not eat the immediate loss. How about we retreat? At this moment, Luo Ming and the others had already learned of the situation and were all surrounding them. Ho Yuha looked disdainful and said sternly, Wang Ergu, even if you want to run, it's already too late. Wang Ergu, however, shook his head and sneered. When did I say I wanted to run? Actually, the ones who should run are you. Yet you insist on coming here to seek death. Yang Biao, seeing Wang Ergu's confidence, felt puzzled and whispered to Ho Yuha, Mom, I have an uneasy feeling about this. What should we do now? Ho Yuha was momentarily taken aback. She too sensed something was amiss. How could this kid be so confident? Did he have some hidden trump card? With that thought, she turned sharply and commanded the bearded man, Cheng Bao, take care of him. Upon hearing this, Kai Jianwei's expression changed drastically, for he had heard of this bearded man, Cheng Bao, a master who could take on 100 opponents. Cheng Bao clenched his fists tightly, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing his fierce expression, making him seem even more imposing. Kid, no one will save you tonight. Wang Ergu wanted to say something, but suddenly Wai Wan's voice rang out. Mission description: defeat Chung Bao, deal with Ho Yuha, and make her regret for life. Mission status: incomplete. I didn't expect a mission to appear. Since that's the case, I have to give it a try. Luo Ming stepped forward and suggested to Wang Ergu, let me handle it. I can. But before he could finish, Wang Ergu interrupted him with a wave of his hand. The Yang family looks down on me so much, I will handle this myself. Luo Ming was taken aback by Wang Ergu's determination. After a moment, he took a few steps back, signaling the other bodyguards to do the same. Soon everyone cleared a space for Wang Ergu and Chung Bao. Chung Bao shouted, and immediately swung his fist towards Wang Ergu. Wang Ergu stood still, as if he had been petrified with fear. Seeing this, Qin Xingyue immediately yelled at Wang Ergu, "Ergu, be careful." However, Wang Ergu seemed not to hear, remaining utterly still. As Chung Bao's fist approached, Su Yuanli and the others held their breath, fearing that Wang Ergu would be sent flying by a single punch. Suddenly, Wang Ergu shifted his body to the side, stepping quickly to the right. In an instant, he evaded Chung Bao's punch. Chung Bao was wide-eyed in shock, believing that his punch was quick enough that Wang Ergu should not have been able to dodge. "You little brat, you're dead." Then with a sweeping motion, Chung Bao aimed a fierce kick at Wang Ergu's chest. But Wang Ergu flipped his body and cleverly dodged the attack. Chung Bao, unwilling to give up, continued to pursue. Wang Ergu kept evading, seemingly too frightened to confront. Seeing Wang Ergu evade like this, Chung Bao was even more convinced that Wang Ergu was afraid to fight him and that he must be weaker. Everything earlier was surely just luck. He'll make sure to cripple him. However, the next moment, Wang Ergu unexpectedly countered, catching Chung Bao's strike and forcing him back. Chung Bao was filled with disbelief, yet still thought it was just luck on Wang Ergu's part, attributing it to Wang Ergu's strength. Yang Biao, however, was in a state of panic, sensing something was off. How could Wang Ergu precisely dodge Chung Bao's attacks? Could it be that he had been hiding his true strength? If that's the case, just how strong is Wang Ergu? Is he that much stronger than Chung Bao? For a long time, Yang Biao had thought Wang Ergu was on par with her brother Yang Tengda, considering Wang Ergu just a university student and not a martial artist. But now, seeing Wang Ergu's prowess, she realized she had underestimated him. It's impossible. He's just a rural kid, an ordinary person. How could he possibly have martial arts skills? Did he learn boxing or sanda in the countryside? Yang Biao shook her head, convinced that Chung Bao was a master. Even if Wang Ergu learned boxing and sanda, he would not be Chung Bao's match. There was only one possibility left: Wang Ergu must also be a master. Chung Bao attacked viciously, wishing to knock Wang Ergu down in one blow. However, Wang Ergu remained steady and skillfully dismantled Chung Bao's attacks. This shocked Chung Bao, as he had not expected Wang Ergu to possess such strength. Initially, he thought Wang Ergu was just a rural kid, and that dealing with him would be easy. Now he realized that Wang Ergu's strength was not beneath his own. "Who exactly are you?" Luo Ming, who had been worried, felt instantly reassured upon witnessing Wang Ergu's splendid techniques. "Incredible. I thought the boss only knew a few moves, but I didn't expect his strength to improve so dramatically." The other bodyguards were all astonished, having heard Luo Ming mention that Wang Ergu previously had little strength. But now, in just a few days, Wang Ergu's prowess had become so astonishing, possibly even surpassing theirs. Initially, they thought of Wang Ergu merely as a wealthy person, looking down on him somewhat. For them, only a master could earn their complete respect. Now, at this moment, they truly respected Wang Ergu. From now on, they would willingly serve someone like Wang Ergu. Wang Ergu accelerated his attacks, continuously striking at Chung Bao. Chung Bao became flustered, unable to fend off the onslaught. In an instant, Wang Ergu sent Chung Bao flying. Of course, Chung Bao quickly regained his footing and spat out a mouthful of blood. "You little brat, you actually made me spit blood. If that's the case, I will take your life tonight." With that, he immediately drew a dagger and lunged at Wang Ergu. Everyone's expression changed. No one expected Chung Bao to be so ruthless. No, it should be said he was completely insane. If he couldn't win, he would resort to deadly weapons. Luo Ming wanted to step forward, but upon seeing Wang Ergu's gestures, he quickly retreated. Wang Ergu, unarmed, naturally took several steps back to avoid Chung Bao's lethal strike. Chung Bao continuously swung the dagger, aiming for Wang Ergu's heart. However, Wang Ergu moved too quickly, and Chung Bao could not keep up with his rhythm. In an instant, as Chung Bao missed his strike, Wang Ergu seized the opportunity. Wang Ergu delivered a knife hand strike to Chung Bao's wrist, knocking the dagger away, and then punched Chung Bao, sending him flying. Yang Biao was equally shocked, her mouth agape, as if it could fit 2 large duck eggs. Although she had her suspicions, she thought it was highly likely that both would suffer defeat. Yet she never expected that Wang Ergu would actually send Chung Bao flying. This meant that Chung Bao was inferior in strength to Wang Ergu. Chung Bao lay on the ground, looking quite pathetic. He wanted to get up, but his chest had been struck by Wang Ergu's punch, and the pain instantly spread throughout his body. How could this bastard possess such remarkable skills? Wang Ergu waved his hand, and quickly steadied himself, looking disdainfully at Chung Bao. Luo Ming and the others witnessing Wang Ergo gaining the upper hand were all extremely excited. Especially Luo Ming, although he appeared calm on the surface inside, he was more anxious than anyone else. After all, he knew Wang Ergo better than anyone else. Wang Ergo was clearly someone without any skills. Calling him a scholar with no ability to tie a chicken would not be an exaggeration. But now Wang Ergo had unexpectedly become a formidable expert. It was simply astonishing. How did he become so powerful? In an instant, Luo Ming's mind began to wander endlessly. Su Yuanli and the others were all excited, raising their hands to cheer for Wang Ergo. Hou Yuha glanced at Su Yuanli and the others, twitching her mouth, before shouting at Cheng Bao. Cheng Bao, get up. Wang Ergo is just a kid. How can you not defeat him? This remark made Cheng Bao extremely displeased. Damn it. Didn't I want to defeat this kid? But this kid was too strange, his skills so fierce. You previously said he was an ordinary person. Ordinary, my foot. Filled with resentment, Cheng Bao still gritted his teeth and got back up. Kid, come again. Unexpectedly, Wang Ergo shook his head, a look of scorn on his face. You've already lost. Are you sure you want me to strike? If I strike, you'll really be finished. Cheng Bao's expression changed. If it had been at the start, he wouldn't have taken it. But now, after being so thoroughly dealt with by Wang Ergo, he could tell that Wang Ergo was not joking. If he couldn't defeat Wang Ergo, then in the subsequent moves, he would still lose to Wang Ergo and end up severely. After all, he had been around for decades and knew how to bully the weak, but truly provoking a strong opponent was akin to seeking death. Thus, Cheng Bao suddenly froze. However, Hou Yuha was nearby, fanning the flames. Go on, Cheng Bao. He's just a kid, slightly stronger. Can you really not defeat a kid? If this gets out, how embarrassing would that be? Cheng Bao gritted his teeth, feeling that Hou Yuha had a point. So he pulled out a sharp dagger from his right calf and charged at Wang Ergo again. Wang Ergo squinted his eyes at the sight. I already gave you a chance. If you seek death, don't blame me. As soon as his words fell, Wang Ergo immediately rushed towards Cheng Bao. Seeing Wang Ergo not evade, but charge forward, Cheng Bao's heart trembled. Has he gone mad? This kid must be crazy. Kid, I've been in this line of work for many years without ever losing. How could I possibly lose to you? In an instant, the dagger in Cheng Bao's hand lunged towards Wang Ergo's heart. However, Wang Ergo raised his left hand, holding 2 coins, and blocked Cheng Bao's dagger. The dagger glided over the coins, instantly creating sparks. This left Cheng Bao utterly stunned, his attacking right hand instinctively stiffening. He never imagined that Wang Ergo would use coins as weapons, able to block such a fierce strike with just coin. He quickly adjusted the dagger, aiming to slash at Wang Ergo's neck. But Wang Ergo was even swifter than Cheng Bao, stepping aside as his entire body evaded Cheng Bao. At the same time, the coin in his hand was aimed at Cheng Bao's heart. This move was too fast. Only Luo Ming and the others could see it clearly, while Su Yuanli and the others could not. Hou Yuha was full of joy, believing Cheng Bao would surely hit Wang Ergo. However, what she didn't know was that although Cheng Bao's attack was indeed quick, it was not as fast as Wang Ergo's. When the coin struck Cheng Bao's chest, it made him lose his balance, and he flew off to the side. Upon seeing that the one who was sent flying was Cheng Bao, Hou Yuha was instantly stunned. How could this happen? Cheng Bao is clearly an expert. How could he not defeat this kid Wang Ergo? The black-clad bodyguards nearby were all astonished, unable to believe that Cheng Bao had been sent flying again. 2 black-clad bodyguards rushed over, wanting to help Cheng Bao up. Wang Ergo steadied himself, glanced at Cheng Bao, and immediately mocked. You'd better not help him, otherwise his injuries won't heal. Hearing Wang Ergo's words, the 2 black-clad bodyguards were stunned. However, they still chose to help Cheng Bao. Cheng Bao immediately shouted angrily at Wang Ergo. You bastard kid, you've gone too far. You clearly are an expert, yet you concealed your strength. Wang Ergo raised his head, chuckling lightly, his face full of arrogance. So what if I concealed my strength? What are you? You dare talk to me about strength? You? Cheng Bao was furious. He could no longer continue to fight Wang Ergo, but he did not want to. However, even if he didn't say it, Luo Ming had already noticed. Cheng Bao, you've lost. Aren't you going to apologize to our young master? Cheng Bao glanced at Luo Ming, but still did not apologize to Wang Ergo. He waved his hand at the black-clad bodyguards. What are you waiting for? Go take care of this kid. The black-clad bodyguards all drew their daggers and rushed towards Wang Ergo. Luo Ming saw this and immediately shouted to his bodyguards, stop them. Instantly, the 2 groups of people became entangled in battle. Hou Yuha was filled with joy. Although Cheng Bao couldn't defeat Wang Ergo at once, she believed that even if Wang Ergo had strength, he must have exhausted quite a bit. Now a chaotic battle began, and Wang Ergo was bound to be doomed. But soon Hou Yuha was left dumbfounded. Wang Ergo charged at the black-clad bodyguards barehanded. Wang Ergo swung his arms continuously, sending the black-clad bodyguards flying. He was completely like an invincible martial arts master. Yang Biao saw how powerful Wang Ergo was, and felt a surge of anxiety. Mom, let's leave here quickly. Unfortunately, Hou Yuha was unwilling to leave. No, I want leave, I want to see this bastard Wang heir go being defeated. Yang Biao frowned. If she didn't leave now, it would likely be impossible to escape this place later. Therefore, she immediately picked up her phone and dialed her father's number to report the situation. Ho Yuha also took out her phone and made a call. Everyone come to me. Although Wang Ergu seemed formidable, Ho Yuha believed that as long as she brought enough people, they could definitely overwhelm and kill Wang Ergu. Wang Ergu stood still, coldly staring at Ho Yuha, having naturally guessed that she was reinforcing her forces. However, he did not have any extra manpower on his side, and his physical stamina was severely depleted. Continuing to fight would be extremely disadvantageous for him. Thus, he retreated to join Su Yuanli and the others, commanding them sternly. You all quickly retreat back. Seeing Wang Ergu's serious expression, Su Yuanli did not dare to hesitate and immediately called for others to retreat into the hotel building to avoid the conflict. Kai Jianwei had already summoned all the security guards of the hotel. However, a large group of gray-clad individuals rushed over, nearly filling the open space in front of the hotel. Ho Yuha looked satisfied and murmured to herself, "Kid, you're doomed. If I can kill you here, it will be a tremendous... Even if they get caught this time, it will only be considered a riot, and it has nothing to do with me. Forgetting my son captured, you can wait to be captured as well." However, the sound of vehicles approached. Soon Wang Ergu's phone rang. He glanced at the screen and immediately answered the call. A soft voice came from the other end. "Sorry, Brother Ergu, I had something to do today, so I couldn't go to the auto." Wang Ergu did not respond, but looked up towards the hotel exit, soon spotting Hu Huwei rushing over with a group of men and women in white. "Dare to lay hands on Brother Ergu. You are simply courting death. Everyone charge in and subdue them." At Hu Huwei's command, the group in white rushed forward. Ho Yu's face changed drastically. The large group of gray-clad individuals she had arranged had just arrived and had not yet surrounded Wang Ergu. Now those gray-clad individuals turned to engage with the white-clad ones, causing the plan to surround Wang Ergu and kill him to fall apart. Cheng Bao, quickly take him down. Cheng Bao was acutely aware of the current situation. He initially thought he could handle Wang Ergu and had not arranged for a second wave of reinforcements. Now that Ho Yuha had sent more people, it was clear she intended to kill Wang Ergu. Although she hadn't consulted him about it, this was a good thing for him. If so many people couldn't kill Wang Ergu, then even if he survived this time, if word got out, his reputation would be... Brothers, surround this kid. Unfortunately, Cheng Bao overlooked Luo Ming and his group. Luo Ming and his companions were not ordinary bodyguards. They hadn't fought with all their strength and still had some power in reserve. Now, seeing Hu Huwei had brought reinforcements, Luo Ming and his group felt the pressure lighten and instantly unleashed their combat prowess. In an instant, wails filled the air as gray-clad individuals were constantly knocked down. As for Cheng Bao, he was intercepted by Luo Ming. "If you want to kill my boss, you'll have to step over my dead body," Luo Ming mocked. Cheng Bao's lips twitched, then he let out a furious roar, lunging at Luo Ming with a dagger. Luo Ming snorted and instantly swung a military knife to meet him. As the two knives clashed, sparks flew. Wang Ergu looked towards Luo Ming and shouted, "Luo Ming, take him out." "Yes, boss." Luo Ming shouted back, immediately increasing his attack speed, striking fiercely. The blade swept across, leaving a cut on Cheng Bao's body. Cheng Bao's face changed dramatically. He had initially underestimated Luo Ming, but he never expected Luo Ming's skills to be so remarkable. Had he not fought against Wang Ergu prior, he could have easily handled Luo Ming, given his strength. However, after being injured by Wang Ergu, his current strength was less than a third of its usual level. Therefore, he was simply no match for Luo Ming. Luo Ming noticed this and showed no mercy, continuously attacking Cheng Bao. Soon Cheng Bao found himself at a disadvantage, being forced to retreat. Wang Ergu, seeing Luo Ming's fierce attacks, breathed a sigh of relief. Yet Yang Biao was extremely anxious and turned to Ho Yuha with a suggestion. "Mom, we need to leave quickly or we won't be able to escape." At that moment, Ho Yuha did not dare to act recklessly and nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. "Wanna run? It's too late." Hu Huwei shouted, rapidly rushing towards Ho Yuha and Yang Biao. As Hu Huwei swung her arms, both women were instantly knocked to the ground. Two women rushed over, pressing their knees onto the backs of Ho Yuha and Yang Biao, pinning their right arms to prevent them from getting up. Ho Yuha felt humiliated for the first time. She had never imagined she would be pressed to the ground one day. "Let me go." Yang Biao did not scold her, but looked up at the gray-clad individuals in the chaotic battle, only to find that most of them had already been taken down. Looking at Cheng Bao, he had already been slashed by Luo Ming numerous times and was on the verge of collapsing. It's over, we're finished." As all the gray-clad individuals were taken down, Hu Huwei quickly walked up to Wang Ergu. "Brother Ergu, I didn't arrive too late, did I?" Wang Ergu shook his head, smiling faintly. "No, you arrived just in time. If it weren't for you bringing people over, I would have been in real trouble this time." As he spoke, his gaze turned towards Ho Yuha. Hu Huwei blinked and also focused her eyes on Ho Yuha. "What do you plan to do with these mother and daughter?" Wang Ergu's brows furrowed as he said sternly, Drag Ho Yuha over to me. I need to deal with her properly. Upon hearing this, Hu Hui immediately waved her hand towards the white-clad women holding Ho Yuha. The women released their knees and dragged Ho Yuha in front of Wang Ergu. Ho Yuha cried out a few times, and upon seeing Wang Ergu before her, she immediately began to curse at him. You bastard, let me go. Wang Ergu squatted down looking at Ho Yuha with a mocking expression. If I let you go just because you asked, wouldn't I lose face? Do you really think I'm an easy target just because I'm from the countryside? As he finished speaking, he swung his right hand and slapped Ho Yi's right cheek. With a loud slap, Ho Yi's entire body flipped over from the ground, and her right cheek instantly swelled up. You bastard, how dare you hit me?